Gu Fan looked at the woman before him, his heart filled with an indescribable bitterness. The girl who once gazed at him with smiling eyes full of hope was now as cold as ice. She slammed a divorce agreement down on the dining table, leaving no room for negotiation, forcing him to sign immediately. His lips twitched slightly. Taking a deep breath and gritting his teeth, he said, "Robbing, today is my mother's 60th birthday. Her heart isn't strong. If there's something you want to discuss, can we talk tonight? Please, I'm asking you." His voice was low and heavy, burdened with exhaustion and a hint of desperation. The atmosphere around the round table grew even more suffocating after his words. The dishes still steamed, each one carefully prepared and delicious. His parents-in-law sat nearby. Their expressions varied, their eyes flickering between the two of them. His sister-in-law Su Rajo covered a teasing smile with her hand, while his brother-in-law stared intently at his phone, as if completely detached from this drama. But the most glaring sight was Yi Chun, recently returned from the airport, the radiant, white moonlight of long ago, currently sitting there with a serene smile, watching everything unfold. Meanwhile, Jiang Fan's mother, dressed plainly, looked on with quiet satisfaction as her beloved granddaughter, Shishi, licked the corners of her mouth, eyes fixed eagerly on the cake, clearly excited to blow out the candles. Yet all this warmth and hope shattered in an instant by Su Rubing's cold, sharp words. "You must sign now." Gu Fan's body stiffened slightly, then he slowly raised his head, a bitter smile tugging at his lips. In a deep voice, he said, "Roabing, we can talk, but Shishi is still little, and today is Mom's birthday. I don't want things to get ugly in front of everyone. I'll sign the divorce papers, but can you wait until after dinner, after Shishi blows out the candles?" Looking at his expression, Su Rubing's once icy eyes flickered with a trace of hesitation. She clearly remembered 10 years ago when Gu Fan was the unstoppable force in Jiangcheng's underground world, young, ambitious, and legendary even at 20. And her? Back then, she was just a college freshman working part-time at Gu Fan's bar to pay tuition. But now, 10 years later, everything had changed. Time and fate had abandoned him. The glory was gone. He was now just an ordinary full-time dad with nothing left. As for her, she owned multiple beauty salons and clubs. The bar under her management was the hottest spot in Jiangzhou. She was the glamorous and poised CEO of Shengshi Group. Their gulf had become a chasm. Moreover, her white moonlight, Yi Chun, had returned to her side. For the man she once longed for, she had already decided this marriage must end immediately. This farewell must be final. What she never considered was how much of her everything was quietly built on Gu Fan's efforts. She didn't know the crucial business connections behind her success were made possible through his introductions. She didn't know how many life-or-death crises he had shielded her from. Because of his patience and sacrifice, she mistakenly believed it was fate's gift to her, viewing Gu Fan as nothing more than a chain holding her back. Thinking this, Su Ruobing bit her lip again, steadying her frost-cold voice. "Gu Fan, I know you're stalling, but it's useless. You must sign today." Her firm stance made Gu Fan clench his fists tightly, then slowly release them. Instinctively, his eyes shot toward Yi Chun sitting nearby, sharp and cold like a blade. "Ruobing, does it have to be today? Must it be on my mother's birthday? Can it wait even a day?" "Yes," Su Ruobing responded coldly, with no hint of compromise. Gu Fan closed his eyes softly, pain deepening between his brows. After a long silence, he said quietly, "Fine. I will sign the divorce papers, but on one condition." "What condition?" Su Ruobing frowned slightly. "Shishi must stay with me." Gu Fan looked up, voice low but resolute. "Impossible." Su Ruobing shot back without a second thought. "I will never let my daughter follow anyone else and suffer with a stepfather." Gu Fan's gaze was fierce and sharp, impossible to look away from. Su Rubing's expression changed immediately, her voice turning icy. "What nonsense are you spouting? I just met Yichin today. We have nothing between us. Even if we were to be together in the future, I would never let Shishi be mistreated. Then what's the meaning of bringing Yi Chun here tonight? Ruobing, what is on your mind?" He had nowhere to go. "I just brought him here to sit for a bit." Su Rubing's voice trailed off. At this point, the atmosphere at the table completely collapsed. "Daddy, Mommy, what are you whispering about?" She's eyes, innocent, tender voice broke through the tension as she looked at her biological parents with an unspoiled face full of curiosity. But the sudden question shattered everything. "Divorce?" Yi Chin spoke slowly, as if casually asking, but those words ripped open the buried emotions, instantly throwing the whole scene into chaos. Jiang Fan's mother, Li Ying, sitting nearby, went pale as she trembled and stood. "Xiao Fan, what? What is going on? Don't scare your mother." "Mom, don't be anxious, don't get upset. Ruobing and I just have a small argument, a little problem. We definitely aren't divorcing." Before Gu Fan could finish, Lin Tang, unable to sit still, stood up sharply. "Better to rip off the band-aid quickly. Divorce today? We can all be witnesses." "Mother-in-law." Li Ying wanted to argue, but her breath caught so suddenly she nearly collapsed. "My mother's heart is weak." Gu Fan hurriedly supported Li Ying, then looked at Su Ruobing. his eyes filled with a mixture of sorrow and helplessness. Su Ruobing kept her head down, too afraid to meet Li Ying's gaze. The living room lights were bright, and on the coffee table lay the divorce agreement, black letters on white paper, stabbing her heart like nails. Since marrying into the Gu family, Li Ying, her mother-in-law, had treated her like a beloved daughter, never neglecting her meals, clothing, or comfort, more attentive than anyone else. Thinking about how she had forced Gu Fan to sign today, a sudden ache of regret surged through Su Rubing's heart. But she had listened to Yi Chun. Yi Chun insisted Gu Fan had to put his signature on the agreement today, or else she would never be able to hold on to him again. Ruobing, don't be afraid. He'll always stand behind you and support you. Yi Chun stood beside Su Ruobing, his voice steady, though his eyes kept flickering over to Gu Fan. He remembered the humiliation had suffered back at Jiangzhou University as the school's heartthrob, beaten badly in public by Gu Fan after a clash. That grudge had been bottled up until now. Years apart, he was amazed by Su Rubing's transformation. Her delicate features and cold elegance made her unrecognizable from the part-time worker she once was. More importantly, she was now worth billions, a true rising star in Jiangzhou's capital circles. This woman is destined to be mine. Yi Chun thought proudly as he tapped his fingers on his trouser pocket, feeling as if Gu Fan's entire world was already in his hands. Li Ying hurried forward and grabbed Su Rubing's wrist. Ruobing, if Fan ever does something wrong, tell me, and he'll give him a good scolding. Divorce is not something to take lightly. Mom, Su Rubing's lips trembled, but no complete sentence came out. At that moment, the little girl she clung to Su Rubing's leg, crying loudly, Mommy, please don't divorce Daddy, while the child's tiny fingernails dug into Su Rubing's calf, tears dripping onto her skirt, burning a numb spot in her chest. Hesitating, a flashback surged through Su Rubing's mind, her first meeting with Gu Fan. That night, she was working at a bar, bothered by a drunk man, when Gu Fan burst in like a storm and knocked the greasy man to the ground. After that, no one dared to bully her anymore. Her life seemed to have a winning streak ever since, sailing smoothly all the way to her billions, and none of it was without Gu Fan's involvement. Yet, Gu Fan's shady underworld ties always left her uneasy. Her true first love was Yi Chun, the unchanging shadow of her youth. Su Ruobing felt that meeting Gu Fan had cut off the brightest corner of her adolescence. She had married him out of gratitude, not love. Well done, Gu Fan. Su Ruozhou crossed her arms, voice sharp. I didn't expect you to even use the child. No wonder you've been poisoning Shishi all along. How can you be so despicable? Sis, don't fall for his tricks. That man's street smart and dirty. Marrying him is a stain, and you must cut him off now. Ruobing, you're just too kind. Lin Tang stepped up to advise. You have to listen to Mom this time. You have to sign the agreement today. Your career is just taking off. You can't be dragged down by someone like him. She nudged Su Mingyuan, Su Rubing's father. Go on, convince your daughter. Li Ying's voice trembled as she choked back tears, looking at Su Mingyuan. Dear father-in-law, you were the one who pushed for their marriage back then. It's just a quarrel, please try to persuade Ruobing. Su Mingyuan adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his voice calm and low. Times change. We have given Gu Fan chances before, but they're no longer on the same level. This relationship really has to end. His gaze landed on Su Ruobing as he said each word deliberately. Ruobing, if you hesitate to break it off, you'll only bring chaos upon yourself. Ruobing, you really have to listen to Uncle and Auntie. Don't hesitate. Yi Chun jumped in eagerly, barely able to contain his excitement. Ruobing, Mom is begging you on her knees. For Shizi's sake, don't divorce. Fan really loves you, you know. As a mother, I understand better than anyone that Xiao Fan truly gave him everything. Li Ying's voice was hoarse, tears streaming down her cheeks. Xiao Fan once told me marrying you was the greatest honor of his life. For you, he'd give up everything. In this lifetime, all he wants is to protect you and Cici, their little family, and nothing else. Her knees suddenly buckled as if all her strength drained away, and she nearly collapsed to the floor. Su Ruobing and Gu Fan hurried forward, supporting her on either side. At the doorway, Lin Tang sneered, his biting voice exploding across the living room. Like mother, like son. Ruobing, can you see their true faces now? They're trying to guilt-trip you. If you give in, you'll fall into their trap, and our whole Su family will be drained dry by these parasites. Before his words could even fade, Yi Chun stepped forward and grabbed Su Rubing's arm. Ruobing, don't be afraid while I'm here. They'll do everything to protect you. I won't let that mother and son bully you. Su Mingyuan's deep voice cut through the chaos. Ruobing, take out the divorce papers and have Gu Fan sign them. Su Ruozhou chimed in angrily. Sister, there's nothing to hesitate about. That toad Gu Fan never deserved. Yoha should have left the Su family long ago. Su Ruozhou, shut up. Su Ruoxue, who had been standing there in shock, finally snapped out of it and stepped in front of Gu Fan. Sister, why do you have to divorce brother-in-law? No one has done for you what he's done all these years. Don't act impulsively once it's over. There's no going back. Her voice choked with emotion. You don't even realize how much you depend on him. Your white moonlight can't even compare to a finger of brother-in-law's. Ruoxue, How can you say that about Yichen? Su Rubing's face darkened. He's no less than Gu Fan. Silence hung heavy in the air. Su Ruobing exhaled slowly and took out the documents she had prepared in advance, pushing them toward Gu Fan. Let's keep some dignity for each other and sign. They'll give you 5 million, enough to live without worry. Cece will stay with me, but I won't stop you from seeing her. The thick stack of papers spread out on the coffee table bore 4 glaring characters. Divorce agreement. How could this be? Liang widened her eyes as though all the air had been knocked out of her. She sank heavily to the floor, her gaze vacant before she lost consciousness and collapsed completely. Mom. Gu Fan's throat tightened, a sharp pain piercing his chest like a needle. He hurriedly dialed emergency services and knelt beside Liang, feeling her pulse with trembling fingers and only breathing slightly easier when he confirmed she was still alive. Su Ruobing rushed forward. Gu Fan, I didn't mean for this. I know a specialist from the first hospital. I'll get him to see your mom right away. No. Gu Fan's gaze snapped up, cold as ice, and he shoved her sharply. Su Ruobing staggered back, nearly falling, staring blankly at the man standing before her. It was the first time Gu Fan had shown such unforgiving coldness to her. The distance between them was like a bottomless chasm, tearing them apart forever. His voice was low and devoid of warmth. And from this moment on, you're forbidden from calling her mom. You don't deserve it. At the very instant his mother lost consciousness, so did his heart towards Su Ruobing. Su Ruobing stood frozen in place. Gu Fan had never spoken to her with such cold cruelty before. She looked at the man before her, his expression sharp and hard, as if he were a completely different person. Gu Fan, how can you be so ungrateful? Lin Tang immediately cut in sharply, her gaze ruthless. I'm warning you, if something really happens to your mother, don't try to blame us. This has nothing to do with us. Mom, please stop. Su Ruoshua frowned and tried to intervene. What's wrong with me speaking the truth? Lin Tang snorted. Luckily, you divided your assets clearly before marriage, or else divorcing now would be a mess. The cold white light in the living room cast a harsh glow on everyone's sullen faces. Su Ruobing took a deep breath and placed a divorce agreement on the coffee table. Her voice was low but resolute. Gu Fan, as long as you sign, Cece will stay with me. Besides that, you can ask for anything you want, and if I can do it, I will. I hope we can end this chapter cleanly, maybe someday even be friends. Sister, what are you talking about? Su Ruox's eyes reddened. Don't you remember it was your brother-in-law who gave you the startup capital to open your first club? When the company ran into trouble, he single-handedly negotiated and nearly got hurt. He saved you from disaster. You forget all that. Ruoshua, stop. Su Ruobing cut her off, her gaze sharp as a blade. Gu Fan did help me, but I already repaid all that years ago. Plus, this 5 million is enough to repay the debt from back then. Sis, how could you be like this? If it weren't for your brother-in-law, where would you be? Where would our family be? You're so ungrateful. Su Ruoshua choked on her words. Enough. You're living in the past. We need to stand in the present and look to the future, Su Ruobing said with unprecedented finality. Gu Fan and I were never meant to be. If you take the wrong path, your GPS recalculates life is the same. It's time for me to start over. She looked fondly toward Yi Chun as if he was where she truly belonged. Su Ruoshua shook her head, voice hoarse. Sister, if you go through with this divorce, you'll regret it. You don't even understand your own heart. I will never regret it. Even if I do, I'll accept it. Su Ruobing raised her eyes to meet Gu Fan's. Yet her heart ached suddenly, as if something precious was slipping away. Leaning casually on the sofa, Yi Chun watched the drama unfold and murmured under his breath, 5 million is a lot, but still a bargain. To him, once he and Su Ruobing were together, everything in the Su family would be his. This sum was just money taken from his future pocket. She was already planning how to win it back. Mom, Dad, please don't fight, don't divorce. Cece is so scared. 5-year-old Gu Cece could no longer hold back, tears falling like pearls. Her tiny hands clutched tightly at Su Rubing's dress. Lin Tang's brow furrowed, fearing Su Ruobing might be softened by her daughter's distress. She promptly ordered, Ruoshua, take Cece back to the room. Glancing at Gu Fan with utter disdain, Lin Tang thought to herself that she had long lost respect for him. The old Gu Fan was somewhat useful, so she turned a blind eye before, but now that the Su family was rising and Su Rubing's career was booming, Gu Fan was completely worthless and should have been kicked out long ago. Su Ruoshua picked up Cece and approached Gu Fan. Brother-in-law, my sister was tricked. She just hasn't come to terms with it yet. Give her some time, and she'll realize she was wrong. Ruoshua, it's truly over between me and your sister, Gu Fan said in a low voice. He flipped through the divorce agreement casually, barely glancing over the custody clause regarding Cece. His tone was cold. As I said before, I'll sign the divorce, and I don't want anything else, but I will not give up custody of Cece. Gu Fan, you can't take good care of Cece with your situation. Su Ruobing looked up, trying to keep her emotions steady. If you really want what's best for Cece, then you should let her stay with me. I won't let Cece change her surname no matter what. You'll always be her father. Gu Fan shook his head gently, his voice dropping even lower. Su Ruobing, Do you really think what you have now is everything you're entitled to? What do you mean? Fine. Gu Fan wrote a line in the blank space of the agreement. Add this to custody. After 1 year, whoever has more assets gets custody of Cece. During that year, Cece will live with the Su family, but I won't allow anyone irrelevant to contact her. Who are you calling irrelevant? Yi Chen's face darkened at the words, his anger rising. All right, I agree. Su Ruobing barely hesitated. He'll have someone revise the agreement right away. Tomorrow we'll go to the registry to file for divorce. After the 1 month cooling off period, we'll part ways for good. In her eyes, even 100 years wouldn't be enough for Gu Fan's assets to surpass hers. She now controlled a vast business empire and was far from the helpless girl who once needed Gu Fan's protection. Sis, brother-in-law Su Roashua hugged Gu Cece tightly, her eyes quickly filling with tears. Gu Fan ruffled his niece's hair, his tone gentle but resolute. Roashua, I'm counting on you to take good care of Cece from now on. He'll come to see her twice a week. After 1 year, I will take her away. Brother-in-law, is there really no chance between you and my sister? Su Roashua clung to hope one last time. Gu Fan's gaze grew dim as he shook his head lightly. When all the love you had is treated like trash, there's no point in holding on. People can make a fool of themselves once, but not forever. Just then, the wailing siren of an ambulance pierced the night outside. Gu Fan picked up his frail mother, hiding his worry deep beneath his calm expression. He spoke softly to the still sobbing Cece. Be good, Cece. Daddy is taking Grandma to the hospital. Eat well and sleep well, okay? Daddy will come to get you soon. Okay. Cece promises, Daddy. The little girl nodded firmly, clutching her dress tightly. Su Roashua took a pre-written check from her bag and handed it over. Hey, race 5 million. You can withdraw it at any bank. At the same time, she also passed Gu Fan the revised agreement. Gu Fan took them, his eyes lingering briefly on the check. Then, the next second, he tore it to pieces, letting it flutter to the ground. After quickly signing the agreement, he pocketed his copy and curled a cold smile. Su Ruobing, I made you from penniless to Jiang's house top heiress. I can just as easily take it all away from you. Gu Fan, what do you mean? Is this your pride talking? Drop your pathetic ego. Take this 5 million, you can still live decently. Times have changed. Your old tricks won't work anymore. Su Rubing's face flushed with disappointment. The more stubborn Gu Fan seemed, the more pitiful he appeared. Su Ruobing, you don't understand a thing. You'll regret this for the rest of your life. With that, Gu Fan refused to linger another moment in the mansion. Carrying his mother and clutching the agreement, he walked into the night without looking back. A dream called love. It's time to wake up. Back then, he fell in love with Su Ruobing at first sight, believing she embodied all the beauty in the world. Driven by this obsession, he was willing to give up everything just to silently protect her from behind. Now, that burning passion had twisted into a sickening disgust. There was no love left in Gu Fan's heart. Stepping out of the Su family villa, Gu Fan carefully helped his mother into the ambulance as the urgent wail of sirens pierced the night. Gu Fan, why don't you ride with me to the hospital? Su Ruobing quickly pulled out her phone and dialed. I already contacted Dr. Li and arranged a bed. I won't let Mom suffer anything. Gu Fan shot her a cold glance. If it weren't for you, she wouldn't have fainted in the first place. Don't pretend to care, he right only makes me more disgusted. You might as well stay. Go be happy with your long-lost white moonlight. His voice dropped low. And I told you before, don't call her mom again. Did you hear me? Su Rubing's expression immediately turned icy. Gu Fan, what happened to you? Even if we can't be husband and wife, we can still be friends. After all, you're Cece's father. If you ever need help, as long as I can, I'll be there. No need, Gu Fan said coldly. Gu Fan, you disappoint me so much. Su Ruobing inwardly felt relieved she had ultimately chosen Yi Chun instead of settling with Gu Fan. Seeing this, Yi Chun smugly said loud enough for all to hear, Ruobing, you're just too kind. Some people don't deserve sympathy. Let them fend for themselves. Come on, let's go back and eat. This mother and son's problems are none of our business anymore. Su Ruobing hesitated for a moment. No, Gu Fan's mom has treated me well. I was partly at fault today. Yi Chun, sorry, I can't join you for the welcome dinner. I have to go to the hospital. He'll go with you. Thank you, Yi Chun. Su Ruobing squeezed his arm gratefully. Gu Fan's expression remained calm, but his chest felt as if sealed tight with concrete. Nothing Su Ruobing did stirred a reaction in him. He looked at Su Ruobing, his voice heavy. Remember my words, don't let Yi Chun near Cece. If he does, he'll take her away immediately. You won't stop me if I decide to do something. Su Ruobing frowned slightly. Gu Fan, I really don't understand why you're so hostile to Yi Chun. You think I want a divorce because of him? It has nothing to do with him. Gu Fan raised his hand to cut her off. That doesn't matter. Just remember what I said. Yi Chun sneered. Who do you think you are? Outside this villa, you are nothing. Ruobing, don't listen to him. Su Ruobing nodded slightly and turned to get the car keys. At the garage entrance, just as she started the car to take Yi Chun to the hospital, a roaring engine suddenly rushed up. The convertible Lamborghini skidded to a halt right before Gu Fan, exhaust fumes billowing. The door swung open, and a stunning woman stepped out. dressed in a classic Chanel jacket, a tight skirt, and black high heels. She tossed her brown waves and smiled brightly. Fan Gu, heading to the hospital? Want a ride? Gu Fan's eyes sharpened. Lin Xiaowan, what are you doing here? When Lin Xiaowan appeared, Su Rubing's face turned icy cold. Lin Xiaowan was acknowledged by Su Ruobing as her archrival. They were both among the four beauties of Jiangzhou, and their companies competed fiercely in overlapping markets. Their rivalry was a matter of survival. Their personalities clashed like fire and ice, and every encounter was a battle of sharp words. To make matters more intense, Lin Xiaowan's villa was right next door to Su Rubing's, so they ran into each other constantly, deepening their mutual hostility. So this is the white moonlight Sister Ruobing talks about so much? Not bad looking at all, Lin Xiaowan said with a sly smile, batting her eyelashes at Yi Chun. That flirtatious glance was like a spark landing in a frying pan. Yi Chun's heart ignited instantly. Su Ruobing carried an icy, aloof aura, but Lin Xiaowan's warmth and boldness stirred his instincts far more. He forced himself to stay calm, but inside he was burning. If only he could have them both. Swallowing hard, he quietly thanked his lucky stars that returning home had been the right choice. Suppressing her anger, Su Ruobing asked in a low voice, Lin Xiaowan, what exactly are you doing here? Lin Xiaowan waved a hand coquettishly, a seductive smile playing on her lips. Oh, didn't I just say? I'm here to take Fan Ge to the hospital. Andy hasn't been feeling well. I'm really worried. I've booked the best doctor at the first hospital and arranged a VIP room. You don't have to worry about Auntie's situation, Sister Ruobing. I've got it all covered. As she spoke, she swayed her slender waist and stepped toward Gu Fan. Though nervous inside, her voice was soft and teasing. Fan Ge, let's go see Annie together, okay? Gu Fan hesitated a moment, then nodded and got into the passenger seat without even glancing at Su Ruobing. Gu Fan, get out of the car. Su Ruobing bit her lip, her chest tightening painfully. Lin Xiaowan was her sworn enemy, yet Gu Fan had just gotten into her rival's car. No matter how much Lin Xiaowan tried to seduce him before, Gu Fan had never responded like this. Gu Fan replied coolly, we've already signed the divorce papers. On what grounds are you ordering me out of the car? Su Ruobing faltered, speechless. It was true they were divorced. She had no right to stop him from getting in whoever's car he wanted. You're divorced? Lin Xiaowan's heart pounded wildly, almost bursting through her chest. Happiness had arrived too suddenly. The chance she had long awaited was finally here. If it weren't for the crowd watching, she might have cried on the spot. She had thought there was no hope, and yet Su Ruobing had loosened her grip so quickly. So what if we are? Su Ruobing, noticing Lin Xiaowan's excitement, looked puzzled. Did Lin Xiaowan like Gu Fan? Impossible. They were equal both among the four beauties of Jiangzhou. Why would she choose Gu Fan, now stripped of everything? No harm done. Lin Xiaowan stifled her joy, her tone soft enough to drip with sweetness. Then congratulations, Sister Ruobing. Just don't regret it, okay? You don't love Fanjul, I do. In her mind, she bloomed like a brilliant flower. Su Ruobing was utterly foolish to give up Gu Fan for some unattainable ideal. She knew nothing about the man she once claimed as hers. Lin Xiaowan glanced at Yi Chun once more, then slid into the driver's seat of the Lamborghini. She looked fondly at Gu Fan and said, Fan Ge, let's go. She pressed the accelerator, the engine roared, and the black sports car shot out of the intersection, leaving only the rushing sound of its exhaust behind. In the rearview mirror, Su Rubing's emotions were left flapping in the wind. Since Gu Fan signed the divorce papers, he hadn't spared her a single glance. That deliberate cold distance felt like a thin needle piercing her chest, throbbing with pain. Was divorcing him a mistake? She instantly rejected the thought. No, Yi Chun is the one I want. Su Ruobing suppressed the whirlwind of emotions and started the car, speeding off toward the hospital. Ying's condition still weighed heavily on her heart. Inside the car, Yi Chun turned slightly toward her, his voice soft but urgent. Ruobing, can I stay at your place tonight? Su Ruobing stared straight ahead, her gaze following the distant Lamborghini, calmly replying, I already booked a hotel for you. But I want to be with you. I don't want to leave you even for a minute. Yi Chun leaned in a little closer, his tone dripping with affection that felt a little too much in the confined space. Su Rubing's mind flickered with an image of Gu Fan, and she frowned without meaning to. Later, the 1-month cooling-off period isn't over. Let's keep our distance to avoid gossip. Yi Chun's heart sank. Had long been eager to win over Su Ruobing, and then charm Lin Xiaowan too. He had been coveting both beauties for a while. But on the surface, he forced himself to mask his impatience. Okay, they'll wait for you. Then he asked, what's Lin Xiaowan's relationship with Gu Fan? I don't know either. Su Ruobing shook her head, recalling, after I moved into the lakeside villa, she suddenly spent a fortune to buy the place next door and keeps arranging run-ins. I guess she's targeting me. Yi Chun relaxed. I see. I thought Lin Xiaowan might have some shady secret with Gu Fan. But with her taste, why would she go for Gu Fan? Thinking of the flirty looks Lin Xiaowan gave him only made him more certain she was signaling to him. Meanwhile, in the convertible Lamborghini, the wind whipped around. Lin Xiaowan gripped the steering wheel and stole a glance at Gu Fan. Fan Ge, Are you really divorcing Ruobing now? Gu Fan nodded. We'll file at the registry tomorrow. It'll be official a month from now. That's great. She blurted, then hurriedly looked down. Nothing, never mind. Summoning courage, she continued. So where do you plan to stay? Not sure yet. You should stay at my place right next to the Su family villa. That way, it'll be easy to look after Cece. If anyone bullies her, you can get there right away. Her voice lowered as memories surged. Fangood, don't forget, you saved my life. If it weren't for you, I'd have ended up as a pawn for those traffickers. Recalling that stormy night trapped in an iron cage, about to be branded a slave, Lin Ziwen's knuckles turned white. Gu Fan had busted in, knocked down the traffickers, and handed her money that gave her a second chance at life. That scene was etched deep in her heart. She was deeply in love with him, but after he married, she could only watch from afar. Now that he was single again, she gathered her last bit of courage. Fango, can we pretend to be together, just to annoy Ruobing? Gu Fan pondered living at her villa would indeed make it easier to care for their 5-year-old daughter Zixahis' whole world. He didn't answer immediately. Let me think about it. The hospital building glowed brightly. The Lamborghini came to a stop as Gu Fan and Lin Xiaowan stepped out. Moments later, Su Ruobing and Yi Chen's car arrived as well. Fango, let's go in. Andy will be fine. Lin Xiaowan took a deep breath and linked her arm with Gu Fan's, her heart pounding fiercely. Her eyes swept towards Su Ruobing, a challenging look flashing through them. Ruobing, Auntie is fine as long as Fango and I are here. You're so busy, why don't you head back first? Lin Ziwen's voice was captivating as she nestled close to Gu Fan. The cold white lights of the hospital corridor cast a stark glow on them, their intimate posture stabbing at Su Ruobing's heart with sharp pain. She stepped forward fiercely and shouted, Lin Xiaowan, let go of Gu Fan. Lin Xiaowan lifted her eyes and snorted coldly. Why should I? Su Ruobing bit her lip, turning her accusation towards Gu Fan. Gu Fan, can't you see Lin Xiaowan is deliberately getting close to you? Do you really think she cares about you? She's just trying to provoke me. Can't you see that clearly? Gu Fan's expression remained calm, but his voice carried a distant chill. So what if she is? Su Ruobing swallowed her rising anger. Gu Fan, even if we're divorced, you don't have to sink so low. You weren't like this before. Ruobing sister, you say that, and it upsets me. Lin Xiaowan tossed her long hair and tilted her head slightly, smiling charmingly at Su Ruobing. How is being with Fan sinking low? And she emphasized each word deliberately. My feelings for Fan are genuine. I'm not here just to rile you up. You're overestimating yourself. Su Ruobing clenched her fists, pain knotting her chest. Suddenly, she snorted coldly, I'm going to see Mom. Without waiting, she turned abruptly toward the ward, but Gu Fan raised his hand to block her path. Gu Fan, what are you doing? Su Ruobing demanded sharply. No matter what's between us, I'll never forget how good Mom has been to me. I have to see she's okay before I can have peace of mind. Don't stop me. In the icy corridor, she couldn't understand the strange man before her. The Gu Fan who once obeyed her every word had become someone else. Gu Fan's gaze was indifferent. If you really remembered how good Mom was to you, you wouldn't have brought your mistress here to ask for a divorce at her big birthday celebration. Gu Fan, why can't you understand me? I didn't mean it. Whether you meant it or not, it's done, Gu Fan said flatly but with biting cold. Go ahead. From now on, you have no connection to our family. Su Ruobing stared angrily at his heartless face. Gu Fan, you know how much I care about Mom. Yet you're trying to punish me like this, aren't you? Even if you step back, she is Shizai's grandmother. It's only right for me to visit her. You have no right to stop me. Gu Fan stayed firm. His tone suddenly hardened. Su Ruobing, are you incapable of understanding simple words? What did you say? Su Ruobing froze. This was the first time Gu Fan had spoken to her with such hostility. The gentle, tender man she had loved seemed drained away, replaced by a cold, hard shell. She could barely breathe. This place doesn't welcome you, get lost. Gu Fan spat the word cruelly. Get lost. Su Ruobing's body trembled slightly, as if the world was tearing apart. She never imagined Gu Fan would ever tell her to get lost. Where had the man who once loved her with unwavering devotion gone? At that moment, a voice filled with anger echoed from the end of the corridor. Gu Fan, you really have no shame. Yi Chun hurried toward them, wanting to show how much of a man he was in front of Su Ruobing. How did Ruobing ever fall for someone like you? If I hadn't been late coming back, you'd never have bullied her like this. Though his words were harsh, he didn't dare get too close to Gu Fan. The memory of that brutal fight still haunted his bones. He grabbed Su Ruobing's arm. Ruobing, let's go. Yi Chun had never liked that Su Ruobing came to the hospital to visit Gu Fan's mother. The earlier confrontation between Su Ruobing and Lin Xiaowan over Gu Fan only made him more upset. Now, he naturally wanted to get her away as quickly as possible, preferably to a hotel to settle things once and for all. When Yi Chun reached out to grab Su Ruobing, she subtly slipped away, never letting him touch her slender waist. His hand froze in midair, his cheeks flushed. Throughout the journey back, he had tried several times to make skin contact with Su Ruobing, but she always deftly avoided him. Now, he hadn't even brushed a single fingertip against her. Su Ruobing had no time to care about Yi Chen's awkwardness. Her eyes were clear and deep as they fixed firmly on Gu Fan. Gu Fan, I never realized how petty you really are. I'm truly disappointed in you. When you're not around, I'll come visit mom again. Ruobing, maybe you shouldn't come tomorrow either, Lin Xiaowan said, linking her arm with Su Rubing's. She winked at Yi Chun, then coaxed softly, what if you upset Andy again? Today's such an important day. Your white moonlight has just returned to the country. Don't neglect her. Don't worry about Andy. He'll take good care of her. Her voice lowered slightly before delivering a cutting remark. If you want to cut ties, might as well do it cleanly. That's more like your usual decisive style, isn't it, Ruobing? Su Ruobing clenched her teeth in frustration and gave Lin Xiaowan a fierce glare, but found no way to argue. She could only say coldly, let's go. She turned and beckoned Yi Chun. Yi Chun gave a non-committal hum and, as they left, threw Lin Xiaowan a flirtatious glance. Confidently, he thought, Lin Xiaowan must be jealous of Su Ruobing. As the campus heartthrob, he believed he had a charm that could make any woman fall for him at first sight. His mind raced with plans. First win over Su Ruobing and take control of the Su family enterprise, then court Lin Xiaowan and have the best of both worlds. Wouldn't that be perfect? Just as he was daydreaming about having both women, Su Ruobing suddenly stopped and turned back to Gu Fan. She spat, tomorrow at 9, marriage registration office. Don't be late. They'll be there on time, Gu Fan replied calmly, but with resolute determination. Su Rubing's heart skipped, yet she stubbornly raised her chin. Good. Don't make excuses for being late or forgetting your documents. Yi Chun quickly chimed in. Yeah, Gu Fan. Don't even think about dragging out the divorce process with underhanded tricks. You can rest assured, Gu Fan said with a cool gaze. Su Ruobing met those indifferent eyes and felt a pang in her heart. She looked away and left the hospital with Yi Chun, silently telling herself, I'm not wrong, and I will never regret this. Gu Fan and Lin Xiaowan moved into the VIP ward for high-ranking officials. Dr. Zhou, director of the cardiology department, had just finished a thorough checkup on Liang. Removing his stethoscope, he said solemnly, Ms. Lin, Mr. Gu, Liang is out of danger for now, but must avoid intense emotional stress going forward. I've prescribed some medication, just make sure she takes it on schedule. Thank you, Director Zhou. They'll come by personally to express my gratitude another day, Lin Xiaowan replied with a nod. Don't mention it, Ms. Lin, Dr. Zhou said with a courteous smile. Then, looking curiously at Gu Fan, he thought to himself, with Ms. Lin deploying such extensive connections to secure the hospital's top equipment and this exclusive ward for the patient, Mr. Gu must be someone very extraordinary. A few minutes later, a glamorous woman adorned in gold and jewels, dressed in a dazzlingly luxurious outfit, and clicking confidently in high heels, strode into the hospital room. Upon seeing Gu Fan, she immediately shouted, Gu Fan, how could you let mom end up in the hospital? How are you taking care of her? Gu Fan looked up to see that the visitor was his sister, Gu Ming. She had married into a wealthy family years ago and had nearly cut off ties with their birth family. She only gave their mother, Li Ying, token greetings on holidays. Thinking of the idea of asking her to help care for their mother, Gu Fan frowned and dismissed it immediately. How's mom doing? Gu Ming glanced at Li Ying, who was sleeping in the hospital bed. She's out of danger. Just needs a few more days to rest before discharge, Gu Fan replied calmly. That's good. Gu Ming paused, then asked, I heard you're getting divorced from Su Ruobing? Yeah. I told you a marriage where the man's weak and the woman's strong won't last. You insisted on marrying Su Ruobing, and now look at you left with nothing. None of them are good people. Gu Ming shook her head with a sigh. What's your plan now? And don't ask me for money or to look after mom. I'm barely holding my own in that rich family. Maybe once I'm stable, I can help you a little. Gu Fan was indifferent, his voice low. They'll stabilize things first, then fight for custody of Cece. I think you should just let Cece stay with Su Ruobing. Gu Ming raised an eyebrow. She may not be good to you, but she's decent to Cece. Don't ruin the kid's chance to be a rich second generation. If Cece stays with you, she might be dragged into more fights and drama. How can you say that? Lin Xiaowan snapped, unable to hold back her anger. Only then did Gu Ming seriously look Lin Xiaowan over. Finding her strikingly beautiful and elegant, she clicked her tongue twice. Gu Fan, already with a new girl before divorce? No wonder you're the real family heir. She pulled back her gaze and began to turn away, but suddenly stopped, took off her gold necklace and earrings, and stuffed them into Gu Fan's hand. This is the only help I can give. You'll have to take care of mom. Also, don't contact me much, me in-laws hate having birth family involved. She trailed off, spat disdainfully, and clicked away on her heels. Watching his sisters retreating back, Gu Fan clenched the jewelry in his hand and sighed helplessly. Night had already fallen. Fan Gu, should we head home or find a bar to have a drink? Lin Xiaowan asked eagerly. Let's go to a bar. All right. The Lamborghini roared away and soon arrived at the nightless bar. Just as they stepped out, they spotted Su Ruobing and Yi Chun entering under the neon lights. What a coincidence. Again with you. Yi Chun's face darkened. He had finally persuaded Su Ruobing to have a couple of drinks, planning to get her drunk and take her straight to a hotel to make things official. But Gu Fan showed up, arm in arm with the stunning Lin Xiaowan. Compared to that, Yi Chun and Su Ruobing barely touched. Whenever he got close, she stepped back reflexively, making any contact impossible. Yi Chun simmered with frustration, vowing to punish the drunken Su Ruobing later. Ruobing, what a coincidence. Lin Xiaowan greeted warmly, putting her arm around Gu Fan. Su Ruobing's brows knitted slightly. Gu Fan, are you stalking me? You're mistaken, Gu Fan replied calmly. No need to explain. Su Ruobing cut him off coldly. You and Lin Xiaowan acting together to annoy Medhat's just childish. Gu Fan, when will you grow up? Su Ruobing glared at Gu Fan with accusation in her eyes. A flash of sharp light passed through Yi Chen's gaze before he loudly warned. Gu Fan, you and Ruobing have already signed the divorce papers. It's best to keep your distance. Ruobing will never change her mind, and she won't get jealous just because there's another woman by your side. Your little schemes only make you look like a fool. Come on, let's go inside. Gu Fan remained silent, unwilling to say another word. Great. Lin Xiaowan smiled brightly, linking her arm with Gu Fan's as she pushed the door open. Under the flashing neon lights, her appearance immediately drew countless eyes. In a private booth, Lin Xiaowan ordered the strongest cocktails and pressed Gu Fan close to her side. No one could see her true thoughts. If Gu Fan got drunk tonight, caught in the heat between them, perhaps she could have him. His purity was something she never minded giving to this man. The rescue on that rainy night had already branded Gu Fan deep in her heart, leaving no room for anyone else. Fanji, what are you planning to do next? If you want, I can transfer all the company shares to you. She raised her glass and downed it in one smooth sip. Tonight, she felt freer than ever. You don't have to do this. You owe me nothing. Gu Fan only took a sip himself. The fiery liquor burned down his throat, but the melancholy in his heart gradually turned into a strange relief. Without realizing it, his long-standing bottleneck was beginning to loosen. Lin Ziwen's eyes darkened. Fanji, do you still love Sister Ruobing? With your ability, getting her back wouldn't be hard. If you need me, I'll help you. Her voice was soft, yet serious. She didn't want Gu Fan to look back, but if that's what would make him happy, she could let go. My whole life, I've only ever been moved once. That time is over. Ruobing and we are done. But what if one day Ruobing regrets it and begs you to come back? Lin Xiaowan stared at him intently. A good horse doesn't go back to the grass it's already eaten. Gu Fan's eyes darkened coldly. There's no chance for us anymore. And besides, he said with lethal determination, I will personally destroy everything she has. Then I'll help you. Lin Xiaowan slammed the table, her tone fierce. Everyone knows you're the one holding up her business empire. Without you, her tricks wouldn't keep it running this big. Once you step away, let's see how fast her empire crumbles. Meanwhile, Su Ruobing and Yi Chun sat across from each other in another booth, separated by just one seat. Yi Chun had his strong drink ready, prepared to confess his years of longing, but he noticed that Ruobing's gaze was fixed on Gu Fan, unable to look away. He called her name several times before she snapped back, her expression stiffening. Any observer could tell she was jealous. But wasn't it her own decision to divorce Gu Fan in the first place? Yi Chun cursed inwardly, but forced a smile. Ruobing, come on, let's toast. Celebrate your escape from misery. And celebrate that after all these years, we're finally together again. I'm grateful to fate for making sure we didn't miss each other in the end. When Su Ruobing raised her glass, her face showed almost no emotion. Lowering her voice, she explained to Yi Chun, being with Gu Fan wasn't a living hell. We just had incompatible personalities, so it ended amicably. Yi Chun's mouth twitched a few times, forcing a dry laugh as he agreed. Ruobing, you're right. Cheers. But he only lightly tapped his glass, saying, I won't drink. I still have to drive later. Su Ruobing reminded him, just get a designated driver. Today's a double celebration. It's rare to be this happy. Even if you don't get drunk, you have to have a few drinks. Noticing her hesitation, Yi Chun stepped in and called a driver for her. Su Ruobing struggled to sort out her emotions. Logically, after divorcing Gu Fan and rekindling things with her white moonlight, Yi Chun, she should feel relaxed. Yet, seeing Gu Fan and Lin Xiaowan laughing together with an unmistakable intimacy left a heavy stone lodged in her chest. She was certain she held no feelings for Gu Fan, but the unease churned restlessly in her veins. Could it be true that you don't know what you had until it's gone? She immediately dismissed the thought. Impossible. Even if she didn't choose Yi Chun, she would never return to Gu Fan. This marriage was already dead in all but name. More than Gu Fan's gentleness, she desired a man who commanded power and stood at the top. Gu Fan, a man discarded by the times and who had once dabbled in shady circles, was exactly the type she despised most. Hey beautiful, can I get your number? A guy with bleached blonde hair and ripped jeans staggered over, his eyes shamelessly scanning Su Ruobing as he spoke lewdly. Su Ruobing raised an eyebrow. Before she could respond, Yi Chun had already had enough. He sprang up and slapped the blonde hard across the face. Smack! The sudden slap sent a burning sting across half the guy's face. Yi Chun stood tall and sneered. Who do you trash think you are? Scram. He felt this slap was utterly cool, sure to win over countless girls' hearts. Maybe tonight he could win Su Rubing's affection with his hero saves the beauty act. His possessiveness toward her had reached its peak. Yi Chun maintained a gentlemanly smile as his eyes flicked toward Lin Xiaowan, silently showing her that he was leagues above Gu Fan. The blonde's eyes bloodshot with rage as he glared. You dare hit me? Yi Chun took 2 steps back under the killing intent, but soon hardened his expression. So what if I hit you? Do you even know who you just messed with? I'm from Yi Corporation, and she's the CEO of Shengshi Group. Hitting you is me showing mercy. Yi Chun, that's enough. Su Ruobing gently tugged his sleeve. She didn't want any more trouble. The blonde grit his teeth and spat. Yes? Shengshi? Fine. Just you wait. He glared fiercely at both before storming off. Watching the guy leave, Yi Chun patted his own chest confidently. Ruobing, as long as I'm here, no one will dare mess with you. Su Ruobing nodded, but her gaze involuntarily drifted back to Gu Fan. Since the blonde appeared, she had been discreetly watching Gu Fan's reaction, but he hadn't glanced their way once. That coldness was like a sharp thorn in her heart. How could he be so heartless right after the divorce? She really had misjudged him. She pulled her gaze away and softened her voice toward Yi Chun. Yi Chun, maybe we should leave? That guy won't give up easily. You just got back to the country and don't know the power dynamics in Jiangzhou. Yi Chun shook his head. Don't worry, with me around, nothing will happen. I'm just back and have so much to tell you. Su Ruobing hesitated, then remembered Gu Fan's warning. Gu Fan said this bar's backers are complicated. Yi Chun cut her off impatiently. Again with Gu Fan. Ruobing, you're divorced now. He's just a small-time thug, what does he know? With our standing, why worry about some lowlife? Yi Chun shouted almost instinctively. Su Ruobing pressed her lips tightly but said nothing, her expression cold and impassive like a mirror. On the other side, Lin Xiaowan, who had been listening attentively all along, raised her glass and lightly tapped it against Gu Fan's. This Yi Chun is pretty domineering, she said with a smile, lowering her voice. He's probably itching to show off in front of Su Ruobing. But he's a bit foolish, probably doesn't know who he's messing with yet. Su Ruobing is very well protected by you, Fan Ge. Fan Ge, do you know who's really behind this never sleep bar? Gu Fan shook his head, his gaze fixed on the amber liquid in his glass. No, and I don't care to know. Tonight, I'm just here to drink. Then I'll keep you company, Fan Ge. We won't stop until we're drunk. Lin Xiaowan said as she deliberately moved closer to Gu Fan, the subtle scent of her perfume drifting on the breeze. At the bar's other end, Yi Chun was still urging Su Ruobing to drink, just as he was getting animated, when a chilling killing intent suddenly hit them like a wall. A man with blonde hair lowered his voice but showed a proud smile as he followed behind a strong man in a suit, pointing a finger. Big brother, it's them. I don't mind taking a slap, but my face represents your honor. Li Tianhua, who messed with him? The crowd immediately murmured in shock. Instantly, half the patrons at the Never Sleep bar turned their eyes sharply towards Su Ruobing and Yi Chun. Everyone familiar with the underworld knew the weight behind the name Li Tianhua. He ranked third in the provincial college entrance exam, earning him the nickname Tianhua. More importantly, he's a typical suit-wearing enforcer who, through ruthless ferocity, carved out his own turf in the underworld dominated by powerful gangs. Behind Li Tianhua, a dozen cold-faced thugs spread out, radiating a blood-stained aura of danger. Under the lights, their eyes looked like daggers, chilling anyone who met their gaze to the bone. Under the intense pressure, sweat beaded on Yi Chun's forehead, his Adam's apple bobbed nervously, and his legs nearly gave out. Forcing a smile, he extended his hand. I'm Yi Chun from the Yi Group. My father is Yi Feng. Yi Chun wasn't stupid, knew if he didn't reveal his background, this wouldn't end well. He couldn't afford to lose face in front of Su Ruobing. Li Tianhua loosened his tie but didn't shake hands, speaking coolly. So you're the son of the Yi Group's owner. My apologies. Yi Chun quietly breathed a sigh of relief. This guy was surprisingly polite. But you hit my men. How are you going to make up for that? If word gets out, what will happen to my reputation? Li Tianhua's voice was calm, but felt like ice water poured over the skin. Yi Chun frowned and said gravely, how about this? They'll pay 100,000 yuan to cover the medical expenses from that slap. Is that acceptable? 100,000? Li Tianhua smiled lightly. Do you think my face is worth only 100,000? If anyone who offends me can just pay 100,000 to settle things, who in this place will still bother to respect me? His words fell like a hammer, and the murderous aura surged sharply, compressing the air itself. Yi Chun was forced back a step, his voice trembling. Then how much do you want? At that moment, regret gnawed at him. Why had he tried to show off? The Yi Group was no longer as strong as it once was, and he wasn't favored in his family. His main mission since returning was to marry Su Ruobing and seize the Su family's assets to establish his influence. Before that happened, he couldn't afford to bring trouble to his family. Li Tianhua stepped forward slowly, eyes like nails pinning him down. Young Master Yi, do you think this is about money? Li Tianhua sneered contemptuously. First of all, a graceful lady deserves a gentleman's attention. My buddy just asked this young lady for her contact information. In a nightclub, that's perfectly normal. If you're unwilling, you could simply say no. My buddy may be a bit impetuous, but he wouldn't persist or force anything. Yet what happened? The dim lights flickered as the deafening beat rolled around the bar. Li swirled the amber liquid in his wine glass, tracing a gentle arc. His tone grew chilly. Yi Xiao slapped my buddy without reason. What? Trying to stomp on my turf? Hearing this, Yi Chen's face turned pale immediately. He lowered his head quickly. It's a misunderstanding. I didn't mean that. I apologize. Before his apology even finished, Li placed his glass on the bar, tapping the surface with his fingertips. What's done is done. You owe an explanation. One sorry won't cut it. His gaze locked tightly on Yi Chen. Hey, race the deal. I won't make things difficult. You'll kneel down and kowtow to my buddy 3 times, crawl under his crotch, let him slap you 3 times, and then this young lady will spend the night with my buddy. Do that, and tonight's matter will be closed. How about that? Each word bore down like a heavy weight, chilling Yi Chen's back. Sweat trickled from his temple as his voice trembled. Big brother, I admit my fault earlier. Could you overlook it this once and not hold a grudge? His eyes flicked to Su Ruobing, trying to hold his ground. He added, even if you don't give me face, my girlfriend is the CEO of Shengshi Media. You've probably heard of her. There's no need to make such a big scene, right? Slap. Before he finished, a crisp slap struck, snapping Yi Chen's head to the side, almost knocking him down. Li flicked his wrist, expression indifferent. Too noisy. He raised his chin. Guards hold him down. Kowtow. 2 agile bodyguards grabbed Yi Chen's arms and forced his knees to the floor. He struggled, but his shoulders felt trapped in iron pincers. Helpless, he let out low growls. Wait. Su Ruobing could bear it no longer and stepped forward quickly. Boss Li, yes, Yi Chen was wrong earlier, but he's paying the price now. Can we just call it quits? She pulled a gilded business card from her clutch and handed it over. Maybe we can collaborate in the future. Li took the card, glanced briefly, then flicked it back onto the table. So you're CEO Su. I hear Shengshi Media has signed many stars. If you bring them here to support my bar someday, it could boost our crowd. His tone shifted cold again. But tonight's matter is non-negotiable. As the boss, I protect my brothers. I hope CEO Su understands. Su Ruobing's beautiful face darkened. She hadn't expected them to show no respect at all. Instinctively, she wanted to call Gu Fan in past situations like this. He could always smooth things over and make the other side apologize. But now Gu Fan wasn't by her side. Boss Li, are you forcing me to call the police? She said, voice controlled but still threatening. Call the police? Li laughed and tapped his chest. I won't mention my connections with the law enforcement. Even on right and wrong, your friend started it first. At worst, we acted in self-defense. The roar of music filled the air as Su Ruobing bit her lip tightly, her heart pounding but refusing to show weakness. She took a deep breath. I know Chen Feng. Old Chen, can you please show some mercy on my friend out of respect for him? Su Ruobing appealed, thinking of her network. Hearing Chen Feng's name, Li Tianhua visibly paused, his gaze lingering deeply on Su Ruobing's face before he asked curiously, how do you know old Chen? Friends introduced us, Su Ruobing replied coolly. The so-called friend was Gu Fan. At first, when Gu Fan took her to meet old Chen, she hadn't thought much of it. Later, she realized the influence old Chen held in Jiang's house underworld. Right now, the only person she could think of who could handle this mess was old Chen. Li Tianhua pondered for a moment, then waved his hand with a smile. Since General Manager Su knows old Chen, you may leave. Only then did Su Ruobing breathe a sigh of relief and bend down to help Yi Chen, who was kneeling on the ground. But Li Tianhua stepped in to block her. General Manager Su, I only said you could leave. As for young Master Yi, he's not going anywhere. His tone brooked no argument. Ruobing, save me. Yi Chen shouted fearfully, trembling clearly didn't want to fall into their hands. Su Ruobing tried once more to reason with Li Tianhua. Boss Li, can't you show a little leniency? Sorry, Li Tianhua said solemnly. For people like us who run the streets, face is everything. If young Master Yi pays no price today, how will others see me, Li Tianhua? How could my nocturne bar survive in Jiangzhou? So I hope General Manager Su can understand. Su Ruobing's expression darkened. Before she could speak again, Li Tianhua suddenly pulled out a gleaming dagger and lightly waved it before her eyes. General Manager Su, you're from high society. I don't want to offend you too much, but the underworld has its own rules. What do you intend to do to him? Su Ruobing demanded. That's none of your concern, General Manager Su. Ruobing, help me. Don't leave me alone. Yi Chen's tearful cries echoed through the private room. He knew how ruthless these underworld figures were. Falling into their hands could mean broken limbs, or worse, never seeing the next day. Su Ruobing pulled out her phone, her brow tightly furrowed. If anything happened to her, she could reach out to old Chun or other influential people. But this time it was Yi Chun in trouble and he was the one at fault. Even worse, most of her connections now relied on Gu Fan's introductions. At the tug of war between conflict and anxiety, she finally clenched her phone, took a deep breath, and strode toward Gu Fan's direction. In the booth, Lin Xiaowan was half leaning on Gu Fan's shoulder, smiling sweetly. Ruobing, is something wrong? I was just reminiscing with Fanch. Su Ruobing's face was cold, and seeing their intimate posture made her discomfort grow stronger. Gu Fan, go tell Li Tianhua to release Yi Chen. Su Ruobing's voice was almost commanding. Hearing Su Rubing's words, Lin Xiaowan laughed bitterly, feeling extreme sympathy for Gu Fan. She couldn't help but say, Ruobing, what are you talking about? Your precious white moonlight is in trouble, and you want your ex-husband to handle it? Is that appropriate? Doesn't that embarrass you? Su Ruobing flushed with embarrassment, but found no retort, so she fixed her gaze on Gu Fan. Gu Fan, did you hear that? In her memory, this man always obeyed her without question, never refused. I heard. Gu Fan replied calmly. Then hurry up. If you're late, Yichen will get bullied. Su Ruobing said anxiously, her voice trembling. Gu Fan raised his wine glass, his tone steady. Sorry, I heard you, but I'm drinking right now and don't have time for your problems. Su Rubing's expression instantly soured. Gu Fan, why do you have to pick on Yichen? I already told you. Our divorce has nothing to do with him. Are you really this selfish? Su Ruobing. Lin Xiaowan interrupted coldly. That's your white moonlight. What does it have to do with Fan? Why should he save him? Besides, he tried to be a hero but had no ability. If he got taken down, it serves him right. She absolutely hated seeing Gu Fan blamed without reason. Gu Fan shook his head, losing interest in drinking. Let's go? Lin Xiaowan immediately linked her arm with his, and they walked out side by side. Su Ruobing stamped her foot angrily, watching Gu Fan's back with deepening disappointment. At the other side of the private room, the flash of a knife flickered before Yi Chen's eyes. His face turned pale with fear. Ruobing, save me, what if these people really had no sense of honor and cut off his hands and feet? Su Ruobing frantically called acquaintances, but once they heard it was Li Tanhua, everyone politely declined to help. For the first time, she felt powerless. Bro, didn't you want someone to accompany you? Lin Xiaowen's a top beauty, perfect match for you. And it was Gu Fan who ordered me to act. No one is stirring up trouble. How could I dare touch Li's men? Gu Fan underestimated Li. Yi Chen yelled heart-wrenchingly. Gu Fan and Lin Xiaowan happened to pass by him. Yi Chen sneered and pointed at Gu Fan a day. He was unlucky, and Gu Fan wouldn't get off scot-free either. Stop them. Li Tanhua glanced at the two, sensing Gu Fan's figure and name felt familiar, but unable to recall where they'd met. The blonde guy stepped forward to block their path. What do you want? Lin Xiaowan asked coldly. The blonde sized her up and clicked his tongue. Big bro, she's definitely a knockout. Perfect for a sister-in-law. The surrounding crowd immediately cheered. Lin Xiaowen's eyes froze, but the next second she suddenly pressed close to Gu Fan with a soft, delicate voice. Fan, I'm scared. Gu Fan sighed. Knowing full well how capable Lin Xiaowan was, this little scene wouldn't frighten her at all. Li Tanhua stepped forward, wearing a playful smile, pointed at Yi Chen, and asked Gu Fan. This guy says you ordered him to attack my men. Is that true? No. Gu Fan answered in 2 words. Boss Li, don't listen to his nonsense. He's the one who made me do it. If you don't believe me, ask Su Ruobing. She used to be married to Gu Fan. Yi Chen grasped his last straw in desperation. Husband and wife? Li Tanhua glanced between Su Ruobing and Yi Chen, then at the flirtatious Gu Fan and Lin Xiaowan. The strange mix before him left him baffled. He raised a hand and pointed to Su Ruobing. President Su, Yi Xiao claims it was this Gu Fan who ordered him to attack. What's the truth? I'm only listening to you. Su Ruobing instinctively wanted to shake her head, but was cut off by Yi Chen's desperate plea. Ruobing, please don't hide anything. Just tell it like it is, or I'll have to take the blame for Gu Fan. I don't want to lose a hand or foot. These guys are capable of anything. Tears welled up in his eyes as he spoke. Feeling pity, Su Ruobing looked toward Gu Fan silently for help, but instead met cold, steely eyes. Anger rose inside her. She bit her lip and whispered reluctantly. It was Gu Fan who told Yi Chen to do it, but it wasn't deliberate. She immediately regretted saying it and dared not look at Gu Fan again. Li Tanhua nodded gently. I see. I'm a reasonable man. Huang Mao, give Yi Xiao 3 slaps and let him go. Got it. Huang Mao responded instantly, swinging both hands. The sharp slap, slap, slap echoed through the bar. Yi Chen's face swelled on one side, marked with bloodied fingerprints that were hard to miss. The 2 goons released him. Yi Chen clenched his teeth in hatred but stayed silent, lowering his head and leaning towards Su Ruobing in a hushed voice. Ruobing, a brave man doesn't lose out now. Let's get out of here. He'll make them pay for this. Gu Fan. What does Gu Fan have to do with it? If we don't leave now, they might change their minds. Su Ruobing cut him off, unwilling to say more. Without another word, Yi Chen grabbed her hand and headed toward the exit. Li Tanhua's men didn't stop them. As they passed Gu Fan, Yi Chen spat harshly. Gu Fan, wait and see, your end is coming. Su Ruobing wanted to explain, but Gu Fan acted like she was invisible. Just then, Lin Xiaowan leaned close, so only Su Ruobing could hear. Ruobing, thanks for this. Thanks for what? Su Ruobing raised an eyebrow. I thought I'd never get a chance with Gu Fan again. Your stupidity gave me a surprise. Don't regret it after the divorce. Lin Xiaowan smiled brightly. A chill gripped Su Rubing's chest as she replied coldly. I don't regret what I don't want. Xiaowan, it's foolish to get close to Gu Fan just to provoke me. She brushed past Lin Xiaowan and left the nightless bar with Yi Chen. Just outside the door, Yichin stopped again. Ruo Bing. Let's go back and see what happens to Gu Fan. He was angry and frustrated, wanting to witness Gu Fan's humiliation. Why did you frame Gu Fan? Su Ruobing asked, displeased. I had no choice. Yichin explained desperately. If I didn't say that, they wouldn't leave me alone. Gu Fan has a shady past and might handle it. Besides, I was trying to protect you. I swear, no more next time. Next time is not allowed, Su Ruobing said coldly. Absolutely. Just give me time. It'll make Li Tianhua kneel and apologize. Yichin vowed. The two quietly slipped back to hide in a corner and watch. Su Ruobing sighed silently. I hope you can fix this. Her eyes involuntarily flickered to Gu Fan, full of worry. Yichin muttered venomously. Better if Gu Fan loses his hands and feet and becomes useless. Inside the nightless bar, Li Tianhua crossed his legs and looked at Gu Fan. You sent people to attack my men. You owe me an explanation. What do you want? Hands and feet broken? Or, Gu Fan glanced at Lin Xiaowan. This beauty by your side to stay with me for the night. Before he finished, Huang Mao barked arrogantly, eyes roaming Lin Xiaowan's curves. Little beauty, be our big sister. The crowd shouted after him. Big sister. Big sister. But Lin Xiaowan showed no fear. Instead, she hooked Gu Fan's arm and coaxed softly. Fan Ji, what should I do? I only want to be your woman. Gu Fan sighed lightly and pushed her gently aside to avoid being too suggestive. His gaze returned to Li Tianhua, and with a faint smile said, Ergu, it's been 10 years. Your tone has certainly gotten bolder. The name Ergu made everyone at the scene freeze in shock. Who was Ergu? Had that kid lost his mind? Only Huang Mao, who had followed Li Tianhua for over 10 years, turned pale instantly since Li Tianhua had firmly established his power in Jiang's house underworld. No one dared speak that name aloud in his presence. Li Tianhua hailed from a rural background. His parents named him Erga hoping it was a humble, easy Tolov name. But in the criminal world, the name had become a taboo. Legend had it that anyone who accidentally called him Ergu suffered a ruined family and tragic fate. Since then, Ergu became his Achilles heel. The air suddenly tensed up. Huang Mao grabbed a beer bottle, raising it high to smash it against Gu Fan's forehead. You're asking to die, kid. Before the bottle fell, Gu Fan swung his left foot in a fierce side kick. Bang! The nearly 6-foot Huang Mao flew in a curve through the air, slamming hard onto the floor, shrieking in agony. Li Tianhua's men all paled, their eyes cold and sharp like blades as they closed ranks around Gu Fan and Lin Xiaowan. The atmosphere in the sleepless bar felt like a storm cloud ready to burst. No one expected anyone to dare strike Li Tianhua, let alone knock down his right-hand man with a single kick. Many guests quietly stepped back, afraid of getting caught in a bloodbath. Haha, Gu Fan's dead meat this time. Yichin applauded excitedly from the corner. He was convinced that with Li Tianhua's temper, Gu Fan would either be killed or at least skinned alive. The thrill of vengeance rushing in waves. Why does he always act so rashly? Su Rubing's face tightened, cursing under her breath, trying to rush forward to help. No matter what, there was still some bond between her and Gu Fan. Ruobing, what are you doing? Li Tianhua is furious. If you go over now, he might not even spare you. Yichin grabbed her. This guy is capable of anything. If something happens, hell just pin it on one of his lackeys. But he's Cece's father. I can't just watch him die. Listen, this is Gu Fan's own fault. If he doesn't suffer now, he'll only cause more trouble later. Su Ruobing hesitated, biting her lip. But, no buts. You going over will only make Li Tianhua angrier. This is his turf. It's better to avoid trouble. Yichin spoke quickly. After a moment's thought, Su Ruobing stopped. Deep down, she knew it was true. Gu Fan needed to pay a price. Otherwise, he'd keep thinking he was invincible and never see his limits. The tension in the room thickened, knives drawn and ready. Yet Gu Fan ignored the bodyguards around him and stared straight into Li Tianhua's deep, icy eyes. Ergu, you're really going to come at me? Hold it. The bodyguards lunged forward, but Li Tianhua's pupils contracted sharply, his low command stopping them. Boss, let me finish this brat tonight. Huang Mao staggered to his feet, wiping blood from his mouth, eyes bloodshot. Li Tianhua raised his hand, blocking him. Stand down. Huang Mao paused, saw seriousness and caution written all over Li Tianhua's face. You have to understand, Li Tianhua is a true force to be reckoned with in a suit. If this had happened before, he would have already taken that person down without hesitation. The air at the bar stretched tight, like a taut steel wire, everyone holding their breath. Huang Mao stood behind Li Tianhua, clutching his lower abdomen, his voice low and steady. Big brother, could this guy be someone important? Even as he spoke, he struggled to suppress the turmoil inside his chest. The sheer power of that earlier kick was overwhelming. Although his opponent clearly held back, Huang Mao's insides still felt like they were being violently tossed, the pain deep and piercing. Li Tianhua said nothing, his gaze fixed like a nail on Gu Fan not far away. Shaded by flickering light, the calm figure gradually overlapped in memory with the high and mighty man from 10 years ago, lofty, unyielding, untouchable. Finally, a low voice broke the silence. You are young Master Fan? A decade earlier, A legend circulated throughout Jiang's underground world. A young man just entering his 20s, sweeping through rival gangs and standing shoulder to shoulder with notorious bosses. They called him Young Master Fan because he rose to power on the corpses of many foes, unstoppable and fierce. Gu Fan lifted his eyes, steady and deep like the ocean. Ergu, it's been 10 years. You're no longer the defeated scholar running scared through the streets. You've become quite imposing. I wouldn't dare. Li Tianhua shuddered all over. Upon confirming Gu Fan's identity, he abruptly signaled his men to step back, the ferocious expression instantly replaced by one of reverent respect and humility. Young Master Fan, I truly had no idea it was you. Even with all the courage in the world, I wouldn't dream of disrespecting you. Huang Mao and the others almost had their eyes pop out. They had followed Li Tianhua for years, but never seen their boss this humble or cautious. Keep in mind, Li Tianhua is a solid level expert, able to fight a level masters if he really wanted to, and he's always been decisive and unbowed. Yet now, humbled before a young man, he shattered all their expectations. Gu Fan showed no interest in lingering with old acquaintances. Turning toward Lin Xiaowan, he softly said, let's go. Having just stepped away from the chaotic underworld, he did not want to get entangled again. Young Master Fan, Li Tianhua was not ready to give up, forcing a smile as he held out a bottle of limited edition wine from Parkinson Winery. I've got some fine wine here, would you honor me by drinking a few glasses? Gu Fan shook his head gently. Another time. A decade of struggle had finally bought him freedom. He refused to be caught in the vortex again. Seeing his resolve, Li Tianhua rushed to nod. Then allow me to see you off. Gu Fan didn't refuse. Both he and Lin Xiaowan had already been drinking, and they would not drive. So he simply let Li Tianhua accompany them personally. Thus, a confrontation that had been on the verge of exploding quietly dissipated like a gentle breeze. The crowd watching exchanged glances, disappointed a bloody showdown they were hoping for had fizzled out. Turns out Li Tianhua isn't as fierce as the stories say. Looks pretty reasonable. Actually, someone murmured. You haven't seen him really lose it, a veteran nearby snorted coldly. That guy fights like he's got nothing to lose. But that Gu Fan, who exactly is he that Li Tianhua gets all submissive? Whispers rose and fell as the Nevernight bar plunged back into its usual roar, lights flashing and music swirling, glasses clinking in hazy reflections. In a corner, Yichin clenched his fists so tight his knuckles turned white. His eyes burned as he stared at the backs of Li Tianhua and Gu Fan walking off arm in arm. Rage boiled inside him. He couldn't figure out where Li Tianhua's earlier brutal intent toward him had gone. Compared to that, he felt like a worthless clown. Two sides of the same coin. He hissed through gritted teeth, his chest rising and falling. Ruo Bing, that Gu Fan must have colluded with Li Tianhua all along. They're deliberately targeting me. Su Ruobing frowned deeply. What she hated most was Gu Fan having any connection with those underground figures. Back then, Gu Fan had sworn to cut ties with his past completely, but now it was clear she had been played for a fool. These people will end up behind bars sooner or later. Yichin clenched his fists, his eyes burning with fierce determination. Once I establish a foothold in Jiangzhou, I'll uproot them all. Su Ruobing rubbed her forehead, clearly exhausted. Let me take you back to the hotel. You should get some rest. Ruobing, will you stay with me tonight? After leaving the sleepless bar, a fire still burned in Yichin's heart. He still dreamed of winning Su Ruobing over tonight. She kept a meter's distance from him. Yichin, please give me some time. Seeing her downcast expression, Yichin softened his voice to comfort her. I understand. No matter how long it takes, they'll wait for you. Fate will bring the right people together. Thank you. Ruobing, they'll take you home first, then get a taxi back to the hotel. I won't feel at ease until I see you safely inside. All right. Su Ruobing wanted to spend a little more time with Yichin too. After their reunion, the spark wasn't the same as before, but she believed it was just a matter of time. Under the night sky, Jiang's house lights glittered and traffic flowed. Meanwhile, a black sedan slowly pulled into the Lakeside Villa district. Master Fan, Director Lin, we've arrived. Thanks, Boss Li. Tomorrow I'll send someone to retrieve the car from Sleepless Bar. Lin Xiaowan smiled brightly. Li Tianhua waved goodbye as the car turned and drove off. Just as the headlights went out, Su Rubing's and Yichin's cars turned theirs on and parked one behind the other. The four of them collided unexpectedly. Gu Fan, it's you again. Yichin was furious. You and Ruobing are already divorced. What are you doing at the Lakeside Villas? Trying to shamelessly hang around? Su Ruobing, expressionless, said, Gu Fan, don't even think about coming in tonight. If you don't have money for a hotel, I can lend you some. A light, playful laugh interrupted. Lin Xiaowan wrapped her arms around Gu Fan from behind. Sister Ruobing, you're mistaken. Gu Fan's not coming to your places, moving into mine. She licked her red lips, full of pride. I begged him for a long time before he agreed to move in. What did you say? Su Rubing's face darkened. Just after signing the divorce papers, Gu Fan was planning to live with his archenemy? Didn't hear me? He'll say it again starting tonight. Fan and I live together. Hope you don't mind. Lin Xiaowan lifted her chin, smug. Su Ruobing bit her lip. Gu Fan, is this true? It is. Gu Fan's voice was calm. I won't allow it. You can't live with her. Su Ruobing nearly shouted. She would never let the man she rejected end up in Lin Ziwen's hands. Sister Ruobing, that's unreasonable. Lin Xiaowan stepped closer. Don't forget you're divorced from Fan. Where he lives isn't your business. The two beautiful women locked eyes, sharp as needles. The tension thickened until Su Ruobing finally looked away, lowering her voice. Gu Fan, listen carefully. I don't allow you to live with Lin Xiaowan. If you really have nowhere else, spend the night at the villa again. That's impossible. Yi Chen gripped the steering wheel tightly. Ruobing, we finally kicked him out. How can we invite the wolf back? What if he refuses to leave? Yi Chen claimed everything about Su Ruobing as his own and wouldn't tolerate any old flames reigniting. Ignoring Yi Chen, Su Ruobing said firmly, tomorrow, they'll find you an apartment. Stop provoking my childish. Lin Xiaowan was silent, eyes fixed on Gu Fan, clearly leaving the choice entirely up to him. Gu Fan spoke coolly, I'll never return to that villa since the day I left. As for where I live now, that's none of your concern. Gu Fan spoke in an extremely flat tone, his face expressionless. It was precisely this coldness, like a stream of ice water pouring straight into Su Ruobing's heart, leaving her feeling conflicted. 10 years of marriage, could it really end so abruptly? Suit yourself. Su Ruobing snorted softly, forcing down her emotions. Where you live is none of my business, but there's one thing you must promise me. Gu Fan raised his eyes. What is it? Don't hang around with Li Tanhua and those people anymore. If one day you get in, and Cece's political review fails because of you, you'll be a traitor forever. Su Ruobing's words were sharp and pointed. Don't worry. Cece will only be proud of her father, Gu Fan replied calmly. Are you really that clueless? Is that even possible? Su Ruobing frowned. Just don't drag Cece down. Take care of yourself. Unable to stand the subtle ambiguity between Gu Fan and Lin Xiaowan, she turned to leave. At that moment, Yi Chen stepped forward, a gleam flashing in his eyes. Ruobing, it's already dark outside. Why don't you let me put you up in the study for the night? Don't worry, I have no improper intentions. His inner calculation was rapid. Gu Fan could live in Lin Ziwen's villa, so why couldn't he live in the Su family? Once he made a move, Su Ruobing would eventually be his. Late at night, he could quietly slip into her room. Su Ruobing hadn't expected Yi Chen to bring this up again. Thinking of Gu Fan's irritating antics, she felt a flicker of hesitation. Sis, you're back? Brother-in-law? You're here too? Su Ruoxue appeared, wearing a black camisole nightgown that highlighted her slender figure. She padded over in slippers, her smile innocent and lively. Are you two reconciled? Yi Chen snorted coldly, pointing at Gu Fan. Ruoxue, this scoundrel teamed up with Lin Xiaowan to humiliate your sister, and even try to stay at her villa today. Good thing your sister divorced him. Su Ruoxue's mouth opened wide in surprise, stealing a few glances at Lin Xiaowan. Seeing her alluring face, she quickly pulled her sister aside and whispered urgently, Sis, you should apologize to brother-in-law. If he really gets taken by another woman, you'll regret it. Su Ruobing's expression darkened. Don't talk nonsense. I don't want him, so why would I fear losing him? Besides, I never regret. Why don't you understand? Su Ruoxue stomped anxiously. The divorce agreement just signed, and Lin Xiaowan is already making moves. That shows how amazing brother-in-law is. It's not too late to fix Tishi still cares. But if you push him further away, you'll regret it forever. Lin Xiaowan is just playing a game with him to get at me. Do you really think she'd be interested in Gu Fan? That's such a clumsy act. Su Ruobing raised her hand to cut off her sister. Sis, enough. Su Ruobing shot Gu Fan a sidelong glance. I don't know what kind of hypnosis he fed you to make you plead his case. But my mind is made up. He can live wherever he wants. Be with whoever he wants, it's nothing to do with me. With that, she turned to Yi Chen, still hesitating whether to let him move into the villa. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Who gave you permission to enter the villa? The courtyard gate had just closed when Su Ruoxue stood firm in the middle of the stone path, her voice sharp and unforgiving. Yi Chen paused. The night reflected in his cold eyes as he appraised Su Ruoxue, her delicate oval face, slender waist, all taking shape in his mind calculating. Once I control the Su family, neither of these sisters will get away. But outwardly, he remained polite. It's hard to get a taxi right now. Ruobing asked me to stay at the villa tonight and leave in the morning. No way. Su Ruoxue raised her hand to point at the gate. My brother-in-law already made it clear, no random people allowed near Cece. You want to stay here? Don't hold your breath. Her stubbornness came from one thought. If Yi Chen stayed in the villa, the fragile ice remaining between her sister and brother-in-law would shatter completely. Ruoxue, watch your tone. Su Ruobing stepped forward. Yi Chen is my friend. Then keep your distance. Su Ruoxue reminded her. Sis, you're not officially divorced yet. Su Ruobing frowned, frustration clouding her mind. Enough. Yi Chen, go back to the hotel. I don't want to argue anymore. Yi Chen's eyes flickered with resentment, but he kept his gentlemanly smile. Fine. You must be tired today. They'll come get you tomorrow to go to the marriage registry. After the paperwork, we can find somewhere to celebrate. He turned to leave, but his gaze swept coldly over Su Ruoxue. Nearby, Su Ruoxue hurried to Gu Fan's side, lowering her voice. Brother-in-law, don't worry. He'll watch over my sister. No one will take advantage of her. Gu Fan looked at the girl's sincere face and said little. Once the divorce was finalized, she would accept reality. Cece, is she asleep? Gu Fan asked softly. She just cried a little. Su Ruashu sighed. As soon as I went in, she wiped her tears away. Gu Fan's heart tightened. His daughter Cece was truly his little sweetheart, the reason he had repeatedly made concessions. But reality remained harsh. Don't worry, brother-in-law. Cece is sensible. With me here, no one will dare bully her. Thank you, Gu Fan said gently. Once I get settled, we'll find a way to take Cece away. Su Ruashu's expression darkened. Brother-in-law, actually my sister. Ruashua, Gu Fan interrupted calmly but decisively. Every story begins with the unexpected, yet ends with two flowers blooming apart. The moment I signed the divorce papers, I closed the chapter on my feelings for your sister. He spoke with sincerity but was resolute, never wavering. Su Ruashua bowed her head. No matter what, you'll always be my brother-in-law. Girl, you'll always be family to me, Gu Fan said kindly, patting her shoulder. From afar, Su Ruabing caught sight of their closeness and arched her brows. Gu Fan, don't be late tomorrow at 9. I don't have time to wait. With that, she grabbed Su Ruakshu's hand and hurried inside. Entering the living room, the soft white light failed to untangle the knot of chaos in Su Rubing's heart. Too much had happened today, and she hadn't had a moment to process it all. Sis Su Ruashua started to speak. Don't say it. I'm going to check on Cece. Su Ruabing raised a hand to stop her. She knew what her sister wanted to remind her of. All her achievements depended on Gu Fan's support. No matter how great Gu Fan was, she was blind to her own heart. She had grown tired of hearing those words and refused to acknowledge a single one. She had heard enough. She blamed Gu Fan for holding her back. Cece. Su Ruabing gently pushed open Cece's room door. The room was silent. She walked to her 5-year-old daughter's bed and traced a still wet tear stain with her finger, her heart tightening. The anger resurfaced, directed once again at Gu Fan. If he had accepted the dignity she had kindly prepared, how could Cece have cried like this? Cece, mommy knows you're upset with me, Su Ruabing whispered softly as she tucked the blanket neatly around her daughter. But mommy has to find her own happiness and freedom too. When mommy's business empire gets even stronger, you'll understand that mommy is doing this for you. Just as she was about to slip out, a faint, fragile voice called from behind her. Mommy. Su Ruabing froze in place. In the darkness, Cece didn't look back, but her small voice was firm. Daddy is the best daddy. It's wrong for you to divorce him. Her words pierced Su Rubing's heart like a needle. She suddenly doubted herself. Had she been away from her daughter too much? Then she reminded herself that she was not like Gu Fan, a man without accomplishments. She was pursuing a higher ideal. Mommy, can't you not divorce Daddy? Cece pleaded, eyes brimming with tears. Su Rubing's fingers trembled, but she shook her head. Cece, you're still little. You don't understand. Your daddy and I have reached the end of our marriage. The little girl lowered her head, her face shadowed with sadness. Su Ruabing quickly knelt down. Mommy will sleep with you tonight, okay? I don't want to. I want Daddy. But Cece can't cry. Cece promised Daddy. The muffled voice was swallowed by the blanket, and despite all Su Rubing's coaxing, there was no more response. With a helpless sigh, Su Ruabing left the room. In the dim hallway light, she shook her head fiercely. I'm not wrong. Everything I owe Gu Fan, I've repaid long ago. My first love has come back. My career is booming, and I will never be held back by Gu Fan. Her gaze sharpened suddenly. Gu Fan, don't think you can take Cece away from me. She will be a princess in a palace, not someone tossed about because of you. You'd better not push me. Meanwhile, Gu Fan followed Lin Xiaowan across the lawn, stepping into the more than 300 square meter independent villa next door. Fan Ji, it's a 4-story building. You can live wherever you like, Lin Xiaowan said with a bright smile. I live in the first room on the left of the 3rd floor. No door locks, so you can just come in anytime. Sensing the hint, Gu Fan deliberately kept a step's distance. Just give me a small room. Once I get custody of Cece back, I'm leaving. Lin Xiaowan's expression dimmed for a moment, then brightened again. Taking off her high heels, she said, then you live on the 2nd floor. There's only one room there. Gu Fan nodded. Night deepened. He entered the only room on the 2nd floor, washed up simply, then sat cross-legged to meditate, regulating his breathing as his chi circulated internally. After the divorce, he was restarting his life. Strength was the foundation of everything. Knock knock. The knock interrupted his meditation. Gu Fan hesitated slightly. Come in. The door creaked open, and a rush of warm fragrance swept over him. Lin Xiaowan stepped in on slender heels, wearing a black neck-slip dress. Her long hair was swept over her left shoulder, lace edges barely visible. Her smooth, pale skin glowed under the lights. Her long legs were straight and fair. Her red lips parted as she lightly licked them, eyes shimmering seductively. Even a seasoned monk would find it hard to stay calm at a sight like this. Gu Fan's chest tightened, blood rushing. Fan Ji, am I beautiful? Lin Xiaowan whispered, her delicate hands circling his neck. She was like a ripe peach, inviting to be plucked. Beautiful. Gu Fan replied honestly, heart and body both affirming. In terms of looks, Lin Xiaowan was no worse than Su Ruobing. But while Su Ruobing was cool and icy, Lin Xiaowan was fiery and desperate to ignite him right now. Then, can you give me to you? She could almost hear her own pounding heart, breath hot, eyes burning. She had waited too long for this day and didn't want to lose this chance again. The brave are first to claim the world. Give it to me, all right? The words dripped with deadly allure. With someone as stunningly beautiful as Lin Xiaowan, how could Gu Fan possibly resist? Before he could answer, Lin Xiaowan took the initiative, her hand sliding swiftly to his jacket collar. Her fingertips lingered on the buttons for a moment before expertly undoing them. Her slender body pressed tightly against Gu Fan's, the near-burning closeness quickening both their heartbeats. The air around them instantly thickened, charged with tension, intoxicating and sharp. Before long, most of Gu Fan's clothes were shed. Gritting her teeth, Lin Xiaowan summoned all her courage and bestowed upon him a deep, fiery kiss. In that instant, it was as if dry wood had met a raging flame, igniting passionately, threatening to engulf everything in its path. Yet just as they were about to lose themselves completely to desire, a crisp voice sounded from downstairs. Sis, I'm ready to come live with you. From now on, I'll always be by your side. Sis, where are you? Huh, why are there men's shoes here? The sweet, familiar voice crept closer step by step. Lin Xiaowen's expression changed suddenly, her heart tightening fiercely. It was her younger sister, Lin Meili. Lin Meili had moved out a while ago, and she hadn't expected her to return so abruptly now. A flush rose to Lin Xiaowen's cheeks, panic welled up, impossible to hide. In her eyes flickered reluctant sadness and infinite regret. They were so close to making it happen. That stupid little sister, why now of all times? Lin Xiaowen's mind wrenched with anxiety. Sis, why aren't you in your room? Why's the light on upstairs? Lin Meili's footsteps grew nearer, her clear voice echoing down the narrow hall. Lin Xiaowen's heart raced as she hastily changed clothes, a trace of worry flickering across her eyes. If her sister caught her in this awkward situation, how would she explain? The door was pushed open, and Lin Meili stepped inside. Gu Fan's gaze was drawn to the fiery, exquisite youth before him like a delicate porcelain doll, radiating the vibrant energy of youth throughout the room. Sis. Lin Meili launched herself into Lin Xiaowen's arms, pouting yet urgent. Did you miss me? Suddenly, she froze, scanning the room and instantly spotting the unfamiliar man. Seeing a lone man and woman alone together, her eyes widened in shock and disbelief. After all, her sister was renowned as one of Jiang's Hao's top beauties, with admirers so numerous they could stretch from Tiananmen Square to the Arc de Triomphe in Paris. She had always kept herself pure, never once causing scandal. Until now, Lin Meili had secretly questioned Lin Xiaowen's romantic inclinations, but this scene left her utterly stunned. Knowing her sister's temper was quick and not wanting to anger Gu Fan, Lin Xiaowan hurriedly said, Meili, go back to your room. I'll explain everything later. No way. Lin Meili broke free, her gaze sharp as she scrutinized Gu Fan from head to toe. Tell me, what's your relationship with my sister? Just friends, or boyfriend and girlfriend? We're just friends right now, Gu Fan replied simply. Lin Meili remained suspicious, standing tall and proud. My sister's always kept men at arm's length. Why would she bring a man home? Who exactly are you? What's your background? We need to see if you're worthy of my sister. Meili, go to your room. Lin Xiaowen's voice was calm, but couldn't mask her anxiety. I'm not going anywhere. Lin Meili glared fiercely. Wait, I just remembered. Aren't you the man in the photos from my sister's room? I looked into it. You're Su Rubing's husband next door. What exactly do you want? An affair? Do you want my sister to be your mistress? Burning with rage, Lin Meili's voice was icy as she shouted, Get out. You're not welcome here. She would never allow her sister's reputation to be tarnished. Lin Xiaowan was that kind of breathtaking beauty, of noble status, and could never be entangled with a married man. If this gets out, the consequences would be unimaginable. Besides, she promised that eldest young master she must keep a close eye on her sister. To Lin Meili, only Jiang's Hao's top young master deserves Lin Xiaowan. Who does this divorced man named Gu Fan think he is? She couldn't understand why her sister was so obsessed with such a man. Lin Meili, Gu Fan has already divorced Su Ruobing. From now on, he'll live here. In the living room, Lin Xiaowan took a deep breath and firmly grabbed Gu Fan's arm. Divorced? Meili's Adam's apple bobbed as she froze momentarily, then anger surged to her forehead. Sis, then even more reason not to let him live here. What right does a disgraced dog have to stay? What if he does something terrible? Lin Meili, apologize. Lin Xiaowen's face turned cold. It was the first time she was truly angry at her sister. In the past, she had spoiled Meili, trying to make up for everything she lacked growing up. No matter how rebellious Meili became, she never scolded her seriously. But today was different. After 10 years. She finally had the chance to be close to Gu Fan properly and wouldn't let anyone ruin it. Why should I apologize? I want. Meili stiffened her neck. Sis, you've got so many admirers, and none of them are worse than this divorced guy. I really don't get what you see in him. She suddenly pointed at Gu Fan, firing off words like bullets. Gu Fan, It must have been you using dirty tricks to lure my sister, right? After Su Ruobing kicked you out, you lashed onto her. What are you thinking? Do you really think you deserve to be with my sister? Keep dreaming. Look in the mirror what makes you worthy of her. A toad wanting to eat a swan's meat. Smack. Before Gu Fan could say a word, a sharp slap landed on Lin Mealy's face. Sis, you hit me? Mealy's eyes instantly filled with tears, disbelief all over her face. You never hit me before. And for some nobody man, you hit me? Apologize. Lin Xiaowan said coldly, without further explanation. I want. Ugh. Mealy glared at Gu Fan spitefully, wiped her tears, and ran up to her room on the third floor. He'll find another place to stay. Gu Fan's tone was calm. Fan, don't go. Lin Xiaowan quickly grabbed him, pleading in her eyes. Mealy just misunderstood you. He'll talk to her properly. Gu Fan shook his head. Forget it. He didn't want to come between the sisters' relationship. Fan, I'm begging you. Lin Xiaowan stood in front of him. She knew that if Gu Fan stepped out that door, the distance between them would grow again. She wouldn't allow that. After waiting 10 years, this chance was finally here. She couldn't let go. Gu Fan hesitated for a moment. Fan, I know you're thinking of me, but give me a chance, okay? Living here means you can watch over Cece anytime. If she's bullied, you'll know the moment she cries. And whatever you need to do, it'll be more convenient for me to be here. I'll take it as a chance to repay you. Lin Xiaowan's voice dropped to nearly a whisper, afraid he would leave. Gu Fan looked into her earnest, moving eyes and finally nodded. That's great. Lin Xiaowan rushed forward and threw her arms around Gu Fan. The tension between them surged once again. Unfortunately, Lin Mealy's sudden intrusion completely ruined the perfect moment. After a brief stalemate, Lin Xiaowan pouted but reluctantly let go of Gu Fan, flashing a sweet smile. Fanch, get some rest early. Remember, my room is the first one on the left on the third floor, and it will always be open for you. Her affection was intense and straightforward. Over the years, Lin Xiaowan had worked hard on her appearance and demeanor, even deliberately imitating Su Ruobing in certain details, all for this moment. She firmly believed that with her charm, she would win Gu Fan over sooner or later. Filled with hopeful anticipation of the future, she walked away lightly. The living room fell silent immediately. Gu Fan pushed away distractions and sat cross-legged again, entering meditation. 10 years ago, when he left the martial world, he was already in strength master. 10 years later, he had reached the legendary transformation realm, but had stalled for 6 whole years without progress. He once thought that was his limit until tonight. Deep within his pupils, tiny black flames flickered. His true energy broke through his meridians, and a profound, mysterious chi endlessly rippled through his organs. The final barrier to enlightenment quietly shattered. Gu Fan smiled gently. It turned out that divorcing Su Ruobing had brought complete peace of mind. The martial world is far away. The imperial court is high. He murmured softly, his gaze drifting beyond the night outside the window as he contemplated the path ahead. The corridor on the third floor was softly lit. Lin Xiaowan quietly opened Lin Mealy's door and could still hear faint sobbing. Mealy, are you still mad at sister? She asked gently. Sis, I just don't get it. Lin Mealy, eyes red, hugged a pillow while sitting at the edge of the bed. Why do you have to let Gu Fan live here? It'll ruin your reputation. I don't trust that Gu Fan at all. If he was really so great, why would Su Ruobing divorce him? Su Ruobing checked him out's no good. Why do you insist on him? You even hit me. Tears dropped as she felt deeply wronged. Lin Xiaowan sat beside her sister and gently stroked her head. Silly girl, don't cry. If Gu Fan hadn't saved me back then, I'd probably be working as a hostess by now. Without Gu Fan, I wouldn't be who I am today. He saved you? Why have you never told me? Lin Mealy looked puzzled. Gu Fan's true identity was too sensitive. Lin Xiaowan avoided going into detail, fearing it would bring trouble. Instead, she smiled and said lightly, Mealy, trust your sister. When have I ever been wrong about a man? After you spend more time with Gu Fan, you'll see how charming he is, more than any man you've ever met. No way. Lin Mealy sneered. He looks so ordinary. Anyway, I don't agree. Sis, you deserve better. Even if he did save you, you don't have to sacrifice yourself like that. You know how many rich heirs in Jiangzhou like you. If you married one of them, would be firmly established in Jiangzhou. Nobody would dare bully us. Lin Xiaowan chuckled softly. I'd like to, but he won't have me. She stood up and tucked the blanket around her sister. Let's not talk about that now. From now on, Gu Fan will live here. You're not allowed to make things difficult for him, okay? But he's a man. What if he has bad intentions toward me? Sis, you never really know someone's heart. He won't. What if he does? There's no what if. Lin Mealy was fuming, but knew there was no changing Lin Xiaowan's decision. Fine, but if I can prove Gu Fan is really a heartless monster, sister, you have to kick him out of the villa? After Lin Xiaowan left, only Lin Mealy remained in the living room. Her fists clenched so tightly they made a cracking sound. Having a strange man living downstairs made her feel completely uneasy. She hesitated about whether to tell the number 1 young master of Jiangzhou, but after a moment's thought, she shook her head. I have to get Gu Fan out of the villa as soon as possible, so I'll just pretend this never happened. Her eyes narrowed as a plan formed in her mind. I'll get close to him and seduce Gu Fan. Lin Mealy was confident in her looks. She just needed to make a move and he'd surely show his true wild intentions. Then her sister would change her mind for good. She swore to herself that under no circumstances would she allow Gu Fan to lay a finger on Lin Xiaowan. Early the next morning, the bedroom door creaked open, and Lin Mealy appeared in the dining room, wearing a silk camisole nightgown that clung to her curves as she deliberately paced back and forth in front of Gu Fan. But he kept his head down, slowly eating his breakfast without even glancing up. "Oomph, Gu Fan, I'm letting you live here, but I'll be watching you like a hawk," she warned, hands on her hips and fists clenched. "Don't you dare think any bad thoughts about my sister or me, or I won't go easy on you. I know a lot of powerful people, just one phone call could have you crying like a baby. Don't underestimate me like you do my sister. Be careful." Gu Fan kept his attention fixed on the milk and toast, too lazy to respond. Footsteps sounded from the stairway. Lin Xiaowan stepped into the room wearing a sky-blue floral maxi dress that accentuated her slender waist, the hem swaying lightly as she smiled brightly while approaching the table. "Fangge, do I look beautiful today? When we go register for divorce, I can't let Su Ruobing outshine me. Sis, you look absolutely stunning." Lin Mealy genuinely admired. Gu Fan looked up, his eyes lingering on Lin Xiaowan with a flash of surprise and admiration. The girl he had casually saved back then had now blossomed into a woman full of charm and grace. Seeing this, Lin Mealy immediately stood between them, rolling her eyes to warn, "Keep looking, and it'll gouge your eyeballs out." Then, curiosity got the better of her, tinged with a bit of nosiness. "Hey, why are you getting divorced from Su Ruobing anyway? When a relationship turns sour, it's best to part on good terms. Could it be that she's been abandoned?" Lin Mealy propped her chin on her hand, laughing sharply. "Su Ruobing is ranked alongside my sister as one of Jiang's House for Beauties, a cold and glamorous CEO. It's no surprise she looked down on you. Honestly, I admire her. She lasted 10 years with you before divorcing. That's pretty gracious. Mealy, eat your food." Lin Xiaowan put down her chopsticks and shot her sister a cold glare. But Lin Mealy was relentless. "That's just how it is. Society values matching social status. If there's too big a gap, it's bound to fall apart. Gu Fan, this world is brutally realistic." "Lin Mealy." Lin Xiaowan lowered her voice. "Say one more word and don't expect to live here anymore." All right, they'll stop," Mealy said, but her eyes flickered toward Gu Fan. The thought of secretly setting up cameras while her sister wasn't looking to seduce him? Now that sounded thrilling. After the meal, Gu Fan and Lin Xiaowan walked side by side out of the villa. At the gate, Yi Chun was already waiting, dressed in a custom multi-layered suit, his hair perfectly slicked back, wearing the expression of a man who has just hit the jackpot. Su Ruobing emerged in a sleek black pencil skirt, her slender yet aloof figure sharp and captivating as ever in high heels. The clicking of high heels announced Su Wanxue right behind her, grabbing her sister's arm for a last-ditch plea. "Sis, think again. Is there really nothing left after 10 years of marriage to your ex? Listen to your heart. You'll regret it if you miss this chance to save it." Yi Chen's face darkened as he strode up. "Ruobing, you're stunning." Su Ruobing turned on her side just as Gu Fan and Lin Xiaowan were approaching. "Do you have your ID and documents ready?" Her tone was frosty. "Yes, all here," Gu Fan replied. "Good. At least you're keeping some dignity. I thought maybe you'd plead with me not to divorce." "That's wishful thinking." Her brow furrowed slightly. "Let's go. This wrong marriage ends here." The four entered the car and soon arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau. "Let's go in." "All right." Gu Fan and Su Ruobing exchanged a dismissive glance before turning toward the registration desk. Outside, only Yi Chun remained briefly with Lin Xiaowan. Smiling with practiced charm, he said, "Director Lin, Ruobing has no feelings for Gu Fan anymore. Pretending to be with him is pointless. She doesn't care at all." Lin Xiaowan gave him a sidelong look, a faint smile playing on her lips. "Oh really? Absolutely. Her heart's with me. If you want to make her mad, you're aiming at the wrong target." Yi Chen's words hinted at something more, his gaze lingering on the alluring woman before him. Before capturing Su Ruobing, he wanted to keep a teasingly distant but intimate hold on Lin Xiaowan. Master of time management was well practiced at this dance. Lin Xiaowan sneered inwardly. A woman who clawed her way to success in a ruthless corporate world? She saw right through these petty schemes. What she couldn't understand was how Su Ruobing could be attracted to Yi Chen. Was the pull of a white knight really that strong? To her, he was nothing but a pile of crap. She lifted her gaze, fluttering her lashes coquettishly. "Mr. Yi, so you're saying if I'm with you, that's what will really get Rubing's goat?" Yi Chen's heart pounded wildly. One look from Lin Xiaowan sent his blood racing. "Exactly," Yi Chen said proudly. "Will young master Yi be with me?" In a corner of the hall, Lin Xiaowan leaned slightly against the sofa, her eyes burning as she stared at the young man before her. Yi Chen let out an exasperated sigh and straightened his cuffs. "Ms. Lin, this puts me in a difficult position." "If it's difficult, then forget it," Lin Xiaowan replied, her tone still playfully teasing. Yi Chen wasn't about to give up so easily. He lowered his voice and leaned closer. "Ms. Lin, let's exchange contact information first. But you can't let Ruobing find out. They'll figure out a way to smooth things over between you two." He practically handed over his phone, unwilling to let this prey slip away. Fine. Lin Ziwen's fingers quickly tapped the confirmation. She was already scheming. Maybe through Yi Chun she could track Su Ruobing's moves. There was no way she would allow any chance of reconciliation between Su Ruobing and Gu Fan. Seeing the new name appear in his friend list, Yi Chen's heart leapt with joy. He dreamed again of the lavish scene. Su Ruobing in his left arm, Lin Shawan in his right. Ms. Lin, you'd better stay away from Gu Fan and get him to move out of your house immediately. Otherwise, Ruobing would never insist on divorcing someone like that. The thought of Gu Fan living in Lin Ziwen's villa churned Yi Chen's stomach with bitterness that should have been his privilege. He'll think about it, Lin Shawan said casually, then asked, young Master Yi, how are things progressing between you and Sister Ruobing? The question hit Yi Chen like a dagger. He clenched his fists until his knuckles dug white so far he hadn't even held Su Ruobing's hand. Her Hotan-cold attitude made it impossible to move forward. If he couldn't win over Ruobing, maybe he should just settle for the more open Lin Shawan in front of him. With that thought, he immediately resumed his gentlemanly pose, still in the developing stage. I'm waiting until Ruobing and Gu Fan completely cut ties before officially confirming anything. I see. Well, I wish you success soon. Lin Shawan smiled, a smile both genuine and fake. Before those words faded, Yi Chen caught a glimpse of figures at the end of the corridor. He quickly stepped back from Lin Shawan. Gu Fan and Su Ruobing emerged side by side from the Civil Affairs Bureau. Yi Chen hurried over anxiously. Did the divorce go through? Su Ruobing nodded. After a month's cool-down period, we can get the certificate. That's good. Yi Chen exhaled, then complained, but that cool-down is way too long. An extra month doesn't matter, Su Ruobing said calmly. Still have to watch out for some snakes, Yi Chen said sharply, fixing Gu Fan with a piercing gaze. Gu Fan, don't even think about running in the last month. He'll be watching. Gu Fan didn't even bother to glance up. Instead, he stared blankly at the gray sky while memories flashed through his mind. Their stunning first meeting, wedding vows, their daughter's smile. Then the images shattered. His feelings for Su Ruobing were crushed to dust, not a trace left. Turning to leave, he was stopped by a voice behind him. Gu Fan, wait. Su Ruobing hadn't expected that from meeting in the morning to finalizing the divorce, Gu Fan would say nothing more and not even look at her, treating her like air. What is it? Gu Fan's voice was calm. She took a deep breath, swallowing her anger, opened her handbag, and pulled out a check 10 million clearly written on it. You turned down 5 million. How about 10 million? That should satisfy you. This is my last gesture of dignity for you as the father of Cici. Take it and leave Jiangzhou. This money is enough for you to start over. Only then did Gu Fan turn to face her properly. His gaze was so blunt that Su Ruobing grew uncomfortable and looked away. Gu Fan, stop being so stubborn. Her voice rose. In front of 10 million, your pride and dignity mean nothing. Face reality. I'm not trying to insult you. Even if we get divorced, I still want you to live well, not go back to those desperate, bleeding Gat Higiofok knife days. Gu Fan remained silent, his gaze fixed on Su Ruobing before him. The dim yellow light cast shadows on her delicate yet cold, hard face. The gentle softness he once knew was completely gone, as if her soul had been replaced overnight. A few months ago, he would have gladly taken bullets and blades for this girl. Now, he wished he could raise his hand and slap himself hard. When exactly was he blind enough to fall for a woman who turned out to be nothing but worthless? Lost in what he thought was love, he couldn't see Su Ruobing clearly. But now, he saw everything with perfect clarity. Suddenly, Gu Fan curved his lips into a smile. That smile struck Su Ruobing like a provocation, and her voice sharply rose. What are you laughing at? Nothing. Gu Fan reined in his smile, his tone cold as iron filings. From today on, you and I are done. No love, only hatred. He raised his hand and pushed back the check she offered. As for this 10 million, keep it. But when the Su family goes bankrupt and you have nowhere to turn, they'll give you 10 million. Consider it repayment for what little pity you showed today. Su Ruobing's chest heaved. Gu Fan, why are you so stubborn? You don't really think you can fight me for custody of Shishi, do you? A year from now, you want to have more assets than me. Wake up, don't mistake fantasy for reality. An elder nearby sneered coldly, Ruobing, don't waste words on him. That 10 million must not be given to him, even if it's to feed the dogs. If you give it, aren't you just helping him snatch Shishi? I know. Yi Chun, unable to contain himself any longer, eyes flashing, said, Ruobing, I finally understand why Gu Fan insists on fighting for Shizi's custody. Su Ruobing frowned. Why? He wants to use Shishi as a bargaining chip to keep demanding exorbitant child support from you. If Shishi really goes with him, he'll hold the golden keyable to threaten you anytime using the child. Yi Chun clenched his fists, veins bulging. He's despicable and shameless. I've never met anyone like him. Suddenly clear-headed, Su Ruobing nodded in agreement. So that's it. Gu Fan, Shishi is just a tool to you? Shishi cried for you all night last night. You don't deserve to be Shizi's father. Gu Fan's eyes swept icily over everyone present. Believe what you want, but remember this. If anyone lets Shishi suffer even the slightest grievance in the coming year, I will raise the Su family to the ground. Don't say I didn't warn you. With that, he stepped past Su Ruobing without so much as a second glance. He had too many matters to handle and no patience to get tangled up with these people. Only because Su Ruobing was Shizai's mother did he suppress his murderous intent. Gu Fan, stop right there. Furious beyond measure, Su Ruobing strode after him, her voice like shards of ice. Since you insist on fighting for custody, since you shamelessly claim you'll surpass me in assets in 1 year, then let's make another agreement. Gu Fan turned without a flicker in his eyes. What agreement? 1 year from now, if your assets exceed mine, Shishi belongs to you. I, Su Ruobing, will publicly admit all my faults and kneel to apologize to you. She enunciated each word sharply, like stones striking the ground. But if you fail to surpass me, I demand you never see Shishi again in your life. Shishi doesn't need a father like you. Su Ruobing spoke with a heavy tone. She was completely disappointed in Gu Fan. Originally, she hadn't wanted to sever the father-daughter relationship between Gu Fan and Cici, but now she realized this was the best choice for Cici's sake. All right, it's settled then. She pulled a sheet of stationery and a pen from her handbag, bent over the car hood, and quickly wrote up a 2-copy agreement. With a swift motion, she signed her name first, then handed it to Gu Fan. His face remained expressionless as he signed the agreement as well. Closing the 2 copies together, the papers symbolized the moment they parted ways for good. Ruobing, don't waste your breath on such a scoundrel, Yi Chun said with a flick of his sleeve, clearly in high spirits. Life's too short not to enjoy yourself. Let's go find somewhere to celebrate. Good thing that 10 million didn't get spent, and on top of that, I even managed to hook up with Lin Xiaoan. Looks like I'm really the star of this world. Su Ruobing ignored Yi Chun and instead shot a deep, lingering glance at Gu Fan before turning and walking away. The next moment, her secretary Zhao Xuyen, wearing 7-centimeter heels, almost ran over, sweat beading on her forehead. Xuyen, what are you doing here? Miss Su, I couldn't reach you by phone, so I came straight away, Zhao gasped. There's trouble at the company. Su Ruobing's heart skipped a beat. What happened? The head of security, Chun Ichi, submitted his resignation along with a group of people. Zhao's professional outfit was soaked with sweat, her voice full of urgency. Su Ruobing's expression instantly darkened. The security department was the heart of Shengshi Group, responsible for the safety of all its clubs, hotels, and artists. For years, everything ran smoothly thanks to Chun Yichi's leadership. There had rarely been any major problems. His departure with his core team would be a devastating blow. A thought flashed through her mind. Chun Yichi was someone Gu Fan had recommended, and the key personnel in security were closely connected to Gu Fan. Could Gu Fan be orchestrating this behind the scenes? Did they say why they're quitting? Su Ruobing suppressed her emotions. Chun Ichi only said one sentence. I'm tired. I don't want to do this anymore. Ruobing, it's just a few resignations. What's there to worry about? Yi Chun scoffed. Good security guards with 4 legs are hard to find, but humans? There are plenty. Especially in security. You can hire tons of people for a few thousand a month. They should feel lucky to have made it into Shengshi, yet they quit en masse? That's insulting. Su Ruobing frowned, patiently explaining, it's not that simple. Chun Ichi is a top-tier professional with a wide network. A lot of problems get solved with just one call from him. If he leaves with his team, the group could fall into chaos immediately. Yi Chun sneered, is it really that serious? Xuyen, go back and try to calm Minister Chen down. They'll meet him in person tomorrow. Su Ruobing quickly made a decision. First secure them with an irresistible salary offer, then quietly find a replacement. Miss Su, I'm afraid we can't wait until tomorrow. Zhao's voice tightened. Minister Chun and his team have arrived. They seem determined to leave today. Before she finished, Chun Ichi appeared in the parking lot, leading a dozen or so fit, well-trained men, their movements coordinated and footsteps heavy. Su Ruobing's heart tightened sharply, but she forced a professional smile and stepped forward to greet them. What shocked and angered her was that Chun Ichi completely ignored the extended hand of the group's president. Instead, he strode past her and stopped before Gu Fan, bowing slightly, standing well below him by half a head. Brother Fan, wherever you go, we follow. The day Gu Fan left the underworld, he handed out generous severance pay to all his brothers and arranged new paths for them. Yet some weren't willing to let go. Chun Ichi was the most typical among them. To keep following Gu Fan, he and a few core brothers willingly gave up stable lives and were assigned directly to Shengshi Group, taking charge of security and supporting the company's development. Now, the divorce between Gu Fan and Su Ruobing, president of Shengshi Group, is causing a storm throughout the city. Word had long spread internally that today was the day they would register the divorce at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Early in the morning, after Chun Ichi confirmed that Gu Fan and Su Ruobing had truly cut ties, he didn't hesitate to submit his resignation. No matter how good the benefits, they no longer wished to stay. Minister Chun, don't be rash. Su Ruobing arrived personally, forcing calm onto her face. If there's a problem, let's sit down and talk. I'll double your salaries and give you stock options in Shengshi Group. How about that? She knew well that Chen Ichi and his men were the security backbone of Shengshi Group. Any loosening could bring trouble for the whole company. But Chen Ichi's expression remained firm. President Su, there's nothing to discuss. My brothers and I are leaving today. Su Rubing's face darkened slightly. I've treated you well over these years. Leaving like this is so heartless. If you have demands, just tell me. He'll do whatever I can. President Su, we came to Shengshi Group because of Fan Ge. Now that you and Fan Ge have broken off completely, we should go too. Chen Ichi gave no room for negotiation. Not even a little room. Su Rubing's chest heaved as she fought to hold back her emotions. Chen Ichi only nodded. Taking a deep breath, Su Ruobing pulled back the last shred of reason. According to the labor contract, you need to give at least 1 month's notice. Leaving today is a breach of contract. We know the terms. Chen Ichi produced prepared documents. We've archived handover materials. We'll pay the breach penalty in full, no delays. The atmosphere in the office dropped sharply at his words. Su Ruobing realized she was completely powerless. After 10 years of working together, she had thought Shed earned their respect. But as soon as the divorce news broke, they all left at once. She couldn't understand. What kind of charm does Gu Fan have to command such loyal devotion? She even suspected Gu Fan was manipulating this from behind the scenes, using Chun Ichi and the others to pressure her into regretting the divorce. Ridiculous. She refused to believe money couldn't keep people. Everyone had their price. Yi Chun, standing nearby and hearing that Chun Ichi and the others were Gu Fan's old men, immediately darkened in expression, filled with displeasure. No matter how hard Su Ruobing tried to convince him, Chun Ichi did not budge. In the end, he and his brothers packed up their desks, ready to leave on the spot. Watching her loyal team scatter, Su Ruobing felt a heavy weight in her chest, her fury nearly burning through her rational mind. She suddenly turned toward Gu Fan, her voice trembling with barely contained resentment and accusation. Gu Fan, is this your revenge? Su Ruobing originally still felt a trace of guilt toward Gu Fan. But when Chun Ichi and the others neatly stacked their resignation letters on the table, all the last softness in her heart was immediately squeezed out by disgust because, in her eyes, everything was a scheme orchestrated secretly by Gu Fan. Ruobing, now you finally see what kind of person Gu Fan really is, right? Yi Chen stood beside her, his voice loaded with hostility. He must have colluded with these people a long time ago. If you hadn't finalized the divorce, he'd have cleaned out your family fortune. Who knows how many dirty tricks he's pulled behind your back. Director Su, our resignations have nothing to do with Brother Fan. We didn't even say a word to him before submitting our letters. You've misunderstood, Chen Ichi said quietly but firmly. Who'd believe that? Yi Chen sneered. You street hustlers, which of you can be trusted? Chen Ichi raised an eyebrow, his gaze as sharp and cold as a blade. Yi Chen felt a shiver run down his spine and hurriedly shrank behind Su Ruobing, lowering his voice to scheme. Ruobing, these guys are just as bad as Gu Fan. We can't keep them here. I know some people in the underworld. I can bring in some real fighters anytime. No impact on Shengshi Group's business. Su Ruobing ignored him. Instead, she fixed her gaze on Gu Fan, her voice trembling but cold as ice. Gu Fan, I want an explanation. Gu Fan put his hands in his pockets, his expression calm. I didn't tell them to resign, and this isn't retaliation against you. Still making excuses? Su Rubing's anger twisted into a bitter laugh. Gu Fan, since when can't you even tell the truth? It's only today that I realize I never really knew you at all. Gu Fan scoffed, his eyes dark as night. I've never cared to lie. Besides, even if I had arranged it, so what? He stepped forward suddenly, the force of his presence pressing in. Ruobing, remember the year you opened your first club? To help you gain a foothold, I took Chin Ichi and the others through harrowing trials, smuggling, fighting, gambling with life and death to carve out a path for you here in Jiangzhou. They're my brothers who've bled with me. Now that you and I are done, they're severed from Shengshi Group with no ties left. What's wrong with that? Do you expect them to report to you first? His gaze cut like a knife, just like when he had rampaged through underground fighting arenas. You think you deserve to keep them? With just your paycheck? Ruobing, you know nothing. The sharp, overwhelming aura hit Su Ruobing like a heavy blow to the chest. She involuntarily stepped back, her delicate face instantly turning pale. In a fleeting daze, she recalled the toughest nights of her startup journey indeed. Gu Fan had backed her up, helping her secure a foothold in Jiangzhou. But in the next instant, she clenched her fists. Even without Gu Fan, she would have succeeded, maybe even more. Taking a deep breath, she swallowed down her emotions and ordered coldly, Shui Yan, stamp the resignation papers for Minister Chun and the others. Let them go. Shengshi Group will run fine without them. Then she faced Gu Fan again, speaking slowly and sharply. Gu Fan, I'm telling you, this is hurting Chun Ichi and the others. Given Shengshi Group's current scale and financial strength, finding skilled people is easy. You really think coaxing them away will cripple Shengshi Group? Ridiculous. On the contrary, Chun Ichi and the others had lost their respectable jobs at Shengshi Group. If they continued to follow you into this life of danger and hardship, they would sooner or later fall back into an irreversible abyss. Sister Ruobing, you're wrong about that. Lin Xiaowan chimed in cheerfully, stepping over to stand beside Gu Fan. She deliberately straightened her slender waist, her chest rising slightly. If Chun Gu and the others are willing, the doors of Sherdai Group will always be open to them. The benefits will be even better than what they had at Shengshi Group. She knew well the talents and connections of Chun Yiqi's group. If she could lure them over, Sherdai Group would be greatly strengthened, and it would bind her and Gu Fan tightly together. Su Ruobing snorted coldly, her face darkening to its fullest extent. Let's go. Yichen followed closely behind, his tone gentle yet tinged with contempt. Ruobing, someone like Gu Fan isn't even worth your anger. From now on, we live in two different worlds, two different classes. Sooner or later, he's doomed to fall. Su Ruobing nodded faintly. Taking advantage of the moment, Yichen suggested, let's celebrate. I've already booked a restaurant and brought an 80-year-old bottle of Lafite from home. Tonight, we only talk about romance. His eyes glowed with tenderness, but inside he was bursting with joy. Tonight he would completely win over Su Ruobing, then systematically weaken her power, take control of Shengshi Group, and swallow up the entire Su family fortune. Su Ruobing exhaled a breath of long-suppressed gloom, forcing a gentle smile. Yi Chun, with you here, I feel more at ease. But the happiness in her heart was not as anticipated. Instead, there was a subtle sense of loss. Sis, something's wrong. The sharp screech of brakes shattered the atmosphere. A dark luxury car skidded to a halt by the roadside, its tires leaving black marks on the asphalt. As the door flew open, Su Ruozhou hurriedly jumped out, panic written all over her face. Su Ruobing's heart sank. What's wrong? Mom's stomach illness flared up. The cramps are horrible. Su Ruozhou gasped. Dr. Wu rushed over, but could only prescribe painkillers. Mom took them, but is still in terrible pain and keeps vomiting. She told me to come find Gu Fan right away for his medicine. Only his stomach medicine can control it. Over 10 years ago, Lin Tang's stomach illness was so severe she felt like dying, vomiting everything she ate. It was only after Gu Fan and Su Ruobing's relationship was confirmed that he personally administered acupuncture and prescribed medicine, stabilizing Lin Tang's condition, which hadn't relapsed since. Because of this, people almost forgot Lin Tang ever had stomach problems. Now that Su Ruobing had just finalized her divorce from Gu Fan, troubles kept piling up, weighing heavily on her mind. What about the previous medicine? Too busy with you and Gu Fan's divorce to ask him for more. Today Mom's pain got worse, and when we opened the medicine box, it was almost empty. Sis, if we delay any longer, Mom will suffer terribly. Su Ruozhou looked around anxiously. Where's Gu Fan? Su Ruobing raised her hand and pointed toward Gu Fan not far away. Over there. Sis, wait for me. Su Ruozhou grabbed the car door, eyes brightening, and quickly ran over. Hey, do you have Mom's stomach medicine? Please give me some quickly. Su Ruozhou commanded with an air of arrogance. After Su Ruobing quietly helped make connections behind the scenes, Gu Fan had also started his own company. But Su Ruozhou continued to look down on Gu Fan, who was always busy playing stay-at-home dad in the kitchen and with the kids. In his eyes, given his sister's status, she should have married into the top-tier Jiangzhou aristocracy, not settled for someone like Gu Fan, whom he considered low-class. Even though Gu Fan had helped Su Ruobing escape a difficult situation back then, Su Ruozhou dismissed it as Gu Fan clinging to the Su family out of gratitude, and he felt no appreciation at all. Now Su Ruozhou lifted his chin, his face full of haughty disdain. Standing beside Gu Fan, Chun Yiqi felt a chill run down his spine. His knuckles whitened and veins bulged on the back of his hand. Anyone rude to Master Fan had always paid a bloody price. Gu Fan raised his hand, blocking Chun Yiqi from stepping forward. He thought to himself, Su Ruobing was right. Given the strict laws today, if blood was drawn, the authorities and special units would get involved, and it would only bring more trouble. Besides, was it worth Chun Yiqi risking his reputation over this petty clown Su Ruozhou? Stomach medicine? What stomach medicine? Gu Fan's lips curved into a cold, half-amused smirk as he asked. Anger flared as Su Ruozhou's voice cracked. Gu Fan, don't play dumb. What else could it be? It's my mother's stomach medicine. She's in serious pain. I don't have time to argue with you. Give me that medicine right now. Oh, that stomach medicine you mentioned? I do have it. Gu Fan replied evenly, then handed over immediately. Su Ruozhou hissed through clenched teeth. If anything happens to my mom, will you take responsibility? Seeing Su Ruozhou's face, all bluster on the surface but trembling underneath, Gu Fan smiled slightly. If your mother really did come to harm, what does that have to do with me? I have the medicine, but why should I give it to you? Are we that close? You dare talk to me like that? Su Ruozhou's pupils constricted in disbelief. In the past, relying on being Su Ruobing's favored younger brother, Gu Fan had tolerated him again and even cleaned up many of his messes. Yet Su Ruozhou never felt grateful, instead taking it all for granted. Move aside. I have other things to do, Gu Fan said coldly. In his heart, Gu Fan once again calculated. Aside from Su Ruozhou, he didn't care about a single person in the Su family. Before, He had been foolish to show kindness to them all, but now that he refused to bail out Su Ruajo anymore, this guy was bound to get into serious trouble sooner or later. Perhaps that would be a chance to give him a little push. Gu Fan, you stop right there. Su Ruaza's face twisted in rage as he shouted fiercely, you have to give me the medicine today. If you don't, you'll what? Gu Fan's smile was cold and his gaze icy. I. Su Ruajo faltered, only now remembering that Gu Fan and Su Ruabing had already finalized their divorce, so Gu Fan was no longer officially his brother-in-law and had no ties to the Su family at all. But with no other choice, he forced himself to shout, you've been taking care of my mom's stomach condition, so you have to take responsibility. Otherwise, you're playing with a person's life. Then consider me someone who plays with lives, Gu Fan said calmly. If Lin Tang really dies, make sure to inform me. I'll send a wreath. How dare you curse my mother? Su Ruaza's eyes turned bloodshot as he roared and swung his fist toward Gu Fan, determined to teach this insolent fool a harsh lesson and force him to hand over the medicine. But just as his fist rose and before it could get close, Gu Fan shifted his body and raised his arm, delivering a sharp slap across Su Ruaza's face. Smack! Su Ruaza's face twisted sharply, his whole body losing balance as he fell to the ground, 5 bloody finger marks glaringly visible on his cheek. A searing pain and crushing humiliation surged through him. Gu Fan, who had never had a position of respect at home, actually dared to slap him in public. Clutching his burning face, he struggled to get up, only to shudder violently when their icy cold eyes met. His Adam's apple bobbed as he staggered backwards. Sis, this Gu Fan has gone mad. He actually hit me. You have to stand up for me. Su Rujo screamed hoarsely. I just wanted him to hand over Mom's stomach medicine, but he refused and even cursed Mom to die, saying he'd send her a wreath. Have you ever seen someone that vicious? Whenever trouble arose, he always counted on Su Rubing's support. This time was no exception. Gritting his teeth, he vowed that once Gu Fan apologized, he would make him pay back today's humiliation 100-fold. Hearing the commotion, Su Ruabing hurried over and immediately saw the bright red handprint on her brother's face. Burning with anger, she harshly scolded, Gu Fan, why can't you change your bad nature? Even if Rujo was wrong, he's still my brother. Gu Fan's expression was cold. Yeah, he's your brother, so what? Why should that concern me? Am I supposed to coddle him? Su Rubing's heart sank. She suddenly remembered that they were already divorced. In other words, Gu Fan was no longer tied to the Su family. Still, she forced herself, but you can't hit people. If I call the police, you could be held in custody. Lin Xiaowan, standing nearby, sneered and interrupted, Ruabing, don't scare us. You saw just now Rujo threw the first punch. Fan was just defending himself. If the cops get involved, who knows, he'll end up detained. A hint of schadenfreude flashed in her eyes. The more Gu Fan clashed with the Su family, the slimmer his chances of reconciling with Su Ruabing. Exactly what she wanted. Su Rubing's face hardened like ice. She ignored Lin Xiaowan and glared at Gu Fan. Gu Fan, I never expected you'd become like this. You know what I regret most? That I didn't divorce you sooner. Ruabing, Yichin stepped forward at the right moment, beating his chest loyally. I've always said you can never fully know someone's heart. Gu Fan had ulterior motives from the start, and now we see his true face. Don't worry with me here. I won't let you suffer anymore. Gu Fan responded calmly. That goes both ways. I regret not divorcing you sooner. He sighed softly. Once convinced they would grow old together, he now saw forever was just an illusion. People's hearts were the hardest to understand. Su Ruabing stared back. No trace of the past tenderness remained, only coldness and disdain. She bit her thin lip, then held out her hand. Gu Fan, no matter what, my mom treated you well. Give me the stomach medicine and the recipe. After that, we owe each other nothing. Sorry, Gu Fan's voice was low and firm. No stomach medicine, and definitely no recipe. How can you be so heartless? Su Rubing's eyes turned icy. Gu Fan, you weren't like this before. Then and now are different. Gu Fan looked up slightly. Besides, you're wrong. Your mother never treated me well. If she looked down on me all along, she should have some dignity and not use my stomach medicine. Gu Fan, I'm begging you, please give me the stomach medicine. Su Rubing's whole body was tense as she locked eyes with him. Every time it had come to this, as long as she looked at him like this, Gu Fan would give in. She believed this time would be no different. Looking at Su Rubing's bright, radiant face, tinged with a touch of pitiful vulnerability, Gu Fan felt momentarily dazed. It was as if he had been transported back to the day he first met Su Rubing beneath the glowing floor-to-ceiling window, the girl lifting her clear eyes slightly. That was once his white moonlight, his untouched love. But now, he was merely a bystander. That light had long since been extinguished in his heart. Not even seeing the tear-streaked, sorrowful Su Ruabing before him could stir the faintest ripple of feeling, even if time were to rewind. Pulling himself back to the present, Gu Fan's tone was as cold and sharp as ice shards. Do you remember on my mother's 60th birthday when I begged you not to mention divorce? My mother's heart isn't strong, so what did you do? What happened in the end? Do you really think I'd agree to your demands? Don't kid yourself. Between you, me, and the Su family, all ties are severed. Each word landed like a cutting blade, piercing Su Rubing's heart. She had never imagined that what she said back then would return like a boomerang today to strike her right between the eyes. Yet she still refused to back down. Gu Fan, are you truly so heartless? Gu Fan sneered, eyes cold and unmoving. If we're talking about heartlessness, I might not be as bad as you. Su Rubing's chest heaved violently. Clenching her teeth, she took a step closer. Name your terms. What do you want before you'll give me the stomach medicine? Isn't this just an excuse to make outrageous demands? Speak. Looking down on her, Gu Fan seemed to realize they had never truly understood each other. After a brief pause, he said simply, I have only one condition, I want custody of Cece. Impossible. Su Ruabing blurted out. Gu Fan didn't linger and turned to walk toward Shinichi. Gu Fan, stop. Su Ruajo rushed forward to block him, lowering his voice to threaten, give the stomach medicine. During this 1-month cooling-off period before the divorce, you still have a chance to win my sister back. Don't be reckless, or you'll lose everything. He clenched his anger. Tightly knew Gu Fan's weakness very well. Just give the other side a glimmer of hope for reconciliation, and Gu Fan would hesitate. Once he got the medicine, he planned to punish Gu Fan severely as payback. These words silenced Su Ruabing, her expression unreadable. But Yeching's heart tightened. If Gu Fan and Su Ruabing actually got back together, what would that mean for him? Fortunately, Gu Fan was too lazy even to consider it. When robbing back? What nonsense. We ended things long ago. Su Ruajo trembled with anger, but was momentarily speechless. The frost on Su Rubing's face deepened as she said coldly, Gu Fan, you really think you're the only one who can cure my mother's stomach ailment? Don't flatter yourself. Even without you, someone else can treat her. Yichun immediately took over, his tone anxious but confident. Ruabing, don't worry. I've already contacted a doctor friend who can definitely cure Aunt's stomach disease. We don't have to ask him to help. His skills aren't anything special. Gu Fan chuckled lightly. Well then, I hope you succeed. He knew Lin Tang's condition better than anemia, nearly irreversible chronic illness. Had he not intervened in time, whether she'd still be alive now was uncertain. Perhaps a handful of specialists in the world could stabilize her condition, but such people were far beyond the reach of Su Ruabing or Yichun. Seeing Gu Fan's mocking expression, Su Rubing's anger surged uncontrollably. She lowered her voice, speaking each word deliberately. Gu Fan, listen carefully. I will never let you have a chance to fight for Cece's custody. You are not qualified to be Cece's father. Let's go. With that, Su Ruabing spun around sharply and strode off purposefully. Ruabing, take care. Don't worry about Fan Go. He'll look after him and love him well. Lin Xiaowan said, hands clasped behind her back, her smile light and triumphant. Her words pierced Su Ruabing like needles. Her face darkened and her pace quickened. Only after Su Rubing's group disappeared down the corridor did Chin Ichi lower his voice apologetically. Fan Go, are we causing you trouble? It's none of your business. Gu Fan waved him off calmly, but with concern. Actually, you don't need to leave Xingshi Group because of me. In his plan, these brothers should live peacefully, far from trouble. He hadn't yet firmly established himself. But Chen Ichi shook his head firmly. Fan Go, we never joined Xingshi Group for the paychecks. You gave us our lives. Wherever you go, we follow through life and death. Lin Ziwen's eyes brightened and she quickly joined in. Fan Go, why don't we bring Chen Go and the others over to Sherdai Group? We're short-handed here, and we're about to expand several venues. We'll start by paying double Xingshi's salary and add year-end bonuses. How about that? Gu Fan thought for a moment and asked Chen Ichi. Ichi, what do you think? We follow Fan guest lead. Chen Ichi answered without hesitation. Gu Fan turned to Lin Xiaowan. Xiaowan, don't you have a Sherdai club right across from the Xingshi Club? Lin Ziwen's eyes lit up with a hint of grievance. Yes, I wanted to challenge Rubing's Xingshi Club, but Sherdai has steadily declined these past 2 years while Xingshi thrives. I'm barely holding on. She pouted and muttered softly. Fan Go, don't think I don't know Xingshi's rise owes a lot to your secret help, but it cost me dearly. So, what are you planning to do to make up for it? Let me take over running the Sherdai Club for a while, Gu Fan said confidently. Once it becomes the #1 club in Jiangzhou, they'll return it to you exactly as it is. Consider it a gift. Chen Ichi and the others will be placed there first as well. Really? Lin Ziwen's face brightened. They'll start the paperwork at once. But I can't let you take advantage of me. I'm transferring 51 ownership of Sherdai Club to you. Gu Fan waved it off. No need. No way. Lin Xiaowan put her hands on her hips, serious as if signing a military order. Without shares, I'm afraid you won't be serious. Besides, you'll need your own enterprise sooner or later. After some back and forth, Gu Fan gave in. He knew he had much more to repay Lin Xiaowan than a club. Once Chen Ichi and the others were settled, he and Lin Xiaowan drove to the first hospital. Gu Fan massaged his brow, still pondering how to explain the current situation to his mother. Meanwhile, the Su family villa was brightly lit. Su Ruabing hurried into the living room where Lin Tang looked pale, clutching her stomach weakly but anxiously. Where's the stomach medicine? Did you get it back from that little bastard Gu Fan? Mom, that Gu Fan is absolutely lawless. Su Ruajo stormed in with anger. Not only did he refuse to hand over the medicine, he slapped me. Luckily, sister already finalized the divorce with him, otherwise who knows what kind of person he is. Gu Fan didn't give you the medicine? Lin Tang's eyes snapped wide open. She slammed the table in fury but was immediately racked by stabbing stomach pain as she cried out. It hurts like hell. Call Gu Fan for me. I want to make him give me that medicine in person. What a shameful man. Lin Tang was furious, totally convinced she had Gu Fan under her thumb. This useless son-in-law had always obeyed her in the past. She was certain this time would be no exception. The atmosphere in the living room was tense and cold. Su Ruabing lowered her eyes, hesitating for a moment. Mom, maybe we should just give up. Gu Fan, he's changed. Call him for me. Lin Tang slammed her palm on the coffee table, making the water in her cup ripple in a half-arc reluctantly. Su Ruabing picked up the phone, her fingers stiff as she dialed the number. As soon as the phone rang, Gu Fan's voice came through, cold and emotionless. What do you want? Through the receiver, the distance between them felt endless, as if Su Ruabing was talking to a complete stranger. She bit her thin lip instinctively. Lin Tang snatched the phone and yelled into the mouthpiece. You little bastard. Hurry up and bring the stomach medicine, you hear me? In her memory, Gu Fan had always obediently delivered the medicine whenever she asked. But this time, a sharp sneer came through the line. Who the hell do you think you are? What did you say? Lin Tang's pupils dilated, her chest heaving violently. You worthless piece of trash. How dare you speak to me like that? Worthless? Then what does that make you an old woman on her deathbed? Gu Fan sneered coldly. Lin Tang, don't fool yourself thinking you're still my mother-in-law and can boss me around. Get it straight, we're enemies now. Lin Tang's voice trembled with rage. Gu Fan, if you don't hand over the stomach medicine, they'll never allow you to get back together with Ruabing in this lifetime. She knew how much Gu Fan cared about Su Ruabing, and this threat had always worked before. But on the other end of the line came Gu Fan's reckless laughter. Ha! Lin Tang, you're as stupid as your son. Now that I'm free as the sky and earth, happier than ever, there's no chance I'll ever get back with Su Ruabing. She means nothing to me. Enjoy the agony. You screaming in pain will bring me joy. His voice fell, and the call was mercilessly disconnected, followed by a harsh, busy tone. Gu Fan, you little bastard. Lin Tang's face went deathly pale, the first time this former waste had humiliated her so completely. With a snap, she nearly crushed the phone in her grip. Suddenly, her pupils constricted sharply as if countless silver needles pierced her stomach at once. Ah! She screamed, clutching her belly and collapsing against the sofa armrest, trembling all over. Ruabing, mom's in so much pain, you have to do something. The pain filled her with regret. She should have gotten the medicine first, then pressured her daughter to divorce. Footsteps pounded urgently from the stairs as Su Ruashua rushed down, panic on her face. Sister, call your husband quickly. If you just beg him and admit a mistake, maybe he'll change his mind. Ruashua, I asked him for the medicine already, but he refused. Su Rubing's eyes darkened. Ruashua wasn't giving up. Sister, the divorce hasn't been finalized yet. There's still a 1-month cooling off period. If you can win him back before it's official, everything will be fine. Trust me, just soften your stance. I believe he still cares about you. It's not too late. Ruashua, I'm not going to admit I'm wrong. Su Rubing's voice was cold and resolute. Gu Fan and I are done. She turned to look at her mother, who was doubled over in pain, her eyes heavy with sorrow. Ruashua, how can you push Ruabing deeper into despair? All of this is Gu Fan's fault. If it weren't for Gu Fan, Annie wouldn't have had to endure such suffering. In the living room of the Su family house, Yichin lowered his voice, eyes blazing with anger. Gu Fan is trying to use Auntie's illness to threaten Ruabing. We absolutely cannot let him get away with this. Then his gaze flickered briefly as he spoke firmly to Su Ruabing. Get some painkillers for Auntie right away. Stomach problems aren't urgent, I promise, they'll find a top doctor to cure her. But with this kind of stomach illness, relieving the pain requires high doses of strong painkillers, which can cause serious side effects. Su Ruabing hesitated. Give me the painkillers. Hurry. Lin Tang trembled all over, screaming through the pain. After swallowing the pills, the sharp agony ebbed away in waves, and her complexion shifted from waxy pale to just pale. Gu Fan, he wants to kill me. Lin Tang slammed her hand on the sofa armrest, rage nearly bursting from her eyes. Mom, your stomach issues are an old problem. It was only after brother-in-law came along that you slowly got better. How can you blame him now? Su Ruashua quietly defended. Ruashua, shut up. Lin Tang cut her off harshly. Are you even one of the Su family? Why are you turning your back on us? She took a breath and fixed a piercing look on Su Ruabing. Ruabing, you must find a new doctor immediately and somehow get the formula for the previous stomach medicine from Gu Fan. But absolutely no reconciliation with him. Do you hear me? He's trying to use the prescription to force you back into marriage. We can't let that happen. Mom, I understand. Su Ruabing nodded. Lin Tang took a deep breath, grinding her teeth as she muttered, don't let me see Gu Fan again, or I'll make him regret it. It was the first time she had been humiliated by Gu Fan face to face, and anger churned within her pain. Night deepened. After Lin Tang finally drifted into a difficult sleep under the painkiller's effect, Su Ruobing dragged her weary body out of the bedroom. Sis, brother-in-law Su Ruoshua stepped forward. Ruoshua, don't ever mention brother-in-law again. Gu Fan is no longer related to the Su family. Su Ruobing cut her off. But, I've seen who Gu Fan really is, and I have no regrets about the divorce. Her tone was resolute. Then she glanced at Yi Chun in the living room. Yi Chun smiled softly. Ruobing, let's celebrate your freedom. I've already arranged for candlelight and red wine at the restaurant. Yi Chun, I'm really tired today. Maybe another time. Su Ruobing declined gently. Yi Chun's expression stiffened, his words rushing out. Don't say no. I've been waiting for this day a long time. He reached out to pull her close, but she sidestepped. Yi Chun, I want to rest. You should go back to the hotel. But tonight, I really want to be with you. Yi Chun said passionately, eyes burning. Just grant me this little wish since I'm back. The restaurant, flowers, wine, even the suite had been booked in advance. The moment he saw Su Ruobing upon his return, he wanted to claim her as his own, to own her completely. More than that, he wanted to dominate her in bed, forcing her to admit he was better than Gu Fan. The thought inflamed his breath and stirred fierce desire in his eyes. The once elusive white moonlight was now within reach. Who could refuse such a request? Su Ruobing hesitated. After 10 years, the light of their youth still lingered in her heart. She had brought him back to see if there was any chance to start over. All right, let's have dinner together, she finally said. That's wonderful. Yi Chun took her hand, his voice gentle but bursting with joy. That's the best news I've heard all day. In his mind, he already pictured the rest of the night. A few glasses of strong liquor, blazing passion, and Su Ruobing and Shengshi group both falling under his control. Shall we go? He extended his hand politely, flashing his signature smile. Meanwhile, at Jiangzhou First Hospital, after hanging up the phone, Gu Fan's expression turned so dark it seemed like water could drip from it. Lin Xiaoan quietly nestled against his chest, her soft figure warm against him, eyes bright and burning with passion. Fan Gu, they'll stay by your side forever. Her fingers traced lightly over his chest, fanning the flames inside him. Lin Xiaoan grabbed him, pushing open an empty recovery room, locking the door. Under the clinical white lights, she looked up at him, lips slightly parted, breathing a little uneven. Fan Gu, is the hospital kind of fun? Or should you just take me now? Lin Xiaoan didn't want to miss a single chance. She was passionate, bold, and direct. Gu Fan's eyes burned as he stared at her graceful figure, desire roaring like an uncontrollable wildfire inside him. This stunning beauty seemed to be openly tempting him to cross the lines of reason. But just as Gu Fan's rationality teetered on the edge of being overwhelmed by lust, the sudden sound of hurried footsteps outside startled them, abruptly breaking the charged atmosphere between them. Ahem, go see my mom, Gu Fan said awkwardly, his voice low and his gaze flickering nervously. Sure. Lin Xiaoan didn't hesitate. She stepped forward, wrapped her arms tightly around Gu Fan, and kissed him passionately. 5 minutes later, they reluctantly parted lips. Meanwhile, after dinner, Yi Chun and Su Ruobing stood outside the hotel where Yi Chun was staying. Yi Chun looked at Ruobing tenderly and whispered, Ruobing, stay with me a little longer, please. Su Ruobing shook her head firmly. It's late. I should go home now. Don't go. Yi Chun reached out to grab her slender wrist, but missed. His eyes immediately clouded with hurt. Ruobing, I really like you. Just a little longer. Ruobing hesitated for a moment, but then a frantic phone rang abruptly. Sis. Cece disappeared. Su Ruoxu's trembling voice sounded urgently on the other end. Answering the call, Su Ruobing listened anxiously to Su Ruoxu's panicked words. I went upstairs and Cece wasn't in her room. Did you take her out? How could Cece be missing? She's always stayed in her room. Su Ruobing's face drained of color. Maybe she's hiding, playing hide and seek with us? Yi Chun frowned thoughtfully. No way. Cece is always well behaved. Ruobing tried to stay calm. Pull up the security footage. I'm heading home right now. She hung up and rushed to the Su family villa, with Yi Chun following helplessly behind. Back at the villa, after reviewing the surveillance, they saw 5-year-old Cece wearing a little dress and carrying a bulging backpack sneak quietly out the front door while the adults weren't paying attention. How could Cece leave alone? Where could she be going? Su Ruobing's heart pounded with panic. Yi Chun analyzed calmly. Kids sometimes just want to play outside. She'll probably come back once she's done. But beneath his composed expression, a calculating look flickered. His goal tonight was Su Ruobing, but right now, she wasn't his focus. Shut up. If anything happens to Cece, I won't forgive you. Su Ruoxua hissed viciously, glaring at Yi Chun with pure hatred. She knew all too well. If it weren't for him, her sister wouldn't have been destined to divorce her brother-in-law, and Cece wouldn't have gone missing. Enough, everyone go search. Check all the cameras around the villa. Su Ruobing grit her teeth, torn between anguish and urgency. Sis, do you think Cece might be looking for brother-in-law? Su Ruoxu's eyes lit up, feeling this was a strong possibility. Gazing at the little girl sneaking out cautiously on the footage, Su Ruobing remembered how Cece had asked earlier that day if she could visit grandma and dad, but was refused. Her expression darkened instantly, and she dialed a number. After hanging up, she shook her head. Cece's not at the first hospital. Where else could she run off to? Sis, should we report it to the police first? Su Ruashue feared the worst. No need to call the cops so soon. It's been less than an hour. It's not that serious yet. Yi Chun interrupted irritably. Report it at once. Su Rubing's voice grew firm. Rougeau, contact Captain Guan. Get the street surveillance footage immediately. We must find Cece. Su Rougeau nodded. Don't worry, sis. I'm on it. Under the night sky, the entire Su family plunged into a tense search for the little girl. The atmosphere was heavy and taut. With everyone holding their breath, no one could predict how this unexpected crisis would end. Sis, maybe you should tell brother-in-law. Su Ruashue suggested. Su Ruabing shook her head firmly, her brow furrowed. What's the point? He'll just use it to blame me. She had already seen Gu Fan's cold looks several times today and didn't want to be scolded again. More importantly, if Gu Fan found out the child was missing, he would definitely try to fight for custody of Cece again. But brother-in-law is really capable. What abilities does he even have? Su Ruabing cut her off with a raised hand. Stop it. I've sent more people to look. The frustration weighed down on her chest, making it hard to breathe, but she forced herself to stay calm. At Jiangzhou First Hospital, the corridor was bathed in the soft yellow glow of the evening lights. Gu Fan spoke softly by his mother Li Ying's bedside. Mom, Su Ruabing and I have officially divorced. At this point, hiding it was pointless. He took his mother's calloused hand in his. Mom, I'm actually happier now, like a bird freed from a cage, like a fish leaping into the sea lighter than ever before. Don't worry about me. Li Ying sighed deeply, her emotions slowly settling as she studied her son carefully. Have you truly let go? Just look at my spirit. Doesn't that say it all? Gu Fan straightened his back, purposely showing his better health. So you have to take good care of yourself. Only then did Li Ying manage a weak smile. What about Cece? I talked it over with Ruabing. After a year, he'll bring Cece back. For now, I need to focus on my career. Li Ying glanced at Gu Fan, then at Lin Xiaowan standing beside him, and sighed. I don't understand young people's matters. Xiao Fan, promise me one thing. Anything, Mom. She stroked his hair gently. No matter what happens, always take care of yourself first. Don't hurt yourself anymore. Your mother will always be proud of you. Mom Gu Fan's eyes blurred with emotion. She smiled and patted his hand. All right, don't get all sentimental, big guy. Focus on your career. I'm going back home to Luching for now. When you get tired, come visit me. My pension can still support you. Gu Fan's throat tightened. His mother had raised him and Gu Ming alone, enduring countless hardships he had witnessed, yet she never asked for money, only reminding him to take care of himself every time they spoke. He didn't stop her. The coming year was destined to be turbulent, and it was safer for Li Ying to stay in Jiangzhou. Mom, once you're in Luching, be sure to take your herbal medicine on time. If anything happens, tell me right away. Good boy, Mom knows. After a moment of hesitation, Li Ying lowered her voice. Xiao Fan, although Ruabing can be a little stubborn, she's a good person. If there's a chance, the divorce doesn't have to be final. For Cece's sake. Mom, it's in the past. Gu Fan squeezed her hand firmly without further explanation. Li Ying fell silent and didn't push the matter. As night deepened, the law enforcement team's lights blazed brightly. Captain Guan, what did you say? Cece was kidnapped? Su Rubing's knees nearly gave out. Her voice trembled. It had been 2 hours since Cece disappeared, and night had fully settled. In the surveillance room, Guan Zhanhong looked grave, pointing at the screen. Ms. Su, we reviewed all the street cameras and finally found Cece's last location outside a convenience store. The footage showed the little girl leaving the lakeside villa and heading north along Zhongshan Road, the same road leading to the first hospital. Midway, an unmarked van suddenly stopped. A man wrapped head to toe leapt out and forcefully grabbed Cece into the vehicle. Although the child struggled desperately, the blurry image was heart-wrenching. Su Ruabing and Su Ruashue stared at the screen, their eyes filling with tears immediately. Captain Guan, please rescue my Cece. Su Ruabing was desperate. Despite the bright lights in the spacious conference room, she felt suffocated, as if a 1,000-pound weight pressed down on her chest. Recently, Jiangzhou had been rocked by a string of child abductions, with dozens of children disappearing. Just a few days ago, 3 small bodies previously reported missing were found in an abandoned factory on the city's outskirts. After the media exposed the gruesome scene, she hadn't slept all night. Now her own daughter, Gu Cece, was missing. She dared not imagine the worst. Her slender shoulders trembled uncontrollably. Ms. Su, our team is scouring the entire city for clues, but Guan Zhanhong stood by the table, frowning deeply. I'm afraid we need more time. The Shengshi Group was Jiang's house top taxpayer. Su Ruabing had always kept a low profile, but her daughter's disappearance was like dropping a bomb in both business and official circles. The situation was even more complicated. The kidnappers were highly skilled, well-equipped, and physically capable. Every time law enforcement set up operations, the criminals were alerted in advance, making arrests extremely difficult. Ruabing, don't worry too much. Yichin gently took her hand, his voice soft. Trust the police. They will bring these criminals to justice. Cece is such a good girl. Surely fate will protect her. Yet in his eyes flickered a barely perceptible glint of satisfaction. If something truly happened to Gu Cece, the biggest obstacle between him and Su Ruobing would vanish. Once he had a child with Su Ruobing, inheriting the Su family fortune would be natural. Besides, Cece was Gu Fan's own daughter. The thought of Gu Fan's pain upon hearing the news secretly delighted Yi Chun. Heaven helps me, I'm the real protagonist here. Ms. Su, Guan Zhanhong spoke again. Not only are we involved, but higher authorities have also sent people to intervene in this heinous kidnapping case. I'm confident we will solve it soon. Higher authorities? Su Rubing's heart sank. This meant the case exceeded the local precinct's jurisdiction and that the suspects were more brutal and dangerous than she had imagined. She suddenly looked up, her voice trembling but firm. Captain Guan, tell me who took my daughter? Sorry, that information is classified, Guan Zhanhong replied, slowing down his speech. But please trust the organization. We will do everything we can to rescue Gu Cece and arrest every trafficker involved. Bang! She slammed her palm hard against the table, the hardwood thudding dully. By the time you find her, it might already be too late. I can't wait. Tell me which faction is behind this. I'll offer a reward for her rescue. Ms. Su, you're only making things worse. Guan Zhanhong tried to intervene, but she had already turned to look at Yi Chun. Ruobing, calm down. There will be a way, Yi Chun urged softly. How can I stay calm? She snapped, jerking her hand free. Sister, maybe we should contact brother-in-law? Su Ruozhou tentatively suggested. He might have some ideas. No. Su Ruobing ground her teeth. If he knew Cece was missing, he'd go crazy. Powerless, what could he possibly do? Don't make things worse. Taking a deep breath, she forced her emotions down. Ruozhou, issue the reward immediately. 20 million to anyone who brings back my daughter. Ruobing, don't be rash. Yi Chen's heart skipped a beat. That was 20 million in cold cash. How could he bear to just throw it out like that? Su Ruozhou nodded firmly. Sister, they'll post it right away. Cece will be okay. Guan Zhanhong frowned deeply, wanting to stop Su Ruobing but knowing it was impossible. President Su, you really shouldn't post the bounty. It won't help. Before he could finish, the door swung open, and a man and a woman entered side by side. The man had sharp, sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, standing with a straight posture. The woman had a neat short haircut and an imposing presence. Their aura made it instantly clear they were no ordinary people. Captain Meng, Captain Qin. Guan Zhanhong immediately stood up and greeted them respectfully. Su Ruobing looked at them in confusion. And you are? Guan Zhanhong quickly explained. President Su, this is Captain Meng Xinghe and Captain Qin Yunju from the Knights Organization. They were specially sent here to investigate the disappearance of children in Jiangzhou. Have you found any news about my daughter, Cece? At the mention of the Knights Organization, hope flashed in Su Rubing's eyes. She had heard about this violent group that operated independently from the judicial system, composed of exceptional individuals with tremendous power. Qin Yunzu's gaze lingered briefly on Su Rubing's stunning face before she spoke, her tone steady but cold. President Su, after thoroughly reviewing the footage of Cece's abduction, we are fairly certain it was the Shadow Organization behind it. The Shadow Organization? Su Ruobing was baffled. Qin Yunju nodded. We tell you this to advise against posting any bounty. The Shadow Organization is ruthlessly homicidal. If pressured, they will kill their captives to cover their tracks. It will only make things worse. How could this be? Su Rubing's eyes filled with panic as she gripped her phone tightly. Meng Xinghe sighed softly. President Su, we understand the pain of losing your daughter, but please trust the Knights. We already have an undercover agent inside the Shadow Organization. Once we locate their hideout, we will strike decisively. For now, please remain calm and avoid any unnecessary actions. Can you guarantee my daughter's safety? Su Rubing's brow remained furrowed as her eyes shifted between Meng Xinghe and Qin Yunju. The two exchanged a glance and grew silent for a moment. Meng Xinghe spoke honestly. We can only say we will do our best. And if something happens to my daughter? Su Rubing's voice trembled. Yi Chun hurriedly said, Ruobing, don't rush. We need to trust the organization. But in his heart, he lingered on the 20 million bounty. He hated to let it go so easily. By the side, Su Ruoshua listened quietly to the whole conversation, hesitated for a few seconds, then stepped into a corner and dialed Gu Fan's number. Ruoshua, what's wrong? Came Gu Fan's concerned voice through the receiver. Sis-in-law, Cece is gone. Su Ruoxu's voice trembled with tears. Ever since learning that Cece had been kidnapped, her nerves had been stretched tight like a bowstring, her worry almost suffocating. If anything happened to Cece, how could she possibly explain it to Gu Fan? At this moment, no matter how much Su Ruobing opposed it, she had to inform Gu Fan immediately was the one she trusted most. Where are you? I'm coming right now. Gu Fan's voice on the phone suddenly sharpened. His heart leapt into his throat as he glanced at Lin Xiaowan. Hand me the car. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xiaowan pressed the Lamborghini keys into his palm, her eyes full of concern. Fan Ge, what's going on? This was the first time she'd seen Gu Fan look so grim. Usually, even under the weight of a mountain, he remained calm. Not even on the day of his divorce did he lose his composure like this. Gu Fan gave a quick glance toward his mother and shook his head slightly. It's nothing. Please take care of her for me. They'll be back soon. Don't worry, they'll look after Andy. If you need anything, all the resources of Sherdai Group are at your disposal, Lin Xiaowan said in a gentle but firm tone. Gu Fan nodded in thanks and disappeared out of the hall in a flash. He slid into the driver's seat and slammed his foot down on the gas as if braking the pedal, the phone pressed tightly to his ear. Ruashua, give me all the details. Cece sneaked out when we weren't paying attention. The surveillance showed she went to the first hospital to see Grandma and Dad. On the way, there was an accident. The Knights said it was done by the Black Shadow organization. That group is terrifying. Su Ruashua poured out everything she knew, adding that the Knights had already intervened. Cece's been missing for almost 3 hours. Why are you only telling me now? Gu Fan's chest burned with anger, though he struggled to hold it back. He knew the Black Shadow organization all too well. They specialized in kidnapping children to sell to certain dark forces. Each member was ruthless. Now they had appeared in Jiangzhou and targeted his daughter. Was it an accident or a direct attack on him? With too little information, he had to review the footage first to make a judgment. Even worse, the Knights were involved now. Silence hung on the other end. It was Su Ruabing who stopped you from telling me, wasn't it? She thinks her little tricks can fix everything. Gu Fan snapped. Sister's just worried about you. Su Ruaksha's voice dropped. I'm here. Gu Fan slammed on the brakes, bringing the car to a steady stop. The moment the door swung open, he sprang out like a swallow and rushed toward the location Su Ruashu had sent. At the task force, Guanzhong Hong kept trying to calm Su Ruabing. Miss Su, try not to worry too much. Justice may be slow, but it never fails. The criminals will be caught. Yes, Ruabing. Let's just wait for news, Yi Chun added soothingly. But Su Ruabing couldn't calm down. Every few minutes she asked again, Captain Meng, Captain Qin, have you found Cece's whereabouts yet? Meng Xinghe and Qin Yunju both shook their heads. Suddenly, Meng Xing's pupils contracted sharply. A gust of wind swept by as the door was flung open. Gu Fan strode in. Su Rubing's brows furrowed deeply. She shot a glare at Su Ruashua, then said coldly, what are you doing here? Don't add chaos at a time like this. Exactly. We've already handled the situation. Yichen quickly chimed in. Slap. Before anyone could react, Gu Fan delivered a sharp slap across Su Rubing's face. The crisp sound echoed through the air, freezing everyone in place. Even Su Ruaksha's mouth fell open in shock. For 10 years, Gu Fan had always been gentle and considerate towards Su Ruabing. Even when annoyed, he never lost control, let alone raised a hand. In his eyes, Su Ruabing was an invaluable wife. Yet now, he had just slapped her in public? You hit me? Su Rubing's eyes reddened as she cupped her left cheek, staring at Gu Fan in disbelief. She had never witnessed him lose control like this, never imagined he would slap her in front of everyone. Gu Fan, are you crazy? Do you know what you're doing? Are you even a man to dare hit a woman? Yi Chun hurriedly spoke up but kept his distance, his voice cold and scolding. Gu Fan, you're a beast. His gaze was filled with contempt. Ruabing, now you see clearly this Gu Fan isn't a man at all. No responsibility, violent temper, can't stand even the slightest fault in a woman. I've despised useless men like him my whole life. Captain Guanzhong Hong of the law enforcement team also grew angry, shouting sternly, Mr. Gu, this is the law enforcement team. Qin Yunju, a woman, immediately saw through Gu Fan's arrogance. She stepped forward to protect Su Ruabing, her tone icy as she demanded, what is going on here? You can't start hitting people without understanding the full situation. Gu Fan ignored all their reproaches, his eyes dark and cold as he said, if Cece gets hurt, I won't let any of you off. Those words pierced Su Rubing's heart like an arrow. Nearly breaking down, her eyes reddened as she shouted, do you think I want Cece to get hurt? If it weren't for you, would Cece have gone missing? She was screaming Dad when she was taken. You weren't there. That's why she secretly went after you. Gu Fan, are you fit to be a father? If you're so capable, why didn't you find Cece yourself? What right do you have to hit me? Yichen stood nearby in agreement. Exactly. Cece's disappearance is all your fault. Gu Fan responded coldly. I hit you not because Cece went missing, but because you didn't tell me immediately. You wasted time. If anything happened to Cece, you wouldn't be able to bear the responsibility. If I had known sooner, Cece could very well be back now. Qin Yunju snorted disdainfully. You're way too full of yourself. Miss Su reported to the police right away. The night organization is involved. Even we can't guarantee she'll be found. Yet you're spouting nonsense here. Her impression of Gu Fan plummeted instantly. She had no respect at all for a man so stubborn and quick to blame women for everything. As the tension thickened, Meng Xinghe remained alert, ready to act at a moment's notice. It was clear he judged Gu Fan as no ordinary man, but a top-tier expert. Where's the video of Cece's disappearance? Gu Fan demanded sharply. Why should we show it to you? Qin Yunju started to object, but was pulled aside by Meng Xinghe. Meng Xing's tone was steady as he said, Mr. Gu, this is the footage of your daughter Cece being abducted. Unfortunately, the kidnappers concealed their faces and the van had no plates. Once it left that street, we lost track. Qin Yunju wondered why Meng Xinghe knew so many details about Gu Fan's situation. It was unlike his usual style. Gu Fan silently replayed the video 3 times. Seeing Cici struggling and calling daddy, his eyes darkened as if icy blades formed within. His aura instantly grew cold and sharp, chilling the air in the entire law enforcement room. Are you certain these kidnappers belong to the Black Shadow organization? Gu Fan asked, staring at Meng Xinghe. Guan Zhanhong hurriedly warned, Mr. Gu, please watch your words. The Night Organization isn't official, but its power far surpasses ours. Meng Xinghe nodded. It doesn't matter. We've been tracking this case for a long time and planted an undercover agent inside the Black Shadow organization. We can confirm the kidnappers are members of that group. What usually happens to the victims after they are taken? Gu Fan pressed. Based on past patterns, they transport victims overseas by sea. Once at sea, they become nearly impossible to track. But the exact route is unknown, Meng Xinghe sighed. Jiangzhou is a coastal city with a vast shoreline. We have to rely on undercover agents for continuous surveillance and wait for any news. What if there's no news? Do we just keep waiting? Qin Yunju sneered. Meng Xinghe had no answer. Then do you have any other plan? She scoffed. Gu Fan fell silent for a moment, then turned and left. Before going, he said to Su Ruobing and Su Ruoxue, don't worry too much. I am Cici's father, and I will definitely bring her back safely. His voice was firm and unshakable, resonating through the tense atmosphere. After speaking, Gu Fan quickened his pace and vanished among the crowd in the blink of an eye. What's he trying to act so big for? Yi Chen muttered under his breath, staring in the direction Gu Fan had gone. Even the big shots from the Bureau of Control and the Knights can't do anything. What can he possibly do? It's ridiculous. Since Gu Fan returned to the country, he had shown Yi Chen nothing but contempt. That disdain burned into hatred, and Yi Chen's hear the swore he would take everything Gu Fan had. Qin Yunju helped Su Ruobing settle firmly into a chair. President Su, please trust the Knights. Su Ruoxue stood beside her sister, speaking with firm conviction. Sister, I trust my brother-in-law even more. He promised to bring Cici back, and he will definitely keep his word. Yi Chen snorted coldly. Ruoxue, how can you be so blind? You believe everything Gu Fan says? Who does he think he is, some kind of god? Su Ruoxue's clear voice insisted, Sister, think about it. Has he ever failed to fulfill any promise? When he says something, he means it. Su Ruobing touched her swelling cheek coldly. Had better have the power to do it. Meng Xinghe had remained silent nearby, but his eyes tracked Gu Fan's departing figure thoughtfully. Stepping out of the law enforcement team, Gu Fan slammed the accelerator to the floor, the car roaring fiercely behind him. He connected a call to Li Tianhua. Master Fan, what made you call me? I just got some good new wine, maybe we can. Is the Jiangzhou shipping business still controlled by the Hongxing Society? Gu Fan cut straight to the point. Why sudden interest in shipping? You want to collaborate with us? Answer. Li Tianhua instantly sobered. Yes, almost all shipping in Jiangzhou goes through Hongxing's channels. It's a monopoly no one can break. Is Hong Wuye still at Tianjing Villa? Gu Fan accelerated again, his gaze icy like a blade. Gu Fan knew the modus operandi of the Shadow Organization. They wouldn't move against Cici for now, but he couldn't afford to take any chances. He needed to find his daughter immediately. You really want to see Hong Wuye? To ask him some questions. Li Tianhua lowered his voice in warning. Hongxing recently recruited many experts. Hong Wuye himself is now grade A, and Tianjing Villa is full of powerful figures. Master Fan, be careful. Understood. Hanging up. The call ended. Gu Fan's Lamborghini shot out of the overpass like a black lightning bolt. Watching the darkened screen, Li Tianhua's pupils contracted. Another storm brewing in Jiang's house underworld? Send a few people to stake out Tianjing Villa and alert me at once if there's any movement. Roaring, roaring, roaring. The engine screamed, tearing through the night as the Lamborghini charged straight into Tianjing Villa, the Hongxing Society's headquarters. Stop! Stop! Armed guards shouted at the gate. Gu Fan didn't slow until he reached the villa's entrance, then slammed on the brakes hard, tires screeching and filling the air with burnt rubber. The car door popped open and he stepped out. A dozen or so Hongxing members immediately formed a semicircle around him, faces hostile, some hands resting on gleaming gun handles, waiting for any sign of trouble. Where's Hong Wuye? Gu Fan scanned them all, his voice calm but cutting like ice. Tell him Master Fan is here to ask some questions. Master Fan. The men exchanged uncertain looks, clearly unfamiliar with that name. After all, Gu Fan had been out of the Jiangzhou scene for 10 years. Few still remembered the legends of Master Fan. The martial world is always full of new legends. The pace of change is unbelievably fast. Outside Tianjing Manor, the courtyard walls stood tall and forbidding, guarded by a forest of sentries. The lead guard raised his hand to block the way, his voice booming like thunder. I don't care who you are. No one has ever dared storm into Tianjing Manor and demand to see Master Hong by name. Clad in black, the young man Gu Fan stepped forward calmly but with undeniable sharpness in his tone. If no one dared before, now someone will. Don't waste my time. If you want report this, I'll go in myself to find Master Hong. How dare you? Brothers, take him down. The chief guard roared. On Hongxing Society's turf, they had never encountered someone so brazen. If Gu Fan really broke into the villa, what would become of Hongxing's reputation? The guards charged with knives and clubs swinging. Gu Fan's eyes darkened abruptly. Within his pupils flickered black sparkles like flickering flames. He lifted his leg in a sweeping kick that sent the closest, burly man flying, slamming him against the wall. Without pause, he surged forward like a storm toward the villa's main hall. Anyone who tried to get close was blasted away by his fists, elbows, or knees. Within seconds, a dozen guards lay on the ground groaning and writhing in pain. Bang! Gu Fan kicked open the villa's heavy wooden doors, splinters flying everywhere. The noise echoed through the hall. Master Hong, please come out and see me. Who dares disrespect Hongxing Society here? A furious roar echoed from upstairs. In an instant, several powerful auras emerged from the shadows. A group of middle-aged warriors in battle gear took positions on either side. At the same time, a young man pushed out an elderly man with white hair in a wheelchair. This was Hong Wu, leader of Hongxing Society, known as Master Hong. The young man was his son, Hong Liang. Gu Fan calmly surveyed the formidable warriors around him and said, Master Hong, I hope you are well. Master Hong studied him for a moment. Then his clouded eyes suddenly brightened with barely concealed shock. You are young Master Fan? I didn't expect you to remember me, Master Hong. It's been 10 years since we last met. Congratulations on still leading the sprawling Hongxing Society and growing it stronger than ever. 10 years already, Master Hong sighed, memories flooding back. Your legend was passed mouth to mouth back then. Since you left the martial world, it's lost much of its passion. But coming uninvited today, isn't that a bit disrespectful to this old man? Do you think Hongxing Society can be bullied at will? Gu Fan spoke plainly. I have an urgent matter that requires your help. Oh, something so important you boldly break in? Hongxing Society has its rules. By martial custom, trespassers must kneel 3 times and cow down 9 times to apologize. If you just kneel before this old man, he'll forgive all offenses and we can talk. Everyone's eyes gleamed. This was Master Hong establishing his authority. Gu Fan's tone chilled slightly. Master Hong, I'm afraid you can't bear this kneeling. Is that so? Then I insist on trying. Atai, teach young Master Fan a lesson. Yes. Atai stepped forward. As Master Hong's personal bodyguard, a level martial artist with a lifelong forged body, his muscle-bound frame was terrifying up close. As Atai advanced, Gu Fan suddenly launched forward like an arrow, closing the distance instantly. Atai snorted coldly, veins bulging, charging like a mountain. Boom! They collided with explosive force. Bones cracked audibly. The 1.9-meter Atai was slammed back several meters, crashing heavily into the wall, bricks cracking as he collapsed in agony, unable to rise despite struggling. Silence fell over the room, everyone stunned. Clap clap. Master Hong raised his hand, applauding hoarsely but clearly. Young Master Fan, truly is young Master Fan, the heroic youth from 10 years ago, still full of spirit. Please sit. No need to sit. I'm here for one thing only. I ask you, Master Hong, to be honest with me. Go ahead, young Master Fan. I want to know the exact location where the Shadow Organization left by sea. The mention of the Shadow Organization instantly darkened the villa's atmosphere. Several warriors stepped forward, their pressure rising sharply. Master Hong's expression shifted. Young Master Fan, what do you mean? The Shadow Organization is a notorious criminal group. What does Hongxing Society have to do with them? We are law-abiding citizens. Gu Fan's eyes flashed like lightning. Hongxing Society manages Jiangzhou Sea transport. All of it under your watch, Master Hong. Even if you never cooperated with the Shadow Organization, you must know where their ships left from. I hope you will tell me the truth. Gu Fan wasn't sure whether the Hongxing Society had any ties with the Shadow Organization. From his judgment, probably not. Hongxing had no reason to get involved in such messy affairs. But he was equally certain that Hong Wuya, that old fox, certainly knew what the Shadow Organization was scheming in secret. He just pretended to be unaware, neither offending the shadows nor causing trouble with the outside world. Behind the camphor-wood long table in the hall, Hong Wuya lightly tapped the armrest with his fingers, looking at Gu Fan with a resolute expression, and sighed deeply. Young Master Fan, you're someone who's come up through the underworld yourself. The underworld has its own rules. I can honestly tell you the Shadow Organization has absolutely no connection to my Hongxing Society. So, you're in the wrong place. He denied any affiliation but never mentioned whether he knew anything about the Shadow's activities. Gu Fan stared at Hong Wuya and spoke deliberately, word by word. I hope you, Hong Wuya, will tell me the Shadow Organization's sea shipping routes. Young Master Fan. Hong Liang sharply rose, pressing his sword by his side, his face darkening. Don't push your luck. My father has already given you enough face. Do you really think your reputation means that much? Are you taking my Hongxing Society for a pushover? In recent years, Hong Liang had gained great acclaim, and his martial arts were approaching the peak of rank, ready at any time to take over Hongxing Society. Gu Fan's arrogance had long been an annoyance to him. If it weren't for his father holding him back, he would have acted already. Xiao Liang, show some respect. Hong Wuye raised his hand gently, his tone still fairly mild. Young master fan, forgive me for not being able to answer. I won't keep you any longer, take your leave. With that, he issued a clear dismissal. Gu Fan didn't move an inch. Gu, aren't you going to leave? Hong Liang's patience snapped. He barked coldly. At the same time, a dozen Hongxing society experts on both sides of the hall closed in silently, radiating murderous intent, all waiting for Hong Wai's order. Gu Fan raised his eyes, his patience gone. Hong Wuye, if I can't get the answers I want, from this day forward, Hongxing society will no longer exist in Jiangzhou. How dare you? You're asking for death. Hong Liang's fury exploded. His waist bent slightly, toes pointed, body launched forward like a cannonball, directly targeting Gu Fan's vital point with a Tongbei fist. In the corner, a few Hongxing elders' eyes lit up. Hong Liang had refined his Tongbei fist to such a level that this punch's force was comparable to an A-rank expert. Looks like young Master Hong wants to assert authority today. As for that young Master Fan, he's just a relic of an old era, someone whispered. Only Hong Wai's face grew stern as he sighed softly. 10 years have passed, and you've all forgotten the reputation of young Master Fan. If he were really incompetent, how could he have offended so many and yet quietly withdrawn from the underworld? One trusted aide whispered, Wuye, should we? No need. Young Master Fan isn't here to kill. Let Xiao Liang learn a lesson. ITLL remind him there are always greater powers out there. In the blink of an eye, Hong Liang was within half a meter of Gu Fan. The strength between his 5 fingers surged like an overwhelming tidal wave, crashing down with a roar. But the next moment, his pupils suddenly contracted. He retracted his fist with great force, staggered slightly, but managed to steady his footing, unwilling to move another inch. A blade of pure qi, shining brightly, was pressed against his forehead. If he had taken one more step, the punch would have landed but at the cost of a pierced forehead, instant death with no other possible outcome. Hong Liang's whole body trembled as his voice cracked with shock and fear. Qi wielded, as a blade Yu and steer warrior. He knew very well that fighters below a tier could only cultivate their vitality and rely on physical strength, while steer masters could nurture and project true qi, even borrowing the power of heaven and earth as a blade. The difference was vast. The gap between A and S was not just a dividing line. Reaching S meant becoming a grandmaster. As far as Hong Liang knew, the grandmasters in all of Jiangzhou were few and far between, all reclusive elders. But this Gu Fan standing in front of him was clearly no older than 30. The thought made sweat pour down his brow, veins bulging on his temple. In that moment just now, Head felt the shadow of death truly closing in. If Gu Fan wanted to kill him, it would be like crushing an ant. In the hall, many of Hongxing society's top fighters were equally stunned. Especially the elders who had fought alongside Hong Wuye to build their territory, their expressions darkened like iron as their fists clenched tightly, ready to fight to the death. But Hong Wuye forced down his rising emotion and bawled out in a deep voice, Xiaoyang, shouldn't you be thanking young Master Fan for sparing your life? Hong Liang's pride shattered instantly. Bowing his head, he admitted grudgingly, thank you, young Master Fan, for sparing me. At a thought from Gu Fan, the sword blade formed from his true qi whistled away. His gaze turned to Hong Wuye. Hong Wuye, now can you tell me where the Shadow Organization's maritime routes are? Hong Wuye sighed heavily. Young Master Fan, it's not that I'm unwilling, but the Shadow Organization is huge. If they find out this intel came from Hongxing society, we would be in grave danger, gone in the blink of an eye. Besides, he paused, his eyes darkening. Behind the Shadow Organization is the Obsidian Council, the world's largest crime syndicate. For them, wiping out Hongxing is like squashing an ant. Their eyes met, and Gu Fan understood the old fox's calculation. If they retaliate, they'll bear it alone. Also consider today's matter a favor I owe you, Hong Wuye. Well, since you've said it so plainly, if I don't return the favor, I'd be an ungrateful old man. Hong Wuye cupped his hands. Most of the Shadow Organization's maritime shipments run through Dongdu Pier. Tonight at 10, a cruise ship named Skyline will depart. That's all I know. Thanks. Gu Fan leapt from the hall. The Lamborghini roared to life, tearing through the night as he pressed the accelerator to the floor. Flames traced long lines on the road behind him. He glanced at the dashboard. Exactly half an hour until 10. Perfect. Cece, Dad is coming to save you. Killer intent blazed in Gu Fan's eyes. Even after Gu Fan disappeared around the corner, Hong Liang remained resentful, muttering, Dad, even if he's steer, we outnumber him. We can wear him down. Hong Wai's face hardened. Xiaoyang, remember, this world isn't just about fighting and killing. It's about relationships and strategy. Even if we kill Gu Fan, what good comes of it? We'd be injured, and the knights and law enforcement would be on our tail. Better to have one more friend than a new enemy. He paused and added gravely, Gu Fan probably didn't use his full strength just now. Keep a close eye on Dongdu Pier tonight. If he comes back alive, find a chance to get on good terms with him. Give him whatever he wants. Best to make friends. Hong Liang pondered deeply before nodding. Dad, I understand. Watching his son walk away, Hong Wuye sighed. Xiaoyang, this is the last time I can protect you. At the same time, the enforcement team's meeting room was brightly lit. Time passed slowly as Su Ruobing paced anxiously. Captain Ming, Captain Qin, any news? I'm worried about Cici. Meng Xinghe and Qin Yunzhu exchanged helpless looks. They were also waiting on intel from their undercover agent. Beside them, Gu Ruoxue tried to soothe her. Sis, don't worry too much. Brother-in-law might already be rescuing Cici. Yi Chen sneered. Ruoxue, you're overestimating Gu Fan. How could he be stronger than the enforcement team and the knights? He's all talk. Qin Yunzu's voice was cold. If even we knights are powerless, no one can save Cici. Suddenly, Meng Xinghe sprang up, eyes shining with fierce determination. Got it. Dongdu Pier, Skyline cruise ship. Deploy. Guan Zhanhong commanded in a low voice. Only fighters ranked D and above. The enemy is the Shadow Organization. Their reconnaissance and countermeasures are terrifying. Sending ordinary members would only expose us. Meng Xinghe exhaled deeply. Months of preparation were finally about to come to fruition tonight. Captain Meng, I want to go too. Su Ruobing blocked his path, urgency clear in her voice. Mr. Su, every member of the Black Shadow Organization is ruthless and merciless. You going there serves no purpose, and we won't be able to spare any attention to protect you. Meng Xing's voice was as sharp as a blade, his gaze steady. His boots struck the ground with a crisp sound. I swear on the knight's honor that I will do everything in my power to rescue every kidnapped child and bring them safely back to their families. As he finished speaking, Meng Xinghe raised his hand, and the team responded in unison, charging toward the convoy in a precise formation. The engines roared, tearing through the night air, unwilling to waste a single second. Su Ruobing stood frozen, watching the line of tail lights speeding away. Her slender fingers clenched the car keys on the table tightly, her pale lips pressed between her teeth, her eyes as resolute and cold as an icy lake. Ruobing, what are you doing? Yi Chun hurried up to block her path, his tone urgent. Didn't you hear Captain Meng? The Black Shadow Organization members are the most dangerous criminals. They really will kill people. We need to stay here and wait for news, okay? His voice was laden with anxiety, but in his mind, he was calculating. If Su Ruobing got hurt, his carefully planned coup would fall apart completely. I can't just wait. I have to go with them and see for myself. Su Ruobing pushed past him. Ruobing, move. The woman's cold rebuke left no room for argument. Yi Chun gritted his teeth, a shadow passing through his eyes, though he maintained a righteous tone. Fine. But I'm coming with you. You're the woman I must protect. If there's any danger, I'll stand between you and it. Inside, he was cursing the entire Black Shadow Organization lineage, but on the outside, he forced a gentle smile. Thank you, Yi Chen. Su Ruobing dropped the words and turned toward the elevator. The two got in the car one after the other, following Meng Xing's convoy from a distance as they sped toward Dongdu Pier. The night sky was clear with bright stars, but heavy clouds hung low and heavy over the horizon. Dongdu Pier was brightly lit, cranes roaring as the salty sea breeze battered the shore. Is all the cargo loaded? At the center of the pier, a burly man with scars crisscrossing his cheeks smoked a cigarette and squinted as he scanned the deck. Brother Dao, there are just over 20 pieces, a subordinate reported quietly. Everyone's top quality. Especially the little girl we captured today, she's beautiful. She'll fetch a sky-high price. That's today's shipment? The scarred man exhaled a puff of smoke. Exactly. I've been in this business for over 10 years, and it's the first time I've seen such a pretty little girl. Well done. The scarred man grinned, the scars pulling his skin tight and making him look even more menacing. Once this deal's done, lay low for a year. The Huaxiao Knights have been watching us closely lately. We need to lie low. Well, set sail soon and trade once we're in international waters. Then he lowered his voice. Is the respectful one taken care of? Don't worry, Brother Dao. We've already prepared several beauties as gifts, plus a hefty sum of money. Do we really need to curry favor with him? We're both level fighters. Even if a whole law enforcement squad showed up, they wouldn't necessarily beat us. Better safe than sorry. Brother Dao stubbed out his cigarette and stared at the dark sea. That respectful one isn't a level fighter and a member of the Obsidian Council. Having him on this big deal makes me feel secure, and besides, my right eyelid's been twitching all night. I'd rather have extra insurance. Boss, you're being too cautious. Our shadow organization hasn't made a mistake in Jiangzhou yet. A Tao, slow and steady wins the race. Tell the brothers to stay alert and prepare to sail. Inside the cabin, the gentle lapping of waves against the hull could not drown out the children's soft whimpers. 5-year-old Gu Sisi and a group of porcelain-like children were tied together with rough ropes. Their mouths were sealed with tape. The moist, terrified eyes of the little girl were clouded with fear, tears slowly streaming down her fair cheeks. She tried to straighten her back, not crying out loud, but gave hesitant murmurs of encouragement to a trembling girl beside her, meaning, my dad is a heroic warrior. He will definitely come to rescue me. Almost simultaneously, black business cars screeched as they arrived at Dongdu Pier with Gu Fan and Meng Xing's team. The night wind lifted Gu Fan's coattails. His gaze was sharp as lightning. His awareness immediately scanned the surroundings and quickly spotted Meng Xinghe and the others. After a moment's thought, Gu Fan concealed his figure. He planned to take advantage of the clash between Meng Xing's group and the Shadow Organization to sneak aboard the Sky Horizon cruise ship and rescue his daughter. The latest intel from their informant was clear. The Shadow Organization's leader, Brother Dao, had reached the peak of Class B, while another top operative, A Tao, was also a skilled Class B fighter. The remaining 20 or so members mostly hovered below Class C. Night had fallen over the harbor. The Sky Horizon yacht glittered with neon lights, its hull reflected in the sea as dark as a mirror. On the opposite side of the deck, Meng Xinghe and his team were already in position, hidden in the shadows. Lowering his voice, he quickly outlined their strategy. Our intel shows we have the upper hand. When the time comes, you'll move in from 4 directions simultaneously. The top priority is rescuing the kidnapped child. Brother Dao and A Tao are mine and Yunju's targets. Capture the leaders first, take them down, and the fight is won. Guan Zhanhong and the others nodded in turn, silently channeling their internal energy, then loading their pistols. A low horn blew. The cruise ship's departure signal rolled deeply through the night air. Move out, Meng Xinghe commanded. The cold glint of gun barrels flickered as Meng Xinghe and Qin Yun Zhu surged forward first. The others charged in from all 4 sides. Who are you? Bang! Before the newcomers could be identified, gunfire erupted, and Guan Zhanhong subdued one assailant with a single shot. You're surrounded. Surrender, and no one will be harmed. Guan Zhanhong ordered in a grave tone. Resist, and you'll be shot on the spot. Law enforcement. His shout shattered the silence aboard the ship. The crowd erupted. The Shadow Organization members didn't bow their heads. Their eyes blazed red as they charged forward. Brother Dao, we're in trouble. A Tao's face darkened as he rushed toward the depths of the deck. The law enforcement team is here, and the knights too. Who's leading them? Brother Dao strode swiftly toward the honored's cabin, his brow furrowed. Must be Meng Xinghe. That guy's been chasing us non-stop. Meng Xinghe? Brother Dao snorted coldly. An old friend, huh? Kill them all. Leave not a single one alive. After this, we disappear, get far away from Huaxia. Even if the knights want revenge, they'll never find us. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets tore through the air beside Brother Dao and A Tao, but they dodged them with uncanny precision. Class B masters can track every bullet's trajectory. Ordinary firearms were no real threat. Brother Dao? A Tao? Amid a rush of movement, Meng Xinghe and Qin Yunju landed, for sharp gazes locking onto their targets instantly. Kill. With no hesitation, the 4 unleashed their chi energy. Fists and steel clashed, sparks flying wildly. After dozens of exchanges, Meng Xinghe and Qin Yunju gained a slight advantage, but Brother Dao and A Tao remained fierce and relentless. No clear victor yet. Meanwhile, down a nearby corridor, Su Ruobing and Yi Chun watched the gunfire and battle unfold, a chill running down their spines. Ruobing, let's not go any further. We should find somewhere to hide. Yi Chen's legs felt weak, his voice trembling as he was stunned by the bloody scene. Su Ruobing's face was pale, her fingertips icy cold, but she bit her lip firmly. No. I have to save Cece. I hear her crying. This is way too dangerous. Even more reason to go. The ship has already sailed. If we wait any longer, it'll be too late. With that, she shook off Yi Chen's hand and crouched low, creeping quietly down the hall toward the cabins. That bitch, Yi Chen muttered under his breath, but didn't follow. Her life was more important. He planned to stay hidden for now and come out after the fight to comfort Su Ruobing. Seeing Yi Chen didn't follow, a flash of disappointment crossed Su Ruobing's eyes. She couldn't help but think of Gu Fan, the man who always rushed to her side the moment she was in danger. Only now did she truly realize he was no longer there. Su Ruobing pushed the thought aside and continued onward. Taking advantage of the chaos, Su Ruobing slipped into the cabin, following the sound of a child's whimper. Her heart pounded faster with each step. The narrow corridor's lights flickered on and off, the metal floor trembling slightly with the rocking of the waves. The air was a mix of diesel fumes and salty sea breeze. She held her breath, but before she could move forward, several shadowy figures guarding the cabin had already sensed her presence. Hey there, beautiful. Where do you think you're headed? A sharp-faced man stepped out from the shadows to block her path. He eyed Su Ruobing's curvy figure and let out a low, impressed chuckle. Damn, what a knockout. The filthy gaze sent a chill down Su Ruobing's spine. She whipped around to run, only to find 2 burly men blocking her retreat. The enforcement team and the knights have surrounded the whole ship. Su Ruobing forced herself to stay calm, though her voice trembled with fear. If you surrender now, your sentence might be reduced. The cabin exploded with wild laughter. Xiaohuang, you hear that? This beauty actually expects us to surrender, one man sneered beside the sharp-faced man. Does she even know what kind of death sentence business we're in? Another licked his lips with a cold tone. Heh, sweetheart, in this line of work, it's either heaven or death. Surrender isn't a word we know. Brother Yin, what should we do with this pretty lady? Someone asked, turning to the leader. Take her down, Hand her over to Dao Gu. What happens outside doesn't matter, Yin said with a cold laugh. Don't worry, the sovereign is here. The enforcement team can't touch us. Exactly. Another grinned cruelly. Pretty lady, do you want to give up quietly? Or do you want us to get rough? Ha ha ha. Amid the lecherous laughter, Su Ruobing felt her heart drop into an icy pit. But she pressed her lips tight and said through clenched teeth, I'm the CEO of Shengshi Media. You're after money, just name your price. Please, just spare me and my daughter. Your daughter, huh? So it's a mother coming to save her child. One man smirked appreciatively. A young married woman who still keeps herself well. Yun gestured roughly. No time to think about the lower half. Knock her out. Bind her, toss her in the cabin, and wait for Dao Gu's orders. We owe Dao Gu for this. Let's all enjoy ourselves tonight. To die under a peony flower is a noble way to go, and even in death, it's charming. Su Rubing's face drained of color as she shouted one last plea. Yi Chun, save me. Thwack. The sharp-faced man slammed his palm hard on her shoulder. The world spun wildly before her eyes, and she lost consciousness. Tie her up and throw her in the cabin. Got it. Meanwhile, the battle on deck raged fiercely. Su Rubing's final cry clearly rang out, and Yi Chun, Meng Xinghe, Qin Yunju, and the others' faces changed instantly. Yi Chun immediately ducked his head, hiding deeper in the shadows, thinking bitterly. Charge in now? What a joke. If Su Ruobing really gets hurt, it's her own fault. Su Ruobing has followed us here. Qin Yunju was locked in combat with a Tao of the Shadow Organization, but a flash of distraction crossed her eyes. Focus. Take out the enemies first. Meng Xinghe barked, speeding up the attack. Blades flashed, and the opponent Dao Gu was forced into a steady retreat. Barring any surprises, tonight's operation would be a success. Dao Gu was furious and shocked he'd had underestimated Meng Xing's strength. Retreating, he shouted, Sovereign, please intervene and save me. In the distance, the night wind stirred the waves, but that invisible pressure still hadn't appeared. A chill crept into Dao Gu's heart as he cried out again, Sovereign? Meng Xing's face turned pale in an instant. The title Zun Zhe was not one to be used lightly. Within the Obsidian Council, a criminal organization, only those with a level strength could be called Zun Zhe. His eyes darkened sharply as he unleashed everything he had. His blood and energy surged violently, pouring all his power into his palm, no matter the self-inflicted injury. Like lightning, he lunged at Dao Gu, slamming a palm down onto the crown of his opponent's head. Killing intent surged like a tidal wave. Dao Gu felt a chill deep inside, retreating several steps, but with nowhere left to dodge. He roared, Zun Zhe, do you have what it takes to kill me? A thunderous voice erupted from nowhere, and a small figure leapt out from the ship's cabin. The figure was blurry, but he raised a palm to meet Meng Xing's attack. Bang! The two forces collided heat-in, shaking the wooden deck. Meng Xinghe spat a mouthful of thick blood, his whole body blasted backward. Captain Meng. Qin Yunzu's pupils shrank as a dark premonition filled her chest. Greetings, Zun Zhe. Dao Gu was overjoyed, bowing respectfully. The small man stood with his hands behind his back, speaking coldly. Why are night operatives here? How did you arrange this? Zun Zhe, it was my negligence. Dao Gu bowed his head. We have to kill everyone and sink the bodies. Even if the knights investigate, it will be impossible to trace us. From now on, we shall never appear in Huaxiao again. That's the only way, the Zun Zhe said with disdain, glancing at Meng Xinghe and Qin Yunju. No knights left? And you still send just 2 levels? Yunju, you go first. They'll hold them off. Meng Xinghe swallowed bitter, metallic blood, stepping protectively in front of Qin Yunju. Without hesitation, she turned and fled. She knew staying to fight in a level would only mean mutual destruction. She had to survive and call for backup. Go. No one leaves. The fierce wind howled as the Zun Zhe instantly caught up to Qin Yunju. Meng Xinghe was powerless to stop him. Boom. The Zun Zhe's punch shattered all of Qin Yunzu's defense, knocking her down. Blood sprayed as she lost all ability to fight. The next moment, the Zun Zhe's iron-like fingers clamped tightly around Meng Xing's throat, lifting him high and slamming him forcefully onto the deck. Crack. Bones snapped sharply, blood gushing out. Meng Xinghe was immobilized. The unmatched might of the Zun Zhe. Dao Gu and Atao knelt in awe and deep respect. The Zun Zhe waved a hand, signaling, go deal with the others. Sink them all. Leave no survivors. The knights cannot know I was involved or I will never set foot in Huaxiao again. Understood. As for payment today, fulfill the agreement without conditions, Dao Gu promised immediately. With Meng Xinghe and Qin Yunju, the 2 strongest knights, out of the way, Dao Gu and Atao overwhelmed Guan Zhanhong and the others, quickly ending the fight with superior force. Guan Zhanhong and the rest were all bound, completely powerless. Set sail. Dao gave the order. The Starship cruise liner set course for international waters. The roaring of the engines echoed across the deck as the ship's hull shook, cutting through the endless darkness of the ocean. Watching the ship finally get underway, Dao and his group all exhaled in relief at once. Dao, I just caught a natural beauty, her figure, her face, everything top-notch. Yun Fan hurried over to Dao, lowering his voice as if claiming credit. Oh, what's her story? She claims to be the CEO of Shengshi Group. Foolishly came to rescue her daughter. Yun Fan chuckled. What do we do with a beauty like this? Come on, show me. Dao gestured with a sideways glance. The short, twisted cultivator chuckled darkly. I'm coming too. It's been a while since I've had a gorgeous CEO in my grasp. And that night, Qin Yun Zhu send them both to my room later. Got it, cultivator. He'll arrange everything. Yun Fan responded immediately. The group descended into the ship's hold. The dim corridor reeked of mildew mixed with engine oil. The flickering lights cast intermittent shadows. Su Ruobing, Meng Xinghe, Qin Yunzhu, and others were confined in a large storage room, all bound hand and foot. Most were unconscious from blows to the head. Only Meng Xinghe and Qin Yunzhu remained alert. Cultivator, Dao, they're all here, a henchman announced, turning on the light. The glaring light revealed Su Ruobing's face. The short cultivator's eyes sparkled instantly. His breathing quickened and his crotch stiffened. Take that woman and Qin Yunzhu to my room immediately. Hold it. Meng Xing's eyes blazed. Cultivator, you're in a level powerhouse. Attacking ordinary people like Thisto, you know the consequences? China still has the Knights, plus 2 special divisions, the Jiuzhou and Kunlun. If you start slaughtering here, they'll hunt you down to the ends of the earth. The cultivator's face darkened. Among the countless strong fighters in China, he truly feared them. Dao scoffed coldly. Cultivator, don't listen to him. As long as the bodies disappear cleanly, no one can trace it back to us. Besides, we leave this place tonight. Who could stop us? The cultivator's eyes hardened. Fine, let's have some fun first. When I get tired of these two, they'll deal with them both, trash the bodies, keep the world peaceful. I understand. Dao waved his hand. Bring that beauty and Qin Yunzhu to the cultivator's room. The rest tie stones to them and sink them all. Meanwhile, no one noticed Gu Fan slipping deeper into the starship's bowels. Moving like a shadow through narrow passages, his gaze was fixed on every cabin's movement. Unfortunately, he found no sign of his daughter, Gu Cece. When Dao and the others passed by with Meng Xinghe and the others in tow, Gu Fan caught sight of the unconscious Su Ruobing through a crack in the wall panel. His expression was calm, not even a furrow of his brow. Before, he would have risked everything to rescue her. Now that he and Su Ruobing were completely estranged, even if she died before his eyes, he was unmoved. No longer love, just no love. The only headache left was how he would explain this to Cece later. By the way, cultivator, Dao suddenly recalled, we also caught a rare prize doll in Jiangzhou. Want to see how we handle her? A rare prize doll? The short cultivator's interest shifted slightly, but his eyes stayed fixed on Su Ruobing and Qin Yunzhu. Bring her up for me. Yes, sir. Soon, Gu Cece was dragged forward by a burly man. Tears welled up in Gu Cece's eyes as she glanced around, and soon spotted Su Ruobing unconscious, her mouth gagged with tape, silently mouthing the word mom. The soft, plaintive cries of the little girl echoed through the cabin. The members of the Shadow Organization listened with relish, their faces twisted with mockery. Could this be the child of that rare beauty? One sneered. That makes sense, only a top-tier beauty could have such an exceptional child. Another chimed in. A chorus of lecherous laughter filled the room. Bound and struggling on the floor nearby, Qin Yunzhu glared fiercely at them, voice hoarse but defiant. You beasts. Even if we die today, the Knights will hunt every one of you down and avenge us. Knife brother scoffed, twirling his curved blade. Talking big with death at your doorstep? The Knights you speak of are worlds away, can't save you, can't revenge you. Cece continued to sob softly, her childish voice pleading for her mother. Su Ruobing stirred from the burning pain in her chest, her eyelids fluttering as blurred images of her daughter surfaced in her mind, stabbing her heart before darkness claimed her once more. Honored one, look at this child, Knife brother eagerly offered. The small, twisted figure of the honored one stepped forward, lips curling into a sinister smile. Truly exceptional. Take her to my room. At this command, the room's occupants all took a sharp breath. Everyone recalled this honored one's disturbing obsession with young toys. Knife brother hurried to flatter. This child is truly blessed to receive the honored one's tutelage. Meng Xinghe and Qin Yunzu's eyes reddened with anger as they shouted together. Stop. You beasts. You will be punished by heaven for this. Noisy. The honored one snapped his hand, unleashing 2 powerful shocks that slammed them both to the floor unconscious. Don't bother me for the next few days. I understand. Knife brother cowered, standing aside. The honored one's skeletal hand reached out to grab the porcelain-like Cece when suddenly, a chilling murderous intent slammed into him like an icy tide, piercing his heart and rattling his nerves. Before he could even touch Cece, a shadow flickered past in an instant. The newcomer moved with impossible speed, scooping Cece into his arms in a flash. Daddy! Cece cried out in surprise and joy, clutching tightly to his shirt, her clear eyes shimmering with tears. Cece, don't be afraid. Daddy's here. The man's voice was gentle as he bent to kiss her forehead, then slowly turned. Gu Fan's cold gaze landed on the small, twisted honored one, icy to the bone. In his eyes, this grotesque, shrunken creature was already dead. Dare touch his daughter? No number of deaths could repay that. The honored one's face twisted in shock, hadn't sensed such a powerful presence hidden in the cabin. Someone capable of evading his divine sense and emanating such suffocating killing intent was no ordinary opponent. He instinctively took a step back, voice hoarse but demanding. Who are you? Not far away, Su Rubing's half-opened eyes flickered with scattered images as she barely made out Gu Fan's figure, her heart easing before she slipped back into unconsciousness. Gu Fan said nothing to the honored one, carefully untying the ropes binding his daughter and delicately tearing off the tape. Daddy, Cece missed you so much. Cece isn't scared at all. Cece knew you would come to save her. The little girl's proud declaration warmed Gu Fan's heart. This was his little fortress of comfort. Because of her, guilt and fury churned wildly inside his chest. At first, he had only planned to rescue his daughter and quietly disappear, avoiding direct conflict with the Obsidian Council behind the Shadow Organization, the world's largest crime syndicate. But now, not even the heavens or all the gods descending could save this so-called honored one, nor those worthless members of the Shadow Organization before him. Gu Fan lifted his head, voice low but final as a death sentence. I am the one who will kill you all. Gu Fan placed Cece gently on his back and said softly, Cece, get some good sleep. Daddy will take you home soon. I want mommy too. The little girl mumbled indistinctly. Gu Fan's eyes flicked coldly towards Su Ruobing, who was bound and struggling. There was no sign he intended to rescue her. His fingers gathered a thread of true energy, which he lightly sent into Cece's body. The little girl's eyelids fluttered closed, and she fell into a peaceful sleep. What was coming next would be a storm of bloodshed, and he could not let his daughter witness it. Kill him. The short elder suddenly sensed the danger and barked the order fiercely. Don't worry, exalted lord. Leave this trash to me. Atao sneered cruelly, his gaze poisonous. Your wife and daughter are your toys, exalted lord. Since you handed them over to me, they'll make this quick and painful for him. Atao was a Blevel powerhouse who believed he could easily crush Gu Fan. He lunged forward with fingers like wolf claws, a fierce wind howling as he aimed straight for Gu Fan's throat. But in the next instant, his lethal strike missed. The figure before him had vanished in a blur. What's happening? Cold sweat broke out on Atao's back. Only one explanation could account for escaping his lock. Gu Fan's speed and strength far exceeded his. The shadow of death hammered his nerves mercilessly. Just as he tried to retreat, Gu Fan appeared silently beside him, expression indifferent like the Reaper himself. You're so weak, yet you dare to provoke me? Gu Fan's arm veins bulged with rage, murderous intent surging. With a thunderous roar, a fist ripped through the air and slammed into Atao's temple like lightning. With a sickening explosion, Atao's head burst apart like an overripe watermelon, spraying blood everywhere. His headless body collapsed with a heavy thud. Silence fell. The members of the Shadow Organization turned pale and retreated. Atao was the second in command, no dead before even able to resist, killed by a single punch to the head. Kill him. Don't let him live. Brother Dao bellowed, eyes wild as he looked upon his bloodied comrade. The others exchanged grim looks, gritted their teeth, and charged at Gu Fan. After all, in their line of work, you always keep your head on the line. If you want to die, I'm happy to oblige, Gu Fan smiled coldly. In a flash, his form blurred, leaving only a fading shadow behind. A gleam of cold light appeared as he drew a dagger, lunging into the crowd. His movements were ghostly. Each slash of his blade sent someone clutching a mortal wound to the ground. The attackers couldn't even graze Gu Fan's sleeve, let alone harm him. His back still bore his sleeping daughter Cece. Less than 10 minutes later, all Shadow Organization members except Brother Dao lay dead, bodies strewn across the ground, blood pooling in rivers. Brother Dao staggered backwards, his hands trembling on his sword, but still struggling to summon anger. Gu Fan approached unhurriedly, each step stepping through blood, but without a drop staining him. His cold gaze swept over Brother Dao, shattering his spirit. The man fell to his knees, utterly defeated. In the distance, Su Ruobing was dazed, the short elder's face ashen but still desperately clutching her, as if to use her as a bargaining chip. Gu Fan's eyes remained indifferent. He ignored them for now and bent down to wipe the blood from his dagger. The heavy scent of blood lingered in the air as the wind carried it away. The scene inside the cabin was like a living hell. Dao shivered all over. The bloody slaughter before his eyes shattered all his understanding. Who prided himself on being ruthless now felt insignificant before that man. Yet he had once planned to offer Gu Fan's wife and daughter as playthings to the Zuns. The very thought sent a cold sweat down his spine. Zuns, what level of powerhouse is he? Dao forced the question, only to see the Zuns turn and flee immediately. Damn it, Dao cursed inwardly. At this critical moment, the Zuns ran faster than anyone else. Without hesitation, he dashed out wildly. His energy surged through his meridians like molten lava. Forcing it, he pushed his speed to the limit, his organs trembling violently. This kind of overexertion would leave consequences, but if he didn't try hard now, he wouldn't survive. After several gasping breaths, Dao Gu panted like an exhausted beast. Glancing back, he saw no pursuers and felt a flicker of relief. Finally, he had shaken off the death god. Trying to run away? A thunderous voice exploded in his consciousness. Dao Gu's pupils contracted sharply. Gu Fan had somehow already blocked his path ahead. Gu Fan raised an arm, condensing true energy into a giant Buddha hand that instantly sealed the entire corridor. Yu Dao Gu's face turned pale, his roar twisted with rage. Stirring his peak level power, he charged madly at Gu Fan, desperate to carve a bloody escape. Bang! The giant palm struck down like a cage. Dao Gu's body shattered on the spot, turning to powder. Gu Fan withdrew his palm, coldly staring towards where the short Zuns fled. Raising a hand to the void, he grasped. A sharp sword aura instantly formed, locking onto the target 100 meters away. A spirit blade formed from condensed energy, the mark of its level powerhouse. The moment the sword aura locked on, the short Zuns felt his heart drop into an abyss, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. He had crossed its level warrior. No matter how desperately he ran, he couldn't shake the fatal blade's lock. Sir, I bear you no grudge or hatred. There's no need to kill me utterly. I'm from the Obsidian Council. Offending us has consequences. Even if you're level, you're just an ant in our eyes. The short Zuns bellowed. No grudge or hatred. Have you forgotten what you planned to do to my daughter? Gu Fan's voice was icy, utterly calm. If I let you live today, how could I still call myself a father? I didn't do anything. Even the thought alone is a death sentence. Gu Fan's palm fell. Whoosh. The sword aura tore open the air, warping space, instantly shredding the short Zuns' last resistance as it sliced through his neck. The head toppled to the ground. The short Zuns died with hatred unavenged. Gu Fan casually tossed aside his dagger, then checked his body carefully. Only after confirming that not a drop of filthy blood had touched his daughter did he finally relax. Daddy, Shishi misses you, Shishi murmured drowsily in his arms. You silly girl. Gu Fan chuckled softly, then carried his daughter back to the cabin. He quickly picked up a phone that had fallen on the floor and dialed out. Gunfight at Dongdu Wharf. After reporting the incident, he glanced toward the corner, where Su Ruobing, Meng Xinghe, and the others were still bound and unconscious. Without waiting for them to wake, he turned and carried Shishi away. The night wind howled at the dock. Gu Fan had just wiped out the entire Black Shadow organization. Even the esteemed warriors sent by the Obsidian Council had fallen under his blade. Trouble would surely follow, and he was unwilling to risk revealing his identity any further. Meanwhile, on the other side of Dongdu Wharf, Yi Chun huddled in a small beached boat, his shoulders shaking uncontrollably. The piercing screams he had heard moments ago confirmed his worst fear. Meng Xinghe and his group were likely all dead. God help me get out alive. Yi Chun muttered mercilessly to himself. He bitterly regretted coming to this cursed place. It was all Su Ruobing's fault. If he hadn't planned to sleep with her and seize the Su family assets, he wouldn't have risked his life like this. The wind gradually died down. Yi Chun cautiously peeked out, looking toward the distant cruise ship, the Tianji. To his surprise, Gu Fan appeared walking briskly carrying Shishi, and the cruise ship was already docked at the shore. What just happened? Yi Chun's mind raced with questions. Only when Gu Fan's figure completely disappeared did he breathe a sigh of relief, could feel a chilling murderous aura from afar. Soon after, the wailing police sirens arrived. The flashing lights illuminated the dock brightly. Yi Chun hurriedly straightened his collar and waved his hand, shouting, "It was me who called the police." Guan team, Meng team, Qin team. A squad of officers stormed into the cabin and saw Meng Xinghe and the others tied up. Their expressions changed instantly. They quickly cut the ropes and roused them awake. After confirming there was no danger on the boat, Yi Chun put on a worried act and rushed in, immediately spotting Su Ruobing collapsed on the floor. He lunged forward. Ruobing, I'm sorry I'm late. You've suffered. Su Ruobing awoke and looked around. She only saw Yi Chun and felt confused. Her last memory was of Gu Fan appearing. Ruobing, are you alright? Those criminals have been executed. I led the rescue. Yi Chun's eyes welled up. If only I had arrived earlier. Every injury you suffered pains my heart. Supporting herself on the railing, Su Ruobing struggled to stand, still feeling pain, and urgently asked, Shishi? Was she saved? I want to see Shishi. Shishi. Yi Chun hesitated, ultimately not revealing that Gu Fan had taken Shishi away. If Su Ruobing believed Gu Fan had rescued their daughter, and they reconciled or remarried, wouldn't he just become a joke? At that moment, Qin Yunju arrived and asked with concern, Director Su, are you alright? I'm fine, Team Qin. But where's my daughter Shishi? Su Ruobing looked around again. The rescued children were all in the arms of the officers, but her daughter was nowhere to be seen. Panic spread across her face. Mr. Su, please don't panic. Let's gather all the missing children first. Then we'll see if your daughter is among them. Qin Yunju crouched beside Su Ruobing, her tone gentle, but her furrowed brow betraying her exhaustion. After calming her down, she hurried toward Meng Xinghe, not far away. The dusk sea breeze carried a faint metallic tang of blood, fluttering the hem of Meng's clothes as he stared at a small figure on the ground, a severed head of a revered master with a complex expression. Qin Yunju lowered her voice. Captain Meng, do you know who did this? After a brief silence, Meng withdrew his gaze, running his finger along the clean-cut neck, shaking his head. No idea, but one thing is certain, it was an Srank expert. Srank. Qin Yunzu's breath caught. The master before them was slain swiftly and cleanly, with no sign of struggle. Only a conformed blade could kill so decisively in a single strike. Her heart raced at the thought. Captain, do you have any guess? Could it be a senior from the Knights? I've confirmed with the organization. No Srank experts have entered Jiangzhou recently, Meng said gravely, wiping blood from his fingertips. It has to be a local grandmaster. Whoever it is, we owe them our lives. If I ever get the chance, I will personally offer my thanks. He still felt a shiver of relief. Had this mysterious master not appeared out of nowhere, not only would they have been sunk, these dozens of abducted children would have been swallowed by the Shadow Organization's evil vortex. And eradicating the entire group single-handedly would have surely earned a first-class merit within the Knights. Let's go back first, Meng said, clutching his bloodied chest wound, urgently needing medical care. As night deepened, Guan Zhanhong arrived hurriedly with a list. Captain Meng, Captain Qin, the children's identities have been confirmed. They are all recent missing children from Jiangzhou. Families have been notified to come to the enforcement team to claim them. But, he glanced at Su Ruobing, lowering his voice. Mr. Su's daughter, Gu Cixi, is not on the list. Are you sure? Qin Yunju frowned. Yes, absolutely, Guan Zhanhong said awkwardly, unsure how to explain. Su Ruobing suddenly stood up, her voice trembling. Captain Qin, where's my daughter Cixi? I've searched everywhere and didn't see her. Mr. Su, please try not to worry. How could I not worry? She nearly lost control. Just as her emotions almost broke, her phone rang sharply. She answered, Ruoxue? What is it? Sis, Cixi has been brought back by brother-in-law. Su Ruoxue's voice was full of joy. Really, brother-in-law keeps his word. Let me hear Cixi's voice. On the other end came a childish shout, Mommy. Hearing her daughter's voice, Su Ruobing burst into tears, her anxious heart finally settling. She took a deep breath, wiping away her tears. Ruoxue, hand the phone to Gu Fan. Something wrong? Gu Fan's voice came immediately. Gu Fan, why did you take Cixi away without telling me? Su Ruobing's words tumbled out rapidly, mingled with sobs and anger. Her mind raced. Convinced Gu Fan had rushed ahead to Dongdu Pier and secretly taken Cixi away. Whether he had actually saved Cixi and her never crossed her mind. Gu Fan didn't bother responding to Su Ruobing's accusations. Suddenly, a soft, childlike voice interrupted from the other end of the call. Mama, was Daddy who saved Cixi. Please don't be mad at Daddy. This only poured gasoline on the fire. Su Ruobing's chest heaved violently, her anger boiling over. Gu Fan, how dare you lie even to a child? It was clearly Yi Chun who called the police and saved us. And now you're trying to take credit for it? You're willing to be this shameless just to fight for Cixi's custody? I'm ordering you bring Cixi back home to me right now. Images of her being tied up at Dongdu Pier and threatened by those scoundrels flashed through her mind, unleashing every bit of her fear and fury onto Gu Fan. The line went silent for a moment. Then clicked call was abruptly ended. Gu Fan. Su Ruobing gripped the phone, shouting in rage, her knuckles whitening from the pressure. How dare he hang up on me? This is outrageous. Yi Chen stepped forward, his face full of righteous indignation. Ruobing, Gu Fan is trash. The sooner you cut him out of your life, the better. Miss Su, what's going on? Deputy Captain Qin Yunju of the enforcement team heard the commotion and hurried over. Su Ruobing took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. Captain Qin, it's fine. Cixi is safe and at home. Really? Yes, it was my ex-husband Gu Fan who brought Cixi back. Qin frowned. When did he take the child? Wasn't he just at the scene with the enforcement team? He only took Cixi and ignored Ruobing completely. Yi Chen interrupted with disdain. Captain Qin, you don't know. After the divorce, Gu Fan's personality has become increasingly extreme, almost inhuman. He actually left Ruobing there all alone. Qin Yunzu's gaze hardened, his impression of Gu Fan plummeting. Miss Su, thankfully you're divorced from him. I advise you to keep Cixi away from him as much as possible. A child's environment is crucial to their growth. Thank you, Captain Qin. I will handle it. Su Ruobing nodded, then hurried away with Yi Chun, watching her upright, elegant back fade from view. Qin couldn't help but sigh. Such a perfect woman, how did she ever end up with someone like Gu Fan? At that moment, enforcement team Captain Meng Xinghao arrived. Miss Su, why did you leave? Gu Fan already took Cixi home. Qin Yunju recounted what he had just heard, his tone full of frustration. That Gu Fan, so full of empty talk, no responsibility whatsoever, abandoned his ex-wife and just took the daughter. There really aren't many good men in this world. Wait, you said Gu Fan took Cixi home? And they're safe? Meng Xing's expression darkened. That doesn't make sense. The enforcement team just arrived at Dongdu Pier. We were still getting organized. How could Gu Fan have gotten there and taken Cixi back so quickly? Could he have arrived before us? Qin was taken aback. Maybe he got to the pier earlier? Looking over the wreckage of the pier, Meng lowered his voice. Is it possible that Gu Fan actually saved all of us that day? No way. Qin Yunju immediately rejected the idea. Captain Meng, we've all seen the power of that revered figure, plus the experts from the Shadow Organization. Gu Fan simply doesn't have that kind of ability. Are you suggesting he's some kind of class powerhouse? I've never seen such a young steer powerhouse before. Well still, let's get the files in order first. He'll report to Elder Qin. Meng Xinghe was inwardly shocked again, raising his estimation of Gu Fan, though he didn't probe further for now. Elder Qin came to Jiangzhou. Yes, I just briefed him on the situation, and he immediately decided to come in person. A mysterious steer warrior is definitely worthy of the knight's attention. 20 minutes later, Su Ruobing and Yi Qin drove back to the lakeside villa. Ruoxue, where's Cici? Su Ruobing asked as soon as she entered. Sis, she's next door at General Lin's place. How could you let Cici go to that woman's house? Su Ruobing jumped up suddenly, her face turning cold. She stormed to the villa next door, and before she even reached the door, she heard Cici's tinkling laughter. That clear, joyful sound stopped her heart since Gu Fan left. Her daughter hadn't laughed like that. Bang! Bang! Unable to hold back her anger, she slammed on the door hard. Gu Fan, give me Cici back. Click. The lock turned. Lin Xiaowan stood in the doorway wearing slippers and a black slip dress that hugged her figure, leaning against the frame, meeting Su Ruobing's gaze with a faint, mocking smile. President Su, banging on my door this late seems a bit impolite, don't you think? Their eyes locked, and the air between them seemed to ignite. In the living room, Lin mealy clutched a cushion, wide-eyed like she was watching a drama. The scene was intense. Where's Cici? Give her back. Su Ruobing's voice was cold and sharp. President Su, that's unfair. Lin Xiaowan feigned innocence but spoke with a challenge. Cici gets along well with me and Fan Ge. You heard her laughing so happily, didn't you? She's never laughed so freely in your home. Cici, come to mommy, and I'll take you home. Su Ruobing bit her lip, feeling a surge of grievance. She had risked her life venturing into the lion's den, nearly giving it all, only to find Gu Fan and their daughter happily together, with Lin Xiaowan there warm and close while she was the outsider. The humiliation and fury pressed unbearable. Mommy Cici heard her voice and ran out. Once she confirmed her daughter was safe, Su Ruobing scooped up Cici, her eyes reddening but quickly fought back tears, glaring fiercely at Gu Fan. How could you take Cici away without telling me? Don't you know how worried I was? How could you be so selfish? Mommy, it really was Dad who saved Cici. Dad even chased the bad guys away. Su Ruobing froze. Could it really have been Gu Fan who saved her and their daughter? The moment the thought crossed her mind, Su Ruobing immediately dismissed it. She shook her head fiercely and made up her mind there was no way this was true. Gu Fan must have deceived Cici. Cici, you're still so young and don't understand how cruel people can be, Su Ruobing said, pulling her daughter close to her chest. Her gaze was icy as it locked onto Gu Fan. Some people will tell any lie to get what they want. Gu Fan, I don't know what you've said to Cici, but your behavior is despicable even to a child. Don't think you can use tricks to get Cici to stay with you. I will never let her live with a father like you. Gu Fan didn't bother to explain. From start to finish, he didn't even lift an eyelid, his eyes coldly scanning the side of Su Ruobing's face. Her disgust meant nothing to him. Su Ruobing, you seem to have forgotten who lost Cici in the first place, he said, his voice low and chilling. If all you do is dwell on your white moonlight, then maybe you should hand Cici over to me for proper care. And his eyes sharpened. I'm warning you. If Cici gets into trouble again and you don't inform me immediately, no matter what methods I use, I will take her away. Got it? His words hit the air like a hammer. Su Ruobing's breath caught, but she stubbornly lifted her chin in response. Gu Fan said no more. On one hand, he wasn't yet completely stabilized. On the other, this mission had angered the world's largest criminal organization, the Obsidian Council, and he feared their revenge might harm Cici. Despite thinking Su Ruobing was incredibly foolish, he had to admit her care for Cici was genuine, which is why he forced himself to hold back his anger. Su Ruobing hugged Cici tightly, her voice still firm. He'll protect Cici. There won't be a next time. With that, she turned and walked away. Lin Xiaowan escorted them to the door, crouched down to ruffle Cici's hair, and gently coaxed, Cici, come play at Auntie's place again next time. Auntie will play hide and seek with you. The little girl nodded quietly, not daring to let her mother notice, but a spark of anticipation shone in her dark eyes. Su Ruobing's face was ice cold as she silently vowed to expand her business empire as fast as she could. When the year-long bet was up, she would never let Gu Fan see Zixanat even once. Back at the villa, the warm lights filled the room, but Su Ruobing was too exhausted to even take off her coat. She looked at Yi Chun, who was waiting, and apologized. Sorry, I'm too tired today. I can't go out to eat with you. You've had a long day too, so you should head back to the hotel and get some rest. Yi Chun stepped forward and spoke softly. Ruobing, why don't you rest for a while? I can wait for you. Tonight, I want to be with you. Su Ruobing shook her head again. Maybe next time. Yi Chen's face showed reluctance, but all he could do was nod. All right, then you rest well. See you tomorrow. Late at night, in another upscale villa in Jiangzhou, lights blazed bright. In the tea room, an elderly man dressed in a Zhongshan suit sat upright on a couch, documents spread out before him. Nearby, a young woman carefully brewed tea, the aroma filling the air. Grandpa, your health isn't good. Why come to Jiangzhou in person? The young woman frowned and lowered her voice in confusion. Even if the target isn't glass powerhouse, it's not worth you worrying this much, is it? The old man cleared his throat softly, his voice hoarse but resolute. My dear girl, Grandpa doesn't have many years left, but the knight's legacy must continue. He bent his head again, quickly scanning the text. The dense words transformed into vivid images in his mind. 10 minutes later, the man closed his eyes in thought, his fingertips tapping lightly on the table. After a long pause, he opened his cloudy but sharp eyes and pointed to the photo on the documents. If I'm right, the one behind the recent assassination attempt on the Shadow Organization and that a-level dignitary, is this Gu Fan. Meng Xing's heart jolted at the revelation. He had doubted Gu Fan before, but this was just too unbelievable. Old Qin slumped in his chair, fingertips tapping lightly on the folder as he exhaled. The data suggests the attacker is very likely in S-level powerhouse, yet Gu Fan is only in his early 30s. Not long ago, his wife divorced him for incompetence, leaving him with nothing. That's impossible. Meng Xingha shook his head. Old Qin, are you sure there's no mistake? Old Qin lifted his eyes. This world isn't short of geniuses. I even suspect he might have already reached SS level. SS level. Both Meng Xingha and Qin Miaoka paled. That was the rank of a grandmaster, standing at the very top of the pyramid. Qin Miaoka leaned forward, eyes bright. Grandpa, you're not going soft on him now, planning to recruit Gu Fan into the Knights, are you? Old Qin mused for a moment, offering no direct answer. I feel it's necessary to meet him personally. Meng Xing's breath caught someone of Old Qin's top commander status actually wanted to personally recruit Gu Fan? At the same time, Hongxing Society. The night was deep, but Master Hongwu still sat in his study, tea gone cold. He stared at his phone, waiting for news from the Dongdu dock. Dad! Hong Liang burst in, sweat pouring down. The Heiying organization was utterly wiped out, slaughtered to the last man. Hong Wu's eyes flashed sharply. Really? Absolutely certain. Gu Fan. He really is ruthless. Hong Wu praised, then shifted his tone. I heard you've kept quite a few women. Hong Liang blinked. Dad, don't listen to those rumors. Guan Ziryu poured tens of millions on her, right? And gave her to Gu Fan as a slave. This Gu Fan may be strong, but he's still just one man. It's all about factions, about power nowadays. Why should we? Not even willing to give up one woman? If we're giving, give the best. Hong Wu slammed his teacup down. You've been with me so long, and still don't get it? How can I be confident leaving Hongxing Society to you when I'm gone? Hong Liang lowered his head. Understood, Dad. Lakeside Lin family villa. The living room glowed softly. Gu Fan sat on the sofa, eyes closed, resting. Lin Xiaowan came around behind him, her hands gently massaging his stiff shoulders, her voice low and husky. Fan Ji, will tonight's matter cause more trouble? Gu Fan opened his eyes, expression calm. Just some small trouble. He knew the Obsidian Council and the Knight Organization would eventually discover that the short venerable had died at his hands. The days of peace were over. Sis, why are you massaging him? Lin Mealy came rushing down the stairs, glaring angrily at Gu Fan. No man is worth you doing that. Su Ruobing kicked him out. That shows what kind of person he is. Lin Ziwen's face hardened. Mealy, did you forget your promise? One more rude word, and you'll have to move out. All right. Lin Mealy pouted but muttered quietly. He saved you by some coincidence, and now you're paying him back with gratitude? Shameless. Lin Mealy. Lin Xiaowan snapped. Fine, I won't say another word. Lin Mealy puffed her cheeks, but became more determined. She must reveal Gu Fan's true colors to her sister. Tomorrow when sister goes to the company, she'll seduce Gu Fan herself. She had already installed a pinhole camera to see how long he could keep up his act. Late at night, Gu Fan returned to his room and had just sat down when the door was softly pushed open. Lin Xiaowan entered, trailing a faint scent, draped in a silk jacket. Fan Ji. She closed the door behind her, the jacket slipping off smoothly, pooling at her feet. In the light, her pale skin shone vividly. I want to sleep with you. Of course, please provide the Chinese sentence you would like me to translate and refine into natural, fluent English. I'll ensure the result is clear, accurate, and idiomatic. Lin Xiaowan continued. Ever since we were kids, me Li and I have always been inseparable. We even joked back then that one day we'd marry the same man. If you like me, Li, I wouldn't mind at all. She rested her chin on her hand, half teasing, half serious. That girl admires heroes the most. If she knew your abilities, she'd definitely fall for you too. In Gu Fan's mind flashed the image of Lin Mi Li's youthful, adorable face, and for a brief moment, a ridiculous idea of winning over both sisters crossed his mind. But he quickly shook his head in self-mockery. No matter how beautiful, their spoiled and willful nature was something he didn't like. Fan Gu, hold me tight. The lights went out, and Lin Xiaowan curled up in Gu Fan's arms, her voice soft and sweet like a playful child. I want to fall asleep like this. Tonight, I'm sure he'll have long, beautiful dreams. In the dim light, Gu Fan silently embraced her, feeling the warmth of her breath in the palm of his hand. But Lin Xiaowan seemed to have endless thoughts, quietly pouring out years of longing and secret affection. Being with you is the happiest time in my life. Her words murmured on, carrying a trace of a smile as she gradually drifted into deep sleep. The night passed without a word. Morning light filtered gently into the bedroom. Lin Xiaowan, still half asleep, spotted Gu Fan beside her and suddenly pounced, planting a passionate kiss on the corner of his lips. Excitement brightened her eyes like crescent moons. Fango, I thought last night was just another beautiful dream so perfect, I didn't want to wake up. Gu Fan's fingers gently stroked her hair as he replied softly. If it's your dream, we'll make sure it lasts forever. Stars seemed to sparkle in Lin Xiaowan's eyes, taking the step to win Gu Fan's heart finally felt within reach. Sis, where are you? Why are you sleeping so late today? Lin Mi Li's clear voice rang down the hallway. Lin Xiaowan's expression suddenly tightened. Reluctantly, she cast Gu Fan a lingering glance. I'm heading back to my room first. She slipped away like a schoolgirl sneaking off on a secret date. Half an hour later, the three sat around the dining table, facing each other. Lin Mi Li's gaze flicked repeatedly between them, sensing something was up. Lin Xiaowan's cheeks still held a faint blush as she deliberately avoided looking at Gu Fan. Fan Gu, what's the plan for today? Just say the word, and he'll come keep you company anytime. Focus on your work first, Gu Fan said, setting down his coffee cup. Tonight, I'm taking over the Times Club again. I'm going to run it back to its former glory. Hearing that, Lin Xiaowan's eyes lit up with excitement, and she nearly slapped the table. Then I'll be waiting to see Fan guess magic. Well, crush the Shengshi Club across the street, so Su Ruobing finally gets a taste of defeat. Gu Fan's expression darkened. Reclaiming everything he once gave to Su Ruobing, his quiet revenge had begun. The Shengshi Club was her commercial empire's starting point, and it would become the first domino to bring her empire crashing down. Before leaving, Lin Xiaowan reminded him, Fan Gu, please look after Mi Li while I'm gone. I've spoiled her, but she's not bad at heart. Maybe you two'll have some chemistry. Gu Fan hesitated briefly but agreed. I will. Who asked him to take care of me? Lin Mi Li muttered under her breath. Mi Li. Lin Xiaowan pretended to scold her. Then she leaned over to plant a soft kiss on Gu Fan's cheek, beaming as she waved goodbye. Watching her sister's retreating figure, Lin Mi Li stood frozen, usually so reserved and aloof. Her sister was actually the first to make the move. The red lips that the top bachelor of Jiangzhou had never touched were now on Gu Fan's face. We have to kick Gu Fan out. She glanced at the tiny hidden camera in the corner of the living room, then dashed back to her room. Less than 10 minutes later, she stepped out in 7-centimeter heels, wearing a black lace camisole, tight shorts, and a loosely unbuttoned white cardigan. Her flawless milky skin peeked through, her confidence and a hint of mischief shining on her pure, yet alluring face. For my sister, I'll sacrifice my looks. Once I catch Gu Fan's true colors on camera, I'll have her kick him out tonight. In the dining room, Gu Fan stood ready to leave after finishing his meal. Just as he straightened, he caught the sound of footsteps and instinctively looked up. Lin Mi Li appeared, tall and slender, clicking in 7-centimeter heels. Her tight shorts hugged her slender legs, her white cardigan slipping open just enough to hint at lace lingerie beneath. Against the backdrop of her black camisole and stockings, her legs looked even longer. She bent slightly at the waist, letting the loose hem brush down her pale skin as she approached him with irresistible charm. A faint scent of perfume wafted through the air. Lin Mi Li's cheeks flushed a delicate shade of pink in an instant. Embarrassed and annoyed deep down, she still straightened her back and walked toward Gu Fan, deliberately slowing her pace. Her long eyelashes fluttered gently, her charming eyes shooting arrow-like glances at him. When they were less than half a meter apart, her foot slipped, she lost her balance, and almost fell right into Gu Fan's arms. Gu Fan reacted quickly, steadying her by firmly placing both palms on her shoulders, yet keeping about an arm's length away. His gaze landed on her flawlessly delicate face, and he was momentarily taken aback. This girl looked surprisingly radiant when dressed up. Fanch, are you feeling lonely? I'm so lonely. Please keep me company, will you? Lin Mi Li lowered her voice, soft and teasing, while reaching to tug at the buttons of Gu Fan's jacket with suggestive movements. She lifted her chin, her brows and eyes full of emotional chaos. What is this woman up to? Gu Fan frowned, taking a step back and straightening his collar. Fanch, am I not beautiful? Don't you want me? Lin Mi Li feigned innocence, though her heart was burning with impatience. She had thought that once she threw herself onto Gu Fan, his instincts would be uncontrollable, but this man was still behaving like a perfect gentleman? Was she completely powerless against him? I'm going back to my room. Gu Fan glanced at her long legs and creamy skin, shook his head, clearly seeing through the little girl's scheme. Don't walk away. Lin Mi Li stretched out her arms to block his chest, gritting her teeth as she pressed against him again and leaned in to kiss his lips. For my sister, I'm risking everything. but Gu Fan slipped aside smoothly. Ouch! Lin Mealy lost her balance, falling to the ground with her skirt riding up, exposing more than she intended. Her face instantly drained of color. She knew this seduction attempt had completely failed. Where had she gone wrong? Gu Fan was too indifferent to bother with her further, turning away to leave, but thought silently, I didn't expect this little girl to look so striking after a makeover. With her plan ruined, Lin Mealy was furious and humiliated. She got up, brushing dust off her clothes, placed her hands on her hips, puffed out her chest, and shouted after Gu Fan's retreating back. Gu Fan, don't pretend. Don't think that saving my sister once means you can be some kind of rich phoenix man scheming for my family's fortune. As long as I, Lin Mealy, am here, you won't succeed. Her tone was fierce, and she added a provocation. If you're a real man, don't cling to my family. If you can't make it on your own, they'll never respect you. They'll definitely kick you out. If you don't respect me, what does it matter to me? Gu Fan replied coolly, as if talking about the weather. Lin Mealy's chest heaved wildly. How can you be so shameless? Ringing. At that moment, her phone rang. Lin Mealy looked down and saw it was her best friend Xiao. She answered promptly. Xiao, are you going to Qianshuo's birthday party? Of course I'm coming. Send me the address. They'll be there for sure. Great, we'll be waiting for you. Came the sweet reply from the other end. After hanging up, Lin Mealy took a deep breath to calm herself. But when she looked up, her eyes met Gu Fan's calm expression, and an unmistakable mischievous spark surged through her heart. Lin Mealy's eyes darted as a sudden idea struck her. Although she couldn't get the better of Gu Fan herself, her circle of rich second-generation young masters could definitely handle him and scare him into retreat. She wanted Gu Fan to understand that he and her sister belonged to completely different worlds, utterly unworthy of Lin Xiaowan. If Gu Fan's reputation was ruined and his dignity shattered, she couldn't believe he'd still have the nerve to stay in her home. Gu Fan, my friend's having a birthday party tonight, and there's an event. Come with me, okay? She said sincerely. I'm not going, Gu Fan replied curtly. Lin Mealy immediately brought up her sister. You promised my sister you'd take care of me, didn't you? I'm so beautiful. What if someone has bad intentions? It's only for a short while. After, you can go to the Times Club whenever you want. Gu Fan glanced at her, guessing her little scheme. Lin Xiaowan had warned him. Mealy's friends were schemers, and Mealy herself was naive and could get into trouble anytime. After considering it, he nodded. Fine. That's great. Lin Mealy was elated. She knew her friends well. This would definitely make Gu Fan look ridiculous, especially Guan Xiao, who had a sharp tongue and loved judging people through biased eyes. She was eager to see Gu Fan humiliated. It was settled. Lin Mealy bounced back to her room to change. By evening, she was dressed to perfection, a fitted evening gown, flawless makeup, and 10-centimeter heels. Going downstairs, she saw Gu Fan still in his plain long tunic and immediately frowned. Is that all the clothes you own? Enough to wear, he replied casually. Fine, let's go. Within half an hour, they arrived at a private club not open to the public. After giving their names, the attendant led them to a spacious private room. Inside sat 3 men and 2 women, all stylish and dressed head to toe in the latest luxury brands. Mealy, you're finally here. We've been waiting forever. The man in charge, Qian Yukai, stood up warmly. A specially met his event was all prepared for you. From the sofa, a striking woman stood, arching her brow at Gu Fan. So this is the Gu Fan who refuses to leave your sister's side and mooches off your family? Her name was Guan Xiao, Lin Mealy's best friend, a beauty packaged and promoted by Hong Liang. What she didn't know was that Hong Liang planned to gift her to Gu Fan. That's him, Lin Mealy chimed in. Guan Xiao nodded, looking down on Gu Fan from head to toe. At 1.75 meters tall plus heels, with an immaculate face, her imposing presence might intimidate an ordinary man, but Gu Fan met her gaze without flinching. What are you staring at? Interested in me, huh? Take a good look in the mirror first. Do you even deserve me? Her face darkened, sensing Gu Fan's slightly aggressive stare. Inside, Lin Mealy rejoiced. Her best friend really brought the heat. Gu Fan replied coolly, you're definitely not worthy of being my woman. You. Enough, enough. Don't argue. Qian Yukai gestured invitingly. Everyone here is my guest. Sit down. His eyes fixed on Lin Mealy with blatant possessiveness. Guan Xiao snorted and sat back. Gu Fan's expression stayed calm as he took a seat in a corner. The atmosphere soon livened. Lin Mealy, Qian Yukai, Guan Xiao, and the others drank and played games, laughter ringing out. At one point, Qian Yukai's eyes flashed cold as he quietly slid a glass of water toward Lin Mealy. Thirsty? Have some water. The water was laced with a potent aphrodisiac. Qian Yukai had long pursued Lin Mealy unsuccessfully, and tonight, he planned to seize her at this birthday party. Once the drug took effect, no woman could resist desire afterwards. It would be impossible to take back what happened, giving him total control over her. He had even thought ahead. Even if Gu Fan was there, he wouldn't be able to stop him. Thank you, Mr. Qian, Lin Mealy said, unsuspecting, smiling as she took the glass. Just as the cup reached her lips, Gu Fan snatched it away, shooting a cold glare at Qian Yukai. Then, raising his hand, he splashed the water right in Qian Yukai's face. Splash. Water rippled across Qian Yukai's face. The dimly lit private room fell instantly silent, as if the music had been abruptly cut off. Everyone froze in place. What on earth was going on? Gu Fan, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Lin Meili jumped to her feet, her face burning with anger. No matter how distant she had grown from Qian Yukai, he was still a friend. Gu Fan's splash of water was just too much. Gu Fan's voice was cold and hard. There was something in the water. We need to leave. He had immediately detected something was off. Everyone was stunned, their eyes all turning toward Qian Yukai. What nonsense are you talking about? Qian Yukai shouted in fury, slapping the table. How could I drug Meili? She's my best friend. Would I ever harm her? I believe Qian Xiao. Shang Yinyan chimed in repeatedly. Qian Xiao's character speaks for itself. It's his birthday today. How could he do such a thing? This is pure slander. Guan Xiaoro shook her head with a bitter laugh. Gu Fan, are you serious? Trying to make a scene like this is just pathetic. Wang Ju sneered coldly, adding, Meili, this guy clearly has bad intentions. He's trying to sow discord between you and Qian Xiao. Who knows what scheme he's up to? Stay away from him. Lin Meili was overwhelmed with shame and anger. She bowed repeatedly to Qian Yukai. Qian Xiao, I'm sorry. I didn't expect him to go this far. Qian Yukai forced down his anger, forcing a smile. Maybe it's just a misunderstanding. Let me pour you another glass of water and let's put this behind us. Qian Xiao is so magnanimous. That guy is disgusting. Shang Yinyan rolled her eyes. Don't pay him any mind. He's on a completely different level than us. Looking at him is lowering ourselves. Meili, hurry and find a way to kick him out of your house. Who knows what he might do. Gu Fan ignored their taunts and frowned at Lin Meili. You really don't trust me? If he hadn't promised Lin Xiaowan to look out for Lin Meili, he would have walked away already. Of course I don't. Lin Meili yelled. I can't believe my sister ever liked you. They'll tell her everything that happened today. You'll be kicked out for sure. Gu Fan shook his head and closed his eyes, too tired to argue further. Tonight, he would explain everything to Lin Xiaowan clearly. He wouldn't protect Lin Meili anymore. Seeing his silence, Lin Meili snorted heavily, then picked up the new glass of water Qian Yukai handed her and drank it all in one go. Let's keep playing just among ourselves. She waved dismissively. Yeah, don't let him spoil our fun. Cheers. Everyone quickly agreed. An hour later, the private room buzzed with warmth from the alcohol, and everyone was having a great time. Meanwhile, Qian Yukai quietly checked the time. With the amount of aphrodisiac he had slipped into Lin Meili's drink, she would start feeling its effects in about 10 minutes. Qian Yukai pondered briefly, then said to Lin Meili, Meili, we've got another round after this. The guy you brought doesn't really fit in with us. Maybe you should send him back for now? Otherwise, people might think we're ganging up to isolate him. In the dimly lit private room, where the scent of alcohol mixed with perfume, Shang Yinyan lounged against the leather sofa back, sneering coldly. Some people really have no shame. Sitting here like that, if it were me, I would have left ages ago. Guan Xiao's lips, painted bright, curved slightly as she lightly licked them, smiling seductively. Maybe he can't bear to leave after seeing a beauty like me. Laughter erupted through the crowd, glasses clinking sharply against ice cubes with a crisp sound. Lin Meili raised an eyebrow and fixed her gaze on Gu Fan, who had remained expressionless the whole time. Lowering her voice, I shouldn't have brought you today. You should just go back. We don't need you here. Gu Fan slipped his hands into his pockets, his tone flat. You think why I'm still here? Because I promised your sister I'd look after you. You've had enough fun, it's time to go. I'm not done yet. Lin Meili scoffed lightly, trying to sound casual, but with a hint of irritation. Just go back. These are my friends, I'm safe here. I don't need you looking after me. Gu Fan glanced sideways at Qian Yukai, who had a flicker of lecherous desire in his eyes. He stepped forward and grabbed Lin Meili's wrist. Since I promised your sister, I'm not going to let anything happen to you tonight. Gu Fan, let go of me. Lin Meili yanked her arm free, anger flushing her cheeks. Don't bring up my sister. Do you really think you're my brother-in-law? Even if something happened to me today, I don't want your help. Take care of yourself first. We're not from the same world, and now you can leave. Gu Fan stared at her. If I leave now, don't regret it. I never will. Then remember what you said. With that, he said no more and turned to leave. Just then, a phone rang. Guan Xiaoro looked down and said in a sweet voice, Wait, my godfather Hong Liang is calling. I have to go first. He'll go with Gu Fan after all. He won't get to see such a stunning woman like me again. Cheers and teasing voices came from nearby. Haha, Xiaoro, you really are beautiful and kind-hearted. Guan Xiaoro tossed her silky hair and leaned toward Lin Meili, whispering, They'll help you figure out a way to get him away from your sister. A spark flickered in Lin Meili's eyes, though she didn't notice the warmth beginning to rise within her, desire quietly spreading like a flame. Soon after, Gu Fan and Guan Xiaoro exited the club. The night wind carried the scent of alcohol and neon light patterns. Guan Xiaoro, striding confidently in red-soled 10-centimeter heels, glanced at Gu Fan and smiled. Do you know who my godfather is? Who? Gu Fan replied flatly. The heir to the Hongxing Society, Hong Liang. She lifted her chin proudly and patted Gu Fan's shoulder. Meili is my good friend, and I promise to help her. So you'd better get out of the Lin family quickly. Otherwise, they'll have Hongxing Society force you out. That won't be very dignified, got it? Under the street lamp, Guan Zyra's curves were on full display. When she mentioned Hong Liang, her expression was thick with pride. Raised wealthy from birth, she looked down on someone like Gu Fan, her superiority radiating from every inch of her skin. Gu Fan narrowed his eyes. Does Hong Liang know you dare speak to me like that? Gu Fan glanced up and down at Guan Xiao. He had to admit, she was tall with flawless, snow-white skin and a pair of captivating phoenix eyes. But unfortunately, she was all looks and no brains, a real waste of such a good figure. Guan Xiao arched her delicate brows, clearly missing Gu Fan's sarcasm, and snapped sharply. Gu Fan, you need to know your place. I'm giving you 3 days to move out of the Lin family estate. Don't blame me if I'm not polite. Consider yourself warned. With that, she clicked away in her 10-centimeter stilettos, swaying her slender waist as she left, leaving behind a proud, haughty silhouette. How ridiculous! Gu Fan shook his head and ignored her warning. After a moment's thought, he didn't leave immediately, but instead found a quiet corner to sit cross-legged and cultivate. Lin Shawan had asked him to look after Lin Meili, and he couldn't just stand by while that girl got mistreated by trash like Qian Yukai. But this would be the last time. After tonight, he would make things clear and leave the Lin family estate, if necessary. I'm about to reach the final stage of breakthrough. Now that my mind is clear, the barriers I once couldn't cross feel easy, he thought, circulating the qi through the Qian Kuan yin-yang breathing technique he had practiced since childhood. With each inhale and exhale like a bellows, the true energy slowly nourished his meridians. Meanwhile, in the private room of the club, after Gu Fan left, Lin Meili's mood instantly plummeted. If Qian Yukai hadn't insisted and pressured her to stay, she would have left already. As time passed, she suddenly felt a burning heat rising within her, her breath growing uncontrollably quick. Qian Yukai noticed her change and inwardly rejoiced, signaling to Zhongyi. Zhongyi immediately caught on and leaned close to Shang Yinyan and Wang Zhu, lowering his voice. Let's go. Young master, Qian has a surprise for Millie is about to confess. We don't want to be third wheels. Let's leave them some space. A confession? Shang Yinyan raised her eyebrows. Yes. And if it works out, young master Qian promises each of you a big red envelope at least 200,000. 200,000. Shang Yinyan and Wang Zhu's eyes lit up in unison. Their families were wealthy, but their allowances weren't that generous. A confession's a big deal. We shouldn't ruin it for young master Qian. Let's leave the room to them. Zhong Yi said cheerfully, guiding the two out. Come on, let's head to the next part of the party. Hopefully, we get good news tomorrow. The three slipped out quietly, Zhongyi locking the door behind them, so only Qian Yukai and Lin Meili remained inside. The hall's light cast shadows on Qian's face, his triumphant smile barely hidden. If this worked, that promised grand gift was as good as his. It's so hot. Lin Meili leaned on the table, her gaze growing unfocused as if ants were crawling beneath her skin, an uncontrollable wave of desire flooding her. She tugged at her collar and shook her head desperately, finally realizing the room was empty except for herself and Qian Yukai. Where did everyone go? Her voice was hoarse, her long legs instinctively crossing. They left. Something came up at the last minute. Qian Yukai drained the strong liquor in his glass, his burning gaze roaming over her, already imagining peeling off her clothes in his mind. He was finally about to get what he wanted. Qian's aggressive, heated stare snapped Lin Meili awake with a jolt. Her clarity returning slightly, she covered her forehead and stood with a heavy tone. I'm not feeling well. I'm going home first. Millet, it's my birthday today, don't rush off just yet. The lighting in the private room was dim and suggestive. Qian Yukai stretched out his arms, blocking the door, greedily admiring Lin Millet's pure and innocent face. Millet, don't you understand how I feel about you? Be my girlfriend. I promise he'll treat you well. Before she could respond, he lunged forward suddenly. Get away. Lin Millet gritted her teeth and pushed him away with all her strength. But as soon as she did, her body grew hot and weak, a burning desire flooding her mind like flames. Even if she had been slow before, she now realized she had been drugged. Gu Fan had warned her, but she hadn't taken it seriously. Staggering to the door of the private room, she pulled desperately, but the door didn't budge. Her breath grew heavy and ragged as her voice faltered. Let me out. Qian Yukai lifted his chin proudly, his desire obvious in his eyes. Millet, I've been pursuing you for a while now. Just give in to me. Consider yourself my birthday gift. I'll take good care of you. With that, he ripped open the buttons of his shirt, revealing his bare chest, and lunged like a predator, his mouth closing in on Lin Millet's face. You shameless. Lin Millet struggled fiercely, stumbling backward 2 steps. But drugged as she was, her legs gave out, and she collapsed onto the sofa. She flailed her arms in vain. Stay away. If you lay a hand on me, my sister will never forgive you. Regret crashed down on her like thunder in her chest. Gu Fan had tried to stop her from coming, but she had shoved him away and humiliated him in front of others. Qian Yukai sneered, your sister? Times are tough for the Sherdai group. Financially, she doesn't have that much power anymore. Tonight, you'll stay with me. Once the deed is done, it'll be your sister's brother-in-law. Help me. Lin Millet's hoarse cry barely escaped her lips, but she knew the soundproof room meant no one would hear her. Keep shouting. The more you scream, the more excited I get. Qian Yukai closed in, still sans shirt, chuckling darkly as he grabbed the collar of her clothes. I gave you triple the dose of that aphrodisiac. You still have some awareness now, but in a minute, all you'll be left with is desire. Then you'll have to do whatever I say. Ha! He began tearing roughly at her clothes, desperate to strip her completely. Gu Fan, save me. Her desperate plea was almost drowned out by sweat and heavy breathing. Qian Yukai licked his cracked lips. Gu Fan, you really expect him to save you? Dream on. Don't worry, it'll be gentle, haha. Just as his hand was about to rip off the last button. Bang! The private room door was kicked open with a loud crash. The door shook as a figure darted in. Gu Fan grabbed Qian Yukai by the neck, pulling him away from Lin Millet, his voice cold as if emerging from the depths of the underworld. Do you have any idea what kind of punishment I have in store for scum like you? Qian Yotsai, burning with desire, placed his hands on Lin Mealy's chest, nearly about to undress the woman he longed for. Suddenly, a tearing pain in his neck forced him to scream. Who's there? He strained to turn his head and saw Gu Fan standing before him. Anger surged through him. It's you, you trash. Who gave you the nerve to ruin my plans? Behind him, Lin Mealy's thoughts blurred, her moans growing more disoriented and echoing through the room. Gu Fan raised an eyebrow, then tossed Qian Yotsai aside like a piece of trash. Bang! Qian Yukai's body slammed hard against the wall with a dull thud. Clutching his shoulder, he howled in pain. Gu Fan quickly approached the bed. Before he could speak, Lin Mealy lost control and threw herself into his arms, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck as she gasped, I'm so hot. My body feels like it's about to explode. Gu Fan's expression darkened. He pressed his fingertips to her pulse point, sending a thread of genuine energy into her body, temporarily suppressing the raging desire. This bastard gave her way too much aphrodisiac. Gu Fan cursed silently. The drug has already seeped into her bloodstream. This is trouble. He whispered soothingly, I'll get you out of here. A trembling but joyful voice called out in his ear, Gu Fan, you're back? Meanwhile, Qian Yotsai gritted his teeth and crawled to his feet, wildly swinging a beer bottle at Gu Fan's head. Let go of the woman I want. I've been planning this for so long. She won't let a cooked duck fly away. Dark particles flickered in Gu Fan's eyes. He stretched out his arm and caught the bottle midair before it could strike, grabbing Qian Yukai's throat and lifting him off the ground. Looking for death? Gu Fan's voice was icy cold. Qian Yukai's face purple with rage and panic, kicked wildly and roared, let me go. You know who I am. Touch a single hair on me, and it'll make sure you die a terrible death. Someone. Help. But he forgot that he had cleared everyone out earlier for tonight's perfect plan. No one came to his aid. In the silence, Lin Mealy's sanity slipped further away. Her hand slipped inside Gu Fan's shirt, her hot breath warming his chest. Gu Fan's muscles tightened, his murderous aura intensifying as he coldly stared at Qian Yotsai. Trash like you doesn't deserve to be a man. You, what are you trying to do? Let me go. A thunderous pain exploded through Qian Yotsai. His pupils dilated wildly as unbearable agony tore through his lower body. Then a chilling numbness spread, as if something had been completely severed. Blood soaked through his pants instantly. Gu Fan flung him aside, drenched in blood. I'm cutting off your bloodline for good. This is my judgment. I am a eunuch now? Qian Yotsai collapsed to the floor, eyes vacant, trapped between terror and hatred. Overwhelmed by pain, blood loss, and sheer shock, he finally fainted. Give me I want. Driven mad by the drug's power, Lin Mealy's desire became uncontrollable. Her fading reason was swallowed by lust, making her cling to Gu Fan as if fused to him. Certainly, please provide the Chinese sentences you'd like me to translate and polish into natural, fluent English. Lin Mealy wrapped her clothes tightly around herself and staggered as she stood up. Gu Fan instinctively reached out to steady her, but she shoved his hand away. Don't touch me. Her eyes looked frosty, and Gu Fan's face hardened in response. Come on, get this straight. What happened earlier was your choice. If you hadn't insisted, I wouldn't have gone along with it. Do you really blame me for this? Whether I blame you or not is up to me. Lin Mealy grabbed a cushion from the sofa and threw it at him one by one. Gu Fan, once we leave this place, let's pretend none of this ever happened. Fine by me. Gu Fan dodged the pillows with a smirk. Also, under no circumstances can my sister find out. Lin Mealy clenched her fists and waved them in front of his face. Don't get any weird ideas. I'm not going to fall for you just because of this. The kind of man I like is a hero worthy of legends, not a freeloader like you. If I get the chance, I'll kick you out of the villa. One more thing. You dare try anything with my sister. He'll be watching you. After venting all this, she finally let out a long sigh, but the ache in her body made her frown. Take me home, it hurts so much. He'll need at least a few days to recover. Let's go. Gu Fan didn't argue anymore and helped her out of the private room. The hallway lights were dim and yellowed. At the doorway, a figure caught his eye. Qian Yukai lay curled on the floor like a dead dog, unable to even groan. Lin Mealy held her breath. What did you do to him? Nothing much. Just made sure he'll never be a man again. What do you mean? I took away his manhood. Gu Fan said flatly. Lin Meili gasped sharply, feeling a mix of relief and alarm as sweat broke out on her forehead. Gu Fan, you're in deep trouble. The Qian family's a famous noble clan in Jiangzhou with control over several mining operations. They're extremely powerful, and they value their lineage. Their family's only son is Qian Yukai. So what? So what? Who in mining doesn't have some underworld connections? You're dead meat. You need to run. Relax. The Qian family means nothing to me. Blowing that off now? You don't really think my sister will cover for you, do you? I'm warning you, my sister already has enough problems than add to them. Lin Meili's voice was tense with worry. Gu Fan raised an eyebrow, glancing at her. I didn't expect you to care so much about your sister. Of course I do. She's my closest family, she muttered irritably. If I'd known this was going to happen, I never would have come to this lousy birthday party. And that beast did that to me, drag me into this mess with a man like you. I'm totally screwed. Gu Fan stayed silent and let her rant as he escorted her to the Lin family's front gate. Pausing for a moment, he hesitated then said, if you ever run into trouble you can't handle, you can come to me. He had originally planned to tell Lin Xiaowan tonight that he wouldn't look after Lin Meili anymore and to let her fend for herself, but unexpectedly things ended up very differently. Come to you? Who do you think you are? If you were really capable, Su Ruobing wouldn't have divorced you. Lin Meili sneered, issuing another warning. Remember what I said, forget all that happened before and act like nothing's changed. This is a secret we must never reveal, even to our dying breath. And don't think you can take advantage of me. I'll say it again, I will never like you. Gu Fan couldn't be bothered to explain anything further. In his mind, he simply concluded that this woman's way of thinking was definitely messed up. After Gu Fan left the bedroom, Lin Meili tossed and turned on the crisp white sheets. Aching waves shot through her waist and legs, reminding her of the wild abandoned shed just lost control over. Memories played on a loop in her mind like a comic strip, the ragged breaths close to her ear, the burning heat between his fingers, the heart pounding as if ripping through the air in less than a minute. Her ears and cheeks were flushed a deep pink. Bastard. Damn you. She muttered, covering her face. Even if I took the initiative, you could have refused. You were more eager than I was. Biting her lip, she suddenly sat up, eyes gleaming stubbornly. No. I've already fallen for this guy. I absolutely cannot let my sister fall into his trap again. Her emotions churned without rest, while exhaustion crashed over her like a tidal wave. Lin Meili clutched the corner of the sheet and drifted into a heavy slumber amid her messy thoughts. Outside the villa, night had long since fallen. Gu Fan turned on his car's headlights and headed straight for the busiest commercial street in the city, a location of the Times Club. It was the first property he had taken over after divorcing Su Ruobing. For the brothers like Chunichi who had loyally followed him, he had to keep this brand afloat. Parking in front of the Times Club, Gu Fan furrowed his brows in surprise. The large six-story building was dimly lit. Only a few guests came and went at the entrance, and the doorman yawned as if half asleep. Even the revolving door seemed to move sluggishly, as if the entire club had been drained of energy. Across the street, the seven-story Shengshi Club blazed with light. Crystal chandeliers reflected a sea of gold, luxury cars lined up, and guests poured in like a tide. By comparison, the Times Club looked like an old, forgotten record, lonely and desolate. Brother Fan. A clear voice rang out in the night breeze. Lin Xiaowan stepped eagerly in her 7-centimeter nude heels. A denim jacket paired with a short skirt showed off her youthful curves. She had been waiting at the door early, and, seeing Gu Fan get out of the car, she smiled brightly with eyes curved in delight and quickly approached him. Gu Fan's face flushed slightly at her radiant smile. After all, he had just spent a night not long ago with Lin Xiaowan's younger sister. Even though it wasn't entirely his fault, an awkward feeling lingered. Brother Fan, am I pretty? Lin Xiaowan looked up, her clear apricot eyes full of expectation, as if offering her whole heart to him. She always knew how to charm Gu Fan. Those captivating eyes had once made even him, who prided himself on self-control, lose focus. Gu Fan wasn't some saint-like figure when he first saw Su Ruobing, had definitely been attracted by her looks. You are, he said honestly. Then come knock on my door anytime, you know I never lock it. She teased with a playful wink, as if instantly shaking off the day's fatigue. Gu Fan looked up at the six-story club and raised an eyebrow. With traffic like this, Times has been running at a loss, hasn't it? Yeah. Lin Xiaowan's face clouded with worry as her gaze drifted involuntarily to the shining Shengshi Club across the street, a flicker of envy and unwillingness in her eyes. Brother Fan, if you hadn't taken it over, I would have just sold it off by now. With princesses, male models, resident bands, and all the staff salaries, it burns cash every day. If there aren't customers, it just can't last. At that, she suddenly looped her arm through Gu Fan's, a hint of coquetry in her voice. So you absolutely have to keep Times Club alive and put a lid on Sister Ruobing's arrogance at the same time. I will, Gu Fan promised firmly, his gaze sweeping over the neon-lit city skyline, blending into the night. Just then, a harsh sneer cut through the moment. Well, if it isn't the beaten dog Gu Fan. Not far off, Su Ruobing and Yi Chun had just parked their car, and were heading toward the Shengshi Club, coming face to face with them by chance. Su Ruobing eyed Gu Fan coldly, then glanced at Lin Xiaowan standing almost attached to him, her brow furrowing slightly. What are you doing here? Her tone was sharp, clearly displeased as she challenged him. Su Ruobing wore a shoulder-bearing chiffon mini dress, her smooth, snow-white long legs drawing all eyes, exuding an icy elegance. The lighting cast a porcelain glow on her profile, and everyone in the room couldn't help but be captivated, yet no one dared to linger too long. Suddenly, a clear, cheerful laugh broke the brief silence. Ruobing, fans here to take over the Times Club, Lin Xiaowan said as she hooked her arm through Gu Fan's, playfully leaning into him. From today on, the Times Club belongs to Fan. The girl's deliberate display of intimacy was an unmistakable provocation, instantly sparking a flare of jealousy in Yi Chen beside them. The girl who was supposed to be interested in him had been clinging to Gu Fan these past few days, clearly flirting. Yi Chen's mind raced. Were the handsome photos he sent Lin Xiaowan not revealing enough? Should he send a shirtless, abs-showing selfie later? Lin Xiaowan was supposed to be his reserved woman. How could Gu Fan steal her before him? Even worse, Lin Xiaowan had just handed over the Times Club to Gu Fan? Who did this guy think he was? Rubing's brow furrowed deeper as she stared coldly at Gu Fan. Gu Fan, you know Xiaowan is using you to spite me, yet you let yourself be treated like this? Do you really think luck will just drop into your lap? The Times Club is about to go bankrupt, and she's just making you take the fall. When the bankruptcy is settled, all the debt will be pinned on you. Your life will be ruined forever. Ruobing, stop slandering me. Lin Xiaowan immediately stepped forward, her eyes fierce. Forget whether the club will survive or not. Even if it closes for good, I would never let Fan shoulder any of the responsibility. She snorted sharply, mocking, unlike Ruobing, who's so ungrateful she forgets how she got to where she is today. The tension between the two women thickened instantly. Ruobing finally withdrew her gaze and looked back at Gu Fan. Listen to me. Don't take over the Times Club. Compared to the heyday of Shengshi Club, the Times Club is doomed to collapse. Gu Fan's expression remained calm, his voice low and steady. I'm already the majority shareholder of the Times Club. From now on, it will be resurrected under my control, surpassing your Shengshi Club to become the top club in Jiangzhou. Stubborn fool. Ruobing shook her head, disappointment clear. Gu Fan, how many times have I told you? Times have changed. I get your pride, you want to prove yourself to me, even fight for custody. But it's impossible. Not in a year, not in 10, not even 100. You can't run this place. Meeting her gaze, Gu Fan said, then we'll see. It won't take a year, just 1 month is enough for the Times Club to completely crush Shengshi Club. The only thing that will collapse then is you. Foolish dreams. Yi Chen sneered, stepping to Rubing's side. He tried to get closer to her like Lin Xiaowan did, but Ruobing sidestepped and deliberately kept him at arm's length. Unwilling to relent, he taunted coldly. Gu Fan, take a good look in the mirror. Reality will show you what cruelty really means. Lin Xiaowan straightened, lifting her chin in defense like a protective mother. The situation isn't settled yet, so don't jump to conclusions. If it ends up slapping you in the face, don't come crying. Deep down, she wasn't confident Gu Fan could topple Shengshi Club in a month, but she still stood firmly by his side. Then let's just wait and see. Ruobing pressed her lips tight and turned away. Waiting and seeing it is. Who's afraid of who? Lin Xiaowan scoffed defiantly. At that moment, a Ferrari pulled up outside the Shengshi Club. 2 people stepped out, a man and a woman, and headed towards Su Ruobing. Fan Ji, that enchanting lady, is Yun Meinong. Known throughout Jiangzhou as the Queen of Liquor, Lin Xiaowan lowered her voice to explain to Gu Fan. The man beside her is her cousin, Song Hao. Shengshi Club's monopoly on imported liquor business owes a lot to its partnership with Yunhai Group. She sighed softly as she continued. I've secretly met with Yun Meinong several times, but I've never been able to secure high-end liquor supplies from her malt whiskey, 90 Royal Salute, 1946 tequila. High-end clubs have to stock these. If our Times Club can't offer them, but others do, customers will just walk away. This frustration weighed heavily on her heart, and was one reason the Times Club was steadily declining. The lighting in the hall was soft as Su Ruobing stepped forward with a poised, warm smile. Ms. Yun, she greeted, embracing Yun Meinong lightly. We've arranged the best SPA for you today. Mr. Song, your private room on the 4th floor is also ready. Ruobing, you're always so thoughtful, Yun Meinong said gracefully, her figure outlined by a form-fitting dress that accentuated her mature allure. Song Hao looked calm and pleased, clearly enjoying the attention the siblings received. Not far away, Yi Chen stared in awe, swallowing hard. Yun Meinong's charm was every bit a match for Su Ruobing's. If only he could win her over. The thought grew unstoppable in his mind. Mr. Su, no need to be so polite, Song Hao bowed slightly. Yunhai Group plans to introduce a new batch of liquors soon, and Shengshi Club will be the first to receive them. Having Yunhai Group as a partner is an honor for Shengshi Club. Please come this way, Su Ruobing said with a proud smile, giving Lin Xiaowan a deliberately challenging look as she turned away. Her confidence came from controlling this liquor lifeline. How could Times Club compete with her? And Gu Fan? There was no way he could surpass her wealth within a year. In a year, she would make sure Gu Fan never saw Cece again. Her daughter didn't need an incompetent father. Fan Ji, let's go inside. Lin Xiaowan tugged at Gu Fan's sleeve, unwilling to watch Su Rubing's smug expression any longer. But Gu Fan suddenly asked, you said Yun Meinong and Song Hao are cousins? Yes, Lin Xiaowan nodded. Yun Meinong has no close relatives except him within 5 degrees, so she trusts Song Hao implicitly and leaves many group affairs to him. I tried to leverage our connection through Song Hao to negotiate liquor supplies, but he's so consumed by lust. Her words trailed off abruptly. As a woman of striking looks, she fully understood how some men tried to control her through that, and it was why she was struggling now. I see. Gu Fan pondered briefly, then stood and walked straight over to Yun Meinong. Stop right there. Song Hao immediately noticed, blocking Gu Fan with an unfriendly glare. Gu Fan, what do you want? Su Rubing's eyes darkened coldly. Yun Meinong also paused, curiously studying the approaching man as if searching her memory for him. Ruobing, is this your ex-husband? Su Ruobing nodded. Lin Xiaowan was taken aback, but quickly stepped forward, wearing a smile to smooth things over. Ms. Yun, Gu Fan is now the head of the Times Club. Tonight's a good chance for you all to get acquainted. Yun Meinong glanced over with a hint of curiosity, first catching Lin Xiaowan's gaze before turning to Su Ruobing. It was clear she sensed there was an untold story lurking beneath the surface. Seeing this, Yi Chen's lips curled into a faint sneer, openly mocking. Miss Yun, he's just a kept man, a little pretty face. Don't let him spoil your mood. His eyes were filled with contempt. Nearby, Song Hao also spoke coldly, no need to know him. He's not worthy. His tone was laced with obvious hostility. Lin Xiaowan quickly grabbed her cousin's arm, urging, cousin, let's go. Don't waste time on meaningless people. Yun Meinong gave Gu Fan a brief, indifferent glance, but said nothing. Just when everyone thought the subject was closed, Gu Fan suddenly stepped forward, moving deftly to avoid Song Hao's blocking hand, and walked straight up to Yun Meinong. With 2 fingers, he deftly, almost playfully, plucked a single strand of hair from Yun Meinong's head. The atmosphere instantly tensed. Song Hao reacted fastest, pushing Yun Meinong behind him fiercely and whispering in a low, furious growl, "You're asking for trouble." His cold eyes gleamed with deadly intent. Gu Fan, what do you think you're doing? Su Rubing's anger boiled over, disgust practically dripping from her face. Miss Yun is my honored guest. How dare you be so disrespectful? Her frustration sharpened into sharp resentment. Lin Xiaowan, though shocked, spoke firmly. Robbing, there's no need to get so worked up. Fan only wanted to befriend Miss Yun. No reason to overreact. Song Hao sneered coldly, his gaze like a knife. Offend my sister and pay the price. Before anyone could stop him, he raised his hand, aiming a slap at Gu Fan. Yi Chen's expression immediately became anxious. If Gu Fan really took a slap, both their reputations would be ruined. He rushed forward to intervene. Lin Xiaowan stepped resolutely in front of Gu Fan without hesitation, her eyes burning with determination. Just as Song Hao's palm was about to fall, Chen Ichi arrived hastily, firmly grabbing Song Hao's wrist with a powerful grip and a cold glare. Fan, want me to teach him a lesson? Song Hao roared, struggling, let go of me. But Chen Yichi's hold was like iron, impossible to break free from. Gu Fan smiled slightly, effortlessly in control of this sudden confrontation. Yun Meinong's expression immediately turned icy clearly. No one dared provoke her like this. Release him, she ordered coolly, indifferent. Yes, Fan, Chen Ichi responded promptly, letting go and stepping beside Gu Fan, eyes steady and ready to obey. Gu Fan turned to Yun Meinong, voice calm. Miss Yun, I only wanted to confirm something, no offense intended. Yun Meinong frowned slightly. What is it? Lowering his voice, Gu Fan said, I can't reveal the details just yet, but if you're interested, you could visit the Times Club later. Yun Meinong rejected him coldly. No need. I don't care what you plan, but your behavior today displeases me greatly. In making my position clear, from now on, Yunhai Group will no longer supply any liquor to the Times Club, and all cooperation between us is terminated immediately. With that, she turned and strode away, poised and resolute. A fierce glint flashed in Song Hao's eyes as he glared darkly at Gu Fan. Yi Chen smiled wickedly, clearly enjoying the discomfort. Su Ruobing shook her head softly, whispering, Gu Fan, you better watch your back. Lin Xiaowan stayed steadfast, comforting him. Fan, it's okay. Even if the Times Club breaks with Yunhai, we have other partners. Gu Fan's lips curved into a confident smile. Do you think what I did was sudden? Lin Xiaowan laughed warmly. No way. You always have your reasons, Fan. I believe in you completely. Feeling her genuine trust, a warm wave surged in Gu Fan's heart. So many times with Su Ruobing, he had to explain himself endlessly for every move. This kind of unreserved trust, the kind he yearned for, but never truly had felt, like the unspoken emotional gap between trust and distrust, the critical line between love and indifference. Gu Fan explained. Have you noticed the unhealthy pallor beneath Yun Meinong's makeup? There's definitely something wrong with her health. And when I'm near Song Hao, I sense a disturbing energy that matches the sinister aura between Yun Mainyang's brows. Fanch, are you saying Yun Mainyang is ill and that Song Hao is involved? Lin Xiaowan gasped, her voice rising sharply. Gu Fan nodded, his gaze steady but tinged with coldness. Now that you mention it, there have been some rumors that Yun Mainyang is gravely ill and might no longer be able to run Yunhai Group, Lin Xiaowan murmured, finally piecing together the whispers circulating around town. Gu Fan continued. So I took a hair from Yun Mainyang to run some tests. Want to guess what I found? Holding her breath, Lin Xiaowan asked. She really is sick? Not sick. Poisoned. Gu Fan's tone turned icy. And I'm absolutely certain that Song Hao, who's always around Yun Mainyang, is the one who poisoned her. It's a rare kind of venom linked to witchcraft and Song Hao practices sorcery. He narrowed his eyes, sharp as a blade. Lin Xiaowan exhaled sharply. So if Yun Mainyang dies, Song Hao is her only relative and legitimately inherit Yunhai Group. This is a plot to kill for money. Her eyes widened in shock, yet when she thought it through, all the details fit together in a disturbingly logical way. Fanch, what are you going to do now? First, let's go to the Times Club. Gu Fan turned and instructed, Ichi, stay here and keep watch. If Yun Mainyang comes out, notify me immediately. Moments later, Gu Fan and Lin Xiaowan entered the Times Club. Times Club. The first floor was dimly lit, a bar and nightclub that served as the main entrance for guests. Yet despite prime time, the vast hall was empty enough to echo. Servers lined up along the bar, yawning out of boredom. Lin Xiaowan briefly explained, Fanch, this nightlife floor can hold over 10,000 people. The second floor is a spa and beauty salon. The third floor has private banquet halls. The fourth floor offers guest rooms. The fifth floor runs a licensed casino. And the sixth floor has restaurants, a gym, and a swimming pool. Gu Fan surveyed the surroundings and nodded. Quite a large operation. Exactly. If managed well, it's a cash cow, but if mismanaged, it can burn through money alarmingly fast. Lin Xiaowan smiled ruefully. Fanch, if you don't take over, they'll have to reluctantly cut my losses. With that, she clapped her hands sharply, the crisp sound ringing through the quiet hall. Everyone, gather around. Let me introduce you to the new person in charge of the club. Within minutes, the club's hostesses, male models, and various staff gathered, lining up neatly. Silently, they appraised Gu Fan, the divorced man rumored to have been kicked out by Su Rubing, yet he looked so ordinary. At the front, manager Chen Rongfei and security captain Wang Chong barely concealed their feelings before Gu Fan's arrival. They had unquestioned authority. Now, with this sudden new leader imposed from above, they felt an urgent threat. Lin Ziwen's voice rang out enthusiastically. Hello everyone. Starting today, Gu Fan is the new head of the Times Club. He will lead you to new heights. Let's give Fanj a warm welcome. Applause was sparse and hesitant. People exchanged uneasy looks, clearly dissatisfied. Director Lin, I don't accept this. Chen Rongfei took a deep breath and stepped forward first. Neither do I. Wang Chong immediately followed, standing rigidly. Gu Fan raised his eyes calmly. What exactly don't you accept? Lin Ziwen's expression turned icy cold. These people were clearly trying to intimidate Gu Fan. The hall was brightly lit, but the atmosphere felt heavy, almost tangible. Standing in the front row, Chen Rongfei clenched her fists. Her voice trembled slightly, yet remained resolute. Director Lin, the Times Club has been deteriorating rapidly. If you suddenly place a new person in charge, it will only make things worse. I'm afraid I won't be able to cooperate with Gu Fan in managing the club. This was the first time she had spoken to Lin Xiaowan in such a tone. She treated the Times Club like family and refused to watch it fall apart. All around the hall, the employees exchanged uneasy glances, but no one dared to speak up and intervene. Director Lin, I've been in charge of security at the Times Club. There've never been any incidents under my watch. Wang Chong stepped forward, his burly frame like a wall. What skills do these people Gu Fangbrat have? Do they expect us to grovel before them? We won't swallow that. If you insist on making Gu Fan the person in charge, we will leave. He spoke with calm dignity, chest rising and falling fiercely. As a respectable level powerhouse, he could command a high salary anywhere he went. Director Lin, we agree with Manager Chun and Brother Chong. Well, follow them. Voices from the crowd responded immediately, firm and unwavering. Lin Ziwen's face darkened. Just as she was about to speak, Gu Fan raised his hand to stop her and stepped forward, positioning himself between her and the others. Fan, sorry, I didn't expect this kind of situation, Lin Xiaowan said apologetically. No problem. They'll handle it, Gu Fan said coolly, his tone calm. If I can't even earn everyone's trust on a small matter like this, how can I manage the Times Club in the future? He patted Lin Ziwen's shoulder, then took a step forward toward Chen Rongfei. The pressure he radiated was like a heavy iron block pressing down on everyone's chests. Chen Rongfei broke out in a cold sweat, instinctively averting her gaze, but she still pursed her lips stubbornly and raised her chin defiantly. You don't accept me as the person in charge of the Times Club? Gu Fan's voice lowered, his aura slightly restrained but still powerful. That's right. Chen Rongfei spat arrogantly. Gu Fan's eyes darkened. Shen Rongfei, as the manager of the Times Club, you're responsible for everything big and small there. Now the club is on the brink of collapse, running at a loss, and you can't shirk responsibility. What kind of manager are you to refuse me? What gives you the right to refuse? Each word struck Chen Rongfei like a hammer. Her face paled instantly. She swayed slightly, struggling to breathe under the oppressive weight of his authority. The pressure from someone above her position triggered a primal fear. The problems at the Times Club aren't because of me. I've been doing everything I can to turn things around. She gritted her teeth to defend herself. So exactly what have you accomplished to improve the club? Gu Fan's voice was quiet yet cutting. You couldn't fix the alcohol inventory, you couldn't attract customers, what are you boasting about? At the end of the day, it's your lack of ability. Yu Chun Rongfei's chest rose and fell sharply. Her eyes reddened with bloodshot veins creeping into the corners. Do you really think you can save the Times Club? Anyone can talk big. That's right. I can, Gu Fan said without hesitation. Setting aside everything else, tonight I will solve the alcohol supply problem. This evening, the Times Club will sign a cooperation agreement with Yunhai Group. After that, all of Yunhai Group's beverages will be exclusively supplied to the Times Club at the most favorable wholesale prices. Chen Rongfei's pupils contracted sharply. She nearly blurted out, impossible. Chen Rongfei spoke in a deep voice. As far as I know, Yun Mainyang, president of Yunhai Group, is going to sign an exclusive liquor supply contract with Shengshi Club today. Times Club doesn't stand a chance. You don't believe what I'm saying? Her gaze was sharp and piercing. Of course not. Gu Fan smiled lightly, his expression relaxed. But what if I actually pull it off? If you can really do it, I, Chen Rongfei, will be at your command from now on, obeying you unconditionally. She clenched her fist decisively. But what if you can't? Then he'll leave Times Club and never set foot here again, Gu Fan replied calmly. Fanj. Lin Xiaowan suddenly grew tense. Securing the Yunhai Group contract overnight was practically impossible, especially since Yun Mainyang had already made it clear she wouldn't cooperate. If Gu Fan failed, she'd have no way to keep him. But Gu Fan said simply, since Times Club entrusted this to me, just trust me. Lin Xiaowan took a deep breath and nodded firmly. All right, I trust you, Fanj. Her heart finally settled. Even if Gu Fan lost, she would stand by him through it all. Gu Fan turned and faced Wang Chong, a faint, teasing smile on his lips. You're just a level powerhouse, and you think you're so important? Times Club can't do without you. Wang Chong's tone was harsh. I just don't want my brothers and me to be bossed around by incompetence. You think I'm incompetent? And you're okay with me and Qin Ichi muscling in, taking over your turf? Gu Fan stared him down. Wang Chong's heart hammered wildly. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead under the pressure. He sensed danger instinctively, but stubborn pride as a level powerhouse made him grit his teeth. Yes. So what will it take for you to submit? Beat me in a fight, then I'll submit. Wang Chong replied sternly. Gu Fan glanced at his fingertips and smirked. I'll give you 3 moves. If you manage to touch a single strand of my hair, I'll turn around and never set foot in Times Club again. You're looking down on me. Wang Chong's anger flared, feeling openly disrespected. Of course. Why would I look up to an obstinate level powerhouse like you? Gu Fan said matter-of-factly. Wang Chong clenched his fists until his muscles bulged, then saluted Lin Xiaowan with a nod. Boss Lin, it's not that I'm disrespecting you, but Gu Fan is crossing the line. If we don't teach him a lesson today, how do I explain it to my brothers? With that, blue veins bulging like a fierce tiger descending a mountain, he unleashed his full strength. Wind howled and sonic booms cracked as his iron fists pounded toward Gu Fan's face one after another. But every strike missed. Not even the corner of Gu Fan's clothes was touched. Wang Chong's heart sank, a bad feeling creeping in. His 3 moves were done, and now it was Gu Fan's turn. A dark gleam flickered deep in Gu Fan's eyes. Casually, he raised his arm and threw a punch. Bang! The punch cut through the air like a blade and landed precisely on Wang Chong's abdomen. The tremendous impact forced Wang Chong to spew blood violently, flying 10 meters before crashing hard against the wall. Everyone watched as his stomach caved in, a clear fist print visible, bones shattered layer by layer, the sight utterly horrific. Gu Fan's voice rumbled like thunder, submit now? The explosive sound didn't just shatter Wang Chong's consciousness, it echoed through the hearts of everyone at Times Club. Are you convinced now? This sentence was not only thrown at Wang Chong, but it also struck the hearts of everyone in the Times Club. The lighting in the hall was dim and ambiguous, and the air still lingered with the scent of alcohol and blood. Everyone clearly understood Gu Fan was using Wang Chong to assert his dominance, and he had succeeded. As the club's top enforcer, Wang Chong had always been seen as the fierce guardian of the place. Yet now, after being knocked to the ground by Gu Fan with a single punch that shattered his ribs, groaning in pain, all doubts were immediately silenced. Just based on this terrifying display of strength, they were already 9/10 convinced. The crowd's gaze surged toward Gu Fan like a tide, filled with awe and fear. Suddenly, a hoarse voice broke the tense silence. I'm still not convinced. Wang Chong's face was drenched in cold sweat. With help from his comrades, he stubbornly propped himself up, chest heaving violently, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Lin Ziwen's expression darkened sharply, her voice cold as ice. Wang Chong, what else do you have to say? Wang Chong took a deep breath, clutching his side and clenched his teeth through the pain. Director Lin, I admit Gu Fan is a fighter, but running a club isn't just about fists. It relies even more on relationships and connections. He continued through gritted teeth. The Times Club has been able to operate smoothly until now only because I, Wang Chong, have opened the underground channels. Without that, there would be small disturbances every 3 days, big fights every 5, and business would be impossible. Hearing this, the onlookers nodded in tacit agreement. For a nightlife venue thriving on entertainment and revelry, security and stability were lifelines, often meaning dealing with the underworld. Chen Rongfei also stepped forward in agreement. Brother Chong is right. He's vital to this club. No one can replace him. Gu Fan sneered, his gaze resting on Wang Chong's face. The connections you're talking about are just you handing over 1 million yuan from the club's funds every month to nameless local thugs. His voice was cold and low. That's not relationships, that's protection money. More than 10 million a year, all lining someone else's pockets. Is that your so-called skill? What do you mean by that? Wang Chong roared in anger. It's simple. You're burning money to buy peace because you have no backbone. Gu Fan leaned forward slightly, his eyes sharp as knives. If you were capable, that money could have been given to every employee to raise their wages by 10%. And yet here you are bragging? You dare call me useless? Wang Chong's eyes bulged with fury. Being able to spend that million is a talent. If it were you in this position, even with money, you might not be able to keep things under control. Believe me, if I walk out that door tonight, someone will come wreck this place. Gu Fan casually wiped the blood off his knuckles. Too bad you overestimate yourself. With me here, no one dares make trouble in the Times Club. Wang Chong snorted coldly, his voice hoarse but fierce. Talk big. You want me to call for backup? Fine. But it won't be a petty million that settles things then. I'm the one who said that. Gu Fan raised his hand, pointing toward the main door. Go ahead and call. They'll be right here, waiting. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly glanced sideways. The glass doors swung open, and a gust of night air swept into the hall. Standing there, dressed in a tailored suit and beaming, was Li Tanhua, flanked by 2 henchmen carrying large gift boxes. Master Fan. Li Tanhua beamed, almost bowing with a 90-degree angle. I heard you've taken over the Times Club. Flower wreaths are already on their way. Please kindly accept this small token. Gu Fan's expression remained indifferent, but he accepted the gesture without a word, waving a hand dismissively. No need for formalities. Just find a seat anywhere. All right then. Young Master Fan, please don't mind me. I'm just here to see if you need any help. If you do, just say the word. My men and I, including myself, are at your command wherever you point. We strike. Li Tanhua said, pounding his chest with confidence. He stood under the lights, dressed in a sharply tailored black suit that gave off a fierce aura. His thick palm hit his chest with a solid thud, the fabric rustling with the motion. Boss Chong, is that the suit-wearing thug Li Tanhua? A subordinate whispered nervously to Wang Chong. Wang Chong's calves trembled uncontrollably, and his throat felt like it was stuffed with sand. Li Tanhua, the notorious suit thug, was feared throughout Jianghao's underworld. Few dared to cross him directly. Everyone remembered him as rebellious and fierce toward anyone. Yet here he was standing loyally by Gu Fan like a devoted dog. Just moments ago, Wang Chong had planned to call for backup, but now that idea had completely evaporated in fear. Young Master Fan? Just who exactly is this Gu Fan? Wang Chong's scalp tingled. He tried to convince himself that maybe the two simply knew each other well. Though his mind settled for a moment, his clammy palms clutching the phone betrayed his anxiety. At that moment, the door was flung open. Young Master Fan. Congratulations. Hong Liang strode in loudly, his voice booming like a temple bell. Today, I brought half the brothers from the Hongxing Society. We're here to celebrate properly. Dozens of men in black followed in single file, filling the hall. Hongxing Society. The name hit everyone like a hammer to the chest. Wang Chong's Adam's apple bobbed, his legs weakening especially upon seeing the man at the front. Hong Liang, the young leader of Hongxing, a top candidate to take the helm in the future. One word from him could mean death for Wang Chong. Li Tanhua's back straightened sharply at that moment. Even the Hongxing Society wanted to court young Master Fan. Hong Liang approached Gu Fan, lowering his voice respectfully. Young Master Fan, I won't waste time with formalities. From now on, all the brothers here listen to you. Your word is law. Lead us through fire or water. None of us will flinch. He lowered his voice further. I heard a lot of the girls from the Times Club Princess have been taken away. I happen to have a batch of new girls here. Young Master Fan, please pick whoever you want first. If it's not enough, just say the word. With that, he snapped his fingers. A dozen young women walked in single file. Under the lights, they were dazzlingly dressed, each smiling like a blooming flower, some curvy, some slender, catching the eyes of every middle-aged man around. Gu Fan lifted his wine glass and spoke calmly. Hong Young Master, no good deed goes unrewarded. Hong Liang grew impatient, quickly correcting him. Call me Xiao Yang. No need for formalities. All expenses for these girls will be covered by the Hongxing Society. His tone carried a pleading note. Young Master Fan, this is just a small token nothing for us. If you don't accept it, my old man will break my legs when I go back. Please do me a favor and accept it. In just a few sentences, the entire room was stunned into silence. Lin Xiaowen's lips parted slightly, disbelief shining in her eyes. Though the Hongxing Society was no longer at its peak, a dying camel is still bigger than a horse. Now their young leader was begging Gu Fan to accept gifts? Boss Chong, is this really the Hong young master of the Hongxing Society? Weren't they supposed to be violent, arrogant, and tyrannical? Why are they begging Gu Fan to accept their gifts? What kind of terrifying background does Gu Fan have? The subordinate swallowed nervously. How would I know? Wang Chong's voice was dry. So do we still call for backup? I'm kind of scared. Wang Chong shot a glare at his underling. You're just a little scared? I'm scared shitless. The moment he saw Hong Liang, his knees felt like they were filled with lead, trembling uncontrollably. All thoughts of calling someone to back him up vanished completely. With his pathetic network, if he actually brought in people, the moment they heard he was going to cross Li Tanhua and Master Hong, they'd probably behead Wang Chong on the spot and offer his head as an apology. Manager Chun, is the club short on hostesses? Gu Fan turned and looked at Chun Rongfei, who was standing there stunned. Short, of course we are. She snapped back to herself and nodded hurriedly. The key to attracting crowds to a nightlife venue is the number and quality of hostesses. But the Times Club's profits were sliding, and they'd lost many top hostesses to competitors. This vicious cycle only reduced their clientele further. If they could bring in a batch of high-quality hostesses all at once and run some events, it was entirely possible to heat up the place again. Thinking this, Chen Rongfei's blood boiled with excitement, eager to get to work immediately. Looking at Gu Fan now, there was no trace of doubt or anger in her eyes. Even if he failed to solve the beverage issues later, she was willing to acknowledge him as the new person in charge. Then keep them here, Gu Fan said calmly. That's wonderful. Thank you, young Master Fan, for giving me this face. Hong Liang exhaled deeply, relieved. He was really afraid that Gu Fan would refuse outright and ruin his carefully laid plans of networking, bribery, and even sending Guan Xiao over. The first step was finally accomplished. The rest would be easier. Hong Xiao no, young Master Fan. Just call me Xiao Yang. Gu Fan blinked. Though Hong Liang was older, this young boss of the Hongxing Society surprisingly humbled himself, making Gu Fan look at him a little differently. Hong Xiao, sit anywhere you like. Today's bill is on me. That can't be. Separate things from people. Gu Fan emphasized firmly. Hong Liang sighed inwardly. Just as his father had warned, becoming true friends with Gu Fan wouldn't be so simple. Gu Fan divided business and friendship so clearly. But precisely because of that, Gu Fan came across as a principled man, and if he truly accepted someone as a friend, that kind of connection was solid. Then I won't be polite. Hong Liang picked a seat, but his mind was racing. He had to find a reason Gu Fan absolutely couldn't refuse to get Guan Xiao into his bed. After settling Li Tanhua and Hong Liang, Gu Fan turned back to Wang Chong. Did you get the people here? I want to see your connections. Who dares to cause trouble at the Times Club? Bang. Wang Chong dropped to his knees on the spot. Brother Fan, I'm convinced. Totally convinced. From now on, you're the boss of the Times Club. He'll follow your orders. He knelt without hesitation or resistance. After all his years in the underworld, he could instantly tell that a man who made even Li Tanhua show respect and had the Hongxing Society's young master groveling was someone he shouldn't mess with. This was an incredible opportunity. His rise was right within reach. Gu Fan skinned everyone. Anyone else not willing to accept me as the head of the Times Club? No one dared to speak. Instead, their eyes shone with hope. Perhaps the Times Club was truly on the brink of a turnaround. Starting today, everyone's salary will be increased by 10 on top of their previous pay. From now on, 10 of the monthly profits of Times Club will be distributed as bonuses. But all of this depends on you doing your jobs well. As long as you put in the effort, I can promise each of you a life of dignity and security. Thank you, Brother Xia. Wang Chong was the first to raise his arm and shout loudly in the hall. Thank you, Brother Xia. The employees responded with resounding enthusiasm like a rising tide. Amid the noise, Finance Manager Chen Rongfei frowned and approached Gu Fan, lowering her voice to warn, Brother Fan, Times Club's cash flow is extremely tight. If you raise salaries again but the revenue doesn't pick up, it will only speed up bankruptcy. Gu Fan's gaze was firm. The princess has been recruited, and the staff is complete. Once the drinks are settled, with these in place, can you still say you can't run the business? Chen Rongfei bit her lip. It's possible, but securing the drink supply is critical. It's not that easy to solve. Brother Fan, Yun Mingyang is out. Chen Ichi burst into the hall, breathless as he reported. Gu Fan raised his hand in a signal. Let's go settle the drinks. He and Lin Xiaowan walked out side by side. Outside the Shengshi Club, neon lights shone brilliantly. Su Ruobing and Yi Chen personally saw Yun Mingyang and Song Hao to the door, chatting and laughing warmly. President Yun, wishing the cooperation between Shengshi Club and Yunhai Group great success. Su Ruobing extended her hand. Successful cooperation. The two hands met lightly, polite but friendly. Yun Mainyang smiled and cautioned, President Su, no need to see us off. I wouldn't want to interrupt your reunion with your old flame. Her tone was light, but a sharp pain flickered again at her temple, tightening her smile. Yichen grinned broadly. President Yun, when Ruobing and I hold our wedding, you must come celebrate. Hearing this, Su Rubing's brows drew together. That's settled then. Let's end this here. Yun Mainyang endured the pain and turned with Song Hao, ready to get into the car. Just as they turned, Gu Fan and Lin Xiaowan were already standing at the car door, blocking their way. Seeing Gu Fan, Su Rubing's anger flared. Gu Fan, what do you want again? Stop making a fool of yourself. Yi Chun sneered coldly, clinging on like a dog's skin ointment. Aren't you embarrassed? Want Yun to forgive you? If you knew this day would come, why bother in the first place? Yun Mainyang's expression hardened. President Lin, I've clearly stated I will no longer cooperate with Times Club. What exactly do you mean by this? Lin Xiaowan forced herself to speak. President Yun, Times Club truly wants to cooperate with you. Maybe you don't know yet. Enough. Song Hao interrupted roughly, a lewd smile twisting his face. President Lin, my sister's mind is made up. Don't waste time. I advise you to close shop early and cut your losses. But, he leaned in close to Lin Xiaowan, speaking in a vulgar whisper. If you come stay with me tonight and take good care of me, the Yunhai Group cooperation can continue. It all depends on whether you can satisfy me. Before he could touch Lin Xiaowan's cheek, a loud slap rang out. Gu Fan's hand struck Song Hao's face with a heavy, resounding smack. 5 clear fingerprints marked Song Hao's face as Gu Fan slapped him hard, sending him flying backward. The moment the palm landed, Song Hao crashed onto the floor, half his face swollen and balloon draw and brutal to witness. Everyone around stared wide-eyed. Song Hao now managed most affairs of Yunhai Group and held a very high position within the company. He was also deeply trusted by Yun Mainong. Slapping Song Hao's face in public was basically slapping Yun Mainong herself. Yun Mainong had influence across both legitimate and underworld circles, wielding immense power in Jiangzhou and monopolizing the city's entire alcohol supply. Instinctively, everyone thought, this is trouble. Both Li Tanhua and Hong Liang's expressions changed. They prided themselves on courage, but no one dared offend Yun Mainong recklessly. If she flew into a rage, very few could withstand it. Ha! Gu Fan really thinks he's some kind of king now. He's dead meat this time. Yi Chun was secretly overjoyed, fantasizing about Gu Fan's miserable downfall, even wishing to see him bleeding and broken. Su Rubing's expression remained cold and emotionless. Her gaze was frosty as it landed on Gu Fan. This time, she would no longer plead for him. Gu Fan must pay the price for his deeds. Mr. Gu, you keep provoking me again and again. Do you really think Yun Mainong is easy to bully? Yun Mainong's eyes turned icy, veins bulging on her forehead. Gu Fan had thoroughly angered her. What made matters worse, a sharp pain suddenly stabbed deep inside her mind, and a deadly intent surged within. Boss Yun. Gu Fan stepped closer, leaning in to whisper in her ear in a low voice. Are you having a splitting headache? Like there's some bug gnawing at your brain? What did you say? Yun Mainong froze, her voice trembling. She had never revealed the secret of her headaches to anyone, but Gu Fan hit the mark. You've been poisoned. Someone deliberately planted a venomous curse on you. Gu Fan didn't hold back. Yun Mainong's pupils contracted to thin slits, a dangerous glint flashing in her eyes. Who did this? Sis. They'll kill him right now. Anyone who dares stop me today is against me. He'll shut down the Times Club immediately. Song Hao scrambled to his feet, his face twitching with humiliation, howling like a mad dog. If he couldn't redeem himself in this fight, he swore he'd never live it down. Shut up. Yun Mainong snapped coldly. Song Hao thought had misheard and snarled. Sis, what did you say? He hit me, and you still. I said shut up. Wait until I finish talking to Gu Fan. Yun Mainong's gaze swept over him, chilling to the bone. That fierce look made Song Hao shrink back, resentment boiling inside but no longer daring to speak. His current status depended entirely on Yun Mainong's favor. For now, he had to endure. Whispers rippled around. What had Gu Fan said to make Yun Mainong so grave? Yi Chen's unease grew, but he still insisted. Nothing he says matters. Knowing Yun Mainong, she won't let Gu Fan off. He's just stalling for time. Su Ruobing shook her head. I don't think Gu Fan can resolve this storm either. Yi Chen grinned. That's good. I've never liked Gu Fan anyway. The fierce wind howled, sharp and tense in the air. Yun Minyan's face was cold, but her heaving chest betrayed her turmoil as she repeated to Gu Fan. Tell me, who poisoned me? And how do you know about this? Her voice was thick with long-suppressed rage. Over the past few months, she had felt as if invisible claws were tearing at her body. All medical tests showed normal, yet every night the pain forced her to curl up. The more she sought doctors and remedies, the deeper she sank into a dark whirlpool, sometimes even contemplating ending her own life. She was certain she was poisoned, but the source was a mystery. Gu Fan's gaze was steady as he raised a hand to point toward Song Hao not far away. His voice was low and cold. This is a deadly scheme for wealth. The poisoner is no one else but Song Hao, the one you trust. Impossible, Yun Manian instinctively denied. Song Hao is family. Gu Fan remained calm. You see him as family, but he may not see you the same way. Think about it, if you die, who benefits the most? Who ultimately inherits Yunhai Group? At those words, the blood drained from Song Hao's face, but Yun Manian fell into deep silence. After a moment, she lifted her eyes and shook her head. Without proof, I won't believe it. Gu Fan didn't get angry. He asked softly, Madam Yun, the poison in your body didn't develop overnight. Think carefully, have you been eating a certain food regularly? Only through years of accumulation can the toxin seep into your marrow. Yun Manian furrowed her brow sharply. She recalled the nourishing tea Song Hao brewed for her every day. The tea tasted sweet and always left her feeling refreshed. Because of that, she made it a habit to drink it daily. It turned out the poison was hidden in the most familiar warmth. Gu Fan continued, pressing the point. Madam Yun, this poison isn't without a cure. But if delayed any longer, it may become irreversible. His words pierced Yun Manian's heart. She trembled all over, locking eyes with Gu Fan, voice trembling. Do you mean you can cure it? Gu Fan stepped aside, making a pleased gesture. Why don't we go to my Times Club? Somewhere quiet, where we can talk properly. Yun Manian hesitated. She remembered how Gu Fan had quietly taken a strand of her hair not long ago. Now the truth was clear. He wanted to confirm the poison. So you deliberately got close to me before? Took my hair to confirm if I was poisoned? She whispered. Madam Yun, you're sharp, Gu Fan admitted calmly. At that moment, Yun Manian looked at Gu Fan with new curiosity. This man was unfathomable. Sis, don't listen to him. Call someone to deal with him right now. Song Hao suddenly rushed forward, grabbing Yun Manian's arm, his voice shaking with guilt. If this goes unchecked, it won't just ruin my reputation, it'll disgrace you, and Yunhai Group too. Did I ask you to come here? Yun Manian spun around sharply, her icy gaze freezing Song Hao in place. Song Hao was speechless. Sis, what's wrong with you? Only now did Yun Manian seriously recall Song Hao's odd little behaviors, the unsolicited care, the awkward smiles, the fleeting hesitant glances. They all wove together like poison needles. It's nothing. She raised a hand coolly. Wait here. I'm going to the Times Club. What? Sis, where are you going? The Times Club. Song Hao's tone completely changed, his eyes wild with panic and anger. He suddenly pointed at Gu Fan. You trash. What did you say to my sister? Mark my words. I'll make you pay with your life. Sis, let's go. He nearly lost control, trying to drag Yun Manian away, instinct screaming that if they were alone any longer, he was doomed. Slap. A sharp slap cracked through the air. Yun Manian flicked her hand, and Song Hao's face instantly swelled red. She said coldly, I told you to wait here. Didn't you hear me? Gu Fan stood silently nearby, a cold light gleaming in his eyes. Mr. Gu, let's go to the Times Club and have a proper talk, Yun Manian said, a hint of urgency in her voice. Yun Mainong never fully believed that Gu Fan could cure the Gu poison coursing through her veins. Desperate to escape the torment, she had already traveled countless famous mountains and rivers, consulting numerous renowned doctors, yet all efforts proved futile. Now, pushed to the brink of unbearable pain with no hope left, death seemed the only way out. Beyond that, she wanted to uncover two things. First, whether the poison truly originated from Song Hao. Second, how Gu Fan knew so much about it. Under the flickering lights, Yun Mainong and Gu Fan walked side by side toward the Times Club. Those around them exchanged bewildered glances. Moments ago, they had been at each other's throats, yet now they seemed like longtime friends, their closeness utterly shocking. Madam Yun, what do you want to discuss with Gu Fan? Su Ruobing forced a smile, but her expression looked strained and sour. Even now, she couldn't understand how Gu Fan had convinced Yun Mainong to come to the Times Club. Yun Mainong didn't even glance her way, replying coldly, Miss Su, do I need to report to you about where I go or whom I speak to? Su Ruobing hurriedly waved her hand. Madam Yun, that's not what I meant, If it's not, then don't block the way, Yun Mainong said firmly, her tone brooking no argument. Su Ruobing stepped aside reluctantly, casting a sharp glare at Gu Fan before leaving. But Gu Fan remained unfazed and led Yun Mainong inside without hesitation. Ruobing, Gu Fan must have used some foul trick. Yi Chun whispered bitterly beside her, his teeth clenched as if he wanted to tear Gu Fan apart. Su Ruobing clenched her fists, watching Gu Fan's departing figure. For the first time, she found this man terrifyingly unfamiliar, or rather, she realized she had never truly understood him. Shaking her head softly, she thought, whatever they talk about won't change the fact that Yunhai Group has exclusive supply rights to the Shengshi Club. That kind of relationship is built on years of cooperation. Yun Mainong isn't one to act on impulse. That's good then, Yi Chun muttered to himself, seething inside. Just wait until the Times Club collapses, let's see how arrogant he can be then. Meanwhile, Song Hao bowed his head, 5 fiery finger marks burning on his face. He muttered, Yun Mainong, you're forcing my hand. He decided to accelerate the poison's onset. As for whatever Gu Fan and Yun Mainong were discussing, He didn't care this goo poison was his masterpiece, perfectly crafted, and he believed no one in Jiangzhou could cure it. Inside the Times Club, countless eyes fixed on the two walking side by side. Gu Fan loudly instructed, Manager Chun, arrange a private room for Madame Yun and me. Brother Fan, Madame Yun, this way please. Chen Rongfei's heart pounded wildly. Tonight, she truly witnessed what ruthless means looked like. If Gu Fan managed to finalize the liquor supply deal, the Times Club would be reborn from the ashes. Brother Fan, call on me anytime. Lin Xiaoan trailed behind cheerfully, her voice sweet, yet laced with challenge, aimed at Yun Meinong. Once inside the private room, the soundproof door closed, sealing out all noise. Yun Meinong's smile instantly vanished. She fixed Gu Fan with a cold stare, her aura suddenly growing so intense, it was suffocating. Speak. How long have you been investigating me? And how do you know about the goo poison inside me? Her voice was icy. If you can't explain yourself, not even Lin Xiaoan can save you. Gu Fan leisurely pulled out a chair and sat down, a faint, teasing smile playing on his lips. Madame Yun, isn't it tiring to be so guarded all the time? Gu Fan regarded Yun Meinong with an appreciative gaze. She embodied countless charms, but it was her remarkably full and swelling curves that drew the most attention, almost overshadowing everyone else present. Feeling Gu Fan's unabashed stare lingering finally on her chest, Yun Meinong's expression turned cold and her voice low and sharp. Are you testing my patience? A faint smirk played on Gu Fan's lips. Ms. Yun, you must have a splitting headache right now. Why fight it? Relax. Let me help soothe your nerves first. Once you're more at ease, then we can talk business. How about that? Without warning, he circled behind her, placing his hands gently on her temples. Don't touch me. Yun Meinong took a sudden step back, but no sooner had she lifted her foot than a tearing pain exploded in her head. Clutching her forehead, she emitted a muffled groan, as if her skull might burst. Gu Fan spoke calmly. Someone's using witchcraft to control you. Looks like your cousin's trying to get back at you for slapping him. He returned to her side and gestured for her to sit, pressing his fingers on several acupoints as he began a gentle massage. I said, don't touch before she could finish. Yun Meinong let out an involuntary soft moan. It was as if icy springs coursed through her body, soothing her from the inside out. Her legs weakened, and she sank onto the carpet. Her long legs wrapped in black silk, crossed naturally. Half reclining against the sofa, she looked like a siren, her expression dreamy. Gu Fan stopped just in time. Since you have requests, Ms. Yun, I'll follow your rules. Huh. Yun Meinong bit her lip, shooting him a resentful glare was clearly teasing her. The moment Gu Fan removed his hands, the long-awaited ease vanished quickly and the ripping pain returned. Keep going. She forced out through clenched teeth. Gu Fan raised an eyebrow. What? Massage me. Yun Meinong lowered her voice, cold with command. Ms. Yun, is this how you beg? Gu Fan teased with a half-smile. Taking a deep breath, she bit back her pride. I'm asking you to keep massaging me. Don't stop. Even she was surprised by the words. Proud as she was, she hated to lose face, even when in pain. Yet the recent sensation of relief felt like being transported to another realm and she didn't want to give it up. Gu Fan resumed pressing her head acupoints, his fingertips rhythmic, channeling his energy into the meridians to forcibly suppress the restless poison inside. Yun Meinong bit her lip hard, but still let out a pleased low sound. 10 minutes later, Gu Fan released his hands and moved to sit facing her. Ms. Yun, now we can talk. Her eyes lingered on him. This wasn't longing, but the weightless sensation his hands had brought made her rediscover a world without pain. Gathering herself, she realized her headache had fully eased. Inwardly, she was stunned. Could this man really cure the stubborn condition she had hidden for years? Swallowing her disdain, she spoke earnestly. Mr. Gu, you say I'm infected with a poison witchcraft? Not bad. Gu Fan said. There's one thing I need to clarify first. I haven't investigated you before tonight. This is our first meeting, but I do know a bit about witchcraft and poison arts. That's why the moment I saw you, I sensed the aura of poisonous goo. So I took a strand of your hair to verify. You say Song Hao is the one who poisoned Haim. Is there any proof? Yun Meinong's eyes flickered, her voice trembling slightly. Gu Fan noticed the hesitation in her tone, but didn't press. He replied calmly, Song Hao practices goo witchcraft. His aura matches perfectly with the poison inside. You thought's the evidence. Although Yun Meinong was already 70% convinced, it was still hard for her to accept. Without me, Song Hao would just be a petty scammer on the Yunnan border. I gave him everything he has today. He's my only living relative. How could he betray me after all that? Gu Fan shook his head. You only see the surface of his skill. You don't realize there may be others controlling things behind the scenes. Song Hao is just a mediocre amateur. It's impossible for him alone to set such a deadly goo trap. The real mastermind likely treats him as a pawn. Why should I believe you? Yun Meinong's brows furrowed deeply. Besides trusting me, Yun, what other choice do you have? Gu Fan smiled faintly, remaining composed. Yun Meinong took a deep breath to steady her swirling emotions. Then tell me, what do you want for saving me? She knew very well she didn't reach her position by luck, she just hadn't considered this angle before. Gu Fan clasped his hands behind his back and said with a calm voice, "If we hadn't met, you would already be dead. Yun, what price are you willing to pay for this life? Are you threatening me?" Yun Meinang's eyes turned cold instantly. "If you feel it's a threat, then it is. If you're unhappy, you're free to leave any time," Gu Fan said flatly, but with the quiet authority of someone in power. Everyone has their fate. Everything comes at a cost. A flicker of shock passed through Yun Meinang's heart. For the first time, she truly felt the weight in Gu Fan's words. After a moment of silence, she suddenly smiled seductively, tracing a finger along her collar before gently pulling it down, revealing glimpses of her pale skin under the light. Cough, cough. Startled by the sudden gesture, Gu Fan stepped back and coughed sharply. Yun Meining's laughter was clear and melodic, her earlier coldness gone as she walked over and sat beside him, breathing warm air onto him. "I heard you and Su Ruobing are divorced. Since you're single, and so am I, Gu Fan, do you think there's a chance for us?" Her delicate body pressed against his shoulder, the once aloof So instantly transformed into a captivating temptress. Even Gu Fan, who had faced many storms, nearly faltered under this charm offensive. "Yun, we're discussing terms right now," he reminded her firmly. "Yes, terms. But if I give myself entirely to you, then what terms would there be?" Yun Meinang's voice was soft and intoxicating, her gaze captivating. Alarm bells rang in Gu Fan's mind. Yun Meinong was no ordinary woman. If he truly believed she'd give herself to him, he risked being consumed completely in the end. She was even more dangerous than Su Ruobing. "Madam Yun, please show some restraint." Gu Fan still wore the air of a proper gentleman, but he didn't reject Yun Meinong's close approach after all. She was a woman of irresistible charm, and the renowned Yun Meinong at that. In the spacious reception room, the dim, suggestive lighting cast their figures into a shadowy silhouette filled with subtle tension. Now divorced and unburdened, Gu Fan found it hard for any man to resist such an alluring woman. What it really felt like to him was a relaxed indulgence. "Mr. Gu, the poisonous Gu curse torments me, leaving me sleepless at night." Yun Meinong breathed out softly, her hands sliding onto his shoulders. "Please, Mr. Gu, have mercy and cure me, won't you?" "All right." Gu Fan's mouth curved into a faint smile. She was about to rejoice when his tone suddenly shifted. "But only if Madam Yun shows enough sincerity by offering your own life in exchange." A twitch flickered across Yun Meinong's face. Clearly, this man wasn't fooled. He was brazenly taking advantage of her. With a light scoff, she withdrew her arms and returned to her usual cold demeanor, settling back into the leather chair opposite. "Fine. You speak first. What exactly do you want?" The moment the words were out, she realized she was already at a disadvantage, completely under Gu Fan's control. If he truly desired her body, should she agree? Her eyes roamed over him again, silently admitting to herself, "He's not ugly, and he's got some manliness." Gu Fan remained oblivious to her internal muttering. His gaze lifted, calm as ever. "Madam Yun, the Gu poison has seeped into your bloodstream. To completely cure you requires 9 treatments. After the 9th, not only will the poison be gone, your constitution will rise a level, extending your lifespan, free of illness." He raised 9 fingers. "Therefore, my condition is 9 treatments, and you must obey my 9 commands unconditionally. How does that sound?" At his words, Yin Meinong's pupils shrank sharply. She had guessed Gu Fan wouldn't offer help easily, but this price was outrageously high. "Mr. Gu, are you sure you want me to obey your commands without question?" Her voice turned icy cold. "Yes. So even if you order me to die, I have to comply?" "In theory, yes. But I won't ask for meaningless things. What if you want my body? Do I have to agree then?" "Yes." Bang. She slammed her palm down on the rosewood table, causing the teacup to shake slightly. "Gu Fan, do you really think I, Yin Meinong, am so easy to control? My connections reach across the land. Can't I find another who can cure the Gu? At worst, I could capture you and force you to heal me. Don't push your luck. No one benefits if negotiations break down." Gu Fan watched her chest rise and fall fiercely with anger. A flicker of amusement flashed in his eyes. "Madam Yun, I've said everything has a price. This is your fate, and right now only I and Jiangzhou can lift it. Accept or not is your choice, but my terms won't change." Yun Meinong gritted her teeth in frustration, but felt helpless. "Rest assured, I have principles and won't ask for outrageous things," Gu Fan added. "Plus, during the 9 treatments, if you find another cure, this agreement becomes void. And as an extra gift, seeing as you are so beautiful and charming, I'll also deal with Song Hao for you. Uncover who's behind this, and wipe them out." His voice dropped low, tinged with a cold, deadly resolve. His mentor had warned, practitioners of witchcraft and Gu arts must be eradicated. Leaning back in his chair, his gaze locked onto Yun Meinong. "Madam Yun, give me your answer. Will you accept my terms, or refuse?" Yun Meinong stared intently at Gu Fan, then finally smiled faintly. "All right, since my life is entirely in your hands, Mr. Gu, what futile resistance do I have left but to agree?" She spread her hands in a resigned gesture. Mr. Gu, do we need to sign a contract? No need, Gu Fan replied firmly. If you break your promise, I can take back the life I saved at any time. Any contract would be meaningless. His decisive answer made Yun Mainyong raise an eyebrow. Mr. Gu, you truly have great resolve. But I'm curious, if you are so capable, why did Su Ruobing choose that ordinary man Yi Chun and want a divorce from you? Because she's a fool, Gu Fan said offhandedly. Ha ha ha, truly a fool. Yun Mainyong burst into laughter, her body trembling with amusement. When her laughter died down, she suddenly realized she felt no resentment toward Gu Fan. From their very first meeting, his skills and abilities had earned her admiration. More importantly, this man was genuinely interesting. He clearly appreciated her striking figure, but his gaze was never lecherously a pure kind of appreciation that made her feel at ease. Mr. Gu, can you treat the poisonous Gu in me now? This cursed thing tortures me terribly, and nobody cares. Her voice softened with a hint of coaxing. Most men would surely lose control in front of such a versatile enchantress. Gu Fan's expression remained calm. Come, lie face down, he said, pointing to the tea table beside them. Yun Mainyong looked puzzled. I need to use acupuncture and channel my true energy to draw out the poison inside you. I suspect the Gu worms have already taken form inside your body. Without intervention, you'll become a walking toxin container, Gu Fan explained gravely. You're just trying to take advantage of me, aren't you? She narrowed her eyes at him. Yes, so what? Gu Fan replied casually. If that's true, all the better. Yun Mainyong smiled seductively, lying down on the tea table as instructed. Though embarrassed, she forced herself to stay still. Gu Fan said no more. He took out a silver needle head prepared earlier. With a flash of cold light, he pierced it into her temple. Drawing in a deep breath, his hand moved with the skill of the 9 turns mysterious needle technique. True energy flowed like silk threads through the needle, weaving through her meridians, tearing and gathering the poison bit by bit. Soon, an invisible force pulled black toxic liquid along the needle, dripping steadily into a teacup prepared next to them. In just moments, the cup filled with thick black venom, and the silver needle corroded and darkened. Gu Fan waved his hand and withdrew the needle. At the same time, Yun Mainyong let out a low moan, collapsing weakly. Sweat soaked her clothes, her breathing was rapid, and an unbearable heat burned inside her. She looked up at the teacup, the black poison thick as ink, feeling a chill in her heart and trembling slightly. When she met Gu Fan's eyes again, there was a newfound respect in her gaze. Though familiar with grand spectacles and untrained in martial arts, Yun Mainyong knew only legendary class masters could condense true energy so skillfully. Just now, she clearly felt Gu Fan's command over his true energy. Could it be that Gu Fan is not only a master healer, but also an steer powerhouse? From Yun Mainyong's perspective, calling on an steer expert was nearly impossible, yet here he was, sitting right in front of her. The woman stared at him intently, her eyes burning with heat. Gu Fan blinked in confusion and raised an eyebrow. What are you looking at? Nothing. Yun Mainyong chuckled lightly, but her tone carried a hint of regret. I was just wondering how Su Ruobing could be so foolish as to want a divorce from you. Does she even realize what kind of man she's letting slip away? With that, she slowly pushed herself up from the tea table, breathing more easily than she had in years. This was the most relaxed she had felt in a long time. In front of Gu Fan, she didn't have to maintain her strong, queenly facade. She could just be herself. After all, she had already promised to obey his 9 commands unconditionally. That didn't sound so bad. Mr. Gu, she said bluntly, how do you want to deal with Song Hao next? Should we send someone to take care of him directly, or capture him first and interrogate to find the mastermind behind all this? In the past, she had borne all these troubles alone. Now she realized she had someone by her side to strategize with. The feeling was surprisingly good. Gu Fan picked up his teacup and took a slow sip, his voice calm and measured. Don't act yet. Wait until they get desperate, then catch them all in one net. If we move on Song Hao now, the mastermind could become alert and vanish, and the threat would just retreat into darkness, waiting for another chance. Besides, we don't even know who's behind it all yet. First investigate, then make a move. He set his cup back on the tray, his tone deliberate. His words matched Yun Mainyong's own judgment, and she found herself admiring him even more. If I'm ever in danger, Mr. Gu, will you come for me in time? Just thinking about a villain around here who practices witchcraft makes me really scared. Her voice softened further, suddenly switching to a fragile tone that caught Gu Fan off guard. How many faces did this woman have? He replied gravely. I promise that any evil spirit using witchcraft will be eliminated. Once the target is confirmed, I will act. That's great. Yun Mainyong sighed in relief and blinked. So, can I come to you anytime? Your massage last time was really amazing. Gu Fan rolled his eyes. When it's treatment time, I'll come to you myself. Yun Mainyong looked at him with mock resentment, then smiled flirtatiously. Mr. Gu, how about we try dating? I really like you. If it happens, the entire Yunhai group will be yours. I'm happy to be your devoted wife. Knock knock. The door to the private room was tapped. Gu Fan had already texted Lin Xiaowan to come over. If Yun Mainyong kept acting so seductive, He feared had impulsively used his first command to take her down right there. Come in. The door opened, and Lin Xiaowan and Chen Rongfei walked in side by side. Their eyes immediately landed on Yun Manian's slightly disheveled clothes and the faint hint of allure she gave off. Chen Rongfei's eyes widened. Oh my, what were those two doing in here? Gu Fan wouldn't be involved with Yun Manian too, would he? Lin Xiaowan raised an eyebrow and met Yun Manian's unabashedly provocative gaze. Her heart tightened. This woman really had feelings for Gu Fan. Not good. Lin Xiaowan hurried over and slipped her slender arm through Gu Fan's, speaking softly and sweetly. Fan Ji, how's your talk with President Yun going? Even Lin Xiaowan had to admit that Yun Mainyang was an incredibly captivating woman. Her stunning figure and noble status held an almost irresistible appeal to men. The hall was softly lit, casting a porcelain glow on Yun Mainyang's skin. She lounged lazily against the bar, her eyes half-turned as she smiled and teased. President Lin, why are you so nervous? Afraid he'll devour Mr. Gu? Her tone was flirtatious, yet carried the confident ease of someone firmly in control. Mr. Gu and I hit it off instantly. We've become friends who share everything. Lin Xiaowan arched an eyebrow slightly, her gaze darting back and forth between the two. Her instincts screamed there was a hidden spark between Gu Fan and Yun Mainyang. She sighed softly to herself, knowing Gu Fan would never belong to her alone. But the competition had arrived faster and fiercer than she expected. At that moment, Gu Fan raised his hand to summon Chen Rongfei. His voice was steady yet decisive. Manager Chun, the agreement with Mrs. Yun is settled. All the drinks for Times Club will be selected directly from Yunhai Group's warehouse. Regarding cooperation details, please visit Yunhai Group when you have time to finalize the contract. By the way, Mrs. Yun has agreed to supply at cost and promised exclusivity. From tonight onward, we will terminate all cooperation with Shengshi Club. This was the very first command he gave Yun Mainyang. Really? Chen Rongfei's voice trembled with excitement. The unexpected news nearly overwhelmed her rational mind. Yun Mainyang shot Gu Fan a sly glance, her eyes sparkling with playful reproach. It's true after all, Mr. Gu is my good friend. Thank you so much, Mrs. Yun. I'll take my team to Yunhai Group right away. Chen Rongfei hurried off, eager and breathless. Yun Mainyang brushed back her softly curled hair and reapplied her lipstick, the cherry red color flawless. She cast a flirtatious glance at Gu Fan. See me out? Together, they left the Times Club. Outside, the night breeze was cool. Song Hao was already waiting by the car. He concealed his earlier resentment and quickly approached. Sister, why did you take so long? I was worried sick, afraid Gu Fan might hurt you. His smile was forced, but his eyes subtly studied Yun Mainyang's expression. No need to worry. Mr. Gu has no ill intentions toward me. Yun Mainyang replied coolly, maintaining her usual indifference toward Song Hao. Seeing that his sister was unharmed, Song Hao breathed a quiet sigh of relief but shot Gu Fan a venomous look. That's not guaranteed. You can never truly know someone's heart. Sister, you still need to be cautious. I understand, Yun Mainyang answered calmly, then turned to walk towards Su Ruobing. Su Ruobing met her gaze and noticed the faint flush still lingering on Yun Mainyang's cheeks. Her heart dropped suddenly, an ominous feeling creeping in. President Su, I regret to inform you. Yun Mainyang's voice suddenly became sharp and distant, that as of tonight, all cooperation between Yunhai Group and Shengshi Club is terminated. From this evening forward, none of our products will be supplied to Shengshi Club. I hope you understand. Her thunderous announcement stunned the crowd. One could almost hear their hearts stop. Yunhai Group and Shengshi Club had partnered for 5 years. Yun Mainyang and Su Ruobing were close personally, and rumors had said a long-term contract would be signed tonight. Yet here and now, Yun Mainyang publicly and unilaterally declared the end of their partnership. How is this any different from slapping Su Ruobing across the face? She stood frozen as if struck by lightning, her expression darkening inch by inch. After a long moment, she swallowed the bitterness and said with a tight voice, President Yun, I need a reason. A reason? Yun Mainyang tilted her head slightly, her expression calm but resolute. I've already reached an agreement with Mr. Gu Fan. This difficult decision is final. I hope President Su can understand. So it really was Gu Fan. Su Ruobing's knuckles whitened, unwilling to believe it. Gu Fan, what exactly did he promise you? Sis, how can you be so reckless? Song Hao stepped forward, nearly losing control of his voice. Gu Fan's a freeloader. Don't let him fool you. Remembering the slap he took because of Gu Fan, and now this deal falling through, a cold shiver ran through him. What's next? Is Gu Fan going to try to take over Yunhai Group? If Yun Mainyang blindly gives him shares, won't all his years of planning be wasted? Song Hao caught the sharp danger in Yun Mainyang's gaze and suddenly realized. His cousin has probably fallen for Gu Fan. When a woman falls head over heels, it can be deadly. He silently vowed to stop it no matter what. Yun Mainyang's icy stare fell on Song Hao. Do I need your approval to make decisions? Yunhai Group, is it yours or mine? Sis, that's not what I meant. Song Hao tried to argue softly. Then shut up and follow orders. His knuckles cracked as he clenched his fists, lowering his head to hide the cold cruelty burning in his eyes. Once he perfects his poison, he would make Yun Mainyang's life a living hell, force her to beg on her knees, and utterly break this arrogant woman. But Yun Mainyang gave him no room to breathe, raising her hand to point at Gu Fan. Apologize to Mr. Gu. Sis, I'm your only family. Song Hao shot up in surprise. Mr. Gu is not a freeloader. If you say something wrong, you apologize. Say sorry. Yun Mainyang's voice was icy as frost. Song Hao's face shifted several times before he finally suppressed his malice and muttered an apology to Gu Fan. That's better. Learn to respect Mr. Gu from now on. Yun Mainyang then turned to Su Ruobing, a smile tugging at her lips. The terms Mr. Gu offered are ones you, President Su, could never meet. President Yun, is there really no room for negotiation? Su Ruobing's eyes were full of unwillingness. She had sacrificed so much for this deal, only to lose it within half an hour of Gu Fan and Yun Mainyang's conversation? No. Yun Mainyang's reply was clear and decisive. Ruobing, sister, Lin Xiaowan took the chance to add with a sweet smile. President Yun agreed to supply our Times Club with alcohol at cost. Unlimited quantities, something you never even dreamed of before, right? How could Su Ruobing's face went pale, bitterness rising in her throat. The scariest part was that this time, she had no one left to rely on, not even Gu Fan. Yun Mainyang suddenly asked with interest, President Su, I heard you divorced Gu Fan because you thought he wasn't good enough for you? Su Ruobing looked up sharply, meeting Yun Mainyang's glamorous face, then glancing at Gu Fan's cold profile. A terrible suspicion formed in her heart. Yun Mainyang has her eyes on Gu Fan? Only that would explain why she'd give up on her. But what does Gu Fan have that's so special? Why do top beauties like Lin Xiaowan and Yun Mainyang look at him differently? Su Ruobing took a deep breath, forcing her emotions under control. President Yun, Gu Fan and I just aren't compatible. Oh, Yun Mainyang sneered, a smile sharp as a knife. That's true, you just don't deserve Gu Fan. A single sentence, cold and blunt, made Su Ruobing's eyes widen and anger flash across her face. President Yun. She forced down her fury, her voice icy. You're completely wrong. The grand hall glittered with lights as everyone's attention snapped to Su Ruobing and Yun Mainyang. The tension was palpable. Yichen stepped forward first, pointing at Gu Fan with raised voice. Gu Fan is nothing but a spoiled pretty boy, a shameless loser. How could Ruobing possibly be unworthy of him? He's not even good enough to tie her shoelaces. His emotions flared as he spoke, but in his mind flickered images of the breathtaking beauties surrounding Gu Fan. He couldn't understand it at all. What did that guy have over him? By all rights, Yun Mainyang should be interested in someone like Yi Chun. That perfect face, that stunning figure, he had long coveted her. Yet as Yi Chun grew more heated, Yun Mainyang's enchanting eyes turned ice cold. For some reason, she refused to let anyone slander Gu Fan. Unaware of the shift, Yi Chun kept going, streaming words like a flood. President Yun, you've been fooled by Gu Fan's false image. Ruobing was fooled by him too. Only now does she see his ugly truth. He's a bloodsucker, scheming to steal the Su family's business all these years. And he used to be a low-level thug, involved in plenty of shady deeds. President Yun, you have to stay away from trash like him. He's not worthy of being mentioned alongside people of our status. Smack. Before his words finished, a crisp slap echoed through the hall. Yun Mainyang's hand shot up and landed a heavy hit. Half of Yi Chen's face instantly flushed bright red. The crowd gasped sharply. Shut up. Yun Mainyang's gaze was like a blade. President Su, is this your white moonlight? You dare insult my best friend without proof? Do you think him someone to be bullied? Yi Chen clutched his cheek, frozen, lips trembling. This isn't slander. Enough. Su Ruobing gripped his arm, her chest heavy as if crushed by a weight, pulling him aside. She didn't want things to escalate any further. Though held back, Yi Chen's eyes blazed with ruthless hatred toward Gu Fan, boiling over inside. Su Ruobing took a deep breath and forced a faint smile at Yun Mainyang. President Yun, I hope we can still cooperate in the future. She didn't want to burn bridges completely. Don't hold your breath. Yun Mainyang sneered, withdrawing her gaze and turning toward the exit. Before stepping into a luxury car, she cast a flirtatious glance back at Gu Fan, unreserved and bold. To every man watching, this scene thundered like a shock. The ambiguous relationship between Gu Fan and Yun Mainyang was laid bare, and envy toward Gu Fan thickened almost into something tangible. Ruobing, that Gu Fan is shameless beyond belief, and Yun Mainyang is blind. Shall regret it sooner or later. Yi Chen ground his teeth fiercely. Su Ruobing's mind swirled with frustration as she searched for Gu Fan, only to find him still facing away, as if they existed in completely different worlds. In the past, whenever she suffered even a little injustice, Gu Fan was the first to stand up for her. Now he didn't even glance her way. Her heart tightened suddenly, pain twisting into deeper hatred. She strode over to him, voice cold and sharp. Feeling pretty proud now, huh? Thinking that by snatching the Yunhai Group's liquor supply from my hands, you've dealt me a blow? That Times Club will survive this. You even dare to think it can surpass the Shengshi Club? Sister Ruobing, don't get worked up, it's not good for your health. Lin Xiaowan smiled gently, and lightly linked her arm through Gu Fan's. She leaned in close, smiling sweetly beside him. Gu Fan, if you really have any ability, rely on yourself instead of selling your charm and sacrificing your dignity just to win a woman's favor and achieve your goals. Do you think I'll look up to you for that? What you're doing only makes me despise you even more. The cold white light in the hall cast sharp shadows, and Su Rubing's gaze was like an ice blade, each word landing like a hammer. Gu Fan furrowed his brows tightly. Suddenly, he realized how foolish he had been to ever fall for this so-called clever woman standing before him. Are you done? His voice was so calm it barely stirred the air. If so, step aside. I won't let you succeed. Su Ruobing held her head high, fiercely maintaining her pride. The Shengshi Club's business will only keep booming. It will crush the Sherdai Club, and the Sherdai Club will never stand tall again. What you're doing is all pointless. Gu Fan sneered coldly, contempt flashing in his eyes. Su Ruobing, do you remember what I told you? Everything you have now is thanks to me, not your own skills. Without me, you are nothing. Su Ruobing laughed bitterly through her anger. Gu Fan, you really overestimate yourself. Without you, I, Su Ruobing, will be even more successful. Shengshi Group will be greater than ever. Gu Fan brushed past her, voice chilly as ice. We'll see. The collapse of Shengshi Group is only just beginning. With that, the rift between them was complete and irreversible. Not far away, Lin Xiaowan quietly put away her phone, nearly bursting with excitement. Ruobing, don't forget the promise you don't regret it later. If you cry, make sure to do it in private. Fan won't soften up. She had worried there might still be a chance for Gu Fan and Su Ruobing to reconcile. Now she knew she had been overthinking. With this crisis settled, she needed to watch out for Yun Meinong trying to make a move. Should I take the initiative tonight? Living together is my biggest advantage. The thought made her cheeks flush as her mind wandered far away. Under the night sky, neon lights flickered over the Sherdai Club. As Gu Fan stepped into the lobby, all the staff turned to him with looks of admiration, as if greeting a hero. He had just taken over for one evening, but had already solved the biggest problem the club faced, steering this nearly wrecked ship back on course. In just a few hours, customer flow visibly increased. As long as the bar turnover was timely and a few well-targeted events were held, the club's revival was assured. Gu Fan raised his hand and looked at his close assistant. Ichi, release the news that I will no longer protect Shengshi Group. It's time Shengshi Group faced the real storm. Before, I shielded them too much and let them mistake my grace for their own strength. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes. Outwardly, Shengshi Group was known for rapid growth, but no one knew Gu Fan was quietly supporting them behind the scenes, intimidating all factions. Take Shengshi Club as an example. If he hadn't personally subdued several underground bosses, making it clear he stood behind Shengshi Club, those wolves would have already barged in demanding exorbitant protection fees. All these years, he worked silently in the shadows, only to be met with estrangement and coldness. Now that the divorce papers were signed, whether Shengshi Group could survive had nothing to do with him anymore. They'll get started at once. Before leaving, Chun Ichi hesitated and said, Brother Fan, should we send some people to stir things up at Shengshi Club? No need. That would be pointless, Gu Fan replied coldly, leaving no room for discussion. Understood. That night, the three major underground forces of Jiang's Black Wolf Gang, the Red Flower Society, and the Sanlian Association almost simultaneously received a harsh message. Chun Ichi and his group had completely severed ties with the Shengshi Group, and the mysterious man who once subdued them was no longer protecting Shengshi. Once the news hit, the leaders of the three factions slammed their fists on the table in unison. Is Shengshi Club's prime territory now up for grabs? Brothers, the opportunity is here. We're about to feast. Let's go. Time to pay a visit to that beautiful CEO at Shengshi. I heard President Su and young Master Fan have had a total falling out. This is huge news. Soon, the heads of the Black Wolf Gang, Red Flower Society, and Sanlian Association each gathered their men and stormed towards Shengshi Club at full speed. At that moment, in the CEO office of Shengshi Club, Su Ruobing sat behind her desk, her mind replaying Gu Fan's cold face and harsh words, a knot tightening in her chest. Yichen leaned on the desk, trying to console her. Ruobing, who is Gu Fan? He only got the liquor supply deal by cozying up to Yun Manian. Once Yun Manian tires of him and sees who he really is, the partnership will be cancelled. He patted his chest confidently. Leave the drinks to me. The Yi Group's connections are as strong as Yunhai Group's. We'll definitely find better suppliers. Shengshi Club has deep roots, no way that Sherdai Club can surpass us. That's wishful thinking. Su Ruobing exhaled sharply. I don't care about Gu Fan at all. The harder he tries to prove himself to me, the more ridiculous he looks. Yi Chen seized the moment to boast. Exactly. Don't let that garbage ruin your mood. How about I take you out for a few drinks later? Since returning to the country, he hadn't even touched Su Ruobing's hand. Now he was eager to win her over, to vent all the humiliation he felt from Gu Fan through her, and even planned to record it to send to Gu Fan. At the thought, his breathing grew heavy. But Su Ruobing put some distance between them. You should go. I have some things to handle. Since registering the divorce with Gu Fan, she felt no spark for Yi Chun. She found herself instinctively comparing the two, and Gu Fan always made her feel more secure. She snorted lightly. Gu Fan, don't even think about stealing Cece away from me. President Su, bad news. Zhao Shuyan hurried in. Su Rubing's heart sank. What happened now? Zhao Shuyan hurriedly explained. The leaders of the Black Wolf Gang, Red Flower Society, and Sanlian Association brought their men crashing into Shengshi Club, drove all the guests away, and now the main hall is in chaos. Yi Chen was stunned. How is this possible? Where's security? Why didn't they stop them? They tried, but all got beaten and thrown out. Zhao Shuyan lowered her head and spoke softly. Without Minister Chun and his team holding the fort, the people we hired stand no chance against them. President Su, you need to come up with a solution quickly. If this keeps up, the Shengshi Club won't be able to operate. The losses for just one day would be astronomical. Su Ruobing furrowed her brows, her frustration growing. Why didn't anyone call the police? President Su, Zhao Shuyan replied helplessly, pausing briefly before lowering her voice. These guys swaggered right in, claiming they were customers. Even if we called the police, what reason would we have? President Su, maybe you could try to get Minister Chin to come? With his network and connections, he could probably settle this quickly. Otherwise, the longer this drags on, the worse the Shengshi Club's reputation will get. No way. Yi Chen interrupted immediately. Chen Ichi works for Gu Fan. Are you seriously asking Ruobing to beg Gu Fan? They're just some underworld bosses. I'll go talk to them myself. The Yi group isn't a pushover in Jiangzhou. I'm sure they'll give me some respect. Su Ruobing looked at Yi Chun with a complex expression. Yi Chun, then it's up to you. No problem. Leave it to me. Yi Chun patted his chest confidently. Without Gu Fan, there's still me, Yi Chun. The main hall on the first floor of Shengshi Club was brightly lit. As soon as Yi Chun stepped out of the elevator, he saw the Black Wolf Gang, Red Flower Society, and Sanlian Club spread out messily across the lobby like a dark cloud, at least 100 people. The murderous aura hit him like a wave, making him shudder and take an involuntary step back. Cold sweat immediately broke out on his forehead. Zhao Shuyan followed closely behind, whispering, Young Master Yi, that's Gongsun Hao from the Black Wolf Gang over there. The one wearing the gold chain is Chun Jinan of the Red Flower Society. The man behind smoking a cigar is Zhong Hui from Sanlian Club. They're all big names around here. Before, Minister Chin kept them in check, but I guess they heard he resigned and have come demanding protection fees. Yi Chen took a deep breath and forced calm. He straightened his suit and stepped toward the three men, putting on what he hoped was his most appropriate smile. Greetings, three bosses. I'm Yi Chun of the Yi Group. My father is Yi Feng. I hope you'll give me some face and not disrupt Shengshi Club's business. Why don't we find a place to talk it over? In Yi Chen's eyes, these underground clods had no reason to refuse him, especially since he had named his powerful father. If this could help Su Ruobing settle the matter, he could make her lose faith in Gu Fan and seize the opportunity to win her, had desired her cold beauty for a long time, or he wouldn't have taken on this hot potato. Gongsun Hao's three hawk-like eyes locked onto Yi Chun, scanning him from head to toe, clearly seeing right through his weak and timid facade. All three men sneered in unison, then looked away dismissively. Give you face? Gongsun Hao spoke low and heavy with undeniable authority. Who do you think you are? Can you really represent President Su? The underground world's rules were simple: might makes right. When Gu Fan was around, they had to bow their heads. Now that Shengshi Club had lost its protector, they outright ignored it. President Su is my girlfriend, my fiancée. Of course I can represent her. Yi Chen puffed out his chest, trying hard to look imposing. You? Gongsun Hao sized him up again, then burst out laughing. President Su really has terrible taste if she picked someone like you. What do you mean by that? Yi Chen's face darkened, his pride stung, and his voice rose sharply. Nothing, Gongsun Hao shrugged. Since you say you represent President Su, we won't waste time. From now on, our men will come to Shengshi Club every day to spend money. They're guests, you won't kick them out, right? Of course, if you want us to leave, it's easy. Just have President Su pay each of our groups 5 million a month. Once we have the money, we guarantee no more trouble. 5 million each, 3 groups, that's 15 million per month. Shengshi Club's best monthly profit was about 20 million, meaning almost no income left. Yi Chen's face turned pale and green. You're just asking for too much. This is a lawful society now. If I call the police, you won't get away with it. I'm trying to be reasonable here. Don't delude yourselves. Zhao Shuyan winced nearby, thinking to herself how President Su could have chosen such an idiot. This was only making things worse. The next moment, Gongsun Hao moved like lightning, lunging forward and grabbing Yi Chun by the neck with one hand, lifting him off the ground. His voice whispered in Yi Chen's ear, "Who did you say wouldn't get away? You want to die?" The crushing lack of air hit instantly. Yi Chen flailed, his face turning red. "You let me go. Brother Hao, I was wrong. Please let me go." He had thought these men abided by some rules, but now realized they didn't care at all. Panic exploded in his mind. Ruobing, come save me. Su Ruobing watched Yi Chun trembling and kicking helplessly, disappointment filling her face. She finally stepped forward. Brother Hao, Yichen doesn't understand. Don't take it out on him. If there's an issue, let's sit down and talk. Gongsun Hao, Chen Jinnan, and Zhong Hui all turned their gaze towards Su Ruobing at the same time, immediately stunned by her striking beauty. The light played across her delicate face, her brows and eyes like a painting, and even the air seemed to still around her. In their hearts, the same thought flickered. No wonder that man was completely bewitched by her. Gongsun Hao's eyes then landed on Yi Chun, who was being gripped tightly in his hand, making him even more puzzled about why Su Ruobing would choose someone like him. Since General Manager Su is here, let's talk, Gongsun Hao said in a low voice, then casually tossed Yi Chun aside. Yi Chun flew through the air in a curve and slammed hard onto the floor of the hall, crying out in pain. After struggling for several seconds, he covered his chest and staggered to stand before Su Ruobing, lowering his voice and gritting his teeth. These thugs are completely unreasonable. Once I have power, they'll make them pay. Master Yi, didn't you swear before that you could handle this trouble? Zhao Shuyan couldn't help but sneer softly, her voice sharp with mockery. Thinking of Gu Fan, she even felt a hint of nostalgia back when Shengshi Group faced serious crises. It was always Gu Fan who stepped up and saved the day. How was I supposed to know these thugs wouldn't listen to reason? They're as brutal and crude as Gu Fan. Yichen forced a retort, holding on to his pride. It's obvious you just don't have the ability, yet you pretend Zhao Ziyan's words were cut off by Su Ruobing, who raised her hand. Enough. Stop talking. Su Ruobing reined in her emotions and managed a faint smile. Gentlemen, this is no place for negotiations. Why not come to my office? General Manager Su, let's talk here. Gongsun Hao flatly refused without a hint of politeness. Until this matter's settled, we have no intention of leaving. Su Ruobing's expression darkened. They wouldn't even give her the courtesy of a private conversation clearly. They wanted Shengshi Club to shut down. She suppressed her anger, her tone slowing but still icy cold. We used to get along well, minding our own business. Why come tonight to break that rule? General Manager Su, are you really that clueless, or just pretending? Gongsun Hao scoffed. Please, enlighten me. How Gu? Su Ruobing replied calmly, but a cold gleam sharpened in her eyes. Before, someone covered for Shengshi Club, so we had to show some respect. Gongsun Hao shrugged as if it were obvious. But now, no one's looking out for this place. We're trying to make a living here, so naturally we have to ask for a cut from you, General Manager. Otherwise, what will our men below use to support their families? A heavy sigh escaped Su Ruobing's heart as she finally tasted the bitter consequence of divorcing Gu Fan. When Gu Fan was around, these underground forces didn't dare provoke Shengshi Club, but now, with Chun Ichi and others gone, and her divorce finalized, the club had turned into prime prey in their eyes. If they didn't sink their teeth in hard, they wouldn't stop. After a moment's contemplation, she suddenly looked up and spoke coldly. Aren't the three of you afraid you've come to the wrong place? Shengshi Club isn't somewhere you can bully at will. The atmosphere grew tense. Gongsun Hao, unconcerned, grinned. Of course we know what General Manager Su is capable of. But maybe you're overestimating yourself. If you disagree, go ahead and call someone to deal with us. If you really had that power, would be the ones running with our tails between our legs. Su Ruobing's face darkened as several plans flashed quickly through her mind, but each was rejected in turn. These people were the hardest to deal with. Even if she sent them to the law enforcement, they'd be back causing trouble within days. She could hire a group of strong men to drive them off too. If it came to blows, there would be no end to the fighting. Once the conflict erupted, unless they could completely crush their opponents, the aftershocks would be endless. This was Su Ruobing's clearest realization at that moment. In the dimly lit private room, the air felt thick and suffocating, as if frozen. Her slender fingers tapped lightly on the table edge, but her heart churned uncontrollably. If it weren't for Gu Fan, she wouldn't have come this far. Only now did she realize that Gu Fan was not entirely useless. Perhaps she really had been overprotected all along. Zhao Xian leaned in quietly, lowering her voice near Su Ruobing's ear. President Su, why don't you go and plead with Fan? I believe with how much Fan feels for you. Even if there's tension between you, if you admit your mistake, he definitely won't just stand by. Otherwise, if this stalemate keeps going, it will be a huge blow to the Shengshi Club. As soon as she finished speaking, Yichen sprang up from the sofa, his face pale with anxiety. His gaze locked onto Su Ruobing, filled with panic and envy. If she really went to ask Gu Fan for help and they made peace, wouldn't he become a laughingstock? His eyes darted with sudden realization, and he slapped his thigh hard. Ruobing, I've got it. This is all Gu Fan's trap. Speaking rapidly, his words flew out like bullets. These people were sent by Gu Fan. Their goal is to humiliate you and force you to bow to him. If you really go to him, you'll be playing right into that despicable man's scheme. Yi Chun grew more agitated, pointing at Gongsun Hao and the others, grinding his teeth. Gu Fan operates in the underworld and must know these people. You see, they chose this exact time to cause trouble on purpose. They disrespect me only because of that despicable Gu Fan. Zhao Shuyan frowned and shook her head dismissively. Fan would never do such a thing. The Heilang Gang, Red Flower Society, and Somnian Agency all collect protection fees from any night venues in this area, no exceptions. Yichin snorted coldly, but stuck to his theory. You never really know what's in a man's heart. If it weren't for Gu Fan, why wouldn't they cause trouble at Sherdai Club instead? Ruabing, if you go to him, you'll be mocked. I can just imagine his face. Hearing this, Su Ruabing secretly agreed with Yi Chin's deduction and completely abandoned the idea of asking Gu Fan for help. She could handle this on her own. She took a deep breath. Her eyes swept over Gong Sun Hao, Chen Ji Nan, and Xiao Yuan's faces, her tone steady but distant. All right, I don't want this to get ugly. Since you three came looking for me, they'll return the favor. Sherdai Club will give each of your three companies 1 million per month as friendship money. President Su, 1 million? Chen Ji Nan sneered suddenly, slapping the solid wood table hard with a bang, causing the teacups to tremble. 5 million is our bottom line. Not a cent less, or we'll show up at Shengshi Club every day to kill time and have some fun. I assume President Su wants to keep doing business here and won't kick us out, right? His sharp eyes locked tightly on Su Ruabing, a cruel smile curling his lips. Su Rubing's eyelids twitched violently. She instinctively glanced at Yi Chun for help, but found him cowering in the corner, pressed against the wall, poised to flee at any moment. That scene reminded her of Gu Fan protecting her back, then that bloody but unyielding figure. For the first time, regret stirred quietly in her heart. For the first time, she recalled everything Gu Fan had sacrificed for her. But she quickly pushed the feeling away. She would never regret the divorce. They belonged to two different worlds, and she deserved better. These were just some hardships after divorce. Regaining her composure, she raised her gaze to meet the three men's faces directly. Gentlemen, aren't you being a bit greedy? Shengshi Club's monthly profit is under 15 million. Don't push people too hard. That's President Su's problem, Chen Jinan said casually with a smile. Of course, President Su can choose to close down. Shengshi Club doesn't have to stay open. With those words, the negotiation failed. Either 5 million to each company or daily disturbances. Su Rubing's expression turned cold. She walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, fingers brushing her hair, hesitating for a moment before making a call. Old Chen. As soon as the call connected, she lowered her voice respectfully. Ruabing, my girl, what a surprise you have time to call this old guy today. How's Cece? I missed that little one. Came a cheerful voice from the other side. Old Chen, Cece misses you too. They'll bring her to see you soon. Great, great. Su Ruabing took a deep breath and said, Old Chen, could I ask you for a favor? There was a pause on the line. Then a low voice said, Ruabing, if I'm not mistaken, wasn't it Xiao Fan who brought you to see me the first time? Su Ruabing fell silent. On the other end of the phone, Old Chen's voice was low and steady. Ruabing, I heard you and Xiao Fan divorced. Matters between husband and wife are not something this old man wants to meddle in. But since you two are separated, I'm afraid I can't help you anymore. I hope you understand. Rubing's expression instantly froze. She hadn't even had a chance to explain before he shut her down. Why did it feel like the whole world was against her the moment she divorced Gu Fan? What had she done wrong? Was it really so wrong to seek freedom and happiness? She suppressed her emotions, her voice quietly burning with restrained anger. Old Chun, since I divorced Gu Fan, I'm no longer your junior? Ruabing, I will always be on Gu Fan's side. I hope you can accept that. Old Chen's words came slow but firm in their refusal. I understand, Old Chun. Sorry to bother you. Please take care of yourself. Ruabing took a deep breath and hung up, feeling as if she had just been slapped hard across the face. One blow after another was pushing her to the brink of collapse. Her assistant rushed in, anxious. Ruabing, should we send someone to teach them a lesson? I know some experts, but they're not cheap. We'll think of something. Ruabing massaged her temples as exhaustion washed over her. Clenching her fists, she silently vowed to Gu Fan. Is this your revenge? Do you really think I'll let you win? At that moment, several men from the Black Wolf gang began harassing the girls at the Shengshi Club lobby. The girls fled in panic, and staff couldn't calm the situation no matter what they said. Elsewhere, members from the Red Flower Society and Triple Alliance started shouting aggressively at customers, throwing punches at anyone who tried to stop them. Chaos erupted. Within minutes, the once-packed Shengshi Club was reduced to a scattering of guests, the emptiness glaringly obvious. If this wasn't dealt with quickly, the club would suffer a fatal blow. 2 million each family. That's the bottom line and also the maximum the Shengshi Club can afford. Ruabing gritted her teeth as she forced down her rage and proposed compensation. The gang leader raised an eyebrow. Miss Su, we don't do business here. Bargaining isn't our style. We want 5 million, not a cent less. If we don't get the money, our people will just stay put. We're all unemployed anyway, got plenty of time. Miss Su, can you afford to drag this out? This is outrageous. Rubing's chest heaved fiercely. Her assistant whispered cautiously, Miss Su, maybe you could ask Fan for help? Impossible. After a moment of thought, she picked up her phone and called Qin Yunju, a new friend she had bonded with during the Zishi kidnapping case. At this moment, only Qin Yunju and her knights might be able to save the day. Ruabing, what's up? Qin Yunju's voice came through the phone, breathless from training. Yunju, I've got trouble here. Can you bring some people over? Ruobing briefly explained the situation. That shameless ex of yours sending thugs to pressure you? That's too much. I'm bringing the law enforcement team over right now. I won't let him get away with this. Qin Yunju was known for her hatred of injustice and firmly believed in girls helping girls. About 10 minutes later, Qin Yunju arrived at Shengshi Club, leading a squad of officers. This way, Ruobing beckoned urgently to Qin Yunju. Qin Yunju wore a modern Yulong uniform. The official attire representing Nightsan was followed by 12 similarly dressed enforcers, all arriving with an imposing presence. Inside the Shengshi Club, Gong Sun Hao and a group of underworld figures lounged boldly in the sofa booths, laughing and behaving outrageously. The moment Qin Yunju and her team entered, their laughter abruptly stopped. They exchanged wary glances, masking their alertness with calm even though what they feared most were lawless peers, not straightforward official organizations. Qin Yunju's gaze was icy as it swept over Gong Sun Hao and the others before settling on Su Ruobing. Ruobing, are these the people who extorted you? Before she finished, Gong Sun Hao snorted coldly, crossing his arms. Miss, don't talk nonsense. How could we extort anyone in broad daylight? We're just paying customers. Don't think you can frame us just because you wear that Yulong uniform. Isn't the night organization supposed to uphold justice? Qin Yunju frowned deeply, her tone sharp. You're not welcome here. Leave immediately. Don't set foot here again. Chen Jinan stood up, feigning annoyance as he spread his hands. Why can't we come in? Isn't Sue's club open to guests? We want to spend money too. She raised her hand, signaling the enforcers. Behave yourselves. You know whether you came as customers or not. If you don't leave now, don't blame me for being harsh. Zhong Hui gnawed on a toothpick, but refused to back down. Then, Night Lord, just arrest us. I'm curious what charges you'll make provoking trouble. We're not provoking trouble, he shouted back as he turned. Brothers, stay in line. Sit tight. Don't cause trouble. Yes, boss. Hundreds of men responded, scattering throughout the club and sprawling out openly. Qin Yunju's face turned dark. She recognized these hardened troublemakers wouldn't be moved easily. Taking action would violate night rules. Besides, arresting them only to release them later would invite worse retaliation. Band-aid solutions didn't work here. She pressed her lips together in frustration. Was this all set up by Gu Fan? Gong Sun Hao spread his hands innocently. Night Lord, we really don't know what you're talking about. Don't pretend. Qin Yunju snapped. I'm going to find Gu Fan right now. She grabbed Su Ruobing. Only the one who tied the knot can untie it. Has to make them leave. Yi Chen immediately agreed. Right. If Gu Fan refuses, arrest him for 10 or 15 days. Let's see if he still dares to act arrogant. Though hesitant, Su Ruobing gritted her teeth, thinking of today's troubles, and led them straight to the neighboring Sherdai Club. Whatever mess Gu Fan made, he had to clean it up. The moment they stepped into Sherdai Club, Su Ruobing's expression changed. In a short time, the once quiet hall was now bustling and noisy. Nearly every booth was full, and more guests kept Aravinga's stark contrast to the deserted Shengshi Club. Ruobing, why are you here? Want a drink? Lin Xiaowan approached with a cocktail, smiling warmly. Qin Yunju studied the striking woman before her, curious why she would hang around Gu Fan, but said nothing, her voice cold as she asked, Where's Gu Fan? Got business? Gu Fan appeared, speaking calmly as he stepped forward. Gu Fan, why haven't you made Gong Sun Hao and those scumbags leave the Shengshi Club yet? If you wait any longer, do you believe they'll arrest you on the spot and sentence you to years behind bars? You'll be the one crying then. The moment Yi Chen saw Gu Fan, he immediately ducked behind Qin Yunju, his voice sharp and fierce. Gu Fan raised an eyebrow, already suspecting the cause. Gong Sun Hao's gang was notorious for ruthlessly collecting protection fees, so it seemed they had come knocking. He spread his hands casually. I don't know what you're talking about. Gu Fan, don't play dumb. Yi Chen pointed at him, lowering his voice but still roaring. Do you dare say Gong Sun Hao and his people weren't sent by you to cause trouble? You have the guts to do it, but not to admit it? Are you even a man? Gu Fan glanced up briefly. The coldness in his eyes made Yi Chen shiver and quickly look away. Gu Fan then turned his gaze to Su Ruobing, his voice cool. You think I was the one who ordered them? Isn't that obvious? Su Ruobing frowned, challenging him. Of course not. Gu Fan said flatly, then smirked slightly, teasing. But even if it were true, so what? Su Ruobing, I've already told you everything you have now isn't something you gained by your own strength. Fate's gifts will be taken back little by little. Take my advice. Shut down the Shengshi Club and cut your losses before things get even uglier for you. Gu Fan, how could you become so despicable? Su Ruobing's anger flared. I even felt a bit guilty about you before. But you're hopeless. Do you think these words will make me admit I was wrong or win me back? They only make me despise you more. Ruobing, Fan doesn't need your change of heart, Lin Xiaowan said, linking her arm through Gu Fan's, her eyes full of charm. Fan just wants to reclaim what's rightfully his. Whether you respect that or not, he doesn't care. Su Ruobing ground her teeth in fury. Qin Yunju quietly pulled Su Ruobing behind her, glancing at the stiff figure of Li Tanhua, standing behind Gu Fan and the arms crossed Hong Liang. She was even more certain these were nothing but low-level thugs. Her voice turned cold. Gu Fan, are you sure you don't want those people to leave the Shengshi Club? Sorry, I can't do anything about it. Gu Fan shook his head. Officers, take them away. Qin Yunju commanded. Yes, ma'am. Two law enforcement officers crouched low and advanced toward Gu Fan. Let anyone touch Fan and see what happens. Chun Ichi and the others immediately stepped forward side by side, eyes sharp as blades. Lin Xiaowan reached out to block Chun Ichi, preventing a direct clash, then faced Qin Yunju. Sir Knight, on what grounds are you arresting people? On the grounds that I'm a knight. Qin Yunzu's tone was authoritative as she displayed her badge. I have the right to demand their cooperation in the investigation. Lin Xiaowan's expression darkened. What a show of power. What if we refuse to cooperate? Refusing to cooperate means opposing the knights, Qin Yunju said, without backing down. Are you prepared to bear that consequence? She was determined to teach Gu Fan a lesson, even if it meant breaking her usual neutrality. To her, Gu Fan represented an arrogant bully, while Su Ruobing was just a helpless woman caught in the middle. Her deep hatred toward Gu Fan only made her stance more rigid. The tension spiked instantly. The air felt like freezing steel. Everyone's breaths and footsteps intertwined, ready to ignite the volatile standoff. Meanwhile, unnoticed in a shadowed corner, the knight Captain Qin Lao and his granddaughter Qin Miaoka were watching the drama unfold. Grandpa, look, Gu Fan really does have close ties with the underground bosses, and he might be involved in shady deeds. Are you still planning to recruit him into the knights? Qin Miaoka couldn't help but press further. Old Qin hunched over slightly, raising a hand to hush her, then smiled faintly. Don't judge a person by appearances. Look into Gu Fan's record. Every one of his actions fights evil and upholds justice. He saved over 1,000 lives. Those he's dealt with are all notorious criminals, beyond redemption. Most importantly, there's a familiar aura about him. The old man's gaze lingered on Gu Fan, complicated and weighing a heavy decision. Unexpectedly, he holds another identity. What identity? Qin Miaoka grew even more curious. But old Qin shook his head without answering. Leaning on his cane, he stood up. Come on, don't let Yunju keep getting the wrong idea. With that, he slowly made his way toward Gu Fan. With every step closer, his conviction deepened. Gu Fan truly came from that lineage. Take him away. Qin Yunju ordered again, her tone sharp. Su Rubing's eyes were calm. Gu Fan, as long as you let Gong Sun Hao and the others leave the Shengshi Club, this matter will end here. Yi Chen sneered, arms crossed. Gu Fan, no matter how good you think you are, you're still a thug. Once in jail, the court will find out everything you've done. 10 years, or more, is unavoidable. What's the point of being so arrogant? The thought of Gu Fan falling into trouble gave him an unspoken pleasure. Master Fan, I'll cover for you. You go first. Hong Liang whispered next to Gu Fan, lowering his voice and signaling his men to be ready. Master Fan, you could hide out at my bar if needed. Li Tianhua also leaned in. Gu Fan, don't think about running. Qin Yunzu's gaze was like a burning flame. If you don't release them today, you'll go with us and cooperate fully with the investigation. Want to take me? Try if you can, Gu Fan replied calmly. Qin Yunzu's pupils contracted sharply, fury rising. Stubborn. Once you're in the enforcement squad, things won't be so easy for you. She knew she was abusing her power, but she wasn't about to back down, not this time. Gu Fan sneered. No point in talking. Let's see how tyrannical this so-called Knights organization really is. Seize him. Qin Yunju shouted angrily. Several officers reached out to grab Gu Fan's shoulders, but as soon as their hands made contact, it was like hitting a bronze wall. The force sent shockwaves through their arms, staggering them back several steps. Qin Yunzu's eyes darkened. She stepped forward and reached out herself. Suddenly, an aged, wrinkled hand shot out from the side, firmly gripping her wrist. The old and steady strength halted her in her tracks. A hoarse, world-weary voice whispered in her ear, Yunju, stop now? Unnoticed, Elder Qin had already stepped in front of Qin Yunju, his expression tinged with disappointment. Qin Yunzu's body trembled slightly. Being caught abusing her authority on the spot felt like facing a mortal enemy after all. This was the leader of the Knights organization. She lowered her head, speechless, yet her mind swirled with confusion. How had Elder Qin ended up at the Times Club? At that moment, she looked exactly like a child scolded for doing something wrong. The guests in the hall exchanged glances. To them, Elder Qin seemed like nothing more than a frail old man, no different from the elderly men casually basking in the sun outside. Hey, what do you think you're doing, old man? Yi Chun was already thrilled at the prospect of seeing Gu Fan get caught, but when he saw the frail-looking man blocking Qin Yunju, he immediately cursed out loud. Do you know what crime it is to obstruct the knights from carrying out their duties? Believe me, I'll arrest you right now. Get out of the way, or don't blame me for being ruthless. No sooner had he spoken than he rolled up his sleeves and stepped forward. Smack! Qin Yunju spun around sharply, her bloodshot eyes blazing with fury. Her slap landed hard. Yi Chun felt a burning sting on his cheek. With a crunch, a tooth shattered and flew through the air before hitting the floor. Ah! A scream echoed as 5 clear fingerprints were stamped onto his face, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Pain and humiliation flooded over him instantly. Yichin clutched his face, stunned as he stared at Qin Yun's. Weren't they on the same side? Shouldn't Gu Fan have been the one slapped? And this slap had happened right in front of Su Ruobing and Gu Fan himself. All he could think was, why was he the one getting hurt? Ruobing, he whimpered, not daring to lash out at Qin Yunju. Instead, he looked at Su Ruobing pleadingly, hoping she would back him up. But Su Ruobing simply raised her hand, signaling him to step aside. She had already noticed how respectfully Qin Yunju treated Elder Qin, and that Yi Chun had been the first to speak rudely. Naturally, she didn't blame Qin Yunju at all. Apologize. Elder Qin stated calmly, his voice quiet, but carrying an unmistakable authority that brooked no refusal. Apologize? Qin Yunju's eyes widened in disbelief. The knights usually protected their own, so even if she was in the wrong, it was rare to be made to bow her head on the spot. But with the head of the family giving the order, she dared not question it, suppressing all her resentment deep inside. I'm sorry. She took a deep breath, swallowing her humiliation, and forced the two words out at Gu Fan. Gu Fan had been watching Elder Qin warily the entire time, deliberately keeping a distance of an arm's length to remain ready for battle at a moment's notice. There was a strong sense of danger about this seemingly ordinary elder that made him feel uneasy, as if his every secret had been laid bare. Qin Yunju, on the other hand, he hadn't taken seriously from the start. Go write a self-criticism report and get out of here. Elder Qin waved his hand. Yes, Qin Yunju bowed her head in response, then leaned close to Su Ruobing and whispered, sorry, I can't help you today. I ran into my family's head, but next time I'll make Gu Fan pay hard. She had never expected the leader of the knights to have any connection with the rough-and-tumble Gu Fan, assuming she was just unlucky to run into a senior figure. It's fine. I'm the one who dragged you into this. Su Ruobing replied coolly. Then let's plan for next time. Qin Yunju hurriedly took her leave, swiftly leading away all the enforcement officers as if fleeing from a battlefield. As the crowd dispersed, Su Ruobing looked at Gu Fan and sighed softly. There was no chance of solving the troubles of the Prosperity Club through him. Yi Chen's face was filled with frustration. How had Gu Fan escaped danger once again? This guy's luck was unbelievable. Suddenly, Gu Fan spoke, Su Ruobing. Su Ruobing, who had been turning to leave, suddenly stopped in her tracks. She lifted her eyes to meet Gu Fan's advancing figure. The familiar face now carried a strange, oppressive intensity, like a storm bearing down. She took a deep breath but kept her chin raised. Maintaining her usual pride, she would never show weakness in front of Gu Fan. What is it? Su Ruobing asked coldly. Feeling proud? Want to show off in front of me? Proud? Not really, Gu Fan sneered. Just reminding you, the business empire you brag about is already starting to crumble. Once this nightmare begins, it won't stop. You'd better be ready. His tone was casual but sharp all the same. Of course, if you give up early and hand over custody of Cece to Mezence, you're still Cece's mother. I might let you keep some dignity. Her face grew icier, her voice colder than ice. Gu Fan, what makes you so ridiculously confident? You think you can compete with me for Cece? You have no idea how powerful the Shengshi group is. Your arrogant, petty attitude won't last long. She snorted disdainfully, throwing down a challenge. We'll see about that. Then, with a suffocating pressure in the air, she turned and walked away without another word. Yi Chun rubbed his burning face and shot Gu Fan a deadly glare before hurriedly chasing after Su Ruobing. As their figures disappeared from view, Gu Fan's expression turned cold. Soon, this foolish woman would come to understand what helpless despair truly felt like. You're really not gentle at all with girls, Qin Miaoka pouted, softly complaining. Remembering her grandfather was planning to introduce her to Gu Fan, she was increasingly annoyed. She definitely wasn't interested in him. Gu Fan glanced at her casually, then quickly shifted his gaze to the gray-robed elderly man nearby. Old Qin seemingly guessing who he was. Gu brother, got a moment? Can we find somewhere quiet to talk? Old Qin asked with a smile. Whatever you need to say it here, Gu Fan replied flatly, clearly wanting to avoid entanglement with the old man. Qin Miaoka bristled with indignation. My grandfather helped you out of trouble, and you're this rude? Many high officials and privileged elites queue up just to meet him. Who do you think you are? Miaoka, don't be rude. Old Qin interrupted gently, still smiling. Gu brother, there are too many people around here to discuss this properly. Gu Fan hesitated briefly, but refused. If it's inconvenient, then let's talk another time. Fuming, Qin Miaoka stomped her foot. Do you even know who we are? Why act so arrogant? Miaoka. Old Qin raised his hand to stop her, still calm. Gu brother seems wary of an old man like me. But please, just listen for a moment. With that, he stepped closer toward Gu Fan. Seeing this, Qin Ichi leapt forward, ready to intervene. But as he raised his arm, the world blurred. Old Qin brushed past in a flash, leaving only a faint shadow behind. Cold sweat instantly drenched Qin Ichi's back, a chill rushing straight to his head. This old man was terrifying. In the blink of an eye, Old Qin stopped about a foot in front of Gu Fan. In a low, hoarse voice, he whispered, Gu brother, don't you want to know who your father is? Don't you want to learn the truth about your origins? Don't you want to know who your father is? Don't you want to learn about your origins? Those words made Gu Fan's pupils suddenly contract, his gaze locking fiercely with the old man Qin's eyes, which were as deep and inscrutable as an ancient well. Since birth, he had never seen the man called Gu Qingsong. He had only lived with his mother Li Ying and his sister Gu Ming. Whenever the subject of his father came up, Li Ying was always evasive, only saying that she once saved a severely wounded man and that they naturally came together afterward. But after Gu Fan was born, the man quietly disappeared without a trace. To this day, Gu Fan had never seen a photo of his father, only knowing the name, Gu Qingsong. As he grew, that absent name fermented in Gu Fan's heart as bitter resentment. His father had abandoned all duties as husband and father, leaving Li Ying to endure years of hardship and scorn alone. After becoming an adult, Gu Fan had searched through files hoping to confront Gu Qingsong face to face, but all leads dissolved into nothing. Even the man's name might have been fake. Do you know my father? Gu Fan took a deep breath, guessing that this elder must be a significant figure in the Knight organization and had surely investigated his past. Qin did not answer directly but asked instead, Brother Gu, whenever you break through a boundary in your cultivation, do you feel a scorching, tearing heat inside you, a desire and rage that you can't control? How do you know that? Gu Fan's mind jolted. This was his closely guarded secret, the very reason he had lost control with Lin Meili. Let's talk somewhere else, Qin said with a faint smile. Where to? Follow me. The elder turned and stepped out of the Times Club's front door. Chun Ichi hurriedly whispered, Fan, this old man is no ordinary person. I'm powerless against him. Gu Fan patted Chun Ichi on the shoulder. It's fine. He'll be back soon. You watch the place. Then he quickened his pace to catch up with Qin, truly desperate to uncover his origins. Meanwhile, the Shengshi Club was brightly lit. Underground bosses Gong Sun Hao, Chen Jinan, and Zhong Hui saw Su Ruobing return but noticed Qin Yunju was absent, and they secretly relaxed. Though they were not afraid of Qin Yunju herself, the famed Knight organization still commanded their respect. Director Su, you're back? I wasn't informed to have my men step down, Gong Sun Hao said with a smile, though his tone was probing. Nearby, Yi Chen shrank his neck and whispered angrily, Ruobing, what do we do? It's all that Gu Fan's fault. If I get a chance, he'll teach him a harsh lesson. Thinking of how close he had come to death earlier, he dared not provoke these ruthless killers again. Su Ruobing grew increasingly irritated by Yi Chen's nagging but quickly composed herself. She straightened her posture and faced the three bosses with clear, deliberate words. Gentlemen, 3 million every month from each of you. This is my final bottom line. If you accept the sum and leave, you are never to set foot in Shengshi Club again. If you do not, her eyes hardened, and her voice dropped lower. Then let's see who will come out on top. Heh, Director Su, are you threatening us? Gong Sun Hao smiled coldly and slyly. As his words fell, Gong Sun Hao, Chen Jinan, and Zhong Hui rose simultaneously, each glaring fiercely at Su Ruobing like ravenous tigers ready to strike. Under this murderous atmosphere, Yi Chun was so frightened that cold sweat broke out all over his body. He glanced anxiously toward the exit. If the situation turned even slightly unfavorable, he was ready to run for his life. The hall was dimly lit, and the air felt heavy and frozen. Yet Su Ruobing stood her ground, her voice cold and resolute. The strength of Shengshi Group needs no introduction. If things come to a breaking point, I will deploy every resource at my disposal against you. Money can make even ghosts grind flour. Are you truly prepared to face the consequences? Gong Sun Hao's face darkened with a scowl as he sneered. Don't try to scare us, Ms. Su. We've earned our footing in Jiangzhou through our own abilities. If you make a move, it won't just hurt you. It follows the logic of the clam and the snipe battling. Aren't you afraid of dragging yourself to destruction? The tension was razor sharp. Su Ruobing refused to yield. Who will be destroyed remains to be seen. You've seen that I can call on the knights already. With Shengshi Group's influence in Jiangzhou, I could mobilize even more forces to suppress you. I don't want to take this all the way 3 million. Let's just settle this as friends. Refuse to cooperate, and we'll bring down everything together. Each word hit like a hammer, heavy and undeniable. Gong Sun Hao, Chen Jinan, and Zhong Hui exchanged glances before quietly conferring, their expressions growing grim. After a brief whispered discussion, they simultaneously withdrew, the hostility radiating from their bodies. Gong Sun Hao was the first to speak, his tone now laced with a grudging smile. We've long heard that Ms. Su of Shengshi Group is decisive and formidable. Meeting you today, you live up to that reputation. Since that's the case, we'll give you face 3 million it is. Let's call it a friendship. They knew all too well that if it came to a real fight, the backing of the knights and the scale of Shengshi Group would be a nightmare to contend with. Xian, let them take the money and leave, Su Ruobing instructed as she turned. Zhao Shuiyan sighed lightly. Though the matter had been resolved, spending 9 million in one night have the profits of Shengshi Clubhouse an undeniable blow to its future. If Gu Fan had been present, such a needless expense might have been avoided. The three men departed with the 3 million. Only then did the intensely tense Su Ruobing allow herself a faint breath of relief. At least the crisis was temporarily over. Next, she could focus entirely on taking down the Era clubhouse. She would never let them surpass Shengshi. They'll make sure Gu Fan knows I can manage just fine without him. He's nothing more than a lowlife thug. As for custody of Cece, he doesn't stand a chance, Su Ruobing vowed silently. Yichen stepped close to her, trying to maintain a gentle, gentlemanly smile. Ruobing, you're tired today. Let's go relax a bit. I found a nice bistro and even brought some fine wine from home. Normally, Su Ruobing found Yichen's refined face comforting like a spring breeze. But in these past few days, his performance paled terribly compared to Gu Fan's, stirring a wave of nausea within her. I'm not tired, she replied coldly. You don't need to stay by my side all the time. Go handle your own matters. She even began to wish she wouldn't have to see Yichen anymore. Yichen's expression faltered, but he still declared passionately, Ruobing, you are my everything. Your concerns are my everything. You need me now, so how could I possibly leave you? Yichen spoke with confidence and boldness, turning to look at Su Ruobing as he continued. Ruobing, I know you've been struggling with the Shengshi Club. Don't worry, tomorrow I'll mobilize resources from the Yi Group and give the Shengshi Club a massive boost. Trust me, soon you'll see business booming and the Sherdai Club won't be able to compete. Thank you. Su Ruobing's expression softened at last. That white moonlight image always made her willing to see only Yichen's best side. But before the words had fully left his mouth, a cacophony of hurried footsteps shattered the brief calm. President Su, bad news. Zhao Xian rushed over, still catching her breath, closely followed by a fashionably dressed young woman clutching a guitar. Su Ruobing's heart sank sharply. Forcing herself to remain composed, she asked, what happened? Su Yimeng, the lead singer of the Xingho band, is leaving the Shengshi Club. Zhao Zuyan's voice trembled with urgency. The Xingho band was the club's crown jewel. Every night, at least a quarter of the crowd came just for them. Especially for Su Yimeng, whose massive and fiercely loyal fan base was invaluable. If she left, revenue would plummet. Big companies had tried to poach her with high salaries before, but Su Yimeng had refused every time. Su Ruobing had even offered higher profit shares repeatedly, yet Su insisted on staying at Shengshi Club without any conditions. Now Su Yimeng stood firm, her voice low and piercing. President Su, I'm sorry. Tonight is the last night the Xingho band will perform at Shengshi Club. Why? Su Ruobing bit her thin lips, her voice trembling as she struggled to hold back breaking down. She had just spent 9 million to solve one major problem, and now an even bigger crisis was landing on her. Is this what Gu Fan meant when he said, the collapse is just the beginning? Is it because of Gu Fan? Su Ruobing repeated each word slowly, fiercely determined. Only then did Su Ruobing recall that back when Su Yimeng was still an unknown, it was Gu Fan who had repeatedly encouraged her to chase her dream and offered abundant support. That was why Su Yimeng had persevered all these years and eventually gained her current influence. By the floor-to-ceiling window, Su Yimeng wore sharply tailored black leather pants that showcased her long, straight legs and slender waist. She looked every bit the rock queen ready to take the stage. Under the lights, her clear and delicate face carried an added touch of vulnerability. When she heard the name, Gu Fan, a gentle smile curved her lips as she calmly said, Yes, President Su. President Su, you should know how miserable I was back then. How many people looked down on me. She spoke quietly, but with clear conviction. I'm not afraid you'll laugh, but the night before I met Fan Ji, I had decided to quit singing altogether. I was even thinking of becoming a hostess. It was Fan Ji who gave me the courage to keep going. Her fingers traced the side seam of her leather pants, as if reliving those hard years. Over these years, countless agencies have thrown sky-high contracts my way, but I refused them all. The reason was simple, I wanted to repay him. As long as Fan Ji stays at Shengshi Group, so will I, no matter how much money they offer. But now, Su Yimeng looked up, her beautiful eyes flashing with complicated emotions. President Su, since you and Fan Ji are divorced, I have no reason to stay at Shengshi Group. I hope you can understand. There was that name again, Gu Fan. A sharp pain struck Su Ruobing's heart. What had once been simple now hit her one brutal blow after another. Su Yimeng, stop pretending to be so high and mighty. Yi Chun sneered from the corner. Repay him? What era do you think this is? Don't think I don't know you're just trying to jack up your price. So spill how much money do you want to stay? Let me tell you, there are bands more famous and influential than you that we can easily hire. Don't think too highly of yourself. The world turns just fine without you. As those words landed, Su Ruobing and Zhao Zuyan's faces paled in unison. Su Yimeng was fiercely proud, and Yi Chun had practically thrown salt on an open wound. Shut up. Su Ruobing finally snapped, glaring angrily at Yi Chun. Though inside, she was in turmoil. How could someone she once saw as her shining light be so reckless? Hastily, she waved at Su Yimeng. Yimeng, don't get angry. Yi Chun was just speaking out of frustration. He didn't mean anything by it. She was desperate not to lose her last chance to keep Su Yimeng. Su Yimeng merely shot Yi Chun a cool glance, her gaze icy. President Su, I'm not angry at all. In fact, I'm rather happy. Yi Chun blinked in disbelief. What? I want to congratulate you for finding your white moonlight again. and for setting Fan Ji free. As she spoke, Su Yiming's mind was filled with Gu Fan's face, admiration and love almost spilling from her eyes. Su Ruobing froze. What do you mean? President Su, since you and Fan Ji are divorced, I can finally speak my mind. Su Yiming took a deep breath. Her voice was soft, but resolute. Do you know how much I envied you? Su Ruobing said nothing. I truly, truly like Fan Ji. Su Yiming's fingertips trembled slightly, but she did not back down. I never wanted any title or status. I was willing to give everything. Yet Fan Ji always kept his distance from me. Only when he looked at you was his gaze filled with stars and overflowing with love. I've envied you for a whole decade. At that, she let out a quiet laugh. The moment I found out you two divorced, I was so happy I almost jumped for joy. Su Ruobing frowned deeply. Listening to these words, a heavy discomfort settled over her heart. This was the first time she realized that the usually aloof Su Yiming had quietly been in love with Gu Fan all along. Normally, the two hardly interacted, but it turned out Gu Fan had been deliberately keeping his distance. Su Ruobing studied Su Yiming carefully, her delicate features, slender figure, and a unique stage charisma that was in no way inferior to hers. If she were a man, she thought, she might be attracted to her too. Suddenly, it hit her. The man she had personally let go was deeply loved by someone else. A surge of frustration quickly filled her chest. Lowering her voice, she asked, so, you have to leave? There's no room to negotiate. Sorry, President Su. Su Yiming responded calmly, without yielding an inch. Su Ruobing snorted coldly, her words dripping with venom. It seems you've already been in secret contact with Gu Fan. After leaving Shengshi Club, you immediately went to Sherdai Club, right? Is this Gu Fan's way of getting back at me? What a scheme. President Su, you're mistaken. Su Yiming shook her head. This is entirely my own decision. It has nothing to do with Fanj. Of course, she tightened her grip on her guitar, her eyes firm. If Fanj needs me, I will stay by his side, no matter what. The last four words were emphasized heavily. The air immediately froze. Su Ruobing's chest rose and fell rapidly, but she forced herself to maintain the last shred of dignity. You may go now. She knew she couldn't keep Su Yiming. She wasn't here for Su herself, nor for the Shengshi group, but for Gu Fan. Yichin beside her grew anxious. Hurry up and leave. He'll contact some friends to find an even better band right away. Su Yiming bowed deeply, hesitated for a moment, then added, President Su, Fanj is the best man in the world. You missed your chance. With that, she picked up her guitar and strode out quickly with the spark band, eager to find Gu Fan. Perhaps this time, she could truly stay by his side. President Su, what will happen to Shengshi Club without the spark band? Zhao Zuyan's face went pale, already foreseeing the looming disaster. Well, find a new one. Su Ruobing massaged her temples, her emotions spiraling out of control, but she forced herself to stay composed. Just as she racked her brain for a solution, several men in matching suits approached, respectfully handing over resignation letters. President Su, we are leaving Shengshi Club tonight. Su Ruobing took the letters, her heart sinking. They were the casino's ace card experts and mainstays. Because of them, no one dared cheat or cause trouble in the Shengshi Casino, which had always been Shengshi Club's main profit source. If they left, it would be like cutting off a major artery. Sun Qian, you're leaving too? She snapped her head up, bloodshot eyes nearly screaming in despair. Why? Her fists clenched instinctively. She was on the brink of breaking down. Sun Qian, the leader, spoke evenly but resolutely. President Su, we just learned you've divorced Fanj. Since that's the case, we have no reason to stay at Shengshi Club. Is Gu Fan that important to you? If you stay, he'll meet any conditions you want. Su Ruobing's voice trembled. President Su, sorry. The only reason we stayed was because of Fanj. Now that he's gone, it's time for us to leave as well. Sun Qian's attitude remained firm. Gritting her teeth, Su Ruobing offered an astronomical price. He'll double your salaries. Add 10% of profits on top. Just stay at Shengshi Club. She had to keep Sun Qian no matter what, or the consequences would be unimaginable. Su Ruobing had always believed that everyone had a price. She stared at Sun Qian and his group in front of her, calculating silently. These people were just taking advantage to raise their demands, but no matter how high, she could afford it. It was actually a bargain for them. Yichin snorted softly nearby, clearly confident of victory. Yet, to everyone's surprise, Sun Qian still shook his head. President Su, our decision is final. Why? Su Ruobing couldn't understand. Could Gu Fan's influence really be that powerful? It was one thing with Su Yiming from the Xingho band. Women were easily swayed by sweet talk, prone to impulsive and irrational choices. But Sun Qian and his underworld crew were supposed to be pragmatic. The light cast shadows across Sun Qian's face as he spoke with a hint of reminiscence. President Su, you may not know this, but the only reason we joined Shengshi Club was because of one word from Brother Fan. It was Brother Fan who saved our lives back then. We may not be well educated, but we understand gratitude and the code of brotherhood. So you have no choice but to leave? A wave of exhaustion surged through Su Ruobing. Sorry. Well then, I won't detain you. If you ever regret it, Shengshi Club will always welcome you back. Su Ruobing raised her hand in dismissal. Where Brother Fan is, that's where we'll be. Sun Qian and the others bowed deeply to her before turning to leave. Humph. Let them go. Yi Chun patted his chest confidently. Ruobing, I also know experts in gambling arts. Without them, the casino won't collapse. You don't understand. Su Ruobing could barely hold back her anger. Sun Qian is a rare talent. Once word gets out, other gambling masters will definitely start making moves. President Su, we have to prepare early. Zhao Shuiyan spoke anxiously. Maybe we should go find Brother Fan? She suggested. In just one night, the glorious Shengshi Club was on the verge of collapse. Zhao Shuiyan, what do you mean by that? You want to go with Gu Fan too? I've seen through your little scheme. I know you're siding with him at every turn. Yi Chen shouted angrily. Zhao Shuiyan shot him a cold look. If Brother Fan were here, none of this would have happened tonight. Some people just talk big, but when things get real, they're useless. What did you say? Enough. Stop arguing. Su Ruobing's head ached fiercely, but she forced herself to stay calm. Yi Chun, go find gambling experts and stabilize the situation. Shuiyan, calm the staff and contact other beverage suppliers. As for the live performances, they'll arrange people from Shengshi Media. Before she finished, several managers, bartenders, and servers marched in from the other end of the hall, expressions as resolute as Sun Qian's when he left. Su Ruobing's heart tightened. Manager Chen, what's going on? President Su, we're here to submit our resignations. Starting tomorrow, we won't be coming to Shengshi Club anymore. Manager Chen placed the prepared resignation letters on the table. One resignation after another piled up quickly, forming a small mountain. Why? Is it because of Gu Fan again? Su Ruobing's eyes were bloodshot. Tears of grievance sparkling under the lights. Had she not treated these people well? Why did everyone abandon her as soon as she divorced Gu Fan? Su Ruobing stood by the office window, staring at the thick stack of resignation letters on her desk, feeling a heavy weight in her chest. In the lobby, employees formed 2 rows, their expressions resolute. Boss Su, it was Brother Fan who brought us all here. Manager Chen stepped forward on behalf of the group, his voice low yet firm. When we were at our lowest, it was Brother Fan who gave us dignity and hope. We swore wherever Brother Fan goes, we will follow. We appreciate your care all these years, but our minds are made up. Please understand. Her gaze swept across the room. Over half the employees from Shengshi Club had handed in resignations, clearly a mutiny. Are you all insane? Yi Chun stormed to the front, frowning, shouting, what's so great about Gu Fan? You've obviously planned this together to force Ruobing to remarry him. It has to be. Manager Chen frowned. Our decision has nothing to do with Brother Fan. Who would believe that? Yi Chun snarled in rage. Su Ruobing remained silent. Memories flooded her mind of the early days, opening the first club, lacking connections, running low on funds, surrounded by local gangs. Every hardship she had faced with Gu Fan by her side. After Shengshi Club stabilized, he resolutely stepped back to stay home full-time with Cici. She had thought she built everything herself, but the illusion was now shattered. Manager Chun, don't rush to decide. If you have any conditions, Yi Chun started to say. Qian, settle their wages and let them go, Su Ruobing said wearily with a sigh. Thank you, Boss Su, for understanding, Manager Chen said as he led them away without a hint of hesitation. In an instant, the once lively club fell silent and empty. Guests were few, and the remaining staff looked fearful, as if the whole building might collapse. Boss Su, what about next steps? Zhao Shuiyan glanced at the tears slipping down Su Ruobing's cheeks, unwilling to press further. Those were the first tears she had seen from her in years. After a moment, Zhao Shuiyan quietly reminded her, there's still a cooling-off period after the divorce. If you can reconcile with Brother Fan during this time, everything can be restored. Nonsense. Yi Chen interrupted sharply. Ruobing, don't listen to her. This is all Gu Fan's scheme. Su Ruobing wiped away her tears, her tone calm, but cutting. Don't worry, I have no feelings left for Gu Fan. He's not right for me, and I won't regret this. Raising her eyes, they shone clear and determined. I underestimated Gu Fan, thinking he'd lost influence underground. Turns out, he still has tricks. But in the end, he's nothing more than a low-level thug, no place in the respectable world. That's right. Yi Chen nodded repeatedly. We're high society. People like Gu Fan could be killed by enemies any day. We have to stay far away. Shengshi Club is just a small part of the group. His little schemes won't beat me or take custody of Cici, Su Ruobing rallied herself. He'll prove all my achievements come from my own abilities. Well said. Yi Chen cheered. Together, we'll make Shengshi Group even stronger. Su Ruobing immediately reassigned tasks, vowing silently. She would give Gu Fan a fight he wouldn't forget. Outside Sherdai Club, Gu Fan and Old Qin walked out side by side and got into a black private car. The driver, Ning Zheng, was impeccably dressed in a suit, his expression exuding an intimidating aura. Even Gu Fan felt a flicker of pressure and couldn't help but glance again. This is Ning Zheng, Old Qin said with a smile. He's worked with me for decades. If you ever need help, you can turn to him. In the front seat, Ning Zheng and Qin Miaoka exchanged a shocked glance. Old Qin's favor toward Gu Fan was extremely unusual. Old Qin, where are we going? Gu Fan asked. You'll know when we arrive, Old Qin replied gently. The car left Jiang's house urban area and sped along a country road. The cabin was quiet until Gu Fan finally spoke again. Old Qin, who are my father and what is my true background? He couldn't hold back from asking once more. Gu Fan had always been deeply obsessed with his own origins. I can tell you hate your father. Qin Lao's low voice came from the pitch-dark carriage. A husband who left without a word. A father who never cared. How could I not hate him? Gu Fan stared out the window, his tone icy. Every child's first hero is their father, but all I feel for him is hatred. If he had taken even a little responsibility, my mother, Gu Ming, and I wouldn't have suffered so much growing up. Qin Lao fell silent for a moment, then said, perhaps he had his reasons for leaving. Reasons? Gu Fan raised an eyebrow. Qin Lao only looked out into the night again, offering no further explanation. Gu Fan fell silent, sensing there was no point pressing. An hour later, the car stopped outside a dark cemetery. Qin Lao, what brings you here? The gravekeeper hobbled forward on his cane, his scarred skin twisted grotesquely in the faint light. Bringing someone to pay respects to our fallen brothers and elders, Qin Lao nodded. They'll go in with young Gu. You wait outside. Gu Fan followed the old man into the cemetery. A damp night breeze swept past. Rows of tombstones stood like silent soldiers in the dim light, each engraved with the name of a knight who died for the nation. A reflexive solemnity filled Gu Fan's chest. Halfway in, Qin Lao spoke. Young Gu, you probably guessed him from the knights. Gu Fan nodded. Not hard to guess. But he didn't want anything to do with the knights. He was sure it would only bring endless trouble. Suddenly Qin Lao stopped, turned, and extended his hand. Let me properly introduce myself, the current knight's leader, Qin Kanglin. Gu Fan's pupils contracted sharply. Had suspected the old man's importance, but never imagined he was the powerful supreme leader of the knights, a figure with authority rivaling top commanders. Why would such a person pay attention to him? How could he even know about the strange visions Gu Fan had when breaking through his limits? Questions swirled, but one thing was clear. Qin Kanglin bore no ill will. Deeper into the cemetery, the night grew heavier. Qin Lao traced the surface of a new gravestone, his voice hoarse. This is the knight's burial ground. Everyone here died for our country. Becoming a knight means you are the best of the best. At their peak, the knights crushed the Jiuzhou and Kunlun organizations, commanded for major military zones, and were invincible. Criminals at home and abroad feared the very sight of us. Seeing a knight was like seeing a god. He sighed deeply. But now, the knights have fallen. Almost all gone. A chill trembled through Gu Fan's chest. He read the epitaphs on a nearby row of tombstones. This knight entered SS rank, killed 3 opponents of equal rank in a border battle, died from exhaustion. This knight, an SS-level expert, died alongside senior members of the Obsidian Council, blocking drug trafficking into Huaxia. This knight led 30 comrades in a fierce 3-day battle to reclaim Huaxia's islands and mountains, ultimately dying on foreign soil, wrapped in a horse's hide. The knight, summoning his last breath, chose to self-destruct, perishing alongside the Western Divine Court's bishop, causing the West to hesitate for years before daring to invade our border again. Old Qin gently touched the weathered tombstone, his voice low but resolute. Each grave marked a chapter soaked in blood and fire. Gu Fan walked beside him, hearing Old Qin's stories. Each name represented a fearless charge, a sacrifice without hesitation. As the tales unfolded, a heavy weight settled on his chest. The peaceful days they now enjoyed were paid for with the lives and hardships of those who came before. Old Qin went on to reveal the staggering losses of the Knight Order. Less than 4,000 had ever been recruited, yet 3,621 had died in battle, leaving fewer than 400 knights alive today. And this was after easing recruitment standards. Back in the day, geniuses like Meng Xinghe and Qin Yunju, whom Gu Fan knew, wouldn't have even qualified. The cold statistics struck Gu Fan like a thunderclap, stirring a storm of conflicting emotions within him. They continued deeper into the cemetery. The night wind rustled through the trees, stirring fine dust among the gravestones. Old Qin smiled faintly and pointed toward a solemn area. Here lie the tombs of all the past deputy leaders and heads of the Knight Order. Gu Fan gazed in the dim light. The rows of stone slabs stood like silent swords piercing the sky. Each name evoked vivid scenes of those legendary figures cutting through countless trials, flaming long swords, blood-red cloaks billowing, their noble forms forging an iron fortress with flesh and blood. After several minutes, they reached the edge of the graveyard. Old Qin stopped and gestured to a lonely tombstone ahead. Weren't you curious about who your father was? Gu Fan's heart suddenly tightened. Who is it? Old Qin sighed softly. Honestly, I don't know who your father is. But what I can say for sure is that you share the same lineage as this knight of the Long Clan. It was the first time Gu Fan had heard the words Long Clan, leaving him puzzled. Old Qin looked at him intently and explained, buried here is Long Qin Jun, deputy leader of the knights and founding hero of our nation. His countless war achievements and true dragon bloodline founded the Long clan. The blood flowing through your veins is from the same source as his. Gu Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. He was the descendant of a founding hero and deputy knight leader? Old Qin admitted he possessed a secret technique that could trace the origin of qi. From the first moment I saw you, I knew you carried the true dragon bloodline from the Long family. He then warned of the drawbacks of dragon blood. Dragons are inherently impassioned. Breaking through your limits often provokes uncontrollable desire and rage. Am I right? Gu Fan frowned, nodding silently, though his mind fixated on one thing: his father's identity. So who exactly is my father? What's his name? I don't know. Old Qin shook his head. I can only confirm your bloodline. If you want an exact answer, you'll have to go to the Long clan. Gu Fan didn't care much for bloodline prestige, but he had too many questions for the father who had abandoned him. Just as he started to speak, Old Qin sharply cut him off. You cannot go to the Long clan. Why not? Gu Fan asked in shock. Because if they find you, they will stop at nothing to eliminate you. Old Qin's expression suddenly turned grave. The Long clan is fanatically protective of their bloodline purity. Clan members must marry only those with the same special bloodline to maintain this purity. Anyone born with impure blood is killed at birth. They will not allow a half-breed to live. Gu Fan's breath caught. Old Qin continued coldly. Your mother is an ordinary person, so she couldn't have carried pure true dragon blood. If your identity is exposed, you won't even have a grave to rest in, and right now, you're no match for the Long clan. Gu Fan paled, urgently asking, if the true dragon bloodline is revealed, would my mother be in danger? Absolutely. Old Qin answered without hesitation. The Long clan's way is to wipe out everyone connected to the threat. That means your mother, your sister, any daughters. They will all die. A bone-chilling chill ran from Gu Fan's spine to the top of his head. He shuddered and felt fear in a raw, overwhelming way for the first time. The crushing weight of it hit him like a mountain bearing down. Gu Fan wasn't afraid of death, but he would never allow anyone to harm his family. The dim yellow light cast a cold glow on the training room's floor. Gu Fan stood straight and tall, fists clenched tight, veins faintly bulging. Old Qin slowly paced over to him, sensing the tense vigilance radiating from Gu Fan. Lowering his voice, he tried to reassure him. Don't worry too much, Old Qin said, motioning for Gu Fan to calm down. The Long clan is small and usually keeps to itself, rarely stepping into the secular world. Most of them operate within their own domains. Besides, as long as you don't reveal your true dragon bloodline, most people won't detect its origin. But then his expression darkened. The moment it's discovered, it'll mean total annihilation. Gu Fan's eyes went cold. Even the knights can't protect my family? Old Qin looked regretful, shaking his head with a sigh. If it were the knights of old, maybe. But as you can see, the knights have long since declined. Though they still stand alongside the two great factions, Jiuzhou and Kunlun, they're barely holding own, and their dissolution is only a matter of time. Mixed emotions flashed through Gu Fan's heart as he stared at Old Qin. So, you've asked me here to join the knights? After a series of tests and care from him earlier, Gu Fan had already guessed the old man's true intent. That's right, Old Qin admitted frankly. To be honest, my health is failing. If the knights die with me, how could I face the fallen leaders after I'm gone? He paused, eyes blazing with conviction. You are the next knight leader I have chosen. What? Knight leader? Gu Fan's eyes widened. Head thought Old Qin just wanted to recruit him. Never imagined the man would drop the word leader outright. The knight leader wielded absolute power and immense influence. Surely Old Qin had too high an opinion of him. But Old Qin's expression was gentle as he pulled a heavy black token from his clothes and placed it in Gu Fan's palm. Brother Gu, this is the knight's order. Keep it for now. From tonight on, you are the third vice leader of the knights. Gu Fan looked down at the token. The cold hardness beneath his fingertips made his heart tremble. Old Qin, are you serious? I'm very busy. I don't have time to joke. Old Qin patted Gu Fan's shoulder proudly. Once you become vice leader, you carry the knight's order and command the Northern Army. Gu Fan's breath caught. The Northern Army, one of the 4 major military districts. Holding this token meant wielding authority over the entire Northern Front. That was a huge responsibility to drop on him so suddenly. He looked again into Old Qin's bright, earnest eyes and saw no sign of a joke, yet he still struggled to accept it. But even if the knights have declined, why make me vice leader? Why me? Old Qin smiled faintly. Remember I said I can sense a person's aura with extreme precision? If I'm right, you're already an SS-level powerhouse, fully into the metamorphosis realm, aren't you? Gu Fan's heart skipped a beat. It was the first time anyone had seen through his cultivation level. Old Qin spoke solemnly. Gu Fan, I believe you are the one to revive the knights. I trust your achievements will one day surpass your ancestors. And I believe you can restore the knights' glory. The old man's words were heartfelt, but Gu Fan still felt unease. This trust felt like a weight too heavy to bear. Suddenly Old Qin raised his voice with firm resolve. Don't hesitate. Become the knight vice leader. This knight's order is yours. You'll be the new king of the North, with the power to act first and report later. Gu Fan looked down at the heavy token once more, his knuckles whitening, silent in thought. Then, old Qin bowed deeply to him, voice steady and filled with solemn vow as he spoke each word carefully. Gu Fan, the Knight Commander, ruler of the Northern Territories, wielding life and death, upholding justice across the land. Gu Fan, are you willing to shoulder this responsibility alone? Qin Lao's voice was low, yet it exploded through the still night air like thunder. Meeting those eyes shining brightly under the moonlight, Gu Fan clearly sensed the old man's resolute expectation. It felt as though all the honor and disgrace of a lifetime rested heavily on his shoulders. Without hesitation, he understood. Once the appointment of Deputy Knight Commander became public, it would stir a great storm of doubt and accusation. Even with Qin Lao's presence, his reputation might be irreparably damaged, perhaps condemned for all eternity. A flood of resolve surged through Gu Fan's chest. He met Qin Lao's gaze heated, his voice low but unwavering. Qin Lao, I will become the Knight Commander. Good, good, good. Qin Lao repeated 3 times, his eyes moist. The young man's shoulders seemed to bear the very future of the Knight Order. Gu Fan straightened his back and solemnly vowed, Qin Lao, from now on, the honor of the Knights will rest solely on me. Either I take this leadership or let the Knights fall from greatness once more. Qin Lao nodded with satisfaction, removing his Fishandragon robe and draping the heavy fabric over Gu Fan's shoulders, as if passing on a weighty destiny. He patted Gu Fan's shoulder gently. The future of the Knights depends on you. Under the moonlight, Qin Lao's figure appeared slight. Gu Fan bowed deeply and responded with firm resolve, I will serve until death. You're too young to be talking about death. Qin Lao waved him off, then turned to walk side by side with Gu Fan, his steps surprisingly light. After walking a few paces, Gu Fan suddenly recalled a long-buried question. Qin Lao, you said before that my father's departure might have had a reason? Some hidden hardship? Qin Lao nodded slightly. Xiao Fan, you're a father now yourself. No man would abandon his child unless forced. My guess is your father's whereabouts have probably been tracked by the Long clan. His voice dropping to a whisper, Qin Lao explained. The Long clan is ruthless about controlling their bloodline. Even if a clansman dies in battle, their body must be brought back. No one is allowed to disappear without cause. If your father truly had a child outside the clan, it's considered treason. If discovered, death is inevitable. Gu Fan felt a tightness in his chest. So he left to protect us? Most likely. Qin Lao nodded. If he were cold-hearted, he would have wiped out the threat entirely. But he chose to leave quietly. This says it all. Gu Fan's voice cracked slightly. Then is he in danger now? That depends on whether the secret has been exposed. Qin Lao's gaze darkened. If caught, the Long clan would throw him into the deepest dungeons, tear him apart piece by piece, strip his flesh and blood, torture him until every last drop of value is squeezed out. Hearing this, a chill ran down Gu Fan's spine. After a moment's silence, he looked up and asked, Qin Lao, how strong is the Long clan, really? Qin Lao raised an eyebrow. What? Do you want to challenge the Long clan yourself? Gu Fan took a deep breath, fingers clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white. If my father is suffering such torment, as his son, how can I not avenge this blood debt? Clenching his fist, a dark light flickered deep within Gu Fan's eyes. Old Qin sighed deeply. Now is not the time for you to dwell on these things. He'll keep a close eye on any news about the Long family. If anything comes up, I'll let you know. He waved his hand, signaling Gu Fan not to worry. As far as I know, the Long family hasn't punished any of their own these past few years. But you under no circumstances should you reveal your true dragon bloodline. If you do, it could bring trouble down on your father. Gu Fan nodded silently and took a deep breath, pushing the tangled thoughts deep into his ear that had only one goal, to become so strong that he could ignore all rules and crush the Long family underfoot. Side by side, the two walked down the stone steps, stepping over scattered leaves as they returned toward the entrance of the Knight's cemetery. Grandpa, Qin Miaoka, who had been waiting by the gate, spotted them and ran forward eagerly. Her eyes immediately caught sight of the custom fish dragon armor draped over Gu Fan's shoulder. She froze. Grandpa, why did you give him the fish dragon armor? That's reserved for knight leaders only. I gave it to Xiao Fan, old Qin said with a casual smile that brooked no argument. Qin Miaoka puffed out her cheeks in obvious displeasure. Suddenly, old Qin coughed multiple times, and his once straight posture bent slightly. Gu Fan stepped forward with a frown. Old Qin, is something wrong with your health? Just an old ailment. Nothing serious. I'm not dying anytime soon. Old Qin replied with a wave, his tone light and dismissive. Grandpa, Qin Miaoka's eyes immediately welled up with tears. Stop scaring us with talk of death. He'll call divine physician, son. Tomorrow he'll cure you for sure. Gu Fan glanced at the sky and said gravely, Old Qin, I know some medical skills. He'll check your pulse tomorrow as well. Just you? Qin Miaoka snorted coldly. My grandpa's health is none of your concern. She couldn't understand why her grandfather trusted Gu Fan so much. But old Qin laughed heartily. Very well. Ningzheng, find time tomorrow to bring Gu Xiao over. We didn't finish our conversation tonight, so we'll continue then. Ningzheng nodded immediately and exchanged contact information with Gu Fan. Meanwhile, at Jiangzhou-affiliated First Hospital, the ICU operating room was brightly lit. After hours of emergency surgery, Qian Yukai, who had his manhood shattered by Gu Fan's palm, was wheeled out. "Doctor, how's my son?" Qian Luding rushed forward, sweat pouring down his forehead. "Mr. Qian, we've done everything possible. Your son's life has been saved," but the doctor's voice faltered. "His lower body is irreparably damaged." "What do you mean?" Qian Luding grabbed the doctor's white coat, eyes blazing with rage. "You're saying my son will never be a real man? That he's become a eunuch?" The doctor forced himself to stay calm. "Mr. Qian, please try to stay calm. My condolences." Lying on the stretcher, Qian Yukai's face was pale from pain and medications. His voice was hoarse as he asked, "Dad, what's wrong with me? Will I really never be able to be with a woman again? And my lower body still hurts so much." Hearing this agonized plea, Qian Liuding's eye twitched. Bulging veins crisscrossed his forehead like angry dragons. Gritting his teeth, he growled, "Yukai, tell me who did this. Who dared to sever the Qian family bloodline?" "It was someone named Gu Fan." Qian Yukai's eyes burned with deep hatred. "Dad, you have to get revenge for me. I want to kill him with my own hands. I want to kill him. Yukai, don't worry. I'm going to investigate immediately. I swear, that man won't survive the night. And not only him, he'll make sure his entire family is wiped out." Dad immediately contacted your second uncle to mobilize the Wind and Cloud Guild's forces. No matter how powerful Gu Fan's background is tonight, he must die. Qian Liuding's eyes blazed fiercely. He was nearly out of control. His son had been cruelly mutilated, castrated, forever shamed. This was more than humiliation. It was a blood feud. If Gu Fan didn't pay a heavy price tonight, how could the Qian family survive in Jiangzhou? News came quickly. Gu Fan was actually the husband of Su Ruobing, president of the prosperous Xingshi group. Qian Yukai frowned. "Dad, does that mean it's more complicated? Can we still handle them?" Qian Luding sneered coldly. "Xingshi group has only risen in recent years. They are tough, but no match for our family's 30 years of legacy. Tonight, I'd risk everything to avenge this blood grudge." He said in a low voice. "Yukai, Gu Fan has a daughter too. Tonight, I want to storm into the Su family villa and snatch her out. Gu Fan cut off my son's roots, so we'll cripple his daughter, gouge out his eyes." Qian Yukai shouted angrily. "Dad, I'm going too. Not just that he'll drug Gu Fan's wife Su Ruobing with a massive dose of aphrodisiac. He'll make her beg me to degrade her. I want Gu Fan to watch as I humiliate his wife until she's crying and screaming, listening to his own agony. In the end, he'll kill Gu Fan with my own hands." Qian Liuding's face turned icy cold. "Good. Let's go." Before long, father and son arrived outside the lakeside villa with their long-time, trained experts. Qian Yukai stomped his foot anxiously. "Dad, why hasn't second uncle arrived? Is something wrong?" He was desperate to capture Gu Fan's wife and daughter and exact the cruelest revengeito, make Gu Fan kneel and beg. Qian Luding narrowed his murder-filled eyes and said gravely, "Relax. Your second uncle is vice chairman of the Wind and Cloud Guild, one of Jiangzhou's strongest underground forces, and he's in a class powerhouse himself. That's our family's greatest strength." He clenched his teeth as he stared at the villa's dim lights, rage boiling over. "I told him to bring top fighters. No matter how glorious Xingshi group used to be, they won't withstand the Qian family's wrath. Father will make sure you're avenged, and Gu Fan pays in blood." The wind rustled the leaves with a chilling bite. Soon, Qian Lujia, vice chairman of the Wind and Cloud Guild, charged in with more than a dozen grim-faced assassins. His eyes blazed with fury as he demanded, "Brother, tell me what happened. Who dares harm my nephew?" Qian Yukai's eyes flashed red as he roared, "A man named Gu Fan. Tonight, he'll kill him. He'll torment his wife and make his daughter scream for her father, unable to live or die." Qian Lu Jia grinned ruthlessly. "Don't worry, I've bribed the law enforcement squad. No one will interfere tonight. Let's go. Anyone who dares harm the Qians will die." His presence surged, radiating the terrifying pressure of an A-class powerhouse. "That's the Su family villa. Gu Fan's wife and daughter are inside. Charge." In an instant, the group crashed through the night like a pack of wild tigers, storming into the lakeside villa. A fierce killing intent radiated from Qian Yukai's eyes, cold and ruthless. Carrying a large stash of aphrodisiacs on his back and clutching a gleaming dagger, he led a group of vicious thugs charging into the Su family villa. Although Su Ruobing had hired a few bodyguards to guard the estate, they were no match for Qian Yukai's men. In an instant, the guards were pushed back and knocked flying, causing chaos throughout the villa. At that moment, Su Mingyuan and Lin Tang were abruptly awakened by the sudden commotion, scrambling out of bed in panic. On the second floor, Su Ruoxue was holding Cece to soothe her to sleep when the relentless noise startled her. Clutching Cece tightly, she peeked out the window, her face instantly turning pale. "Daddy," Cece mumbled groggily in her sleep, barely opening her eyes and calling out to Gu Fan. "Auntie, what's wrong?" The awakened Cece rubbed her hazy eyes in confusion. "It's nothing, sweetheart. Be good." Su Roashua whispered gently, though the rising tension in her heart wouldn't fade. The group, led by Qian Yukai, was clearly a serious threat. Nearly instinctively, she pulled out her phone to urgently contact her sister and brother-in-law for help. Meanwhile, next door at the Lin family villa, Lin Meili lay awake, her mind still haunted by the events from earlier when she and Gu Fan had just been intimate, the painful, yet intense mix of sensations lingering. She kept rubbing her head and pounding her pillow in frustration, muttering, "It's all that Gu Fan's fault. My first time hurt so much, but I have to admit, he's impressive in that department. He's probably going to be limping tomorrow." Just as she spoke, the uproar outside forced her to look toward the window. Seeing Qian Yukai's fierce face and his men, she immediately turned deathly pale. The Qian family's revenge had come much faster than she expected. Her thoughts raced to Gu Fan, and in desperation, she quickly dialed his number, anxious beyond measure. The cold wind howled as the tense atmosphere thickened. Su Mingyuan frowned deeply, about to angrily confront the intruders, but seeing their murderous looks, he swallowed his words, his expression turning fearful. "What exactly do you want? Trespassing in someone's home is illegal." Lin Tang's face was full of rage as he spoke, voice trembling. "I've already called the police." "Call the cops? Go ahead and try." Qian Yukai sneered as he stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with hostility. "By the time the police get here, we'll be done with business. Hand over Gu Fan and his wife and daughter, or don't blame us for being ruthless." He threatened coldly, exuding an undeniable aura of deadly menace. "Gu Fan, you're here looking for him?" Lin Tang's tension eased slightly at the name, his gaze sharpening. "You've come to the wrong place. Gu Fan divorced my daughter long ago, and no one knows where he is now. If you want him, go elsewhere, kill or fight as you please, but leave the Su family out of it." In his eyes, Gu Fan was a complete scoundrel, utterly disconnected from them since the divorce. His hatred for Gu Fan ran deep, and he even wished he would disappear completely. Before Lin Tang finished, Qian Yukai's face darkened, his brows shooting up as his voice turned icy and resolute. "I don't care about any of that. Gu Fan has made me lose face as a man, so his wife and daughter must pay the price. Hand them over, or we'll kill your whole family. Don't say I didn't warn you." These ruthless words showed that Qian Yukai had completely lost his reason, firmly determined to unleash a bloody revenge on Gu Fan at any cost, to make him suffer a fate worse than death. Meanwhile, Gu Fan was at the Times Club discussing important matters with Lin Xiaowan when he suddenly received a call from Su Ruoxue. "What's wrong?" Gu Fan asked, concern in his voice. "Sis-in-law, something's happened." The urgency and unease in Su Ruoxue's voice were unmistakable. A group of men surrounded the villa. Upstairs, Su Ruoxue lowered her voice, clutching Cece tightly against her chest, her heart pounding wildly. She crouched low and hurried down the stairs, pushing open the back door as a cold gust of wind hit her face. "Brother-in-law, I called the police, but no one has come." She gripped her phone, speaking rapidly. "I'm afraid Cece is in danger. I'm running out the back door now. Hurry here, these people are terrifying." On the other end, Gu Fan's voice was cold and firm. "I'm coming back right now." After hanging up, Gu Fan's eyes seemed to ignite with dark flames of killing intent, burning fiercely. "Brother Fan, what's wrong?" Before his companion could react, Gu Fan snatched the keys, dashed to the car, slammed the accelerator to the floor, and the tires screeched across the pavement. Almost at the same moment, at the entrance of Shengshi Clubhouse, Su Ruobing burst out of the main hall in panic, barely noticing Yi Chun as she jumped into the car, slammed her hands on the steering wheel, and roared off toward the lakeside villa. The two cars sped forward, one after the other, their headlights and engine roars slicing through the darkness like a tearing rift. Along the way, Gu Fan answered Lin Meili's call. "Gu Fan, something's happened. Qian Yukai brought people to retaliate. They want to capture your wife and daughter. I called the police, but they can't get here in time. What should I do?" Lin Meili's voice wavered with tears. "I'm on my way back." Gu Fan clenched his teeth, knuckles turning white. "How dare they touch his daughter?" A blazing fury churned inside his chest. On the other side, Su Ruobing urgently dialed Qin Yunzhu's number. "Yunzhu, I'm sorry to trouble you, but my family's been dragged into Gu Fan's mess. Can you help me? You're the only one I can think of right now. I'm heading to the lakeside villa immediately." Qin Yunzhu responded without hesitation. The front yard of the lakeside villa was brightly lit. Qian Yukai toyed with a gleaming dagger as he advanced on Su Mingyuan and Lin Tang, his voice icy cold. "Mr. Su, Mrs. Su, step aside. Will you hand them over or not? No mercy if anyone dies tonight. Don't blame me." "Boss Qian, someone just escaped from the back door," a thug reported, rushing over. "Damn it, chase after them. Anyone who blocks the way dies." Qian Yukai's face twisted with rage as he led his men toward the backyard. Su Mingyuan and Lin Tang slipped aside, sweat beading on their foreheads. "This is a curse. It's all that bastard Gu Fan's fault." Lin Tang cursed bitterly. "If Ruoxue and Cece get hurt, Gu Fan is to blame. It has nothing to do with us." In the dark night, Su Ruoxue stumbled, cradling Cece tightly. The weeds scratched through her trouser legs, her palms burning with pain. Heavy footsteps closed in like a tide, and the path ahead suddenly blocked by a dark figure. Qian Yukai appeared with a sinister grin, his eyes glinting with lust and ferocity. "You're Gu Fan's wife? Truly a beauty. I'll take my time breaking you." He pulled out a small bottle of pink pills, then clenched his dagger tightly, the cold blade pointing directly at Su Ruoxue. "And this little one, so cute like a porcelain doll." He laughed arrogantly. Ha ha. His plan was cruel and clear, to humiliate Gu Fan's wife, break the limbs of his daughter, gouge out those clear eyes. And when Gu Fan arrived, this bloody scene would shatter his mind. Wanted Gu Fan to suffer unbearable, soul-wrenching pain. "Sorry, but I can't fulfill that request." I really wish I could have seen the expression on Gu Fan's face back then, a mix of anger and pain. "Let go of me. My dad is really powerful. If you hurt Auntie or Cece, Dad will make you pay." On the other side, Cece was also being held tightly, her childish voice trembling with sobs as tears streamed down her cheeks. "Your dad?" Hearing Gu Fan's name, Qian Yukai felt as if the lower half of his body had completely lost all feeling, his eyes blazing with fury. He sneered, raising the dagger in his hand with a cold, cutting tone. "What a cute porcelain doll, but now I just want to destroy this beautiful thing. You all will pay the price. I'm going to gouge out your eyes right now. When you scream in pain, blame your damn father." Madness surged through him. Qian Yukai gripped the dagger tightly, as its sharp tip pointed directly at Cece's bright, clear eyes. Cece struggled desperately, but her arms were held firmly, and she had no chance to avoid it. At that critical moment, Su Ruoxue almost instinctively rushed forward, gritting her teeth and summoning all her strength to pull Cece into her arms, fighting desperately to protect her. Shoo! The dagger pierced through Su Ruoxue's chest. Blood trickled down the blade and dripped onto the ground. Though her face was full of agony, she didn't shrink back. She pushed Cece away again and shouted with despair and determination, "Run. Don't be afraid. Daddy will come to save you soon, Cece. Run. Tell Daddy. I have always liked him." Little Cece stumbled, tears streaming down like a broken dam, her blurry eyes fixed on Auntie with the dagger stuck in her chest. Her voice choked with sobs. "Run." Under the combined effect of the potent aphrodisiac and the chest wound, Su Ruoxue's body grew weak and collapsed, pain and desire intertwining as she fell into a pool of blood. Cece's face turned pale, and she ran wildly, crying out over and over, "Daddy. This bunch of useless trash can't even catch a little kid." Gu Fan's fury exploded, an uncontrollable killing intent flashing in his eyes. "This time, they'll catch her myself. Cut off her legs and see how she runs." Qian Yukai's madness and savagery became even more obvious as he swung the blade closer and closer to Cece, closing the distance step by step. "Hee, got you, little kid." He reached out to grab Cece's neck, his cracked lips curling into a bloodthirsty smile, while scenes of her screams and cries flashed in his mind. At that moment, a blinding beam of headlights shot through the air, directly in Qian Yukai's eyes, making him squint. Qian Liuding's face changed drastically, his expression tense as he rushed forward and yanked his son back. With the screech of sharp brakes, a Maserati came to an emergency stop. Gu Fan's figure appeared instantly as he leapt out of the car. "Cece." Gu Fan scooped up his uncontrollably crying daughter, looking down at her tear-streaked, disheveled little face, his heart torn apart by unbearable pain. So close. His precious daughter had been almost harmed. Just thinking about it nearly broke him. He couldn't even imagine what he would do if the slightest harm had come to her. He would lose his mind completely. "Daddy." Cece cried into a flood of tears, desperately pleading. "Annie, Daddy, please go save Annie. Save Auntie Ruoxue." Only then did Gu Fan notice Su Ruoxue collapsed on the ground from severe blood loss, her face pale and devoid of color. The vivid red stain on her chest rapidly spread, nearly soaking half of her clothes. Her petite body trembled uncontrollably, clear signs of having been poisoned with a powerful aphrodisiac. At this moment, Su Ruoxue's condition was extremely critical. Gu Fan's expression changed drastically. Like a sudden storm, he dashed past Qian Yukai and Qian Liuding and rushed to her side. Quickly, he concentrated his vital energy and infused it into her body, temporarily stabilizing her injuries. Fortunately, the wounds hadn't reached her heart. In a daze, Su Ruoxue slowly opened her eyes. When her gaze landed on Gu Fan's familiar, caring face, she bit back the intense pain and the effects of the drug, whispering, "Brother-in-law, take Cece away first. They won't dare to harm me." She feared Gu Fan facing 4 opponents alone would be at a disadvantage. Looking at the once flawless face now marred by suffering and helplessness, Gu Fan was overwhelmed with guilt. The murderous intent burning deep within his chest flared like a blazing fire. Softly, he promised, "It's okay now. Trust me. As long as I'm here, no one will hurt you or Cece." Su Ruoxue managed a faint smile and replied quietly, "I believe you, brother-in-law." But at that moment, Su Ruoxue suddenly wrapped her arms around Gu Fan's neck involuntarily, leaning tenderly into his embrace, her voice hazy as she murmured, "Brother-in-law, this is bad." Gu Fan's heart clenched. The drug's effects had begun to surge violently. She bit her thin lips lightly, consciousness fading, almost reduced to pure instinct, clinging to him tightly. Feeling the softness and helplessness of her body pressed against him, Gu Fan's blood raced, stirring an overwhelming desire. Yet he gritted his teeth and took a deep breath, fiercely suppressing the impulse. Gazing at Su Ruoxu's bloodstained form, he would never take advantage of her vulnerability right now. His urge for vengeance far outweighed desire. He concentrated streams of vital energy and poured them into her body, desperately fighting the aphrodisiac's invasion. Unexpectedly, even so, Su Ruoxue continued to embrace him, her voice muddled but sincere. "Actually, I've always liked you so much. Having you by my side makes me so happy." Gu Fan froze. This girl, was she serious? He shook his head to cut off all distracting thoughts, refocused his energy injections, and slowly eliminated the drug's influence. Soon, Su Ruoxue fell into a deep sleep, a faint smile lingering on her lips. Cece's childish voice suddenly broke through Gu Fan's thoughts. "Daddy, is he okay?" Her little face was full of worry. Gu Fan stared at his daughter, speaking firmly. "She's fine. With Daddy here, no one will hurt you. Cece, be a good girl and sleep now. Daddy will go drive away the bad guys." He held Cece securely, circulating his vital energy to help her close her eyes. What followed would be a true hellish ordeal. "Gu Fan, you finally showed up." Qian Yukai glared fiercely, veins bulging with rage and hatred as he scowled at him. "I thought you had become a coward, abandoning your own sister-in-law and daughter." Qian Yukai turned to Qian Luding, gnashing his teeth. "Dad, it's him who made me a eunuch. He's cut off the Qian family line. I swear I'll make him suffer worse than death. Take him down." Qian Luding ordered coldly. Dark clouds gathered, killing intent surged. Gu Fan clenched his fists, ready to face this deadly storm of sword strikes and blades. Qian Liuding's eyes darkened as he gave the order. To him, Gu Fan was already as good as dead. In the next instant, a dozen or so elite Qian family members scattered like hunting dogs, splitting into groups and lunging at the target from different angles. But Gu Fan stood his ground, a faint smile curling at his lips shaped like the blade of a grim reaper's scythe. His voice was low and icy, carrying the chill of the underworld as he uttered two words. "Junyan." Boom. As the words left his mouth, two streams of dark crimson blood welled up at the corners of Gu Fan's eyes. As the drops fell, a coiling black dragon seemed to emerge from the depths of his pupils, crackling with streaks of ebony lightning. A sudden scream exploded. The two fighters at the front dropped to their knees, clutching their heads as black flames burst across their skin, licking wildly up their meridians. One by one, the others were engulfed by the shadowy fire, their clothes, muscles, and bones melting and collapsing under the scorching blaze, sending up choking, acrid smoke. In an instant, the well-trained warriors vanished as if erased from the world, leaving only a few flickering black embers on the ground, crackling eerily against the night. The scene was horrifying beyond words. Qian Luding and his son Qian Yukai froze, their Adam's apples bobbing unnaturally as their blinking turned mechanical. Over a dozen lives burned to ash right before their eyes, no bones or fragments left behind. "Dad, this has to be an S-class expert, right?" Qian Yukai's cold sweat poured down his face. His previous anger and thirst for revenge were completely replaced by terror, his heart sinking as if into an icy tomb. "Run. Go find your second uncle. Only the Fengyun Guild can save you." Qian Luding forced himself to stay calm, but he could feel Gu Fan's deathly intent locking onto him. The Qian family had crossed a line with their enemy. There was no turning back now. "Dad, I'm running." Qian Yukai panicked, clutching his injury as he fled in disarray. He didn't want to die no matter how bad things got. "Second uncle, help me," he shouted hoarsely as he ran. Only Qian Luding and Gu Fan remained facing each other. "Mr. Gu, your daughter and family are unharmed." Qian Liuding's voice trembled. "I know I was wrong. The Qian family is willing to pay any price to make amends. Please give us a chance." Gu Fan sneered, his gaze cutting like a cold blade. "You don't know you were wrong. You know you're going to die." Gu Fan's eyes were ice-cold. The night wind stirred up dust from the broken walls and rubble. He stared at the ruins before him, his heart surging with murderous intent. If he had arrived even 1 second later, he could not imagine the terror his daughter would have suffered, nor could he forgive Su Ruoxu's bloody betrayal. Tonight, no one in the Qian family would live. "Gu Fan, don't push things too far." Qian Liuding's face went pale, but he still tried to hold on to his authority. "Our Qian family has the backing of the Fengyun Merchants Association, one of Jiang's House's strongest underground powers. My brother Qian Liujia is the vice president. Even if you're strong, there's no way you can stand against the Fengyun Merchants Association. Give me a chance." Before he could finish, black flames seemed to spring to life and surge forward. Bang! The flames instantly engulfed his entire body. Qian Luding couldn't even resist as the sound of cracking bones echoed. A horrible scream tore through the night. In the blink of an eye, the flames faded, leaving only a handful of ashes drifting away in the wind. This scene happened to coincide with the arrival of the Vice President Qian Liujia, who witnessed it firsthand. Second uncle, you're finally here. Gu Fan killed my father, and all our people are dead. Qian Yukai trembled, as if he had fallen into the 18 layers of hell. Qian Lujia's steps froze, his eyelids twitching wildly. Divine power? Only an S-level expert can wield that. You actually provoked an S-level? His heart was filled with regret was only in a level, and facing Gu Fan meant only death. Let's go? Without hesitation, he grabbed Qian Yukai and fled as fast as he could. His only hope was to return to the territory of the Fengyun Merchants Association once inside their protective barrier. Maybe there was still a chance to survive. Gu Fan's gaze swept coldly over the panic-stricken fugitives. Since he had unleashed the monarch flame, he never intended to let them escape. He raised a finger and pressed it to the air, leaving an invisible mark on Qian Liujia and Qian Yukai's backs. No matter how fast they ran, they couldn't outrun their fate. Tonight, they would die, and no god could save them. Boom. Two luxury cars tore through the night wind, tires screeching, and screeched to a stop in front of Gu Fan. He furrowed his brows as the black flames in his eyes slowly faded. Killing was not urgent right now. The doors popped open, and Su Ruobing and Qin Yunju jumped out almost simultaneously. In the darkness, their anxious expressions locked on the man holding the child. Su Ruobing rushed forward in a single stride, snatching Cece from his arms with a heart-wrenching grasp. Seeing her daughter asleep and unhurt, she exhaled sharply, then her anger flared. Gu Fan, look what you've done. Hearing that someone had threatened Cece, Su Ruobing's fear turned to bone-deep hatred for Gu Fan. The scoundrel had inevitably brought danger to her daughter. Gu Fan was silent for a moment, then said calmly, tonight's events put my daughter in danger. It won't happen again. Won't happen again. Su Ruobing's eyes reddened, and she slapped him across the face. Smack, only to hear her wrist suddenly clamped by an iron-like grip. Gu Fan's gaze turned icy. Don't push your luck. Humph. Su Ruobing shook off his hand fiercely, took a few steps back holding Cece, still trembling with fear and anger. Qin Yunju steadied her, equally solemn. Ruobing, you're finally back. That damned Gu Fan nearly killed our family. Su Mingyuan and Lin Tang arrived with their guards upon hearing the commotion. Seeing the scene temporarily calm, they dared to step forward. Suddenly, a shocking splash of blood caught Su Mingyuan's eye. Ruoxue, what happened to you? He found his daughter collapsed in a pool of blood and panicked. Qin Yunju quickly came to Su Ruoxue's side. After checking her pulse, she said, there's no need to worry too much. She fainted from rapid blood loss, but the bleeding has stopped. With proper rest and care, she will be fine. That's a relief. That's such a relief. Lin Tang repeatedly echoed, still shaken as she glanced at Su Ruobing. Ruobing, if you had been any later, both Ruoxue and Cece would have been hurt. Luckily you divorced Gu Fan, or else our Su family would have been doomed tonight. Gu Fan, stay away from us from now on, got it? You're nothing but bad luck. Why don't you just go die? She glared at Gu Fan, raging with anger. Su Ruobing's face turned cold as frost, her tone icy. If anything happens to Ruoxue or Cece, I will never let you off. Mom, amid the commotion, Cece slowly opened her eyes and reached out her little hands toward Gu Fan, wanting to be held. But Su Ruobing instinctively stepped back and pulled her daughter close. Cece, mommy's here. You're safe now. It was Daddy who saved Cece and Annie. Daddy scared away the bad guys. Cece's childlike voice made everyone realize the kidnappers had already fled, leaving the area quiet. Nonsense. That good for nothing can save anyone. Those scoundrels showed up because of him. Lin Tang sneered. It must have been Ruobing coming back that scared them off. Su Ruobing held Cece tighter and introduced Qin Yunju to her parents. Dad, Mom, this is Qin Yunju from the night organization. She arrived first, that's why they ran away. I see. Thank you so much, Miss Qin. Without you, I can't imagine what would have happened. Su's father bowed repeatedly in gratitude. Humph. Some people want to take credit for everything, even fool a child. It's shameful. Lin Tang's eyes were filled with disdain. Since Gu Fan refused to buy her stomach medicine, her disgust for him had only grown stronger. Qin Yunju furrowed her brow slightly. She had sensed an extremely terrifying aura just moments ago, enough to make her shiver, but it vanished almost immediately. She glanced once at Gu Fan. Could it be connected to him? Then she shook her head, dismissing the absurd idea. Ruobing, I'll assign people to protect your family in the coming days. With me around, those petty criminals won't dare to act so brazenly again, Qin Yunju said firmly. Thank you so much. Su Ruobing's face was full of gratitude. Ruobing, the doctor is here. We need to bandage Ruoxue quickly. Let's go back. I feel sick whenever I see that useless man. Lin Tang scoffed. MHM. Su Ruobing responded and turned away, holding Cece close. Mom, Daddy's the best daddy. It's not Daddy's fault. Don't blame him, it's all Cece's fault. How could it be Cece's fault? Cece's the best. Su Ruobing soothed gently, though inside her anger burned hotter. What had that man told their daughter to make her defend him so blindly? She stepped in front of Gu Fan, her voice cold as ice. Gu Fan, I don't care what you're planning, but hear this: if there's a next time, even if it means tearing up the agreement, I won't let you see Cece again. Consider this a warning. With that, she turned and walked away, silently vowing never to let Gu Fan take custody of their daughter. Didn't deserve it. At that moment, several cars sped over. Yi Chun looked anxious as he fussed over Su Ruobing, and after hearing what had happened, he started berating Gu Fan, swearing he would make him pay later. Lin Xiaowan, Li Tanhua, Hong Liang, and others arrived shortly after. Fan Ge, are you okay? Lin Xiaowan asked with concern. Sister. Lin Meili ran over and felt a weight lift from her heart, seeing Gu Fan unharmed. Young Master Fan, what happened? Li Tanhua and Hong Liang asked together. Gu Fan watched the Su family leave while waving at the front door of the villa and giving his daughter a gentle smile. As soon as Cece disappeared inside, that smile hardened into a cold glare. Drag a dragon's reverse scale and you die. Tonight, his mission wasn't over. Everyone in the Qian family must die. Gu Fan's eyes burned with deadly intent, sending a chill through both Li Tanhua and Hong Liang. The night wind swept through the courtyard, as if slicing the air with a sharp blade. Gu Fan turned to Lin Xiaowan and Lin Meili in a low voice. You two go back and rest first. I have something to take care of. What are you going to do? Lin Meili, still shaken, gripped Lin Xiaowan's hand tightly. The Qian family is not someone to mess with. You'd better run away quickly. Brother Fan, we'll head back first. Lin Xiaowan gave him a trusting look and hurried back toward the villa with Lin Meili. In that moment, all she could do was trust Gu Fan. Gu Fan's gaze hardened. Where's the Fengyun Guild headquarters? At those words, Li Tanhua and Hong Liang's expressions instantly changed. Chief Fan, the Fengyun Guild headquarters is in the Southgate district. Li Tanhua lowered his voice. If you want to go to the guild, I know some people inside. I can introduce you. Gu Fan sneered, his murderous intent flaring again. No need for introductions. I'm going there to kill someone. Who? Qian Yukai and Qian Liujia. Before Li Tanhua could reply, Hong Liang was already sweating nervously. Qian Liujia is the vice president of the Fengyun Guild. Chief Fan, the guild's power rivals our own Hongxing society. Their president is already at the peak of rank, on the verge of reaching S rank. Among the vice presidents, there's one rank and several A rank elites. He spoke quickly. Hey, race, what I suggest. He'll negotiate for them to hand over Qian Yukai and have Qian Liujia apologize directly. We can end this tonight, all right? Gu Fan shook his head firmly, voice resolute. Tonight, they must die. You don't need to come. They'll be back soon. With that, he slipped into his car. The engine roared to life, headlights tearing through the darkness as he sped toward the south gate. Li Tanhua watched the taillights fade and clenched his teeth, stamping his foot before starting the car in pursuit. Have they all lost their minds? Hong Liang hesitated. The thought of their inscrutable president sent chills down his spine. Charging alone into the Fengyun Guild was suicide. If Gu Fan truly died, Hong Liang's leverage would vanish too. After weighing his options, he ultimately stayed behind. Meanwhile, at the Fengyun Guild headquarters, Qian Liujia dashed into the main hall with Qian Yukai and the others. Their clothes were soaked, their backs chilled to the bone, their minds haunted by the screams of comrades consumed by black flames. Had they been a moment slower, they would have turned to ash. Second uncle, did my father really die for nothing? Qian Yukai gritted his teeth, unwilling to accept the truth. Revenge? Qian Liujia shot him a sharp look. That was a genuine rank warrior. Do you want the entire guild wiped out with you? Can't the Fengyun Guild take care of Gu Fan? The guild could act, yes. But do you think they would risk everything to confront and rank like him? Qian Liujia's voice dropped, revealing his fear. Listen to me, take the money and leave the country. Live out the rest of your life in peace. Stop talking about revenge. He looked toward the far end of the corridor. Wait here. I need to report to the president. I have a feeling Gu Fan won't give up that easily. Do you really think he can reach the guild? Qian Yukai scoffed. Second uncle, you're seriously overestimating him. This is the Fengyun Guild. Straightening his posture, Qian Liujia's lips curled into a proud smile. No one dares to cause trouble at the Fengyun Guild. Pride radiated from Qian Liujia's face. Soon, Qian Liujia requested an audience with Xiao Chun, the president of the Fengyun Merchants Association. What's the matter? Xiao Chun reclined slightly in his grand chair, his eyes half closed, his breath steady, yet flowing with surging internal energy, like tidal waves within his body. President, today I led some men and offended in Steer Powerhouse. Oh, tell me exactly what happened. Qian Liujia recounted the whole confrontation between Gu Fan and the forces at the West Wharf in a low voice, almost a whisper. I'm worried he'll come after the Fengyun Association next. Just one Steer adversary. Xiao Chen's eyes sharpened with a fierce gleam. You belong to the Fengyun Association, of course we'll protect you. Thank you, President. Qian Liujia felt a weight lift off his chest, regaining his confidence. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the main entrance. Hand over Qian Yukai and Qian Liujia's heads, or the Fengyun Association has no reason to exist. The booming voice shook the whole hall, the walls vibrating with a low hum. President, something's wrong. An attendant stumbled in. Someone claiming to be Gu Fan broke in with Li Tianhua from the Nightfall bar and started slaughtering people. What? Qian Liujia paled immediately. He had suspected Gu Fan wouldn't let this go, but hadn't imagined he would dare storm the Fengyun Association's headquarters. Such audacity was unheard of. No one's dared to cause trouble here for years. Xiao Chun rose slowly, each step thudding like a drumbeat that seemed to shake the air itself. Let's go meet this Gu Fan. I want to see if he really has the power to murder inside my Fengyun Association. The hall was filled with violent bloodlust. Gu Fan struck a guard flying with one palm, while Li Tianhua followed closely behind, his sleeve concealing a gleaming dagger that claimed life blow after blow. Screams echoed as dozens of Fengyun strongmen were swept aside one by one. Li Tianhua fought desperately tonight was his declaration of loyalty to Gu Fan. If Gu Fan fell, he would perish alongside him. If he escaped, the Fengyun Association's retaliation would instantly destroy his foundations in the city, Nightfall Bar included. The only way out was for Gu Fan to crush the Fengyun Association, an almost impossible task. He didn't understand why he was risking his life for Gu Fan. Perhaps repayment of an old favor, or maybe just a strange, inexplicable trust. Fan, I've got your back here. Go take out who you came for. Li Tianhua gritted his teeth and shouted. Meanwhile, Hong Liang silently climbed to the beams above the hall, hiding his figure and watching coldly, making a completely different choice from Li Tianhua. Clap, clap, clap. Crisp applause cut through the chaos. Xiao Chun emerged slowly with a dozen core members, each radiating potent aura like roaring flames. Second uncle. Qian Yukai's legs gave way when he saw Gu Fan, and he immediately ducked behind Qian Liujia. Gu Fan had actually fought his way in, demanding his life. Don't worry. He's courting death. Your father's revenge will be served, and maybe you'll even get to finish him off yourself. Qian Liujia assured him solemnly. Really? A lunatic hatred flashed in Qian Yukai's eyes. Xiao Chen fixed his gaze on Gu Fan, voice cold as ice. Gu Fan. Li Ergu. You trespass in the Fengyun Association. Are you ready to die for it? Before the words finished, a tsunami of oppressive pressure poured down, freezing the air instantly. Li Tianhua took the brunt first, face draining of color, knees buckling uncontrollably. Just as he was about to fall, Gu Fan pressed a palm to his shoulder, injecting a thread of internal energy. Li Tianhua shuddered, managing to steady himself. Gu Fan spoke calmly. Hand over Qian Yukai and Qian Lijia's heads, and I'll spare your lives. Xiao Chen's pupils narrowed, a cold sneer curling his lips. And if I refuse? Then I'll kill every last one of you inside the Fengyun Association. No one leaves alive if anyone tries. The entire Fengyun Guild will be annihilated. Gu Fan's voice thundered through the hall like a bolt of lightning. Instantly, a chill swept over the powerful figures of the Fengyun Guild, their gazes icy and resolute, as if staring down a corpse at death's door. Since the guild's founding, no one had ever dared speak so brazenly face-to-face. It must be understood that Fengyun Guild unites many of Jiang's House strongest, their power far surpassing that of the Hongxing Society, and second only to the Buddha Lord's forces, truly a giant in the underworld. How arrogant this brat is. From the crowd, a rugged, muscular man stepped forward. The pressure radiating from this rank expert surged like a whirlwind, stirring the air around him. Chairman, let me, Chun Ming, teach this insolent fool a lesson. He raised a fist in salute, his voice laced with undenying dominance. Before Xiao Chun could respond, Chun Ming's eyes sharpened, like a fierce tiger descending the mountain. His vitality erupted explosively as he lunged straight at Gu Fan. Boom! His foot slammed against the ground, shattering the stone tiles as Chun Ming shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. All his power converged into his right palm. With a roar, his palm wind surged like a roaring tide, tearing the air with a piercing whistle. The crowd's pupils constricted, such mighty palm force. Chun Ming had indeed advanced in strength. This guy's done for. Someone murmured, yet another voice expressed surprise. Huh? Why isn't he dodging? Does he intend to accept death? Gu Fan's eyes flashed with black light, as time suddenly seemed to slow around him. Chun Ming's attack stretched before his sight like slow motion. The palm strike could have been easily avoided, but no need. Thoughts racing, Gu Fan's chi trembled as a sharp sword energy suddenly formed inside him, crackling like silver lightning through the air, charging headlong into Chun Ming's palm. Using chi as a blade. The nearby cultivators all inhaled sharply, staring in disbelief at the white gleam. This young man is already in strength expert. Fall back. Before the warning could even finish, Chun Ming sensed something had gone wrong. Gritting his teeth, he forced his chi and blood to surge, his internal organs ripping with agonizing pain. Yet he desperately reinforced his palm strike, determined to block this blow. But the two forces shattered on contact. The sword chi pierced through the palm, instantly pulverizing Chun Ming's attack, as fragile as a soap bubble. Hiss! The blade's edge remained sharp as it tore through Chun Ming's chest and ribs, blood spurting out in a shocking arc. Boom. His unsupported body collapsed heavily to the ground, the stone floor stained crimson beneath him. He didn't even have strength left to rise, completely losing combatability. In the flash of a moment, no one had time to lend aid. Now, no one dared underestimate Gu Fan, an authentic strength powerhouse, inspiring genuine awe. Impressive. Xiao Chen's voice turned cold, his gaze locking onto Gu Fan like a blade. But remember, my Fengyun Guild is no place for you to act recklessly. Form the formation. As his words fell, 12 figures simultaneously sprang up, surrounding Gu Fan in concentric layers. Rustle. All 12 were rank cultivators whose movements flowed seamlessly, leaving no gaps as they firmly trapped Gu Fan in the center. Li Tanhua's heart stirred. He whispered a warning, "Young Master Fan, it's the one-word long snake formation. 12 rank experts attacking and guarding together, this will be hard to overcome." He silently admired the depth of the Fengyun Guild's foundation. Not many forces could summon a dozen rank masters at once. Once the one-word long snake formation is complete, it can hold back and rank expert. As long as they wear down Gu Fan's chi completely, he will become nothing more than a turtle trapped in their jar. Gu Fan, no matter what your reasons are, trespassing into my Fengyun Commerce Association means you have to pay a price. Hey, race the deal. Kneel down and kowtow 3 times, and I'll let this slide and even allow you to join Fengyun. How about it? At the center of the hall, Xiao Chen stood with his hands behind his back, eyes burning with pride and intensity. He had already made up his mind. Recruiting Gu Fan would surely push the Fengyun Commerce Association to new heights. Qian Liujia and Qian Yukai, 2 brothers, looked pale as death. If Gu Fan really joined their ranks, what would they become? Just disposable bargaining chips. A level S powerhouse under 30 years old, their value was obvious. Gu Fan clasped his hands behind him, a mocking smile curling his lips. You say you'll let it slide? That's a joke. But if you kowtow 3 times, I might forgive your disrespect. You've got nerve. Xiao Chen's eyes sharpened as his right hand pressed down. Then let me see if you have the arrogance to back that yup attack. With that, 12 level B fighters burst forward like lightning. Their long snake formation spread wide as 12 streams of true energy surged together, transforming into a storm of killing intent that crashed down on Gu Fan. The strike's power rivaled an S levels. In the corner, Hong Liang, who had yet to show himself, wiped sweat from his brow and whispered, "The Fengyun Commerce Association is this powerful. Good thing I didn't charge in with Gu Fan, or we might never come out alive." Li Tanhua clenched his teeth, fists trembling, ready to fight side by side. But Gu Fan yanked him back and grinned with a teasing tone. "You're so weak, who gave you the guts to attack me?" In an instant, Gu Fan rooted his feet, true energy roaring as a fierce wind barrier formed before him. Boom! The clash of offense and defense roared like thunder, violent aftershocks sweeping around. The air twisted as if torn apart, blurring everyone's vision. No way! Someone gasped. 12 level B fighters attacking together, but they couldn't break his defense. Instead, they were scattered. When the dust settled, Gu Fan still stood unmoved, like a god descended to earth. Even Xiao Chen's pupils constricted. He finally realized the man before him was far more terrifying than he imagined. Gu Fan stepped forward, natural pressure rippling out, dropping the hall's temperature. The dozen level B fighters shuddered simultaneously, instinctively afraid. "Is it my turn now?" he said coolly. "This punch is called Thunderclap." Before he finished speaking, Gu Fan raised his arm high, lightning crackling between his fingers as he charged his fist. Then he smashed down a thunderbolt dragon tearing through the air, plunging straight down. What? The 12 level B fighters went pale instantly. Panic-stricken, they forced their powers together to create the strongest defense they could muster. Clang! The explosive shockwave rattled hearts, space distorted as thunder poured like a mountain. A blinding flash burst forth. One by one, the dozen level B fighters spat out blood, flying backward like broken kites. Their long snake formation shattered in an instant. The stench of blood filled the air, the ground cracked, and rubble scattered. Gu Fan took a clear, terrifying step forward. The Fengyun Commerce Association members all backed away, their faces pale with horror. "I'm being merciful by not killing them. Now, tell me, will you hand over your people? Or should I crush you all, and still make you hand them over?" Gu Fan strode up to Xiao Chun with an air of superiority. The vast council hall fell completely silent. Every person sensing the overwhelming presence of a single man, his sheer authority stifled any sound from the Fengyun Chamber of Commerce. Li Tanhua stared at Gu Fan's tall, imposing figure, his blood stirring with admiration. A true man should be like this, he thought, silently grateful for his own past choices. Meanwhile, Hong Liang was left utterly speechless. Gu Fan had grown this powerful? "Chairman, let me handle him." A deep voice cut through the stillness. Song Shirmai, a top-tier strength expert of the Fengyun Chamber, stepped forward, his true energy surging as he cupped his fist. "Mr. Gu, please honor me with a fight." Gu Fan's expression remained cold. "You get only one move. I don't have time to waste here. One move is enough." Song's fingers clenched so tight his knuckles cracked loudly. True energy boiled within him as he accelerated to his peak speed. With a crushing punch as mighty as a mountain striking the heavens, he unleashed the full force of his strength power, aiming straight for Gu Fan's vital point. Fengyun Chamber shall not be disgraced. He roared, voice shaking the air. Tell me, how will you block this punch? Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Masters might such strength. Vice Chairman Song truly conceals immense power. Black flames flickered in Gu Fan's eyes. He raised a single finger and lightly touched the tip of Song's fist. A humming sound filled the air. The violent wind suddenly stilled, the unstoppable momentum frozen mid-strike. Song's blood surged fiercely, yet he could not move forward. The one finger from Gu Fan had become an impassable chasm. How is this possible? Song's mind reeled in terror. Though he had cultivated himself to the peak strength and possessed an unrivaled body, now he was utterly powerless, gripped by a bone-deep fear for the first time. Gu Fan flicked his finger. Boom. Song Shirmai was blasted back like a thunder strike, flying hundreds of meters. He crashed through several giant sandalwood pillars, blood spraying as he fainted on the spot. Before losing consciousness, he murmured, You're more than shrank. In the ensuing silence, Xiaochen suddenly burst out laughing, all hostility vanishing. Mr. Gu, remarkable skill. Please, take the seat of honor. The members of the Fengyun chamber exchanged glances, never before seeing their normally arrogant chairman so courteous. Gu Fan's gaze remained icy and unwavering. The blood of the true dragon roared within him. A cold, murderous glint flashed in his eyes as a killing intent spread. Mr. Gu, Xiaochen's face grew serious. I will hand over Qian Yukai and Qian Liuji immediately. Deal with them as you see fit. Chairman, spare me. I've done some hard work for the chamber over the years, even if no accomplishments. Qian Liuji's face turned ashen. Silence. Seize him. Xiaochen snapped, waving his sleeve. True energy shot out like a freezing chain, sealing Qian Liuji's meridians. He ordered his men to force both Qians to kneel. Mr. Gu, here are the people you want. Gu Fan stood with his hands behind his back, his voice icy cold. If you had turned them over earlier, I would have taken their lives and let the matter end here. But now just handing over the two isn't enough. Xiaochen's brow twitched, the smile vanishing from his lips. He asked lowly, What else do you want, Mr. Gu? I want the Fengyun chamber to submit, Gu Fan said calmly. Xiaochen's gaze turned icy. Mr. Gu, aren't you asking for too much? Gu Fan met his stare without a flicker of emotion. If you don't submit, you die? From now on, the Fengyun Chamber of Commerce will cease to exist. Only afraid you're not capable. Xiaochen snorted coldly, unleashing his true energy with a thunderous roar. The overwhelming S-level pressure surged like a wave across the entire hall. So, do you still think I'll bow down now? An S-level powerhouse. Li Tanhua's eyes widened sharply. He hadn't expected Xiaochen to have reached the Grandmaster realm. This was Fengyun Chamber's ultimate trump card. He glanced furtively at Gu Fan, unsettled. After disappearing for 10 years, could the young master really stand against an S-level Grandmaster? From the shadows, Hong Liang wiped cold sweat from his brow and muttered quietly, So it's true. Gu Fan's in trouble now. This is exactly why I never wanted to confront the Fengyun Chamber. The V always had Xiaochen, their strongest. Gu Fan's expression remained calm. He had recognized Xiaochen's realm the moment they met. But to him, the level didn't matter, had reached the state of perfection in cultivation. Mere S-level fighters were beneath his notice. Don't say I despise you. Gu Fan raised a hand dismissively. Go ahead and attack. If you can force me to step back, I won't take a single life from the Qian family, and will retreat from Fengyun Chamber for good. Gu Fan's aloofness, as if assessing the air itself, struck a dull pain in Xiaochen's chest. Who was he? An S-level powerhouse, chairman of Fengyun Chamber, a man whose words carried absolute weight. Yet here he was, treated with contempt by a junior. Young man, you're far too arrogant. Xiaochen took a step back, arms wide as his true energy surged like a raging river flooding backwards. A cold, murderous aura instantly filled the hall. The force of his energy, multiple times fiercer than during the Song era, made nearby tables and chairs crack ominously. He shaped his true energy into 12 translucent flying swords, their tips all aimed at Gu Fan's vital points. Gu Fan, do you know the power of this divine technique? 12 flying swords unleashed together, enough to kill you instantly. Li Tanhua felt the killing intent scrape against his skin and his legs went weak. If even one sword came at him, he would die on the spot without a chance to react. What's there to fear from mere petty tricks? Gu Fan looked at the swords and shook his head faintly. Just empty shapes, nothing more. Attack. Gu Fan, you're the most arrogant man I've ever met. Today, I will make you pay for your hubris. Veins bulged on Xiaochen's forehead as he gave no quarter. His true energy boiled to its peak. The 12 swords hummed in unison like falling meteors, instantly locking onto Gu Fan's 12 vital points. The flying swords cut through the air like lightning, blades scorching hot and swift as the wind, leaving visible red trails. The murderous pressure was suffocating, even observers gasped for breath. Good. Kill him. Make Gu Fan die. Qian Yukai's eyes bloodshot with excitement as he roared furiously. If Gu Fan didn't die today, then he would be the one doomed. He brought this upon himself and deserved no mercy. Qian Liujia exhaled heavily. His mind clearer than ever. Xiao Qin's divine technique was capable of razing everything to ruins. Unless Gu Fan had reached the SSS rank and transcended to the ultimate realm, there was absolutely no chance of survival. The roaring sword aura tore through the air, howling fiercely as it surged forward. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Gu Fan calmly raised his arm, spreading his 5 fingers wide. A massive palm crackled to life in midair, shrouded in lightning. It blasted sideways like an autumn wind sweeping up fallen leaves. The 12 sword auras collided with this thunderous palm strike and immediately trembled violently. Their sharp lethality seemed crushed under a boulder, fragmenting bit by bit with no resistance at all. What's happening? Xiao Qin's pupils nearly bulged, his face instantly draining of color. He frantically pushed his true energy to the limit, only to see the 12 sword auras trapped in Gu Fan's palm, unable to move an inch. The 12 flying swords he cherished like his own life were now nothing more than toys toyed with at whim. Fear quickly replaced shock. One after another, the 12 sword auras shattered under the palm's might. Their resistance was fragile and easily broken. Boom, 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 boom. Several thunderous explosions echoed. The sword energies burst like pierced bubbles, scattering into a shower of light shards before vanishing instantly. PFT. A fierce backlash surged through Xiao Qin's meridians. A sharp taste hit his throat as he spat out a mouthful of thick blood, staggering backward with unsteady steps. But this was only the beginning. Looking up, he was horrified to see Gu Fan's enormous lightning-wreathed palm hanging directly above him. One crushing strike. Bang! The thunderous impact cracked the ground beneath them. Xiao Chun was slammed hard into the rubble and dust, his clothes torn and blood pouring from the wounds. He was utterly beaten and humiliated. The outcome was decided. The scene fell into complete silence. The air in the Fengyan Chamber of Commerce Hall seemed to be instantly sucked out. Everyone involuntarily took a few steps back, fearful of getting contaminated by the sharp killing intent radiating from Gu Fan. Chairman's several subordinates hurried forward to help Xiao Chun, who was sprawled on the ground, to his feet. "I'm fine." Wiping the dark red blood from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve, Xiao Chen's throat still tasted metallic and bitter. His gaze was complicated as it fixed steadily on Gu Fan, who had not moved an inch. This confrontation had been an utterly lopsided domination, and he admitted defeat without reservation. Gu Fan spoke calmly, his voice low but clear in the heavy silence. "Answer my question now, submit, or die?" Xiao Chen's expression darkened and shifted unpredictably. His eyes briefly flicked to the core members of the Fengyan chamber, weighing his chances of battling Gu Fan to the death. From what he knew of Gu Fan's strength, if it came to a final fight, the Fengyan chamber would be completely destroyed. At last, he sighed deeply and shook his head. "I am willing to submit." With a decisive yet hoarse voice, he dropped to one knee. From today forward, the Fengyan Chamber of Commerce recognizes Mr. Gu as supreme. Those words exploded through the hall like a thunderclap. Li Tanhua stood frozen as if turned to stone, the illustrious chairman of the Fengyan Chamber kneeling to Gu Fan. Meanwhile, Li Tianhua's eyes gleamed fiercely, his knuckles widening in excitement. He had bet right. Gu Fan was the opportunity he had long awaited. Elsewhere, Hong Liang stared at the kneeling Xiao Chun, his whole body stiffening. This is bad. He realized he had backed the wrong side. Seeing Li Tanhua's ecstatic face, regret surged within him. Without hesitation, he dialed his father and reported everything in vivid detail. "Foolish. Utterly foolish. Traitor. Failure." Hong Wu Yes' voice thundered down the line. "How many times have I told you? Either don't get involved, or don't be a fence-sitter. How strong can the Fengyan chamber be?" Gu Fan dared to single-handedly storm in because he's got the confidence. Gu Fan didn't flinch, so what's your excuse? The tirade rattled Hong Liang's eardrums. His father's grief was palpable. "Do you know what you've lost? A chance to become Gu Fan's trusted confidant, his true friend." "Dad, I know I was wrong. Please don't scold me. I didn't know Gu Fan was this strong. I just..." "Shut up," his father barked. "Go find Gu Fan immediately. Grow a thicker skin and make sure to stay by his side. You've already missed one chance, don't miss a second. And didn't I tell you to give Guanxiaro to Gu Fan? Why hasn't it been done? Besides Guanxiaro, find a few other clean, pretty girls to always keep an eye on Gu Fan's needs." "Got it. Yes, Dad. I understand." After hanging up, Hong Liang wasted no time. He stormed into the Fengyan Chamber Hall and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Chairman Xiao, I am a sworn brother of young Master Fan. If you disrespect him, I, Hong Liang, will stand against you." He spoke with a steady face and a calm heart. He knew well that now was not the time to be proud. Only by shamelessly showing loyalty could he remain by Gu Fan's side. This man before them was a beast who could crush even S-class powerhouses with ease. Gu Fan only glanced coldly at Hong Liang without a word, then shifted his gaze back to Xiao Chun and issued an icy command. Qian Yukai and Qian Liujia. If they dare harm my family, their crimes are unforgivable. Go and kill them death by slow dismemberment. At the mention of his daughter Cici's tears and Su Ruoxu's injuries, Gu Fan's eyes burned with even greater murderous intent. He had never been a merciful man. These two from the Qian family had no chance of survival. Understood. Xiao Qian's voice was resolute as he turned and strode toward Qian Yukai and Qian Liujia. President, please don't kill me, hiss hiss. Two sharp currents of true energy solidified into blades at Xiao Qian's fingertips. Their swift slashes were almost invisible, yet blood sprayed out immediately. The two pleading underlings were cruelly dismembered alive, their screams echoing through the hall for a long time before fading. Clean this up. Xiao Qian retracted his energy and ordered expressionlessly. Turning around, he instantly put on a flattering smile and bowed to Gu Fan. Mr. Gu, any other orders? As long as you say the word, even if it costs me my life, I will make it happen. Xiao Qian accepted his servitude willingly, not just out of fear of Gu Fan's methods, but because he saw limitless potential in him. Perhaps Gu Fan could guide his martial arts, or maybe help the Fengyun Chamber of Commerce break free from Mr. Fa's oppression. Gu Fan spoke coolly. Send people to protect my daughter. If anything happens to her, I will hold you responsible. Rest assured, Mr. Gu. He'll arrange it immediately. Xiao Qian lowered himself further, showing utmost respect. Gu Fan stood to leave, but a hand stopped him. Mr. Gu, please wait. Xiao Qian pulled out a fist-sized diamond from his pocket, his expression both passionate and reluctant. This is the world's only 7-colored Liuli diamond. Under strong light, it shifts through 7 colors. It is the lifetime masterpiece of top jeweler Mike. Please accept it as a token of my sincerity. No need. Gu Fan waved his hand. If you don't take it, I won't be able to eat or sleep. Xiao Qian insisted. After a moment's hesitation, Gu Fan finally took the gem into his palm. Perfect timing, since he was about to visit Su Ruoxue and needed a suitable gift. A cool night breeze stirred outside the Fengyun Chamber of Commerce. Li Tianhua and Hong Liang stood on Gu Fan's sides. After walking a dozen steps, Gu Fan suddenly stopped, fixing his gaze on Li Tianhua. You've been stuck at the peak of rank for many years? Li Tianhua smiled bitterly and nodded. Yes, my talent is limited. I've never managed to break through to a rank. Now, I'll send you there. No sooner had he spoken, Gu Fan pressed his fingers on Li Tianhua's shoulder. A mighty surge of true energy poured like a flooding river. Black light flickered intensely in Gu Fan's pupil as he forcefully cleared Li Tianhua's meridians. The faint shackles instantly shattered. Boom. Li Tianhua felt his blood boil, as if a wild dragon burst free within him. The rank barrier was broken in one blow. Surging power erupted through his entire body. Young Master Fan. Tears welled up in Li Tianhua's eyes. He thought he would never reach a rank in this lifetime. This is what you deserve. Gu Fan waved lightly, signaling the two not to follow, and strode alone toward the Su family villa. Watching his retreating figure, Li Tianhua and Hong Liang felt overwhelming waves surge inside. The thought that someone could so easily help a rank expert break through was staggering. Hong Liang's eyes filled with envy and regret. Had he followed Gu Fan earlier, perhaps he would be the one breaking through now. But thinking of Guan Xiaoro, a flicker of hope emerged. As long as that woman served Gu Fan well in bed, maybe he still had a chance. Night deepened completely. The Su family villa was dimly lit. Just as Gu Fan stepped into the courtyard, Su Ruoxu blocked his way. Gu Fan, what are you doing here? Haven't you ruined our family enough? You're not welcome here, get lost. Su Ruoxu had been living in reckless luxury at nightclubs. The moment he heard about the family crisis, he rushed back, furious at Gu Fan. Inside, a weak but urgent voice rang out. Ruoxu, let my brother-in-law in. Su Ruoxu's first thought upon waking was to see Gu Fan. At the staircase, Su Ruo coldly glanced at her brother. Let him come up. Let him come up. Su Ruo's dark brows lifted. Her tone was ice cold. Gu Fan stepped into the villa. The familiar entrance hall, the familiar corridor, the whole arrangement was unchanged. Yet in just a few days, the atmosphere felt completely unfamiliar. Sis-in-law, I'm really okay. Don't worry, Su Ruoxu said from the living room sofa, propping herself up on one arm. Her face was pale, but she forced a sweet smile. Silly girl, does it still hurt? Gu Fan knelt before her, carefully lifting the gauze to check the wound. There was only a faint bloodstain left. His eyes lingered on that dark red mark, guilt welling up inside him. Not at all. Su Ruoxu raised her fist and showed it off. Sis-in-law, am I tough, or what? Very tough. Gu Fan gently ruffled the hair on her head, his voice tender. Stop pretending to be all sad. A sharp reprimand suddenly cut in. Lin Tang pointed at Gu Fan, trembling with anger. If it weren't for you, Ruoxu wouldn't be hurt. If anything happened to her, I'd never forgive you. People like you should have died sooner, so you wouldn't drag our family down. Gu Fan's gaze turned icy. Before he could speak, Su Ruoxu quickly grabbed his sleeve. Mom, don't talk about sis-in-law like that. That's enough. Lin Tang waved her hand impatiently. Talking to him is beneath me. You've seen enough, now get out. In her eyes, Gu Fan was just a street thug who managed to latch on his Su Ruobing. totally unworthy of her proud, exceptional CEO daughter. Cece is already asleep. Su Rubing's calm, distant voice came from the stairway. If there's nothing else, you should leave. Today's incident only deepened her disappointment in Gu Fan. She was determined to keep her daughter far away from this irresponsible father, to prevent her from going astray. Gu Fan nodded slightly. He didn't want to linger any longer. Before leaving, he took a small velvet pouch from his pocket and handed it to Su Ruoxue, flashing a gentle smile. Ruoxue, this is a gift for you. It's so beautiful. Thank you, sister-in-law. Su Ruoxue cradled the dazzling diamond, her eyes sparkling like stars. That diamond, isn't that a rainbow glass diamond? Gu Fan's younger brother-in-law, Su Ruozhou, whispered in surprise. Lin Tang raised an eyebrow. Rainbow glass diamond? Is it expensive? Of course it is. Su Ruozhou barely hid his excitement. Mom, the rainbow glass diamond is one of the world's top 10 jewels, worth 50 million US dollars. It's priceless and rare. Many nobles and celebrities desire it, but can't get one. It's a true symbol of status. $50 million? Lin Tang's eyes widened before she scoffed. Gu Fan, no wonder everyone looks down on you. Ruoxue took a stab for you, and you give her a fake jewel to fool her? Isn't that shameful? Ruobing, you should have divorced a scumbag like him long ago. Just seeing him makes me sick. Su Ruozhou snorted coldly. Gu Fan, giving my sister a fake jewel? What kind of man are you? If she wears it, and someone finds out, how will she face anyone? If you can't afford the real thing, don't give anything at all. It's ridiculous. Su Ruobing glanced coldly at Gu Fan, shaking her head slightly. Gu Fan, don't ever give fake gifts again. The most basic thing in life is integrity. Ruoxue, give the jewel back to him. I want. Su Ruoxue hugged the diamond tightly to her chest, smiling firmly. It doesn't matter if it's real or fake. If it's from sis-in-law, I love it. He'll wear it always. Ruoxue, what's wrong with you? Lin Tang was furious. Holding onto a fake jewel stains the Su family's reputation. Throw it away, bad luck. She watched Gu Fan warily, her voice growing sharper. Gu Fan, don't think I don't see through your plan. If Ruobing divorces you, you're setting your sights on Ruoxue next, aren't you? You think Ruoxue is naive and easy to fool? In the living room, Lin Tang slammed her fingers on the table, each word like a sharp blade stabbing right in front of Gu Fan. I'm telling you, no way. Your dirty little scheme won't escape my eyes. Mom, what are you saying? Su Ruoxue anxiously grabbed Lin Tang's arm, but was shaken off fiercely. Lin Tang sneered coldly. What I'm saying is something Gu Fan knows best in his heart. Hurry up and take your fake jewelry and get out. Gu Fan placed the box in his palm, his voice calm and still like stagnant water. Who said it's fake? Gu Fan, never give anyone fake things. Huh? Lin Tang trembled with anger, her mocking tone sharp and piercing. Gu Fan, you really have no shame. You say this colorful glass diamond is real? Worth $50 million? Not even 5,000 bucks all over. You're worth nothing. She pressed on relentlessly, full of derision in her words. Gu Fan, oh Gu Fan, I used to think you were worthless, low and incompetent, but now you're full of lies and shamelessness. How come I'm only seeing your fake face now? Ruobing, did you see that? You were absolutely right to divorce him. Gu Fan's expression didn't change. Real is real, fake is fake. Don't believe me? Test it and see. He hadn't intended to argue with Lin Tang or Su Ruobing, but worried Ruoxue might misunderstand, so he added that line. Still stubborn as a mule. Lin Tang waved dismissively. Ruozhou, you know several jewelry experts, right? Get in touch with them. If it's fake, I want this trash never to set foot in the Su family again. Mom, that's not necessary, is it? I trust my brother-in-law, Su Ruoxue said urgently. Of course it's necessary. Lin Tang snapped. Sis, if this diamond is fake, it's enough for you to see who Gu Fan really is. Stop defending him. Su Ruozhou's face turned stiff, but she still pulled out her phone. Gu Fan, if you admit now the diamond is fake, there's still a way out. Once I contact Master Chen, you'll lose that chance. Go ahead and contact him, Gu Fan said flatly. If this colorful glass diamond is fake, then as she says, Gu Fan, will never set foot in the Su family again. Good. You said it yourself. Lin Tang immediately urged. Ruozhou, contact Master Chen right now. Gu Fan's gaze locked onto Lin Tang, coldness instantly freezing the air. But if the colorful glass diamond is real, then what? Their eyes met, and Lin Tang suddenly felt a cold chill in her chest, her scalp tingling. Still, she raised her chin defiantly. If it's real, I'll kneel and admit I was wrong. But is that even possible? She snorted with confidence, feeling sure of victory. Gu Fan, I know what kind of scum you are better than anyone. A $50 million diamond? Don't take us for fools. You said it yourself. They'll be waiting for you to kneel and admit you're wrong. Gu Fan withdrew his gaze, expression indifferent. He recalled how he once treated this former mother-in-law's stomach ailment, only to be repaid with hostility. If so, teaching her a lesson wouldn't hurt. Ruozhou, contact Master Chen immediately. Lin Tang's eyes gleamed with excitement. If necessary, have him come here. After today, I never want to see that disgusting thing again. She was dying to slap Gu Fan hard across the face. Su Rougeau nodded and dialed a number, speaking with a flattering tone. Master Chun, this is Rougeau. The elder's voice on the other end was deep and calm. What is it? Master Chun, hey, race the situation. Su Rougeau lowered his voice, sounding eager to please. Someone gave my sister a 7-colored, glazed diamond. I'd like you to help determine if it's real or fake. Oh, Master Chin's interest peaked instantly, his tone rising slightly. A 7-colored, glazed diamond? Who sent it? Just a nobody from the streets, trying to win my sister's favor. That has to be fake. Master Chin's displeasure showed clearly in his voice. A 7-colored glazed diamond was worth 50 million USD several years ago, and now it's gone up to 60 million. As far as I know, even princesses in European royal families covet this gem. Such a precious jewel couldn't possibly fall into the hands of some street punk. Young Master Su, are you joking with an old man? Su Rougeau hurriedly waved his hand, explaining rapidly, Master Chun, I wouldn't dare. Someone is stubbornly denying the diamond is fake, so I had no choice but to ask you to verify, to put an end to it, and expose their deceit. Send me a video. I can tell at a glance if it's real or not. Master Chun sounded a little impatient. I'll send it right away. Su Rougeau took the 7-colored glazed diamond from Su Rougeau, held it up to the light, slowly rotated it, and recorded a video from several angles before sending it off. Master Chun, I've sent it to you. His face was full of anticipation. Across the living room, Lin Tang snorted coldly. Gu Fan, just wait and see what you have to say then. I wonder if you'll even have the face to step foot inside the Su family ever again. Seizing the moment, Su Rougeau sneered. Gu Fan, apologize to my mom, and we can let this go. Gu Fan's gaze shifted towards Su Ruobing. Apologize? Even you think this diamond is a fake? Su Ruobing furrowed her brows deeply, silent for a long moment. Gu Fan chuckled mockingly. Since we got married, you've always trusted your so-called family, not me. So you don't even realize how foolish you've been. Gu Fan. Su Ruobing cut him off coldly. Are you really still this deluded? Which of your actions or words is worth believing? Sis, don't waste words on him. Su Rougeau held up his phone. I recorded everything just now. As soon as we confirm the 7-colored glazed diamond is fake, Gu Fan can forget about stepping into the Su family again. We'll have all the reason to keep him away from Cici. Sis, you have to learn to cut ties and move on. A ruthless gleam flashed briefly in his eyes. Su Mingyuan, seated quietly on the sofa, looked up and said briefly, Ruobing, this is also for Cici's sake. Gu Fan took in everyone's expressions, his resolve to regain custody of Cici growing stronger. If he weren't still trying to establish his footing, had never let his daughter stay with the Sus. Master Chun, have you determined if it's real or fake yet? Su Rougeau pressed the phone back to his ear, speaking cautiously. Given Master Chin's expertise, he should identify a fake in an instant. Could the forger be a master? Shut up. Suddenly, Master Chin's fierce, urgent voice blared out over the phone. Lin Tang frowned, glaring displeased at Su Rougeau. Su Rougeau forced a smile. Mom, don't worry. It takes a little time to verify something from a video. Minutes passed in tense silence. About 10 minutes later, the phone speaker lit up again. This time, Master Chin's voice couldn't hide his excitement. Young Master Su, may I ask who exactly gave this 7-colored glazed diamond? Su Rougeau frowned. Master Chun, why do you need to know that? Just tell me if the diamond is fake or not. Young Master Su, I'm already on my way to the Su residence. I still need to verify the authenticity of the 7-color glazed diamond in person. Huh, is it really that complicated? Su Rougeau frowned on the other end of the phone. Young Master Su, the structure of the 7-color glazed diamond is extremely intricate. It represents the pinnacle of craftsmanship worldwide today. I hope you understand. Master Chin finished speaking just as the engine's roar came through the receiver. All right, I've got a few minutes. He'll be there soon. After hanging up, Su Rougeau snorted coldly, his gaze falling on Gu Fan on the sofa. Gu Fan, Master Chun is arriving any moment now. He's the top jeweler in Jiangzhou. Your fake 7-color glazed diamond will be exposed in no time. Just wait and see. Su Rougeau was convinced Gu Fan couldn't produce a genuine diamond worth 50 million US dollars. Within minutes, the doorbell rang urgently. A servant opened the door to reveal Master Chun, sweating but energetic, trotting inside with his eyes fixed firmly on the diamond. Young Master Su, where's the 7-color glazed diamond? Right here. Su Rougeau casually tossed the diamond to him. Master Chun, take a good look. If it's fake, it'll make sure Gu Fan pays dearly for wasting our time. No, careful. Master Chin's heart skipped a beat as he caught it steadily with both hands. The 7-color glazed diamond rested obediently in his palm, casting a cold yet pure radiance. Facing the legendary diamond for the first time, he was nearly certain on the spot. Genuine. Such a complex internal structure and the pure light originating from the ocean's depths were impossible to replicate. Su Rougeau noticed the master's captivated expression and felt a chill run down his spine. Master Chin, what's wrong? A thought flashed through his mind. Could this diamond really be authentic? Nearby, Lin Tang and Su Ruobing exchanged a glance, their hearts pounding in unison. Master Chin regained composure and turned to Su Ruobing. May I ask if the current owner of this 7-color glazed diamond is Mr. Su? Su Ruobing looked awkwardly confused. No, it's my sister's. Su Ruoxue immediately lifted her chin. It's a gift from my brother-in-law. So it's Miss Ruoxue's. Master Chin hesitated a moment, then gritted his teeth and offered a bottom price. Miss Ruoxue, I'm willing to pay $50 million for this 7-color glazed diamond. Would you consider parting with it? The words froze everyone in the room. 50 million? Su Ruzus Adams apple bobbed. Master Chen, are you serious? Isn't this supposed to be a fake diamond? Why would you want to buy it? Young Master Su, please be careful with your words. Master Chin's expression grew solemn. I never said the 7-color glazed diamond was fake. I guarantee with my 30 years of experience that this diamond is 100 authentic. Su Ruzus' lips trembled slightly. If you don't believe me, look. Master Chin dimmed the lights and shone a bright beam on the diamond. Instantly, the 7 colors red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple intertwined and shimmered throughout the cut surfaces, crystal clear and stunningly beautiful, like a dream. Even an amateur could tell it was no imitation. Stunned, Su Ruzhou whispered in disbelief. $50 million, that's 350 million yuan. Although he was Su Rubing's younger brother, his monthly allowance was only tens of thousands, and he had never seen such a staggering amount in his life. Gu Fan, whom he had always looked down on, just casually wielded over 300 million? Has the world gone mad? Lin Tang's face twitched, his voice hoarse. Master Chun, this must be some mistake. How could Gu Fan possibly own an authentic 7-colored glazed diamond? It's absolutely impossible, I don't believe it. Madam Su, are you questioning my appraisal skills? Master Chin's gaze turned icy, and his tone suddenly grew solemn. No, of course not. Lin Tang's heart skipped a beat, his voice trembling slightly. Master Chin's reputation in Jiangzhou was unparalleled. With disciples and connections throughout every sector, was someone she dared not offend. Miss Ruoxue, what is your decision? Master Chan then turned to Su Ruoxue, his tone softening, but still earnest. Ruoxue immediately snatched the 7-colored glazed diamond from Master Chin's hand and pressed it protectively against her chest, shaking her head decisively. I'm not selling it. This was a gift from my brother-in-law. No amount of money would make me part with it. Master Chin sighed, but remained persistent. Miss Ruoxue, I truly admire this diamond. How about this $60 million, my absolute limit? I said no. Su Ruoxue replied without hesitation, holding the gem even tighter. Seeing her unwavering stance, Master Chin finally relented, nodding slowly. Very well. It has been an honor to witness the genuine 7-colored glazed diamond today. Miss Ruoxue, please cherish it well. Mark my words, its value will surely rise exponentially in the coming years. With that, he bowed slightly to the Su family and left the hall with deep regret. As Master Chin's back disappeared through the doorway, silence lingered in the room. Su Ruozhou, Lin Tang, and the others stood frozen, as if their souls had been drained away. The only sound was the weighty breathing of the crowd, heavy, like lead pressing on their hearts. Su Ruobing glanced down at her sister clutching the diamond, suddenly feeling a strange tightness in her chest. Had she not divorced Gu Fan back then, perhaps this priceless gem would have belonged to her? That thought brought an unexpected pang of bitterness. Was she actually jealous of her sister? Shaking off the intrusive feelings, Su Rubing's eyes shifted back to Gu Fan, her expression tangled and unreadable. In the thick silence, Gu Fan's voice crashed through like a thunderclap. The truth is clear now. So, Lin Tang, isn't it time you got down on your knees and admitted your mistake? He said coldly. The words struck Lin Tang and the others like a series of loud slaps across their faces. Lin Tang's eye twitched as she snorted coldly. Humph. You want me to kneel and admit I'm wrong? Are you out of your mind? Just because Master Chin said it's real doesn't mean he can't be mistaken. Besides, how do we know that diamond isn't stolen? Mom's right. Su Ruozhou gritted his teeth in agreement. Gu Fan only deals with shady people. That diamond could very well be stolen property. Gu Fan narrowed his eyes, and the temperature around him seemed to drop suddenly. Su Ruobing, unwilling to let things get more tense, took a deep breath to break the silence. Enough, Gu Fan. Stop causing trouble. It's late, you should go. Gu Fan knew Lin Tang would never keep her earlier promise, but in front of Su Ruoxue, he restrained himself and replied calmly, fine. He turned to Su Ruoxue with a gentle tone. Ruoxue, you should get some rest. He'll be leaving now. Sis-in-law, thank you for the gift. I'm so happy. Su Ruoxue hugged the diamond box tightly with a sweet smile. Don't worry about Cece, he'll take good care of her. The group followed Gu Fan out of the room, turning off the lights as they headed downstairs. Just as they reached the front door of the villa, Lin Tang suddenly stiffened, clutching her lower abdomen and bending over in pain. Cold sweat dripped down her forehead as she let out a piercing scream. It hurts so much. Painkillers. Give me painkillers now. Her hoarse voice trembled as her whole body shook like a sieve. Mom, here. Su Ruozhou hurriedly poured out several pills and forced them into her mouth. Even after swallowing the pills, it felt as if thousands of ants were tearing at her stomach, the pain leaving her pale and drenched in cold sweat running down her neck. Each time, the painkillers worked less and less. Gasping for breath, Lin Tang raised a trembling hand toward the shadow at the door, shouting almost like a command, "Gu Fan, stop right there. Give me my stomach medicine." Su Ruaza's eyes reddened as well. "Yeah, Gu Fan, hand over the medicine. If anything happens to my mom, I swear I won't let you off." Gu Fan chuckled at the mother and son's attitude. "Your stomach medicine? That stuff was made by me, and it belongs to me alone. Consider yourself lucky if I'm willing to give it to you. If not, don't even think about touching it." "Gu Fan, how can you be so cruel?" Lin Tang cried out in pain, still cursing him fiercely. "Ruobing, did you see that? He's trying to kill me." Su Ruobing frowned deeply, her voice serious. "Gu Fan, mom treated you well before. Just give her the medicine." Gu Fan sneered. "Su Ruobing, you really think your mom treated me that well? And you have the nerve to say that? That was in the past." Su Ruobing gritted her teeth. "But she is still Cece's grandmother. No matter what, you can't be this heartless. Trying to guilt-trip me with morality?" Gu Fan shrugged. "Sorry, I'm not buying it." Listening to Lin Tang's screams, his mood actually lightened a bit. "Now you finally know what it means to get your just deserts. You little bastard." Lin Tang cursed loudly. Su Rubing's breath came quick. "Gu Fan, what exactly do you want before you hand over the medicine?" Su Ruajo pulled out his phone without hesitation. "Want money? Name your price." Gu Fan's expression remained indifferent, his voice cold as ice. "The stomach medicine I made won't be given to trash like this." "Who do you think is trash?" Lin Tang clutched her stomach, eyes bloodshot with rage and pain so sharp it left her voice hoarse, like someone was twisting a steel needle inside her gut. In the middle of the hall, Gu Fan stood expressionless. Su Ruobing bit her lip tightly, feeling a chill. Was this cold, hard man really the same Gu Fan who once cherished her like a treasure? Since the divorce, it was as if he had become a completely different person. "Fine, it'll be heartless then." Gu Fan lifted his eyes indifferently, too tired to explain or care about the family's accusations. He turned to leave. "Stop right there." Su Ruajo suddenly stepped forward, blocking the doorway, voice icy. "If you don't hand over the stomach medicine, you won't step outside this door." The atmosphere froze. Su Mingyuan hurried to smooth things over, forcing a smile. "Xiaofan, we were definitely wrong before, but that's all in the past. Better to settle disputes than carry grudges. How about this? I apologize to you on Lin Tang's behalf if you help your former mother-in-law, okay?" Gu Fan's eyes flicked over Su Mingyuan, whose hypocritical, self-righteous expression hadn't changed a bit since back then, polite on the surface, but dripping with contempt underneath. He used to let it slide. Now, he wasn't leaving this family an inch of respect. "Lin Tang, you know what it's like to live worse than death, don't you?" Gu Fan suddenly smirked mockingly. "If you're willing to kneel and admit your mistake, maybe you'll consider giving you the medicine." "Never." Lin Tang shouted in fury, but a sudden pang sent cold sweat beading on her forehead. "Gu Fan, do you really want to go that far?" Su Ruobing couldn't contain her anger any longer. "Whatever you say goes." Gu Fan didn't even bother to look at her. Lin Tang trembled violently in pain, almost fainting. Su Ruajo caught her, whispering in her ear, "Mom, hold on a bit longer. Kneel and get the medicine first. Once we crack the formula, we won't need him anymore. Then I'll make sure he pays back tenfold. Kneel or not." Lin Tang gritted her teeth, blood vessels bulging in her eyes. "Give me an answer. I'm on a tight schedule." Gu Fan stared coldly. Lin Tang shivered all over, cursing Gu Fan 1,000 times in her heart, but stubbornly refused to yield. "Seems Mrs. Su has some backbone. Then just keep bearing the pain. I'm leaving." Gu Fan turned to go. "Gu Fan, stop right there." The intense pain finally broke Lin Tang's will. Her voice trembled. "I'll kneel and admit my fault. If it's forced, I don't like making people do what they don't want." Gu Fan shrugged, indifferent. Boom. Her knees hit the floor with a thud. Lin Tang forced herself upright amid the pain and humiliation, struggling to speak clearly. "Gu Fan, it was my fault before. Are you satisfied now?" She silently swore she would repay today's disgrace 100 times over. "Sorry, I didn't hear that clearly just now." Gu Fan raised an eyebrow. "Gu Fan, don't push your luck." Su Ruobing snapped furiously. "If I'm pushing my luck, then I'm leaving now." Gu Fan turned as if to go. "Gu Fan, it was my fault. I apologize. Is that good enough? Give me the stomach medicine." Lin Tang stretched out her hand, hatred blazing on her face. Lin Tang's face twisted with cold fury in every word she spoke. "Gu Fan, hurry and give my mom her stomach medicine." Su Ruozhou strode forward sharply, his voice commanding. Su Mingyuan's tone was grave as he added, "Gu Fan, the resentment between us should end here. Enemies are better off settled than made. Let's put this behind us for Cece's sake." Su Ruobing's expression was hard as ice, her voice cutting like shards. "Gu Fan, you've gotten what you wanted. This matter needs to end now." Except for Su Ruoshui, the whole family had always treated Gu Fan like a pushover, never showing him respect. Their vision was trapped in their own self-righteous bubble, utterly foolish and blind. Gu Fan bent down, eyes fixed on the figure kneeling at his feet, Lin Tang. His voice was low and cold. Lin Tang, when you humiliated me and my mom back then, did you ever think it would come to this? You're not admitting fault, you just don't want to feel the pain anymore. Bloodshot veins pulsed beneath Lin Tang's eyes as she realized she'd been played. She demanded in a harsh voice, will you give the stomach medicine or not? Don't forget your promise. What promise? Gu Fan sneered. I only said you had to kneel and admit your fault, and I would consider giving the medicine. Well, I've thought it through. You can keep suffering from your stomach problems. That's the price you pay. Sorry, not sorry. Those words struck the Su family like icy poison needles, sparking both fury and dread. Gu Fan, once toyed with at their mercy, now showed cunning and cruelty they could no longer read. Having spoken, Gu Fan turned to leave. Gu Fan, stop. Su Ruobing stepped in front of him, enunciating every word sharply. Really not going to give my mom the medicine? You want to burn the bridges? Listen carefully. I'm not giving Lin Tang any medicine. I want this cut clean. Got it. Gu Fan's tone was icy. If Lin Tang hadn't shown such a terrible face, he might not have gone this far. She brought it all on herself. Mom, get up. We don't need to beg him. Su Ruozhou helped Lin Tang to her feet, voice laced with bitterness. I refuse to believe he's the only one who can cure your stomach. I'll find a miracle doctor myself and make sure you get better. Turning quietly, Su Ruozhou whispered to Su Ruobing. Sis, you see who he really is now, right? Su Ruobing nodded, eyes cold as steel. Gu Fan, from this moment on, you have no ties to the Su family. As for Cici, according to the agreement, you can't appear in her life after 1 year. They'll make sure she forgets you as her father completely. Su Ruobing, are you mistaken? After 1 year, if my assets exceed yours, I have custody of Cici. That means you won't see her anymore, Gu Fan warned. Su Ruobing sneered coldly. 1 year? Do you really think your assets could surpass mine? You have no idea how huge the Shengshi group I control is. Just one era club someone else gave you. And you want to fight me for custody? Gu Fan, you're laughably naive. Well, see in a year, Gu Fan said without further argument, stepping decisively into the night. Watching his figure disappear beyond the lights, Su Ruobing's knuckles whitened as she clenched her fists tightly. Gu Fan, you won't win in a year. Now give me the painkiller. Lin Tang howled in pain again, recklessly swallowing a handful of painkillers as she fought to suppress the searing agony tearing through her stomach. That bastard. I swear he'll get what's coming to him. Her face twisted with rage as curses hissed through clenched teeth. A few minutes later, Gu Fan pushed open the door and entered Lin Ziwen's villa. The bathroom still held the faint mist of steam, mingled with a subtle fragrance in the air. Lin Xiaowan slipped into his arms like a coquettish kitten, her black silk slip slipping down her pale shoulders, ready to surrender herself completely with just a single look from him. Just as the tension thickened, a few sharp coughs broke the mood from across the sofa. Lin Mealy leaned against the wall, forcing herself to interrupt them. She cast a mournful glance at her sister before whispering, Fangu, have things been settled? Everything's taken care of. There won't be any more trouble, Gu Fan replied calmly. Really? The Qian family. Lin Mealy lowered her voice. They'll never show up again. Hearing this, Lin Mealy finally relaxed. For the first time, she studied the man before her seriously and felt a strange respect welling up inside. After the way he had barreled through earlier, she still staggered slightly from the chaos flashing through her mind. Seizing a moment when her sister wasn't paying attention, she clenched her fist and shook it in front of Gu Fan. Whatever happens between us, absolutely must not let my sister find out. Got it. What thing between us? Has anything happened? Gu Fan smiled teasingly. Lin Mealy froze, then nodded with satisfaction. Exactly. Nothing's happened between us. The night passed without further words. The next evening, Gu Fan and Lin Xiaowan arrived at the bustling Times Club. No sooner had they stepped inside than Chen Rongfei hurried over, barely containing her excitement. Fangu, Xiaowanjia? Did you know? Su Yiming is bringing Starfire Band to perform here. Master Gambler's son Qian's here too, along with a bunch of bartenders who have jumped ship from the rival Shengshi club. All the VIP booths are fully booked, and the crowd keeps pouring in. The lively chatter and dazzling lights filled the room. Wang Chong and the other staff watched in stunned silence as the club buzzed with energy, unable to articulate their amazement. Just 2 days ago, the place had been on the brink of collapse, and now it was packed like a festival. At this rate, the Times Club was on track to become the biggest nightlife venue in Jiangzhou, even setting a new industry standard. Fangu, Su Yimeng, clad in a form-fitting gown, strode over with Sun Qian and the others, openly declaring her loyalty to Gu Fan. Watching the captivating Su Yimeng, Lin Xiaowan bit her lips secretly, thinking, another rival to contend with. I have to secure Gu Fan faster, or even more flashy harlots will be circling him in the future. Gu Fan scanned the crowd and spoke coolly. Everyone's thought it through? Su Yimeng and Sun Qian nodded in unison. Their allegiance surprised Gu Fan. Not at all. These people had always been his, never belonging to Su Ruobing in the first place. Fan, our lives were saved by you, so of course we'll stick with you. All right. Gu Fan waved his hand decisively. Your pay will be doubled, and you'll get a monthly profit bonus. He never held back when it came to his own people. Just as Chun Rongfei handed over the latest financial report, she couldn't help but excitedly share the good news. Fan, there's more. Shengshi Club lost the Spark Band again and cut off the Yunhai Group's alcohol supply. The customers are already complaining. Shengshi used to be packed every night, but now it's empty and all the guests are flooding to our Times Club. After saying this, she looked up at Gu Fan, eyes full of admiration, as if witnessing a once-in-a-century miracle. Gu Fan scanned the crowded hall and smiled confidently. This is only the beginning. Shengshi's glory won't last more than a few days. It's going to collapse spectacularly and turn into ruin. The night grew more enticing, with stage lights flickering. Fan Su Yimeng, who just finished her song, came over, her seductive eyes shining and her voice clear with a unique charm. Can you come with me? I need to talk to you. Gu Fan didn't hesitate and followed her into the adjacent private room. No sooner had the door closed than Su Yimeng slipped off her coat with ease. Her delicate collarbones showed beneath a black tank top, and her flat stomach was flawless. Tossing her long hair aside, she smiled brightly. Fan, since you're divorced, don't hold back, take me. With that, she threw herself into his arms, her smooth, warm skin against him, bold and passionate. Meanwhile, outside Shengshi Club, an angry crowd was pushing their way out. What's wrong with this damn place? No band, no drinks, terrible service, not even a glimpse of the princess. What's the point of a nightclub? Might as well shut it down. I heard Times Club is packed tonight, princesses and young masters all dazzling, top-shelf liquor flowing. Spark Band played 10 songs straight. The place was on fire. Let's go to Times. This dump wouldn't even attract a dog. Huh. Times Club puts Shengshi to shame. In the second-floor office, Su Ruobing, Zhao Shuyan, and Yi Chun watched helplessly through the floor-to-ceiling windows as the crowd dwindled like an avalanche, their faces pale. All their attempts to turn things around had failed. General Manager Su, if this continues, Shengshi will be losing astronomical amounts every day. Zhao Shuyan paced anxiously. You need to talk to Fan and stop fighting, otherwise Shengshi is finished. She couldn't understand why Su Ruobing was forcing a fight to the death. Shengshi's rise was all thanks to Gu Fan. Zhao Shuyan, can you stop bringing up Gu Fan? Su Ruobing growled through clenched teeth. Our current mess is all his doings, deliberately targeting us. Yi Chun clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead. I already have a plan to save Shengshi. Gu Fan won't stay cocky for much longer. What plan? Zhao Shuyan sneered at him, clearly disdainful. She really didn't understand why Su Ruobing chose someone like Yi Chun bluffing his way through, but weak inside. Even she wouldn't look twice at a man like that. Yi Chun smiled confidently. Ruobing, don't worry. I've arranged everything. Tonight, they'll shut down the Times Club for good. Once it closes, all its customers will naturally come back to our Shengshi Club. The lights cast a glow on his assured face, a determined curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. What are you planning? Su Ruobing looked up, her slender brows arching slightly with a hint of caution. Meeting her gaze, Yi Chun lowered his voice. Ruobing, he'll tell you after it's done. For now, just let me take charge of the Shengshi Club. I promise to return it to an even grander glory than before. He extended his right hand in a loose grasp, as if already holding victory itself. I want to give the brand new Shengshi Club to you as a wedding gift. A spark lit up in Yi Chun's eyes. He didn't want to wait any longer. To avoid any more delays or complications, he decided to propose to Su Ruobing right away to fully win her heart and control their future. A proposal? Su Ruobing blinked in surprise, clearly not expecting Yi Chun to bring it up. Yi Chun, I'm not ready to start a new marriage yet. Her voice was soft, but laced with hesitation. Ruobing, please don't rush to say no. Yi Chun stepped closer, his gaze earnest. I know you don't feel safe now, but trust me, I will protect you. Just as I will protect the Shengshi Club. He looked at her with deep affection. Ruobing, just watch me. He'll show you how much I mean it. He'll prove him 10,000 times better than Gu Fan. There's no one worse than him. Su Ruobing looked at the man who had once been her shining light. She pressed her lips lightly, but didn't reject him outright. Let's wait until the Shengshi Club's back on its feet, she said, pausing the conversation. Yi Chun sighed in relief, his voice growing more fervent. Don't worry, Ruobing. He'll act tonight. Gu Fan and the Times Club, they'll both be finished. He'll make Gu Fan understand what happens when he crosses me. Confidence and pride were written all over his face. Nearby, Zhao Shuyan listened uneasily, her heart turning cold. She couldn't help but ask, what exactly are you planning? She had a bad feeling about Yi Chun's intentions. He glanced at her with a secretive smile. Of course, he wouldn't reveal his plan to Zhao Shuyan. He had already paid a heavy price for tonight. In his mind, he was already scheming. Tonight, he wouldn't just destroy the Times Club, but utterly crush Gu Fan, leaving him in ruin with no way to recover. At that moment, the room was bathed in a sultry glow. Su Yiming's voice was magnetic. Fan Gu, I've liked you for a long time. I only want tonight. From the moment Su Yiming stepped into the Times Club, she had already planned everything for tonight. Under the dim yellow light, she smoothed her tight-fitting short skirt and fixed her gaze like a chain locking onto the center of the dance floor Gu Fan. This was her only chance to reach him before Lin Xiaowan did, and hold him firmly. The pounding beat made hearts burn hot. The air was thick with a mix of perfume and alcohol. Su Yimeng clenched her palm, moved closer, and slid her fingertips up to Gu Fan's collar. Her eyes sparked with urgency. Fan Gu, I don't want you to be responsible, nor do I need your promises. I just want this moment to last forever. Her provocative whisper slipped into his ear, igniting a fire deep inside. It was as if he had been thrown into flames. His reason instantly consumed by wild desire, he found himself utterly unable to resist. As the night deepened, the tension in the private room grew with every passing moment. Meanwhile, a few blocks away outside the Shengshi Club, a black van with flashing police lights came to a steady stop. Yi Chen had finally secured the people had called for. The door opened, and a middle-aged man with a uniform and a prominent belly stepped out, followed by a dozen law enforcement officers. Gasps rippled through the crowd. That's Chun Juth, director of the Southern City Precinct? Why is he here in person with so many men? Some sensed that a storm was coming. In Yi Chen's eyes, a cold gleam of revenge shone. He hurried forward, lowering his voice. Uncle Jiu, I've been waiting for you. We have to make this work tonight. Once it's done, everything I promised those beauties and the gold all delivered to the secret club. Chen Jiu patted his belly, satisfied. Your father and I are sworn brothers. This little favor is nothing. So it's this time's club? That's right. Yi Chen clenched his fist tightly. Everyone's in position. The evidence is ironclad. We just go in and make the arrests. I want Gu Fan to have no place to hide or rest in peace. Chen Jiu waved his hand. Then what are we waiting for? Let's move. Adrenaline surged through Yi Chen as he led the team fiercely toward the Times Club. A guard at the door tried to block them, but was kicked aside by Yi Chen. Open your eyes, dog. This is Director Chen from Southern City Precinct. You dare stop us? You're in big trouble now. He swaggered into the lobby, savoring the fearful stares from everyone around. Seeing the line of uniformed officers pouring in, the club manager Wang Chang's face fell. This is bad. Chen Jiu's here. He's a shrewd operator who won't come with good intentions. Yi Chen shouted. This is a police operation by the Southern City Precinct. Anyone unrelated, leave immediately. Anyone who resists will be detained for 3 days. At his command, the once noisy room fell silent instantly. The patrons at the booths exchanged uneasy glances, shoving each other as they went to leave, while some retreated to corners, curious to see who had called the precinct here. The uproar rose and fell, as if the whole club had its roof torn off. At that moment, Lin Xiaowan heard the commotion and hurried over. She froze briefly, then forced on a professional smile, bowing politely. Director Chen, what wind blows you here? Please, have a seat. Bring the finest wine tonight's Southern City Precinct guests eat and drink on the house. Nightclub managers hate police inspections, always taking bribes, never satisfied. But the Southern City Precinct had been reined in before. Tonight's show of force made Lin Xiaowan's heart race with unease. This was not a simple matter. Yi Chen sneered and raised his voice. Manager Lin, trying to bribe the precinct? You've got some nerve. Yi Chen snorted coldly and snapped at Lin Xiaowan. He had thought Lin Xiaowan was interested in him and had made several half-hearted attempts to flirt by sending her carefully retouched, seductive photos. But all he received was silence. At that moment, he realized that in Lin Xiaowan's eyes, he was nothing more than a clown indulging in self-delusion. His pride wounded, hatred coiled like a venomous snake in his ear. The despised Lin Xiaowan, and he hated Gu Fan, who had made him look foolish. Denied by conventional means, he resolved to use threats and coercion to claim Lin Xiaowan. Sooner or later, she would be his prey. At this moment, the lobby of the Era Club was brightly lit, yet the air hung heavy with an oppressive tension, like a storm about to break. Lin Xiaowan had just stepped down the stairs when she saw Yi Chen, his face dripping with smugness, accompanied by Chun Jiu, the sharply dressed captain of Jiangzhao's anti-crime task force. She glanced at them, and her heart sank. In that instant, she understood. Yi Chen had somehow persuaded Chun Jiu to come after the Era Club with him. Ms. Lin, Chun Jiu said coldly, without so much as a greeting, we have received serious complaints from concerned citizens that your Era Club is colluding with criminals, selling contraband in secret, and coercing respectable women into prostitution. Are you aware of these crimes? Selling contraband? Coercing prostitution? These accusations alone could shut the Era Club down overnight. Lin Xiaowan furrowed her brows tightly, a suffocating weight pressing on her chest. Still, she forced herself to remain calm, her gaze icy. Director Chun, the Era Club has always operated within the law. This must be some misunderstanding. Perhaps we could discuss it upstairs in detail? No need, you can explain it right here. Chun Jiu narrowed his eyes, forcing her with his glare. From what I've gathered, a man named Gu Fan has been mingling in the underworld for years, running contraband sales and coercing prostitution at your club. Hand him over. I'm taking him in for interrogation. You're expected to cooperate. Before she could respond, Yi Chen stepped forward beside Chun Jiu, sneering as he added, Ms. Lin, we have both witnesses and evidence. Why bother denying it? Take a look. He raised a small bag with white powder inside, its surface gleaming ominously. This contraband was just seized from your club. Also, several women have come forward, confessing that Gu Fan forced them into prostitution. Nonsense. Lin Ziwen's face drained of color, her fists trembling at her sides. She knew this was a carefully planned setup. If proven true, the Era Club would be shut down for good. But the hostility from the other side was clear. They had no intention of negotiating. The evidence and testimony are all here. Are you still going to deny it? Yi Chun pressed closer, his smile cruel as a venomous hook. Turn Gu Fan over, or everyone here will end up in the station. After interrogation, I doubt you'll be the one who holds out first. A sinking feeling gripped Lin Ziwen's chest. If Gu Fan was taken away, the consequences would be catastrophic. She took a deep breath, suppressing her fury, her voice trembling but careful to stay steady. Young Master Yi, can you give us some mercy? At hearing her plea, the lust in Yi Chen's eyes flared sharply. He licked his dry lips and brazenly appraised her delicate beauty. Ms. Lin, are you begging me? Yes. Lin Xiaowan bit her lip, her tone heavy with humiliation. Since you're begging, then it's simple. Yi Chen stepped closer, his voice low and lecherous. Spend the night with me and serve me well, and maybe you'll turn a blind eye to Gu Fan's affairs. Before he could finish, his hand lunged forward to touch her flawless cheek. From the moment he first saw Lin Xiaowan, she had haunted his dreams. Now, with the chance so close, he could almost smell the faint fragrance of her skin. But just as his fingers were about to brush against her porcelain-white face, a fierce gust of wind surged suddenly. Bang! A shadow flashed past, so quickly no one could follow it clearly. Yi Chen's chest took a brutal punch, and he was sent flying like a broken kite, crashing hard against a marble pillar. Pain drained the color from his face. My woman, a thunderous voice roared. You dare lay a hand on her? Gu Fan had just finished handling Su Yiming upstairs and now appeared full of vigor, his gaze sharp and cold like a star. His fist still thrummed with lingering force, a murderous aura radiating from him. Fresh from his victory over Su Yiming, Gu Fan was alert and fierce, his voice booming through the room. Bang! A savage, blood-curdling scream tore through the air like a slaughtered pig. Yi Chen's body was violently thrown backward, searing pain radiating from his ribs, several bones clearly broken. The sight was grisly and shocking. Gritting his teeth, Yi Chun struggled to his feet, hair disheveled, eyes burning with furious rage like a wild beast as he roared, Gu Fan, how dare you hit me? Yet he didn't dare come any closer, fully aware of his disadvantage in this moment. Your filthy hands don't deserve to touch Lin Xiaowan, Gu Fan retorted coldly, his gaze piercing Yi Chun like sharp blades. At that moment, Lin Ziwen's eyes shone with infatuation, looking at Gu Fan with pure admiration. Uncle Jiu, you saw that, right? This Gu Fan flouts all laws and has no respect for anyone. Yi Chun hissed through clenched teeth, his voice dripping with hatred. He dared to hit me next. He'll definitely resist the law officers, maybe even try something against you. Scum like him should be locked up as soon as possible. Prison is the only place he belongs. Chen Jiu's expression darkened instantly. Several law officers stepped forward to restrain Gu Fan. After all, Gu Fan had just dared to strike right in front of him, outrageous disrespect. But as the officers closed in, Gu Fan unleashed a sudden, powerful surge of energy from within, knocking them back several meters. They couldn't get close. How outrageous. Chen Jiu's face turned ashen, roaring, Gu Fan, you dare resist arrest? Aren't you afraid of making things worse and spending your life behind bars? The atmosphere inside the Times Club grew tense, the air thick with merciless coldness. Lin Xiaowan quickly tugged at Gu Fan's sleeve, whispering, Fan, don't be impulsive. She knew full well that civilians should never pick fights with officials. If this escalated, the Southern District Police Station could easily call in special units. No matter how capable Gu Fan was, his only choice might be to flee. Then Lin Xiaowan approached Chun Jiu, forcing a smile onto her face as she lowered her voice. Director Chun, there must be some misunderstanding here. The Times Club has always abided by the law. If you have any concerns, please speak to me. No matter the cost, I'm willing to cooperate with you as a friend. She sighed softly, understanding Chun Jiu's greed. Now that things had come this far, she had to satisfy his demands, or Gu Fan would really be in deep trouble. After all, assaulting law enforcement was a grave matter. Ms. Lin, now you're ready to swallow your pride. Chen Jiu surveyed her up and down with a mocking tone. After a brief pause, a lecherous smile crept across his face. Actually, there might still be a way out. Ms. Lin, why don't you come to my place tonight? We can have a good talk about the Times Club situation. If our conversation goes well, maybe we can put this matter behind us. Facing such a beautiful CEO, Chun Jiu naturally felt the urge to dominate. If Lin Xiaowan was willing to play along and, with a generous payoff, wouldn't feel obligated to keep his promise to Yi Chun. After all, everything had a price. Lin Xiaowan recoiled inwardly at the aggressive gleam in Chun Jiu's eyes and his large, bloated frame, but forced a smile. Director Chen, how about I come see you tomorrow? Tonight you should get some rest. She bought time as best she could. Ms. Lin, it seems you still don't understand me. Chunju sneered. Come with me now, or I'll arrest you immediately. Seeing no sign of Lin Xiaowan backing down, Chunjio's lower body responded swiftly as he reached out to touch her alluring face. Bang! Before his hand could reach her, Gu Fan delivered a fierce kick that sent Chunjio flying, his scream raw and painful. Watching Chunjio's heavy, obese body slam hard onto the ground, everyone present was utterly stunned, their eyes wide open and hearts stirred into a furious storm. Director Chen actually got hit? The crowd erupted in disbelief and shocked exclamations. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Someone muttered, their gaze instinctively fixed on Gu Fan, the newly appointed head of the Times Club. He's really trying to stir up a hornet's nest. Everyone immediately drew the same grim conclusion. Gu Fan was finished, and so was the Times Club. Assaulting a police director was a grave offense. No one could save him now. In the corner, Chun Ichi and other underworld figures' faces suddenly darkened, fully aware of boundaries not to be crossed. Brother Fan, you need to get out of here. Chun Ichi shouted anxiously, his voice trembling with urgency. But before his words finished, police lights were flashing outside. Fully armed law enforcement officers sealed off the entire Times Club, not allowing a single mosquito to fly out. Yi Chen's eyes bloodshot with excitement, as if pumped full of adrenaline. He shouted, arrest them. Anyone resists is to be shot on sight. Two officers helped Chunjio to his feet. His chest and abdomen throbbed with pain, veins bulging at his temples, and his face twisted with rage. Brother Fan, what do we do? Lin Xiaowan asked, panic draining the color from her face. A minor matter, Gu Fan said calmly, scanning the crowd. He immediately unleashed his true chi in a wave that forced everyone to keep their distance. After a moment, he restrained himself. Starting a fight here would risk harming innocents and ruin the Times Club's reputation. He had no reason to act personally. Stepping forward, he looked coldly at Chunjio. You want to arrest me? Fine, I'll go with you. Director Chun, this guy is a master fighter. An officer whispered in Chunjio's ear. Chunjio's heart skipped a beat. As he met Gu Fan's gaze, he caught a faint but chilling killing intent, causing a shiver down his spine. He immediately waved his hand. Cuff him. Take him away. Silver handcuffs clicked closed on Gu Fan's wrists. He offered no resistance, only a half smile as he stared at Chunjio. Director Chun, think carefully. Once I'm locked up, don't expect it to be easy to get me out. Ha ha. Yi Chen burst into laughter, mood soaring. Gu Fan, still talking big? Once you're in jail, don't even think about acting tough. Once the charges stick, you'll never see the sun again. Might even have to dodge soap bars daily. Those big guys in prison love punishing arrogant little brats like you. Take him away. Chunjio barked, and a group of officers escorted Gu Fan out. Yi Chun strode at the front like a triumphant general, chest out and head high, making sure everyone knew Gu Fan was caught by his own hands. Just as they stepped outside the Times Club, a black van screeched to a halt at the entrance. Li Tanhua, Hong Liang, and their men surged out, blocking the way. What do you want? Yi Chun sounded nervous, his voice shaking. He had suffered at Li Tanhua's hands before, and just recalling those methods sent chills down his spine. These underworld bosses never hesitated to use ruthless means, making all the officers instinctively wary. Li Tanhua stepped forward, his gaze sharp as a blade. Director Chun, release Brother Fan, or else, the Southside territory will never know peace again. Li Tanhua's eyes reddened. There was no way he would stand idly by and watch Gu Fan be taken away. His gaze locked onto Gu Fan standing in the middle of the crowd. It was precisely because of this calm and silent young man that he had stepped firmly onto the path of an A-level powerhouse. Li Tanhua had always been clear about right and wrong, repaying kindness and settling scores. Now there was no turning back. Across from him, Chunjio's brow twitched, a chill running through his heart. He knew well how troublesome the famed Tanhua of the southern city was, but he never imagined he'd step up for Gu Fan. Clearly, Gu Fan was no ordinary person without backing, unlike what Yi Chen claimed. The realization made Chunjio's heart skip a beat. Today's operation might have been reckless after all, but the arrow was already on the string. He couldn't pull back now. Besides, Gu Fan had kicked him away in public earlier, and that humiliation had to be avenged no matter what. Move aside, Chunjio ordered coldly, or we'll take you as well. Li Tanhua, don't think I can't deal with you. Then try. Li Tanhua stepped forward with firm resolve. If my brothers cause a ruckus, Southern City will explode. I want to see if you're willing to bear the consequences of that. How dare you? Chunjio's face darkened. If you touch Fan Gu, Li Tanhua said every word with iron determination. Even if it means mutual destruction, he'll take a chunk out of you. Veins bulging, Chunjio forced down his rage. Fine, let's see what you've got. He would never be threatened like this if he backed down now. How could he still command respect? Who would come bearing gifts to curry favor with Director Chen then? Suddenly, a voice cut in, warm yet icy. Director Chen, please show some respect to our Hongxing society and release Fan Gu. Hong Liang smiled brightly, but every word was laced with menace. Otherwise, don't blame me if something bad happens at your place. Yu Chenjiu pointed at Hong Liang, face ashen, but fear rose in his heart. Hongxing society had always been lawless. If things tore open, they'd dare anything. At this moment, Yi Chun grew anxious. Uncle Gio, what are you afraid of? Haven't you forgotten my father's promises? Besides, if they stir up trouble, our special forces can clean them up and make a name for themselves. Your career will only shine brighter after. If Chun Gio backed down now, Gu Fan's reputation would skyrocket, and the Times Club would flourish. An outcome Yi Chun absolutely refused to accept. Chun Gio's brows knitted tightly. After a few tense moments, he grit his teeth sharply. Southern City Branch Law Enforcement. Anyone blocking us will be treated as troublemakers. Take him away. With the order, officers moved forward in unison. Li Tanhua and Hong Liang's eyes flashed cold, but they still stood shoulder to shoulder at the front, fiercely protecting Gu Fan. Do you really want to go against the Southern City Branch? Chen Zhou shouted. Even if you're strong and I can't touch you. Don't forget China has major military districts, as well as groups like the Knights, Jiuzhou, and Kunlun. China is not a place for your reckless behavior. Li Tanhua and Hong Liang felt a chill. The martial world was one thing, but to go head-to-head with the establishment was a death sentence. Afraid? Afraid? Then get lost. Chen Zhou's tone hardened. Today, no one will save Gu Fan. Anyone who obstructs law enforcement will bear the consequences. Move aside. Just as tensions reached their peak, Gu Fan spoke calmly. I'm willing to go with them. Li Tanhua opened his mouth to say something, but stopped when Gu Fan raised his hand. Don't worry. Soon, they'll be begging to let me out. These people will pay for what they did today. Everyone's hearts trembled, yet Gu Fan's tone was as ordinary as if he were stating a simple fact. Understood. Li Tanhua and Hong Liang reluctantly stepped aside, silently yielding the way. Humph, that's more like it. Chen Jiao and Yi Chun exchanged a glance, quietly relieved. They just wanted to get Gu Fan back to the precinct quickly and use special methods to force him to confess and sign. Once Gu Fan signed the confession, everything would be settled and the case closed for good. Suddenly, the commotion caught Su Rubing's attention. She hurried over and, seeing Gu Fan being escorted by law enforcement officers, shock instantly filled her face. Yi Chun smiled proudly and said, Ruobing, see that? That thug Gu Fan has finally been caught by me. Remember what I promised you? I said I'd make him pay, and I guarantee the Times Club will be shut down for good. This is the first gift I'm giving you with my proposal. Are you happy? His tone brimmed with pride, finally able to hold his head high in front of Su Ruobing. Su Ruobing frowned tightly. What exactly did he do wrong? Yi Chun snorted coldly, speaking sharply, it's serious. Selling contraband, running a forced prostitution ring, even resisting law enforcement. Once convicted, he'll spend the rest of his life in prison. Ruobing will never have to see that disgusting man again. Su Ruobing looked doubtful. Is it really that bad? Of course it's true. Yi Chun was brimming with confidence. The evidence is airtight. Gu Fan can't wriggle out of this. No one can stop us from being together now, Ruobing. Before he finished speaking, Lin Xiaowan stormed over angrily, fixing a fierce glare on Su Ruobing. Ruobing, did you tell Yi Chun to do this? You're despicable. After all, Fan Gu is your husband. You have what you do now because of him. So how can you repay him with betrayal? Su Rubing's frown deepened, and she replied coldly, I don't know what you're talking about. Lin Xiaowan gritted her teeth. So you're saying Gu Fan is innocent? Don't be foolish. Fan Gu would never do something like this. Ruobing shook her head, muttering, Xiaowan, don't listen to her nonsense. Gu Fan's crimes are real, or else he wouldn't have been arrested. You should go home and rest. Tonight, ITLL all be over, and then we can finally enjoy our time together. Yi Chun said this with a triumphant grin. Su Ruobing glanced at Gu Fan, confusion and helplessness filling her eyes. Sister Ruobing, can you get Yi Chun to let Fan Gu go? Lin Xiaowan's tone suddenly softened. What matters most right now is making sure Gu Fan is safe. Once he's in the station, it's all up to Chun Jiao and the others. They'll definitely use dirty tricks to force a confession. If he's guilty, it's only a matter of time before they catch him anyway. Su Ruobing shook her head with a sigh. If he truly didn't do it, the investigation will prove it, and he'll be released. Gu Fan's voice was low but firm. Xiaowan, don't say too much to them. Trust me, he'll be fine. Lin Xiaowan glanced at Su Ruobing and nodded quietly. In her heart she thought, I didn't expect you would come this far. I warned you not to get involved with the underworld or take over the Times Club, but you didn't listen. Su Ruobing looked at Gu Fan, disappointment filling her eyes. So you really believe I did those things? You'd rather blindly side with Yi Chun than trust my innocence? Gu Fan smiled bitterly, shaking his head, overwhelmed by a sense of absurdity. 10 years of marriage reduced to this. The sincere love they once shared had now become their most painful mockery. Faced with Gu Fan's cold gaze, Su Ruobing looked away, unwilling to probe further. I trust the Chengnan precinct wouldn't wrong an innocent person. If you didn't do those things and cooperate with the investigation, you should be out soon. Ruobing, don't waste your breath on a scumbag like him. Yi Chun stepped forward, lowering his voice but unable to hide his smugness. Stay put at the Shengshi Club and wait for me, I've got the ring ready. He was desperate to confirm their relationship. Only by fully winning over Su Ruobing could he gain leverage over the Shengshi group. Without delay, Gu Fan was ushered into a car heading straight to the Chengnan precinct. For a moment, the brightly lit Sherdai Club seemed drained of life, and everyone's faces darkened with gloom. Though Gu Fan said he'd be fine, those present took it only as a comfort after all. They knew Chunjio's tactics all too well. Once in custody, you might as well prepare to be forced to confess. Manager Lin, what should we do next? Chen Rongfei's voice trembled with anxiety and tears. The Sherdai Club had just flourished when this blow struck. Everyone could see the seriousness of the situation. Don't worry. Lin Ziwen's eyes were sharp as blades, and her tone firm. If Fan says he's okay, then he definitely is. If Chunjio dares lay a finger on him, I'd stake the entire Sherdai group to get him released. Her fists clenched so tightly her knuckles turned white. If push came to shove, she would risk her life after all. Her very existence was because of Gu Fan. Detective Lee suppressed his impatience and chimed in, Manager Lin, don't be anxious. Fan's not panicking at all. From what I know of him, he must have a plan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have followed them willingly. Hong Liang nodded vigorously. Exactly. If he really wanted to leave, no one could stop him. But we still have to act. He'll go back now and urge my old man to keep pressuring the Chengnan precinct. Let's see if Chunjio really doesn't care about the consequences. Just as they were discussing strategies, a sleek black executive car pulled up steadily in front of the club. The door opened and Ning Zheng stepped out, impeccably dressed in a sharp suit, his footsteps measured and calm. Spotting Lin Xiaowan, he walked straight toward her. Manager Lin, I have an appointment with Mr. Gu. The moment Ning Zheng appeared, both Li and Hong Liang instinctively tensed. A chill running down their spine, a deadly aura, so powerful that two men hardened by life-and-death situations dared not breathe heavily. They were certain this man had killed countless people. You're here to see Gu Fan? Lin Xiaowan looked up. Yes, to ask him to treat the old master's illness. Ning Zheng was polite, but didn't spare even a glance toward Li or Hong Liang. Lin Xiaowan shook her head helplessly. Sorry, Gu Fan just ran into some trouble and was taken away. You'll have to come another time. Oh, what kind of trouble? Can you tell me? Ning Zheng raised an eyebrow. Lin Xiaowan briefly recounted the night's events. The Chengnan precinct. Chunjio? Ning Zheng's eyes darkened suddenly. Who gave him such authority? His words carried an oppressive weight like a mountain, causing Li and Hong Liang to almost bow on the spot. The next moment, Ning Zheng controlled his presence and raised his hand to call Elder Qin, explaining the situation. After a moment, an angry yet weak voice came through the phone from Elder Qin. This is outrageous. Ning Zheng immediately dispatched the northern border troops stationed in Jiangzhou to surround the South City precinct. Handle the situation exactly as Gu Fan commands, no questions asked. Ning Zheng was suddenly alarmed. Having served by Elder Qin's side for decades, he had rarely seen the commander this furious, and never heard him hand over control of the northern border troops to an outsider. That power was strictly reserved for the vice leader of the Knights. What had Elder Qin and Gu Fan discussed that night? Could it be that the plan was far more than just recruiting Gu Fan into the Knight organization? These thoughts swirled, but Ning Zheng suppressed them. Soldiers simply follow orders. Yes, Elder Qin. He hung up, grabbed his military coat, and strode briskly toward the command center. Jiangzhou, Times Group headquarters. Director Lin, who exactly is this man? Hong Liang asked in a low voice, though he couldn't hide his nervousness. Lin Xiaowan was just as uncertain. I'm not sure either. He's probably a friend of Brother Fan's. Hong Liang exchanged a look with Li Tanhua and felt somewhat reassured. If the person with authority over the northern border troops was really Gu Fan's friend, then Gu Fan must be safe. South City Precinct, Dungeon. The iron door slammed shut, the lock clicking sharply. Gu Fan was thrown into a solitary cell. A flickering gray bulb swayed overhead. Sitting cross-legged, he practiced the Qianquan Yinyang breathing technique, his steady, deep breaths stirring the tattered edges of his prison robe as if the grim surroundings were of no concern to him. Gu Fan. A hoarse shout came down. A middle-aged man gripped a black iron rod in one hand, thrusting a confession form at him with the other. This is the list of your crimes, sign it, and seal your guilt. Glancing at the paper, Gu Fan let out a derisive laugh. Not even pretending anymore? Rushing to convict my sit because you're scared? Once you're in here, don't think about walking out. The man slammed the table. His threats echoed in the cramped space. Sign now, and you might get some leniency. Otherwise, torture to force a confession? Or coercion to make me sign? Gu Fan responded calmly. Good, you understand. Be honest, and it'll be easier for everyone. Sorry, I won't admit to what I didn't do. Gu Fan's voice was steady, cold as steel. You're looking for death. The man barked. Take him down, force him to sign. Several martial artists stormed inside on command. Gu Fan's eyes turned deadly cold, a mocking smile curling his lips. You're the ones who'll be digging your own graves. South City Precinct Director's Office. Look at the mess you've caused. Chun Jio's brows knit into a deep frown as he unleashed a torrent of anger on Yi Chun. South City is in an uproar. Times Group and several major industry leaders have announced withdrawal of their investments. the No Night Bar, and the Hongxing Society are rioting, accusing our precinct of killing recklessly. The higher-ups are already launching a chain of investigations. What do you suggest we do? A chill ran down Yi Chen's spine. He hadn't expected Gu Fan to stir up such a storm, but he forced himself to speak reason. Uncle Gio, it's too late for regrets. You are the director. If Gu Fan confesses and is sentenced, no one will dare touch you. Besides, we're in a deadly feud now. It's either him or us. We can't show any mercy. Chen Jiu retorted coldly. I don't need your lessons. I've already ordered someone to get Gu Fan's confession letter. If he hits me, he'll pay for it. Excellent. A ruthless gleam flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. Director Chun, something terrible has happened. A sharp, urgent voice shattered the tense air. An assistant stumbled into the office, voice trembling. The Northern Border troops have surrounded our precinct. The Northern Army has surrounded our precinct. The duty officer burst into the office, his voice trembling. Chen Jiu was stunned for a moment, then burst out in anger. Nonsense. The Northern Army belongs to the Knight's Order. They only execute the truly evil. There's no way they besiege our southern precinct. Chief Chen, it's absolutely true. The Northern Army's black banners with silver stripes have been raised. The courtyard is full of people kneeling. Gevrions scared out of their wits. The messenger's face turned pale, almost in tears. How could this be? Could it be that my embezzlement has been exposed? But the Northern Army wouldn't bother with such petty matters. Chen Jiu wiped cold sweat from his brow. His deputy whispered cautiously, Chief Chen, could it be that they're after Gu Fan? Nonsense. The deputy dared not look up but pressed on. Everything was calm before we touched Gu Fan. Now the Southern District is in chaos. Investors are pulling out, and the Wind and Cloud Guild has specifically requested to see you. And now the Northern Army has come storming in. His all happened after we detained Gu Fan. Silence instantly fell over the office. Yi Chun. Chen Jiu gritted his teeth, turning sharply. You said Gu Fan has no backing? Is this what you call having no backing? The thought that he might lose his life over some petty gain tore him apart. Yi Chen scratched the back of his head, voice weak. Uncle Gio, he really is just a thug. He's even clashed with Qin Miaoka from the Knight's Order before. The Northern Army wouldn't charge in just for him. It has to be a misunderstanding. Maybe they want to detain him too. Chen Jiu pondered for a moment, then barked sharply. Huang Kai? You and Yi Chun, go to the cell immediately. You must get a signed confession from Gu Fan. With that confession, we have the law on our side. It'll stand my ground no matter who comes for us. Move. Yes, sir. Huang Kai and Yi Chen sprinted off. Flashing police lights filled the hall as Chen Jiu took a deep breath and hurried out of the precinct. Outside, rows of black-armored soldiers with long spears and polished boots filled the street. The Northern Army radiated deadly intent, like an army punishing rebels at the gates. His legs went weak, and cold sweat drenched his back. He forced himself to stay calm, but when he looked up, his gaze met the cold, stern face of the lead officer. His heart sank in terror. Ning Zheng, the chief's secretary, the leader's right-hand man, ruthless and decisive. Secretary Ning. Chen Jiu's voice trembled. Hand over the man. Ning Zheng's voice was sharp as a blade. Chen Jiu nearly lost his balance, but managed to ask cautiously. May I ask, Secretary Ning, who exactly do you want? Gu Fan. Those two words shattered Chen Jiu's last shred of hope. His face went ashen, but he forced himself to stay composed. Gu Fan is assisting us with an investigation. I don't know what connection he has with Secretary Ning, but he has no ties to our precinct. Before he finished, Chen Jiu secretly exhaled, believing his wording was airtight. Ning Zheng's gaze was ice-cold. Gu Fan is a junior personally summoned by the chief. You arrested the chief's appointee. You know the gravity of your crime? Boom. The words hit him like thunder. The chief summoned him? His knees buckled, and he collapsed instantly, his knees hitting the stone floor with a dull thud. He recalled Gu Fan's brazen attitude when being escorted away, so that was it. With the chief's temper, who lives or dies is not explained. Detaining someone without permission, what else could it be but courting death? I am guilty. A crime deserving death. Chen Jiu kowtowed repeatedly, his voice breaking. At this point, Chen Jiu dared not utter another word in his defense. The more you argue now, the faster you'll end up dead. Just confess honestly, maybe you'll still have a chance to live. Ning Zheng recalled how seriously Elder Qin valued Gu Fan and asked in a low voice. Where is he? Chen Jiu's forehead broke out in a sweat, as if it was about to explode. He stammered. He's in the cell. His mind was nearly shutting down. At this moment, he cared less about his official position and more about staying alive. Lead the way. Ning Zheng raised his hand, giving the order. Northern Border troops, surround the branch office. No one goes out, only in. The night churned restlessly as the biting wind whipped the Northern Border flags, making them flap sharply. Ning Zheng knew too many were watching Gu Fan tonight, so he simply used the Northern Border Army to bolster Gu Fan's presence. Chen Jiu stumbled forward, leading the way with a single thought in his heart. Please, whatever happens, don't let anything happen to Gu Fan. No amount of luck would be enough to make up for that. Outside the Southern City branch, Detective Li, Hong Liang, and Xiao Chen, a president of the Fengyun Chamber of Commerce who had rushed over, were all stunned. their eyes fixed on the black and gold military flag fluttering in the night sky, their chests rising and falling with waves of surprise. The famous northern border troops, they actually came? And for Gu Fan, the people who just forced Chinjiao to kneel must have come for Fan Go, right? Someone whispered. Wow, that's really Fan Ge's connections. Hong Liang's heart pounded wildly. He decided to cling tightly to Gu Fan from now on, wishing he could train a few more Guanxiaro types to send over daily as gifts. Compared to them, Xiao Chun was more deeply shaken. Before, he had only respected Gu Fan's level and strength. Now, seeing these iron-blooded soldiers who could slaughter the entire Fengyan chamber in a single night, he finally felt true awe and began quietly plotting how to get even closer to Gu Fan. Before long, Lin Xiaoan arrived out of breath, sweat rolling down her forehead. She had mobilized nearly all of Times Group's connections, but still failed to secure Gu Fan's release in advance. Soon after, Su Ruobing appeared with Zhao Shuyan. Su wanted to find out whether Gu Fan really committed the crimes he was accused of. The two women looked at the fluttering military flag, feeling the killing intent emanating from it, and a chill ran through their hearts. President Lin, don't worry. It won't be long before Fan Gu is brought out. Li Tianhua comforted her. Really? Lin wiped her sweat. Even knowing the backstory, she still couldn't relax. I want to go in and see for myself. Summoning courage, she stepped into the branch. The northern border soldiers stood like stone statues, unmoving. The only order they'd received was, only go in, no one comes out. Su Ruobing clenched her teeth and told Zhao Shuyan, we're going in too. Li Tianhua, Hong Liang, and the others were eager as well, but their natural fear of the northern border troops held them back from getting close. Inside the cell, the iron door clanged open. Huang Kai and Yi Chun hurried in, only to find the powerful men who had pressed Gu Fan to confess lying on the ground, moaning in pain with broken arms and legs. The scene was gruesome. Gu Fan, you dare resist law enforcement and assault officers. Yi Chun ground his teeth. That only adds to your charges. Even if you don't confess, you're looking at 10 years or more in this cell. Huang Kai picked up the confession document from the floor, frowning deeply at its blankness. Gu Fan, why struggle for nothing? If you just sign it as a confession, it counts as surrendering. The judge can be lenient. Take my advice and admit it quickly. It's better for both of us. I didn't commit these crimes. Why should I confess? Gu Fan glanced at them coldly, a faint smile tugging at his lips. You look so panicked. Did something happen outside? Gu Fan, do you really think no one can touch you? Huang Kai bellowed. There are countless powerful people in the southern city branch. If they want you to confess, they have ways. I'm just trying not to let the situation get worse. He waved his hand, and a dozen strong men stepped forward. Grab him. Hold his hands down and make him sign. Take him. Yi Chun snarled viciously. In a flash, a dozen men lunged, but before they could touch a single hair on Gu Fan's head, they all fell to the ground, groaning in pain. Within minutes, the cell was filled again with crying and moaning. Huang Kai's pupils dilated violently as he shouted, use the sedative. Yi Chun echoed, yeah? Knock him out. Let's see how long he can keep up this arrogance. Stop. Stop immediately. Suddenly, Chun Jiao shouted in a panic, his bulky body running at full speed as he yelled at the top of his lungs. This was someone closely connected to the chief. If anything went wrong, if Gu Fan was forced to confess, then Chun Jiao's own life would be over. The nature of the situation had completely changed. Once the ruthless chief was involved, even holding Gu Fan's confession wasn't enough. If it came to a direct confrontation, who could expect the chief to show any mercy? Uncle Jiao, we're about to get Gu Fan to confess. Yi Chun leaned closer, lowering his voice to persuade him. Once we have the confession, none of us need to worry. Slap. Before Yi Chun finished, a sharp slap landed heavily across his face. Chun Jiao's eyes were bloodshot, as though he wanted to swallow his reckless nephew whole. Shut up. Uncle Jiao, what's wrong with you? Yi Chun touched his burning cheek, confused. Release Mr. Gu at once. It's all a misunderstanding, a complete misunderstanding. Chun Jiao ignored explaining, forcing a flattering smile as he hurried over to Gu Fan. He personally removed the handcuffs and kept apologizing. Mr. Gu, I'm sorry you were wronged. It's entirely my fault. Please be magnanimous and don't hold this against me. Then, gritting his teeth, he suddenly raised both hands and slapped himself repeatedly. Slap, slap, slap. The force so strong his face turned bright red in moments. Seeing Chun Jiao slap himself like that completely dumbfounded Huang Kai and Yi Chun. Everyone knew Chun Jiao was a man obsessed with face. That was why, under pressure from all sides, he had refused to let Gu Fan go. Why did he suddenly lower himself like this? Both instinctively glanced toward Ning Zheng, who was walking over calmly, and an ominous feeling crept into their hearts. Director Chun, that's not what you said before. Gu Fan looked up with a cold tone. If I remember correctly, you swore I would never leave this cell again. And now it's all just a misunderstanding? Chun Jiao's expression stiffened at the time. He had no idea Gu Fan was close friends with that chief. Mr. Gu, all the faults are mine. Chun Jiao took a deep breath, suppressing his shame. In front of everyone, he suddenly knelt down with a loud thud, bowing his head to the ground 3 times. Mr. Gu, it was I, Chun Jiao, who was mistaken. Please punish me. He understood now that any explanation was pointless. Only complete admission of guilt could save his life. His career, pride, they all had to be set aside. Without life, everything was meaningless. Uncle Jiao, how can you kneel before this trash? Yi Chen's eyes widened, his worldview shattered. Huang Kai's eyes darted around. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he too dropped to his knees with a bang. Mr. Gu, I'm to blame 1,000 times over. What wrong have you done? Gu Fan's lips curved with mockery. I'm quite comfortable here. I'm not in any hurry to leave. Wait until you finish your investigation, see whether Gu Fan is really a criminal. Then maybe we can talk about me leaving. Otherwise, if I go out with this case hanging over me, wouldn't that just cause endless trouble? Cold sweat broke out on Chun Jiao's back. Mr. Gu, we have done a thorough investigation. You are completely innocent, a model young man of Jiangzhou. We were the ones in the wrong. You can leave anytime. What about that club then? Gu Fan's tone shifted sharply. Is it a den of filth? A place for drugs and prostitution? Of course not. No, absolutely not. Chun Jiao said urgently, his voice trembling. There's absolutely nothing wrong with the operation of the Times Club. From now on, the Southern City branch will unconditionally support the development of the Times Club and provide the best policies and assistance. He spoke rapidly, cold sweat shining under the lights on his forehead. Ningzheng stood silently nearby and added without expression, Mr. Gu, Old Qin said tonight's operation is at your command. You can make any decision without worrying about bearing any consequences. As those words dropped, a chill ran down Chun Jiao's spine. His life and death now depended entirely on Gu Fan's whim. Even if Gu Fan killed him tonight, the superior would back Gu Fan without hesitation. No one would trouble the superior over a dead man. Gu Fan was silent for a moment, weighing his thoughts. He was borrowing momentum tonight. Although he was vice leader of the night organization, he had yet to prove himself. Killing Chun Jiao now would only destabilize the already shaky organization further. Besides, this operation wasn't according to protocol. If things went sideways, there might be no way to contain it. There was no rush to take Chun Jiao's life. Keeping him alive still served the Times Club's development. They could reap what value remained before making a move later. Get up, Gu Fan said calmly. Thank you, Mr. Gu. Chun Jiao breathed out in relief, feeling his life was safe for now. He quickly began calculating how to flatter Gu Fan, maybe even turn him into a patron. Just as the thought formed, Chun Jiao's pupils suddenly dilated. A ripping, agonizing pain seized his insides. Several streams of energy were forcibly injected into his body, stabbing like steel needles. His piercing scream filled the private room. He was trapped between the desire to live and the inability to escape death. I want you to suffer unbearably. Submit? Gu Fan said expressionlessly. To submit. Chun Jiao knelt down again, hope crushed. Only deep terror for Gu Fan left in his heart. At the same time, Huang Kai, Yi Chun, and others were also screaming and writhing on the floor, their energies shredded like slow torture, fracturing their bodies and wills. This is my punishment for you, Gu Fan said coldly. He had no time to linger and had to follow Ningzheng to see Old Qin. Judging by what he observed, Old Qin's health was in serious trouble. At his cultivation level, ordinary illnesses wouldn't shake him at all. Fangu. Rapid footsteps sounded outside. Lin Xiaowan and Su Ruobing rushed in at the sound of the screams, their faces changing immediately. Lin Xiaowan went straight to Gu Fan, checking he was unharmed. Su Ruobing shot a glance at Gu Fan, then crouched beside Yi Chun, helping the trembling man to his feet. Are you okay? She asked, voice full of concern. Ruobing, you're finally here. Yi Chun was utterly humiliated, barely able to speak. This Gu Fan, he wants me dead. He hates me. His heart is so cruel. He had originally set a trap to ruin Gu Fan, but instead ended up slapped by ninth uncle and tormented like a clown by Gu Fan himself. What exactly is going on? Su Ruobing frowned. Su Ruobing never imagined that upon entering, she would witness such a scene. President Su, President Lin, it's all a misunderstanding. Chun Jiao practically ran up to them, his voice urgent. Mr. Gu is innocent. The Times Club has always operated with integrity and is a shining example of Jiangzhou businesses. The truth has come out. Someone set this up to frame him. You both can rest assured. After speaking, he didn't even dare to look directly at Yi Shen. If it weren't for the Yi Group status, he would have liked nothing more than to strangle the man who nearly caused his downfall. Hearing Chun Jiao's declaration, Yi Chen's expression darkened instantly, his eyes filled with venomous resentment. Yet he understood that today, he couldn't shake Gu Fan's position. Swallowing his anger, he pushed the fury deep inside and started looking for his next chance. He took a deep breath and lowered his voice to Su Ruobing. Ruobing, let's go. I don't want to spend even a second in this hellhole. Okay, let's leave. Su Ruobing steadied him and glanced at Gu Fan. Those cold, indifferent eyes never once flickered toward her. That utter disregard ignited a nameless fury within her chest. The two of them took a few steps forward when a calm, yet unmistakably commanding voice sounded behind them. Wait, did I say you could leave? As Gu Fan's words fell, Huang Kai moved like an arrow, instantly blocking the exit and raising his hand to stop them. Gu Fan, what more do you want? Isn't humiliating me enough? Yi Chen spun around and shouted in anger. Gu Fan sneered, why the rage and shame? I almost missed that reckless fire you had just now. Weren't you yelling about wanting me to rot in jail forever? Now you're acting like a scared dog trying to slip away. Every word was like an icy blade piercing Yi Chen's chest. His face went ashen, but he dared not lash out. That feeling of living a fate worse than death was something he refused to endure again. Gu Fan, don't go too far. Yi Chen grit his teeth. Framing me with false charges, trying to kill me. And now I'm the one going too far? Gu Fan's voice was cold and low. When you do something wrong, you pay the price. Hey Race Adil Neil, admit your fault. Beg me to spare you this once, and he'll let you walk away. Otherwise his gaze shifted. Director Chen, can you deal with those who spread lies and frame others? Yes, yes, yes. Chinju nodded eagerly. Mr. Gu is right. Yi Chen, get down on your knees and admit your mistake. Beg Mr. Gu for forgiveness. Uncle Jiu, why are you helping an outsider? Why should I kneel to him? Smack. Before he finished, a sharp slap landed hard across Yi Chen's face. Chen Jiu's voice turned cold. Don't call me Uncle Jiu. Call me Director Chen when you're outside. Pointing at Yi Chen, he ordered, listen to me. Kneel down and admit your mistake immediately. Otherwise, he'll arrest you for spreading rumors and causing trouble. You'll spend a few months in prison to learn your lesson. Bloodshot eyes, burning pain on both cheeks once again. Right in front of Gu Fan and Su Ruobing, Yi Chen had been slapped. Over and over, humiliated again and again. He wanted nothing more than to sink into the ground. His whole body trembled, but he knew Chen Jiu was not bluffing this time. If he didn't kneel, he really would spend months behind bars. By then, this done deal Su Ruobing would probably have fled. And that was something he absolutely could not accept. In the end, Yi Chen had no choice but to look pleadingly at Su Ruobing. They've gone too far. The hall was brightly lit, and half of Yi Chen's face was swollen, marked with 10 clearly visible fingers' imprints, harsh and ugly. Facing him, Gu Fan raised a sharp brow, exuding such an overpowering aura that it seemed he could trap anyone against the wall at any moment. On Gu Fan's side, Lin Xiaoan hooked her arm through his, chin lifted high, eyes full of arrogance and provocation. Together, they overshadowed Yi Chen completely, making him look like a miserable clown standing alone in the spotlight. Su Ruobing's gaze flickered between Yi Chen and Gu Fan. Seeing the handprints on Yi Chen's face made her heart tighten painfully. Then, looking at Gu Fan's confident expression and the intimacy with Lin Xiaoan, her emotions tangled shame, bitterness, and unwillingness all crashing together. Yi Chen had lost face, and she felt her own dignity slipping away. The white moonlight she once adored had shattered in an instant. Taking a deep breath, Su Ruobing forced herself calm and stepped forward. She spoke to Gu Fan. Gu Fan, since this is all a misunderstanding and you've been found innocent, why not let it end here? Yi Chen didn't mean any harm, so why keep pushing so hard? A misunderstanding? Gu Fan sneered, his voice cold as ice. Su Ruobing, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call you stupid. If I really had no power, would I be here alive today? You've got your precious white moonlight, kneel, and admit guilt that hurts you? Su Ruobing frowned but stood her ground. Gu Fan, I don't want to argue. Just do me this favor and let Yi Chen leave. A favor? Gu Fan curled his lips with chilly disdain. What favor? You think you still have any worth? To me, you're nothing. Lin Xiaoan giggled sharply, her voice crisp and cutting. Ruobing, that's where you're wrong. You said you'd cut ties with Fan for good, but now you're begging? That's not like you. And remember, when I asked you to make Yi Chen leave Gu Fan alone, what did you do? Her words stabbed straight into Su Ruobing's heart. Su Ruobing's face shifted, losing strength as her gaze quickly dropped to avoid Gu Fan's eyes. Ruobing Yi Chen could only pin his last hope on her, his eyes full of desperate affection. If he was forced to kneel, it would become a lifelong shame. One had never be able to face Gu Fan again. Almost clenching her fists in frustration, Su Ruobing lifted her eyes and fixed Gu Fan with a steady stare. Gu Fan, do you really want to go this far? Cutting ties won't help anyone. If you let Yi Chen go now, I promise he won't bother you again. Bother me? Gu Fan scoffed disdainfully. Does he even deserve the chance? Has he got what it takes? Su Ruobing, if your white moonlight had any backbone, he wouldn't kneel. I won't force it, nor do I need your begging. You mean nothing to Medon expect me to give you face. Gu Fan glared coldly at Yi Chen. Kneel or not. Admit guilt or not. I don't have time to waste with you. Su Ruobing's chest tightened, as if she'd been slapped in front of everyone. Looking at this ruthless, dominant man before her, she felt bitter. Gu Fan, who once obeyed her every command, had become a stranger overnight. How could a man's heart change so quickly? Su Ruobing felt utterly abandoned. Though it had been her own hand that pushed Gu Fan away, now he pierced her heart like a sharp thorn. She was determined never to bow and plead to him again. The silence she kept pressed the air heavy with tension. Seeing this, Yi Chen's heart tightened, and he instinctively glanced at Chen Jiu for help. But Chen Jiu turned his eyes away, wishing Yi Chun could stand firm and confront Gu Fan Heaton, so that the man who'd nearly ended his life the trash Gu Fan could finally taste some pain. Since you won't kneel and admit your mistake, then I won't force you, Gu Fan said, dusting off his sleeve as he raised a foot to leave. I'll kneel. Seeing Gu Fan turn his back, Yi Chun clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white and suddenly blurted out. He didn't want to go to prison. He was still scheming to take down Su Ruobing and seize control of Shengshi Group. A true man endures what others can't. He took several deep breaths. His face was pale and strained, but at last, he slowly sank to his knees, smashing them onto the cold floor. His eyes burned red with humiliation and unwillingness. Gu Fan, this time it's my fault. I shouldn't have accused you falsely. Since you know you're wrong, then kowtow. Gu Fan's voice was flat, but carried an unyielding coldness that brooked no refusal. Yi Chen's pupils contracted. He gritted his teeth in fury. Gu Fan, don't push me too far. If you want kowtow, how do I know you're sincere in admitting your mistake? Or do you want to spend some time reflecting in prison? Gu Fan's lips curled into a half smile. With a loud thud, Yi Chen's forehead slammed hard against the ground, the sound echoing through the cell. Gu Fan didn't even bother to look at him again. Passing by Yi Chen's side, he stopped in front of Su Ruobing and casually tossed out a taunt. Your white moonlight isn't as perfect as you claim. Your judgment isn't all that great, huh? The mockery and scorn struck Su Ruobing's heart like a whip. Her mouth opened, but no words came out. Secretary Ning, let's go, Gu Fan said indifferently. Ning Zheng nodded and let Gu Fan lead the way. He stayed behind by half a step to accompany her out of the South City police station. Chun Jiao and the others immediately followed, eager to get this ominous presence gone as soon as possible. Inside the cell, Yi Chun trembled violently. Humiliation and rage intertwining had actually knelt to Gu Fan. Since returning to the country, how many slaps had he taken because of Gu Fan? Every defeat had been crushing. The most unbearable thing was that Su Ruobing hadn't even moved to help him this time. Instead, she was staring blankly after Gu Fan's retreating figure. After a long moment, Su Ruobing snapped back to reality. President Su, I've said it before, Fan Ji would never do such terrible things. It's obvious Yi Chun deliberately framed him, and now Fan Ji has exposed him on the spot. What a disgrace. Zhao Shuiyan couldn't help but speak up. President Su, are you really going to be with someone so despicable? You should think carefully. She spoke quickly, pressing on. When Fan Ji was around, things went so smoothly for you. I can tell he still has feelings for you. It's not too late to turn back now. Fan Ji is a man who values loyalty. If Lin Xiaowan beats you to it, then it'll be too late. I was doing well not because of Gu Fan. Don't bring this up again. Su Ruobing frowned, exhaustion barely concealed in her voice. Yi Chun got to his feet, face darkening. Ruobing, you see now, right? Gu Fan is taking revenge on both of us. Zhao Shuiyan sneered and shot a sharp glance. Evil people always accuse others first. You framed Fan Ji first. And now look, the Times Club will definitely be more popular. What about Shengshi Club? And the gift you gave President Su? Can it just be you kowtowing and admitting your mistake to Gu Fan? Her words hit Yi Chun like a stab to the chest. His face twisted with rage, knuckles cracking as he struggled not to slap Zhao Shuiyan. With a cruel voice, Yi Chun snarled, Ruobing, don't worry, I won't let Gu Fan off. This is my version of the humiliation Han Xian suffered. Just you wait, I swear, I will destroy Gu Fan. Yi Chun clenched his teeth, his knuckles turning white from gripping tightly. He turned to face Su Ruobing, his voice still filled with anger. You should keep your distance from him from now on. Don't provoke him. Su Ruobing sighed softly, as if recalling some past memory. Her tone was gentle but resigned. Right now, he doesn't take you seriously. But if you really anger him, when he gets fierce, you might not be able to handle it. Ruobing, what do you mean by that? Do you also think I'm not as good as Gu Fan? Yi Chen's chest felt heavy, as if the whole world was against him. Isn't it obvious? From top to bottom, how can you compare to Fan Ge? Zhao Shuiyan sneered coldly. Shuiyan. Su Ruobing stopped her friend, exhaling deeply to ease the tension. Yi Chun, I don't mean anything else. There's no need for us to compete Heaton with Gu Fan. He's the one who's always picking on me. A fierce light flashed in Yi Chen's eyes as he promised quietly. Ruobing, I will make you see Gu Fan is nothing. They'll crush him beneath my feet, so he'll never rise again. But Su Ruobing didn't want to argue further. She shook her head. You're tired. Go rest. Ruobing, I want you to stay with me. Yi Chun reached out for her, but grabbed only air. Su Ruobing had already stepped back, keeping a safe distance. I have something to do. With that, she left with Zhao Shuiyan, leaving Yi Chun alone, the cold night wind stirring the turmoil in his heart. You despised bitch. One day you'll be begging for mercy beneath me, and Gu Fan'll fight you to the death. It's all because of you two. The hatred in Yi Chen's heart was almost tangible. At the entrance of the Southern City Police Station, Ning Zheng raised his hand, and the northern troops marched away in perfect formation. He and Gu Fan climbed into a black sedan, heading straight to Elder Qin's estate. The car was silent except for the roar of the engine. Seeing Ning Zheng's face still grim, Gu Fan spoke first. What happened to Elder Qin's health? His old injury flared up again last night. His condition worsened suddenly, and he's now bedridden, Ning Zheng said in a low voice. How could this happen? Gu Fan frowned. Last night, during their talk, Elder Qin wasn't in good shape, but certainly not bedridden. Ning Zheng hesitated a moment, then explained. Elder Qin's realm is very high. He's always used his true qi to suppress the old ailment, but after so many years it was bound to give out eventually. There are countless renowned doctors in the world, and no one can help? Gu Fan pressed. Elder Qin's injury is a chronic affliction that's tough to cure completely. Gu Fan, you'll understand when you see him. Gu Fan nodded but felt more anxious inside, silently blaming himself for not acting sooner. The car passed several checkpoints before entering a secluded estate deep in the mountains. After getting out, Ning Zheng led Gu Fan through a long corridor to a dimly lit bedroom. The room smelled of medicinal herbs. Qin Myok's eyes were red, clearly having just cried. Beside her stood a dignified elder and a young man, both from another major organization, Jiuzhou. In front of the bedside, an old man with white hair and beard was steadily inserting acupuncture needles with precise skill. Divine Dr. Sun, how is my grandfather? Why did he suddenly become bedridden? Please save him. Qin Myok's voice trembled with tears. Qin Miaoka looked anxious, her eyes flickering as she caught sight of Ning Zheng leading Gu Fan into the room, but she paid no attention. She just couldn't understand why her grandfather, so seriously ill, insisted on seeing Gu Fan. Did the old man really believe this mysterious young man possessed some miraculous medical skill? It seemed impossible. By the bedside, the elderly man known as Divine Dr. Sun carefully withdrew silver needles from Qin Lao's acupuncture points one by one, his brow growing increasingly furrowed. After a moment, he sighed deeply, shaking his head with a heavy heart. His voice was low and resigned as he said, Qin Lao's condition is extremely complicated. By all normal standards, his physical energy should have been completely exhausted long ago. That he still holds on is a miracle in itself. As for my abilities, I'm afraid I'm powerless. How can this be? Qin Miaoka felt a sinking weight in her chest. Dr. Sun was far from the first expert to offer such a grim diagnosis. Every renowned doctor had declared her grandfather's body beyond medical help. Looking at her with sympathy, Dr. Sun spoke again. I can only prescribe some remedies to try to slow the decline of his vitality. Dr. Sun, how much longer does my grandfather have? Her voice trembled as tears quietly rolled down her cheeks. Dr. Sun pondered thoughtfully before answering, at most a year. That's assuming Qin Lao fully cooperates with strict rest and care. If he overexerts or worries himself, no one can guarantee anything. A year? Qin Myok's face instantly drained of color, her fragile frame trembling as she struggled to stay standing. Miaoka, don't worry. Jun Shun, a member of the Jiuzhou organization, quickly stepped forward, his gentle tone hiding a fierce possessiveness. As long as Qin Lao cooperates, there may still be hope. I will search the entire world for divine medicines to extend his life. Before he finished speaking, they suddenly heard Dr. Sun's shocked shout. Hey, what are you doing? Everyone suddenly realized that Gu Fan had already come to Qin Lao's bedside. After feeling his pulse, he had without hesitation plunged a needle straight into the center of Qin Lao's forehead. Gu Fan, are you crazy? Qin Miaoka was furious, her eyes brimming with tears. How dare you give my grandfather acupuncture without permission? What if something goes wrong? Can you take responsibility? She lunged forward and grabbed Gu Fan's sleeve, but a surge of powerful energy forced her to step back several paces, her arm tingling. Such strong true qi. Yun Filiu, an elder from Jiuzhou, narrowed his eyes, staring fixedly at Gu Fan in shock. I'm saving your grandfather, Gu Fan said calmly, his voice steady and resolute. Saving my grandfather? What a joke. Qin Miaoka spat bitterly. Not even Divine Dr. Sun can help him. Who are you to think you can? Miaoka, don't be disrespectful. Qin Lao, weak and lying on the bed, spoke with difficulty. It was I who asked Xiaofan to perform the acupuncture. Grandfather, you can't gamble with your own body like this. Qin Miaoka was beside herself with worry. Dr. Sun's expression darkened. Qin Lao, you can't withstand any more strain. A stranger's reckless needle could only make things worse. Grandfather, did you hear that? Dr. Sun just said so. Qin Miaoka turned around and glared angrily. Gu Fan, take your hand away immediately. I won't allow you to touch my grandfather again. She reached out to stop him. But the next moment, Gu Fan turned around and gave Qin Miaoka a cold glare. If you want your grandfather to live longer, you'd better stay quiet. The sudden pressure stunned Qin Miaoka, tightening her chest, but she still forced back her anger, biting her lip. Gu Fan, if anything happens to my grandfather, I will never let you off. If I can't save old Qin, Gu Fan said with an icy voice, you can do whatever you want to me. But if I can heal him, then what will you do? Gu Fan's piercing gaze seemed to promise her a lesson she wouldn't forget. Qin Miaoka furrowed her brows tightly, then gritted her teeth. If you really can save my grandfather, he'll sleep with you for one night. But if you can't, I want you to never show your face in front of him again. Gu Fan's eyes briefly appraised her graceful figure. What are you looking at? Qin Miaoka snapped furiously. Seeing her like this, Gu Fan snorted lightly. That was what you said yourself. If I cure old Qin, you spend a night with me. You won't regret it then, will you? Qin Miaoka, always keep my word. I won't go back on it. Good. Then prepare yourself to keep that promise. With that, Gu Fan turned again and resumed acupuncture on old Qin. Old Qin sighed softly. You young people. Old Qin, trust me, Gu Fan said without turning back. Huh, Xiao Fan, of course I trust you. Just do your best. Old Qin responded with carefree openness. Nearby, Junshin quietly leaned toward Qin Miaoka, lowering his voice. Miaoka, who is this guy? Why does old Qin value him so much? His eyes were full of hostility toward Gu Fan. The formidable Qin Kanglan was always known for his fierce temper, yet now he affectionately called Gu Fan Xiao Fan, making Junshin feel a strong sense of threat. Some nobody who popped up from nowhere. If he makes Grandpa's condition worse, he'll never forgive him. Qin Miaoka's eyes reddened, her tone stubborn. Miaoka, I'm always on your side. Who asked you to be on my side? Qin Miaoka snapped impatiently and shifted leftward, putting distance between herself and Junshin. Old Qin waved a hand toward Gu Fan. Xiao Fan, don't feel pressured. Just try. Even if it doesn't work, it's okay. This old body of mine is already near the end. And with a successor for the knight's role, I can die without regrets. Old Qin, as long as I'm here, you want die? Gu Fan replied quietly. The black glow in his pupils intensified as his spirit concentrated on the silver needle at old Qin's brow. Gentle true qi flowed through the needle into old Qin's body, inch by inch exploring. Suddenly, Gu Fan's heart jolted, his eyes horrified as they landed on the old man's body in his view. Old Qin's internal organs were riddled with holes, barely held together like forced stitches. His veins and bones were fractured and incomplete, sustained only by a terrifyingly powerful qi. Even worse, multiple hidden internal injuries brimmed with killing intent, one blade of sword qi slicing across the edge of his heart, ready to claim his life any moment. Gu Fan had never seen injuries and illness this severe in his life. Seeing Gu Fan's grim expression, Master Sun sneered coldly. Judging by your acupuncture technique, you do seem to have some knowledge of medical traditions. But if you think your skills are enough to show off in front of the country's top doctors, you're seriously underestimating Chinese medicine. He raised his hand to hush the crowd and continued in a sharp tone. Old Man Qin's condition has been thoroughly examined by more than a dozen expert national physicians. Stop performing these useless diagnostics that will only add to his burden. With that, he bowed slightly and turned toward the elder resting on the bed. Old Man Qin, your priority now is rest and recuperation. I have prepared medicine for you that calms the spirit and stabilizes your breath. It's best to let this man stop. I fear he only means harm at this point. The room grew tense. Gu Fan, this nonsense has gone on long enough. It needs to stop now. Qin Miaoka stood by the bedside, her face dark. If you worsen Grandpa's condition, I will never forgive you. Junshin snorted coldly in agreement. Some people just love to stir up trouble and seek attention. Yet Old Man Qin smiled serenely, lightly patting the edge of the bed with encouragement. Fan, what do you see? If it can't be helped, that's all right. I estimate I have a few months left, enough time to set things in order. Don't burden yourself with worry. He knew his body no longer responded to medicine, but hoped to live a little longer to support Gu Fan's growth. Still, he was prepared for the limits of human ability. Just when everyone thought Gu Fan would back down, he put away his acupuncture kit and spoke calmly but firmly. Old Man Qin, who said you have only a few months left? With me here, I won't promise you 100 years of life, but adding 10 or even 8 more years is definitely possible. If others can't cure you due to your constitution, I can. The room fell silent as Old Man Qin, who was about to speak, suddenly paused. Qin Miaoka, Junshin, and everyone else stared at Gu Fan in shock. If you don't shock people, you don't make an impression. More than a dozen master national physicians had affirmed Old Man Qin would live no longer than a year, yet Gu Fan boldly claimed to extend his life by nearly a decade. This was a public slap in the faces of all those doctors. Gu Fan, Qin Miaoka said sternly, Grandpa's health is not a joke. You may brag all you want when no one's watching, but if you speak carelessly here, every knight will see you as an enemy. Think carefully about the consequences. Junshin's glare grew even colder. Miaoka, this man is utterly untrustworthy. In my opinion, he should be kicked out immediately. His hostility toward Gu Fan deepened, sensing he would be his greatest rival in the future. This is utter nonsense. How dare a mere upstart speak so recklessly? Master Sun shouted, veins bulging on his temples, finger pointing straight at Gu Fan. Old Man Qin's life is like a flame burning low, and he won't last a year. We have spent decades studying medicine without success. What right do you have to claim you can save him? Gu Fan remained calm, gently withdrawing a silver needle from Old Man Qin's brow. His voice was steady. If you can't heal him, that only proves your incompetence. Impudent brat. Impudent brat. Master Sun's eyes widened in fury. Old Man Qin, please do us a favor and expel this reckless troublemaker at once. If he continues like this, I fear old man Qin won't survive the year. But old man Qin waved his hand with a smile. Master Sun, this old bone is already near the end. Why not let Gufan try? What if he truly has the skill to work a miraculous recovery? Old man Qin, you are as precious as gold. How can you let this bragging youngster act as he pleases? Master Sun warned gravely. Grandpa, maybe you should listen to Master Sun. His medical skill is renowned throughout China. Qin Miaoka was deeply worried Gu Fan would worsen her grandfather's condition. Old Qin waved his hand weakly, saying, I trust Xiao Fan. Even if he makes my condition worse, I'm a dying man, what does it matter? The old man's voice was hoarse but resolute, leaving no room for doubt. Old Qin, Sun Shini suddenly raised his voice, eyes sharp as blades. If you insist on letting a mere rookie treat you, then from today on, I, Sun Ci, will no longer provide medical care for the night organization. His words hit like a cold blast, freezing the air in the room as if even breathing turned icy. Yun Filiu saw this and quickly stepped forward to smooth things over. Old Qin, Sun Shini has his pride as a skilled doctor. It's best to let this young friend leave. The night organization can't do without Sun Shini's treatment. Humph. Old Qin snorted coldly, standing straight with his cane. I, Qin Kanglin, have maneuvered through life's battles. I've never been threatened before. Sun Ci, if you don't want to treat the knights any longer, you're free to leave. But today, I insist on having Gu Fan give it a try. This is my body, though I not have the right to decide. Grandpa Qin Miaoka sighed softly, but eventually nodded. I've made up my mind. She suddenly shot a glare at Gu Fan, eyes flashing with anger and worry both. Gu Fan, you'd better be capable. Otherwise, just wait and see. Meeting her gaze, Gu Fan smirked. You'd better prepare to sleep beside me. Then he turned his attention to the old man by the bed. Old Qin, relax. Xiao Fan, don't feel pressured. Try whatever you want on me, I'm not afraid of death. Old Qin laughed heartily and patted Gu Fan's back with a warm hand. That touch warmed Gu Fan's heart. Growing up fatherless, it was only since meeting Old Qin that he truly experienced the warmth of being trusted and cared for by an elder, an honor more precious than any achievement. He took a deep breath, then looked at Sun Ci. Master Sun, you'll need 100 silver needles. May I borrow them? Take them. Sun Ci's face darkened. He handed over his entire pouch of silver needles. I want to see what you're truly capable of. Qin Miaoka hurriedly bowed to Sun Ci. Master Sun, please don't be angry. If something goes wrong later, please save my grandfather. Sun Ci only nodded, folding his hands behind his back with a grim expression. The room's lights flickered. Gu Fan closed his eyes and began to regulate his breathing. With each inhale and exhale, his internal energy surged like a roaring river. Deep within his eyes, a massive dragon's pupils slowly opened. When he opened them, it was as if he could see through everything. Old Qin's organs, muscles, even every cell's precise alignment. Start. With a roar of energy, Gu Fan's arms swept, and 108 silver needles shot out from the pouch, spinning rapidly in midair, glinting coldly. In the next instant, the needles, powered by his energy, rained down like sudden storm clouds, piercing exactly the 108 acupuncture points on Old Qin's body. As the needles entered, Old Qin's arm trembled slightly, but felt no pain. All his meridians were sealed in an instant. At the same time, streams of energy flowed along strange paths, gathering into faint filaments over his countless internal wounds, locking in his life force tightly. The legendary 9-turn profound needles. Sun Ci almost shouted, his cloudy eyes growing wide, his whole body trembling with excitement and gasping for breath as if overwhelmed. 9-turn profound needles? What are those? Are they really that amazing? Qin Miaoka looked at her grandfather's body riddled with needles, her expression complicated. The 9-turn profound needles are a miraculous medicine, weaving heaven and earth's deepest medical arts. Sun Ci's voice was hoarse but firm. If perfected, they can revive the dead flesh and bone, stealing life back from Yama himself. But they were lost to the world forever. He sighed deeply, as if witnessing a miracle reborn. Heaven has mercy. The 9-turn profound needles are seen again in the world. With this, Chinese medicine's glory shall rise once more. Sun Ci trembled with reverence and awe, as if he were facing a deity. Sun Ci completely lost his composure. Only those who have studied medicine truly understand what the 9 turns profound needle signified is the most brilliant jewel in the hall of medical arts. Decades ago, as Chinese medicine declined, a middle-aged man swept through the east and west with this needle technique, earning the title of medical sage and elevating the nation's prestige. Unfortunately, that medical sage later vanished without a trace, and the 9 turns profound needle became like a fleeting bloom. That day marked the most glorious moment in Chinese medicine and left an indelible shock in Sun Ci's heart. Since then, his lifelong ambition had been to replicate the 9 turns profound needle, yet even after a lifetime of effort, he hadn't mastered the first turn. Now that he saw this needle method again, how could he not be excited and thrilled? The 9 turns profound needle? Is this for real? Isn't that a legendary medical art? Yun Fili muttered doubtfully, his eyes knowledgeable and sharp. There's no way it could be wrong. Sun Si said with reverence. I've been recreating the 9 turns profound needle even in my dreams. Its mysteries and secrets are etched into my very bones. I'd sooner mistake my own parents than confuse the 9 turns profound needle. Yun Filius' gaze darkened suddenly, a dangerous glint flashing from his pupils as he fixed an unblinking stare on Gu Fan. Divine Dr. Sun, can Gu Fan really save my grandfather? Qin Myok's mouth parted slightly as her breathing quickened. Sun Si watched Gu Fan manipulate the needles and sighed deeply. If there is any technique left in the world today that can heal old Master Qin, it is none other than this lost 9 turns profound needle. Qin Myok's heart raced, her mind swirling with thoughts. If Gu Fan really could save her grandfather, would she then have to stay by his side? The idea flushed her cheeks. At that moment, the true energy in old Master Qin's body churned fiercely. His deep eyes revealed profound astonishment. Until now, he had known Gu Fan was exceptionally skilled, but he hadn't expected his medical ability to have reached such a level. He could clearly feel his vitality no longer weakening. The dark injuries that had required massive true energy to suppress were slowly healing. The torn tendons were beginning to show signs of repair, and his once tense body finally relaxed. Old Master Qin felt as though he had gained a priceless treasure and was overwhelmed with joy. He thought the heavens had treated him kindly. Old Master Qin, how do you feel? Gu Fan asked while adjusting his breath and using true energy to guide the 108 silver needles to continue repairing the ravaged body. Good. Absolutely wonderful. Better than ever. Old Master Qin laughed heartily. Gu Fan nodded, his dragon-like eyes slowly closing within their depths. He waved his hand, and the 108 needles simultaneously withdrew and clinked down onto a silver tray. The needle tips were black, each coated with a different deadly poison. He looked at Old Master Qin's slightly flushed face and said gravely, Old Master Qin, you have at least a dozen kinds of potent poisons in your body that have been slowly eating away at your flesh. What? Qin Myok's expression changed dramatically. She had never heard that her grandfather was poisoned, let alone by multiple toxins. I know, Old Master Qin said calmly. Many want me dead, and they have employed every dirty trick to do so. These poisons are merely a minor annoyance and won't affect me. Grandpa, why didn't you tell me? Qin Myok's eyes reddened. Silly girl, I know my own body best. If I told you, it would only cause you unnecessary worry. But don't worry. With Xiao Fan here, Grandpa's health will get better. Qin Lao looked fondly up and gently rubbed Qin Myok's soft hair. Gu Fan, how's my grandpa? Is he going to be alright? Qin Miaoka wiped her tears hastily with the back of her hand while gripping Gu Fan's arm tightly, her eyes full of anxiety. Gu Fan's face was serious. I've only temporarily halted Qin Lao's life force from declining. It will take some time to fully heal him. Hearing the words there's still hope, she suddenly looked up, her voice trembling but hopeful. So, you mean he can be completely cured, right? With me here, Qin Lao will definitely recover fully. Gu Fan nodded solemnly. Really? Tears of joy streamed down her face uncontrollably. That's wonderful. Grandpa, did you hear that? You're going to get better for sure. Then she looked at Gu Fan sincerely. Thank you, Gu Fan. I was wrong about you before. I didn't realize you were this capable. Gu Fan replied casually. No problem. Just here to keep you company. The joke instantly flushed Qin Myok's cheeks red, and she gave him an embarrassed glare. Qin Lao observed the exchange and couldn't hide his smiley. A rare feeling of comfort and hope swelled within him. For the first time in a long while, he felt life had a new purpose. But Gu Fan stopped smiling and warned again. Qin Lao, you must not use true energy for the next few years. If you force it, the veins and internal injuries we just mended will tear again. The consequences would be 100 times worse. Understood, they'll listen to you. Qin Lao replied cheerfully. Only then did Gu Fan let out a long breath. They'll come by once a week from now on to make sure you fully recover. All right, all right. Qin Lao clapped his hands and laughed, but a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Those people never expected this old man, who was doomed, to survive. Now they'll probably be restless day and night. Qin Lao, he'll raise the manor's security level immediately. Ning Zheng's chest heaved as he looked at Gu Fan with burning gratitude. If Gu Fan could really save Qin Lao, he'd go through fire and water without hesitation. Now he finally understood why Qin Lao valued Gu Fan so much. Bang! Suddenly a dull thud shattered the warmth in the room. Sun Si, the divine physician, crashed to his knees and repeatedly kowtowed to Gu Fan. His voice was hoarse but full of fervor. Dr. Gu, please take me as your disciple. I am willing to serve you for life. Everyone was stunned as if struck by lightning. Sun Si was a renowned medical master in Huaxia, known as a national medical savant. Even facing a high-ranking figure like Qin Lao, he kept his pride and sometimes refused consultations. Yet now, without hesitation, he knelt before Gu Fan, begging to become his student. Is this really necessary? Jun Chun frowned deeply. Since Gu Fan became the center of attention, Jun Chun had been completely ignored, and his irritation grew stronger, especially when Qin Miaoka showed closeness toward Gu Fan, which he couldn't stand. Yun Flyu stood silently in the shadows, his eyes flickering with cold, killing intent. They had come today on behalf of the Jiuzhou organization to check on Qin Kanglan, their sworn enemy, mainly to confirm he had little time left, a prerequisite for absorbing the Knight organization. But now, the situation had drastically changed. Gu Fan stepped aside calmly, avoiding Sun Si's bow just before his forehead hit the floor. Divine Physician Sun, am unworthy of such a grand gesture. Dr. Gu, I don't dare claim the title of Divine Physician. Just call me Little Sun if you don't reject me. I sincerely want to be your disciple, please accept me. Sun Si didn't care about his pride at all and bowed deeply once more toward Gu Fan. Sun Si's sole aspiration and pursuit was mastering the supreme art of healing. Nothing else mattered to him. If he could learn the 9-turn profound needle technique, he was willing to serve Gu Fan like a beast of burden without a single complaint. Divine Dr. Sun, please stand up. I have no intention of taking disciples, Gu Fan said, waving his hand slightly. The moment the words left his mouth, it struck Sun Si like a heavy blow. His heart sank as tears welled up and spilled down his cheeks. He dropped to his knees again and again, knocking his forehead against the hard floor with a loud thud. Blood oozed from the wrinkles on his brow. Those who are accomplished become teachers. He rasped. I, Sun Si, have devoted my life to studying the 9-turn profound needle. Today, having finally witnessed the true method, if I cannot become your disciple, Divine Dr. Gu, I will die with an unfulfilled heart. Please, grant me this honor. The sounds of his kowtowing echoed without end. Throwing caution to the wind, Sun Si declared, if you accept me as your disciple, Divine Dr. Gu, I am willing to give you all my wealth and serve you loyally for the rest of my life, doing whatever you command without complaint. In his heart, he was already resolved, unless he died on the spot, he would earn that place as a disciple. The 9-turn profound needle was his lifelong ambition. Gu Fan frowned. Who would have expected that a 70-plus-year-old man like Sun Si could be so stubborn? Yet, the old man's sincere dedication to medicine stirred some admiration in him. After some thought, Gu Fan glanced toward Elder Qin. Elder Qin stroked his beard and spoke calmly. Xiao Fan, Divine Dr. Sun's determination is sincere. You should give it some thought. As for age, there is a saying, in learning, those who reach have the right to be teachers, so do not worry about that. If Sun Si really became his disciple, Gu Fan's influence in the medical world would skyrocket. Sun Si had countless old acquaintances, a vast network of connections, and undeniable support. Gu Fan pondered briefly, then asked, Elder Sun, are you truly determined to join the Gate of Profound Medicine? The Gate of Profound Medicine? Sun Si's eyes flashed bright, like lightning against the night sky. He bowed repeatedly. Please, Divine Dr. Gu, accept me as your disciple. I vow to dedicate my life to the profound medicine. The art of healing cannot be lightly shared. I will first accept you as a provisional disciple, Gu Fan said firmly. After 1 year, if you truly prove your talent, you may become a full disciple. Do you agree? Thank you, Master. Thank you. Sun Si was so moved his voice trembled. He slammed his forehead on the ground once again, tears of joy falling. Get up now, Gu Fan said, reaching out to steady him. He himself hadn't expected to take a disciple over 70 years old. His own master had once told him, if you meet a worthy person, pass on the 9-turn profound needle to revive Chinese medicine. At that moment, Gu Fan couldn't help but think of the master who had taught him the art of healing and martial medicine, though his whereabouts were unknown. After a moment, Sun Si rose and stood respectfully by Gu Fan's side, his eyes burning with passionate determination to follow and learn at all times. Congratulations, Elder Qin, for your extended longevity, Yun Filiu said with a smile, stepping forward from the crowd. Brother Yun, you are too polite, Elder Qin replied with a nod. Yun Filiu's smile faded as he bowed solemnly. Elder Qin, I have come here today with Junshin for an important matter. I hope you will grant your approval. As he spoke, Junshin's eyes shone with joy, and he straightened his back proudly. But Qin Myok's expression clouded with displeasure. Elder Qin did not respond immediately, only saying, speak. Yun Filiu declared loudly, the Knights organization once agreed with the Jiuzhou organization to form an alliance through marriage. Now, Elder Qin's granddaughter is of marrying age, and Jun Shun, from the Jiuzhou organization, is a rising star destined to lead Jiuzhou in the future. He and Miss Miaoka would truly be a perfect match. Why not formalize the engagement today? What do you think, Elder Qin? Today, besides coming to check on old Qin's health, their main purpose was to propose marriage. The parlor was brightly lit. Several Qin family guards stood stiffly on either side, and the atmosphere instantly tensed at this statement. Jun Shun strode forward confidently and stood before old Qin's sickbed, his gaze burning with conviction. As long as I, Jun Shun, marry Qin Miaoka, then after old Qin's passing, I will naturally take over the Knights organization. When that time comes, Jiuzhou will absorb the Knights without any obstacles. Miaoka, my heart belongs to you alone. I promise you a life of glory and prosperity. He was certain that his identity, appearance, bearing, and skills held irresistible appeal to any woman. He believed Qin Miaoka had no reason to refuse this match. In his eyes, was heaven sent and destined for union. But suddenly, old Qin half sat up, his voice hoarse. Did we make such a promise? How could I forget? Yun Filia's face changed abruptly as he quickly intervened. Old Qin, this is the agreement between Jiuzhou and the knights. Jun Shun hurried forward a step, speeding up his words. Old Qin, please allow this marriage between me and Miaoka. I vow to make her the happiest woman on earth. His words rang with determination, yet Qin Miaoka only felt their insincerity. She quickly shook her head at her grandfather. She did not want to marry Jun Shun. Her goal was the strongest person in the world. Though Jun Shun was gifted, he fell far short of her standards. Across the room, Gu Fan stood with his arms crossed, originally looking like a spectator. Suddenly, he noticed old Qin's deep eyes fixed on him, and his heart skipped a beat, sensing trouble. Sure enough, old Qin spoke. Sorry, you're too late. I've already betrothed Miaoka to Gu Fan. Their wedding will be soon. Jun Shun, you and Miaoka were never meant to be. Everyone was stunned, their eyes widening in shock. Ning Zheng swallowed hard when, did the head of the family promise his granddaughter to Gu Fan? It must have been just now. He glanced at Gu Fan several times, a meaningful smile tugging at his lips. Qin Miaoka was stunned too. Grandpa had mentioned introducing her to Gu Fan before, but she never agreed. Usually, she would have denied it outright, but now she glanced sideways at Gu Fan compared to the detestable Jun Shun. Gu Fan looked far more agreeable. Using him as a shield was a clever move. Besides, she had already promised to spend one night with him, might as well play along. Old Qin, you must be joking, Yin Filiu said gravely. Jun Shun nearly lost control. Old Qin, my and Miaoka's marriage has always been understood. How can you give her to such a person? Understood? Old Qin's eyes chilled. Doesn't my granddaughter have the freedom to choose her marriage? If you doubt it, ask Miaoka if she agreed to this match. Miaoka and Gu Fan love each other. Miaoka, tell old Qin this isn't true. You can't marry a nobody. Jun Qin's voice grew desperate. This was the woman he swore to have. He couldn't lose her to anyone else. It's true. Qin Miaoka suddenly smiled softly, linking her arm gently around Gu Fan's waist and looking shy. My marriage to Gu Fan was settled long ago. You can leave now. I will never marry you. Impossible. Jun Qin's fingers trembled as he pointed furiously at Gu Fan. Let go of Miaoka. Take your filthy hands off her. Gu Fan raised a brow and snorted lightly. Embracing Miaoka's slender waist, he sneered at Jun Shun. I won't let go. And what are you going to do about it? Gu Fan felt the softness of Qin Miaoka's delicate body and the slender curve of her waist, but a sigh escaped his heart. This situation was clearly a trap set by old Qin. Yet as the deputy leader of the knights, he could neither back down nor watch Qin Miaoka be pledged to Jun Shun, becoming a pawn of the Jiuzhou organization. Besides, he had never held a shred of goodwill toward that arrogant Jun Shun and was actually glad to cooperate with old Qin now, using this opportunity to humiliate his rival. You all. Jun Shen's face turned deathly pale, veins bulging on his forehead, as if rage threatened to burst through his skin. It was the first time he had tasted the bitterness of public humiliation. The proud heir to Jiuzhou's throne and future leader had become the laughingstock as the cuckold in everyone's eyes. Old Qin, this joke has gone too far. Yun Filiu, who had been smiling moments ago, now spoke with an icy chill. Old Qin stood with his hands behind his back and shook his head lightly. I'm not in the mood for jokes. The time has come for you to leave. My health doesn't allow me to see you out. Yun Fili narrowed his eyes, his chest rising and falling as he forced down his anger. Old Qin, aren't you afraid of severing ties with Jiuzhou? Since when has Qin Kanglin ever feared anything? Old Qin's voice wasn't loud, but it carried undeniable and commanding authority. The atmosphere froze into ice. Yun Filius' vital energy surged violently within him as he exchanged a glance with Jun Shun. In a flash, Jun Shun stepped forward, his gaze sharp as a blade fixed on Gu Fan. He raised a hand to point. You're Gu Fan, right? Since old Qin has pledged Miaoka to you, you must have extraordinary skill. Today, I, Jun Shun, challenge you to a life and death duel. Between men, we settle who is superior, and death or survival is decidetto. You dare. Life and death duel. Everyone's hearts jolted at once. None expected Jun Shun to tear off the mask so openly. No. Ning Zheng hurriedly intervened. Jun Shun was already an S-level grandmaster, the undisputed top of the young generation. Not to mention his father was Jiuzhou's deputy leader with unfathomable bloodline inheritance. If Gu Fan impulsively accepted and something went wrong, no one could bear the consequences. Jun Shun, have you no shame? Qin Miaoka stood in front of Gu Fan, grit teeth, and shouted, You, a grandmaster, actually want to fight him to the death? This is blatant bullying. Jun Shen's heart clenched painfully at her words. Seeing her worry for another man only made him feel even more humiliated and furious. She's the woman even I, Jun Shun, can't marry, so what right does he have? He withdrew his gaze and coldly addressed Gu Fan. Gu Fan, if you don't dare to fight, Then get out of Qin Myok's life immediately. She is not someone for you to covet. Gu Fan shook his head calmly, his eyes steady. I have no interest in killing you. Ha 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 ha. Jun Shun threw back his head and laughed wildly, scornfully. Afraid of death but pretending to be noble. Fine, I won't bully you if you can block 3 of my moves. They'll acknowledge your engagement to Qin Miaoka. But if you can't, what right do you have to be the grandson-in-law of the leader? Go hide away like a coward. A dark gleam flickered in Gu Fan's eyes as he turned his head to silently seek Old Qin's opinion. Jun Shun sneered contemptuously, then bowed slightly to Old Qin, voice cold as ice. Old Qin, as the leader of the knights and commander of this region, surely your grandson-in-law isn't a coward who dares not accept a challenge? If word gets out, it will disgrace the reputation of the knights. Old Qin glanced at Junshin and shook his head. Junshin, you're considered a promising young man of your generation, so I advise you not to engage in this life-or-death duel. There are only 2 possible outcomes. Either you die here, or your Dao heart shatters, and you cultivate a demonic obsession that dooms you to never reach the pinnacle of martial arts. Junshin's lips curled into a sneer, full of disdain. Old Qin, if I lose and die, it's because I was outmatched. I will accept any outcome. Please, Old Qin, allow me to have a life-or-death battle with Gu Fan. Old Qin looked over to Gu Fan. Xiao Fan, what do you think? Gu Fan crossed his arms and replied indifferently, either way is fine. He didn't mind helping someone who was looking for a fight. Old Qin sighed softly, but the corner of his mouth curved slyly. If that's the case, then this will be the rule. The match will end with a clear winner, but no lives will be taken. Junshin raised his head arrogantly. Old Qin, are you afraid he'll kill this loser? Since you've said so, I promise to spare his life. He had already decided to break Gu Fan's hands, so he could never touch Qin Miaoka again. That was the price for coveting his woman. Then let's begin. Yin Filia's clear voice rang out. To him, this duel would bring great prestige not only to Junshin, but to the entire Jiuzhou organization. If Junshin defeated Gu Fan, he would spread the news far and wide, a heavy blow to the already faltering knights. Grandpa, how can you agree to this? It's unfair to Gu Fan. What if Qin Miaoka stomped her foot anxiously? Old Qin raised a hand to stop her, his tone gentle yet certain. Child, you must trust that the person I've chosen for you will not lose. Qin Miaoka froze, her gaze shifting between the 2 men. Could this seemingly ordinary man really defeat Junshin, the heir of the Jiuzhou organization? It seemed impossible. Gu Fan, make your move. Junshin stepped forward, the killing intent and pressure of an S-level warrior pouring out like a bloodthirsty beast locked onto its prey. He was eager to trample Gu Fan underfoot and humiliate him, to show Qin Miaoka who truly deserved her. Old Qin waved again. Don't rush. A meaningless fight is just a waste of time. There has to be something at stake. Yin brother, what do you say? Yin Filiu frowned slightly. What do you mean, Old Qin? Yin brother, you should be carrying a Tianyuan pill, right? Old Qin smiled as he looked at him. If Gu Fan miraculously beats Junshin, that Tianyuan pill will belong to Gu Fan. How does that sound? You want me to wager the Tianyuan pill? Yin Filiu's voice dropped. Throughout all of Huaxia, there were only 5 Tianyuan pills in existence. The one he carried was specially reserved for Junshin's realm breakthrough. The spiritual power contained within was unparalleled, requiring countless rare materials and years to refine, truly priceless. Afraid now? Old Qin's eyes sparkled with teasing humor. Yin Filiu's heart sounded alarm bells, yet he couldn't find a flaw. After a moment's thought, he whispered, Old Qin, if I put up the Tianyuan pill, what can you offer in return? The knights don't have Jiaez's wealth, Old Qin said with a sweeping gesture. So how about this? If Junshin wins, I will hand over the southern territory of the northern border to the Jiuzhou organization. This wager matches your Tianyuan pill, doesn't it? Yin Filiu's pupils contracted sharply. Old Qin, are you sure? I'm sure. Hearing this, Yin Filiu hesitated even more. Uncle Yin, let's bet the Tianyuan pill. Today I will win the northern border south region for the Jiuzhou organization. Junshin was ecstatic beyond words. He never dreamed that Old Qin could be foolish enough to hand over such an opportunity on a silver platter. The southern territory of the northern region was a coveted prize long coveted by the Jiuzhou organization. If he could wrest this area from Old Qin, his reputation within Jiuzhou would skyrocket, laying a solid foundation for him to eventually control the entire operation. Watch out for traps, Yin Filiu warned in a low voice, his gaze cold as it swept the surroundings. That old bastard won't give up the southern territory of the northern region so easily. Junshin snorted and smoothed his sleeve. Uncle Yin, are you still worried I can't beat that useless Gu Fan? Even if they set traps, they mean nothing against my absolute strength. Yin Filiu carefully sensed the surging energy inside Junshin and nodded quietly. The boy's current level made it hard to imagine him losing. After more than 10 years of scheming over the northern region, a breakthrough had finally appeared, and there was no way he would let it slip away. I will win this battle for sure. Junshin's eyes burned like fire, his tone unwavering. Watching them from a distance, Old Qin's face remained calm, but thoughts churned beneath the surface. Junshin's arrogance was exactly what he wanted. Old Qin, just as you wished. Yun Filiu stepped forward, his voice sharp as a blade. The Tianyuan pill plus the southern territory of the northern region all on the line. Old Qin only nodded slightly on the surface, but a flash of delight passed through his eyes before he expertly masked it. Let's seal the contract. After a brief negotiation, both sides signed a contract and kept their copies. Qin Miaoka pushed Old Qin in his wheelchair as the group headed straight for the martial platform. Old Qin was in high spirits and even teased. The duel between the knights and Jiao's young generation will be truly exciting. At the martial platform, Junshin could hardly contain his eagerness. He sprang up several meters high with a tiptoe and landed steadily in the center of the arena, his aura storming as he looked down at Gu Fan from above. Step up and accept your death. As soon as the words fell, the pressure of an S-rank grandmaster was unleashed in a thunderous wave, like a black cloud pressing down on Gu Fan. In the audience, Qin Miaoka frowned and turned aside whispering, Gu Fan, can you pull this off? If we lose the southern territory of the northern region, you'll be the eternal villain of the Knight organization. Gu Fan ignored her and looked toward Old Qin. Can I kill him? The sudden question shocked Ning Zheng, and Qin Miaoka alike. Gu Fan's confidence was almost reckless. Old Qin shook his head slowly, his voice low and steady. Jiuzhou ultimately belongs to the Huaxia clan. There's no need for deadly grudges. Just teach him a lesson. His tone dropped as a gleam sparked in his eyes. Don't show all your strength at once. Junshun is a fat target. He can be exploited repeatedly later. The Jiuzhou organization backing him is quite generous. Gu Fan glanced at Old Qin and thought to himself this old fox must have tricked many before. But that suited his own plans perfectly. He stepped onto the arena floor step by step, composed and unfazed. Qin Miaoka muttered, Grandpa, this guy's entrance is not cool at all. Does he really have a chance? I'm not so sure. Old Qin chuckled lightly and shook his head. Junshin, he's just a decorative pillow, not even worthy of facing Gu Fan. On the platform, fierce winds howled as killing intent twisted thickly through the air. Junshin despised Gu Fan's indifferent expression, his aura climbing 3 degrees stronger, the pressure pressing down on Gu Fan's shoulders like solid weight. Gu Fan, Junshin said with hands clasped behind his back, eyes icy cold. Ever heard of an ant trying to shake a tree, or an ant facing an elephant? Today, they'll make you understand the difference. He raised his right arm, pointing his index finger at Gu Fan like a thunderbolt. You're on the martial platform now. There won't even be a chance to regret it. Although I promised Old Qin I would spare you. What if something unexpected happens? As the saying goes, fists have no ice if you really die by my hand. I believe Old Qin would understand. Junshin stood in the courtyard, his face radiating superiority. He raised his hand, pointing at Gu Fan with a condescending tone, but I'm a kind man. He'll give you a chance to live immediately, kneel and beg for mercy, cripple your own hands, and swear never to meet Qin Miaoka again. Only then will I spare you this once. Have you finished with your nonsense? Gu Fan stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze cold and indifferent, as if Junshin wasn't even worth his attention. Seems you're determined to die? Junshin caught that trace of contempt, and fury ignited within him. To think he was looked down on by someone everyone already called a useless loser? Today, Gu Fan would pay with blood. But Gu Fan was in no mood to drag things out. His calm voice pushed forward, make your move quickly. If I strike first, you won't get the chance. You're asking for death. Junshin growled, unleashing his internal energy. Suddenly, multiple afterimages blurred as he shot forward like an arrow released from a bowstring. The air crackled and tore, a deep whoosh sounding as he surged. So fast. Qin Miaoka gasped, covering her mouth with slender hands. Is that the meteor step from the Jiuzhou organization? That's right, Ningzheng said seriously as he watched the fight. Junshun has mastered the meteor step to perfection. What now? Why isn't Gu Fan moving? Has he given up? Qin Miaoka anxiously peered inside. Old Qin smiled gently, shaking his head. Watch carefully, girl. Soon you will understand what true strength really means. Boom. The air exploded as within just a few breaths, Junshin closed in on Gu Fan. His right fist, carried by a violent gust, slammed toward Gu Fan's chest at such speed there was no time to react. One punch is enough to defeat you. Junshin's lips curved with triumph, already envisioning Gu Fan being sent flying and Qin Miaoka's heart turning back to him. But in the blink of an eye, his pupils suddenly widened, his punch missed. Gu Fan strangely sidestepped and vanished. The fist only struck empty air. Junshin staggered forward on instinct, nearly losing balance. What's going on? He bent forward, disbelief in his voice. I had him locked down. Gu Fan absolutely couldn't have dodged. You're too slow. A faint voice exploded by his ear, dripping with scorn and disdain. That was just luck. I refuse to believe you can keep dodging forever. Junshin's eyes flashed deadly cold as he unleashed the meteor step again, a flurry of punches ripping through the air like sonic booms. Each punch was like a gale, yet every strike came up empty. Gu Fan seemed to predict every move, slipping away by the narrowest margin. No matter how Junshin accelerated or changed direction, he couldn't land a single hit. The meteor step's path was entirely seen through. He was always one step slower than Gu Fan. Rage and humiliation distorted Jun Chen's face, veins bulging like dragons, blood surging in his veins, killing intent growing colder. He's mocking me. Jun Chen's heart screamed in fury. At that moment, the cold voice sounded again. I wonder if you can still dodge my attack by mere luck? What? Jun Chen's blood ran cold, fear mixed with anger. The figure he was locking onto vanished without a trace. He could no longer sense Gu Fan's position. The next instant, it was like a tornado barreling straight at him. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he hastily retreated, still unable to find Gu Fan anywhere. Are you looking for me? The voice emerged suddenly as Gu Fan appeared like a phantom right in front of Jun Chen. He raised his arm, thunderous energy swirling around his fist, and delivered a crushing blow straight to Jun Chen's face. A single punch summoned thunder and fierce winds, unstoppable like a battering ram. It shattered the gale shield that Jun Chen hastily formed and slammed brutally into his face. The violent impact instantly dented and distorted his cheek, a crimson streak arcing through the air. He was like a dry leaf caught in a hurricane, tumbling twice before staggering to steady himself. His feet slid backward, creating a gap of several yards between him and Gu Fan. His chest heaved violently, and the contempt in his eyes toward Gu Fan was completely replaced by shock and fear. Still hadn't caught the trajectory of Gu Fan's punch. It was too fast to even react to. A burning sting spread across his cheek. Outside the arena, Qin Myok's sharp knife rang in his ears, and Jun Chen felt his dignity crushed in the dust. Since birth, he had never suffered such a humiliating disgrace. I'm giving you a chance to admit defeat, get on your knees and beg for mercy, and I won't kill you, Gu Fan said, standing with his hands behind his back, looking down at Jun Chen. Jun Chen's face turned pale and dark in turn. Gu Fan's earlier arrogant words were now returned in full, a public humiliation without question. Gu Fan, do you really think you can hurt me now? Earlier, I was just underestimating you. The veins bulged at his temples as his vital energy roared out, condensing into a thicker gale shield before him. Clenching his fists, he locked his gaze back on Gu Fan. As the heir of the Jiuzhou organization, its brightest star and leader of the young generation, he would never allow himself to fall here. To hurt you? All it takes is a hand, Gu Fan replied calmly. With a fluid movement of his shadow step, his figure blurred like a phantom. Palm open like an autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves, he launched a massive strike straight at Jun Chen's face. Dodge now. Yun Filiu could no longer stay calm, shouting a sharp warning. In truth, the moment Gu Fan took his first step, a chilling premonition gripped him, could barely track the speed of that movement. It was beyond imagination. Panic flashed in Jun Chen's eyes. He couldn't lock on a Gu Fan and was forced into full defense. Clang-on, ear-piercing sonic boom tore through the air as Gu Fan's palm shattered the gale shield. Smack! The crisp slap echoed across the arena. Jun Chen's cheek collapsed inward, his body tottered unsteadily, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His handsome face instantly swelled and twisted. The heir of the Jiuzhou organization, the pride of heaven, has been beaten into a pig's head. Qin Miaoka cheerfully raised her voice. The Knights organization had long suffered under Jiao's suppression, and all their humiliation now seemed to fall away with Gu Fan's slap. The more she watched Gu Fan, the more she admired him. Gu Fan, he'll kill you. Qin Miaoka's cold mockery sparked Jun Chen's last shred of reason. He roared wildly as surging energy flooded into his right palm. Murderous intent condensed in his grasp. Jun Tianxiu, veins swelling like coiled dragons, his palm slammed down with force. The space around Gu Fan compressed layer by layer, collapsing with thunderous explosions. A brutal, terrifying power struck directly at Gu Fan's crown. Gu Fan lifted his head calmly, saying, "With that little power, you want me dead? Where do you get that confidence?" In the blink of an eye, Gu Fan casually threw a punch into the air. Boom! Two fierce forces collided midair, sending visible ripples through the surrounding energy. In an instant, all the defenses constructed by Jun Chen were shattered by Gu Fan's overwhelming punch, the leftover force relentlessly striking Jun Chen's body. Crack! Crack! The sharp sound of breaking bones echoed repeatedly. Jun Chen's chest and abdomen were left with a bloody, mangled fist mark. His body flew upward over 20 meters like a kite with a broken string, then plummeted heavily after losing support. Bang! He smashed into the martial arts platform, creating a half-person deep crater. Debris scattered everywhere as blood speckled the ground. He lay still for a long moment, and the arena fell into complete silence. The divine healer's son mumbled to himself. Master is truly unmatched in both medicine and martial arts. Maybe one day, he alone will carry the legacy of Chinese medical and martial traditions. Ning Zheng looked at Gu Fan as if recalling the youthful dominance and power of old Qin. Qin Miaoka stared blankly, her expression somewhat dazed. Yun Fili broke into a cold sweat, his gaze filled with bitterness. He finally realized that both he and Jun Shun had fallen into a trap set by Qin Kanglin and Gu Fan. If anything happened to Jun Shun, how could he explain it to Jun Shen's father or the Jojo organization? Cough, cough. In the crater, Jun Shun trembled as he struggled to support himself on the ground. His clothes were torn, hair disheveled, bloodshot eyes blazing like a ferocious beast. He spat out a mouthful of dark blood, inwardly shocked. If it weren't for his formidable constitution, that punch would have pierced right through him. Give up. You're no match for me, Gu Fan said calmly. The few words felt like knives stabbing into Jun Shen's heart. His knuckles turned white as he clenched his fists and growled, Gu Fan, you really think you have this fight in the bag? That was just me underestimating you. Now comes the real killing move. I, Jun Shun, will never lose never. Before he finished speaking, he unleashed his full strength as an S-level grandmaster without holding back. Roaring true energy surged forth, instantly forming a green glowing spear aimed directly at Gu Fan's heart. This was his strongest and final strike. To maximize its power, Jun Shun was burning his bloodline essence. Gu Fan, this technique stunning swan. This strike will pierce your heart, leaving you with no place to be buried. His face pale but crazed, he poured all his energy into the glowing spear. Cold light radiated, disturbing the surrounding air currents. At the appearance of the stunning swan technique, Ning Zheng's expression tensed. He glanced sideways at old Qin, silently asking if the match should be stopped. Qin, however, stood with hands behind his back, smiling faintly. This is just a desperate struggle of a trapped beast with no more tricks to play. Die! Jun Shun roared, determined to show Gu Fan that only he deserved Qin Miaoka, and Gu Fan was destined to be nothing more than a stepping stone. Swish! The green spear spun like a wild tornado, carrying shockwaves as it charged straight at Gu Fan's heart. This is your strongest strike. If that's all you've got, you're not worth much. Gu Fan shook his head slightly, disappointment filling his eyes. To him, this so-called divine technique was mere child's play, utterly harmless. A flash of black light flickered in Gu Fan's eyes. Between his fingers, bolts of lightning began to gather as he reached out to seize the incoming green spear. Watching Gu Fan attempt to directly face Jun Shen's strongest attack, Qin Miaoka's expression shifted violently, her heart pounding in her throat. Boom! The energy in the air exploded, and Gu Fan's 5 fingers snapped open, precisely locking onto the rushing cyan spear with perfect precision. The piercing sound of air splitting was like a blade cutting through ears, as two overwhelming forces collided. The surrounding space twisted sharply, as if the air itself had been pulled into ripples. Then a buzzing spread out, and the violent surge slowly began to be suppressed. At this moment, the cyan spear was firmly gripped in Gu Fan's palm, like a mouse caught by a mighty eagle, powerless to struggle. The visible emerald glow quickly dimmed, the spear's lethal power and energy pouring out like a broken dam. How is this possible? Jun Shen's face twitched uncontrollably, eyelids flickering rapidly. He desperately summoned inner energy, but the spear did not move an inch. His once proud divine ability had become a trapped frog. In the next moment, Gu Fan's fingers suddenly clenched shut. Boom! The cyan spear shattered into countless fragments, dissolving into a cloud of dust. PFF Jun Shen's chest tightened, and he wildly spat blood, retreating several paces. The stone slabs beneath his feet cracked inch by inch, and his entire aura plummeted to a nadir. Looks like this is all you're capable of. Yet you still dare to be arrogant in front of me? Gu Fan sneered, crushing the shattered stones with each step as he closed in. His cold, killing intent pressed down like a mountain avalanche, making Jun Shen's breath come in short gasps, as if thrown into infernal flames struggling just to stay standing. What do you want? Jun Shen staggered backward, his voice trembling with fear. Didn't you want to cripple my hands and force me to kneel and beg for mercy? Since you're so fond of that, he'll give you exactly what you want. Gu Fan's eyes burned with murderous intent, his true dragon bloodline igniting fully within him. The boiling fighting spirit nearly burst free from his body. How dare you, brat? A thunderous roar cut through the sky. Yun Filiu blurred into an afterimage, shooting lightning fast to the martial stage. His killing intent solidified like a tangible force as he raised his palm to strike Gu Fan's forehead. True energy surged violently. This strike was the soul-shattering palm, a deadly technique designed to end lives without mercy. In this battle, Yun Filiu sensed an unprecedented threat. Gu Fan was not only a member of the Knight organization, but very likely the successor officially chosen by Elder Qin. Otherwise, Qin Miaoka would never have been promised to him. Yun Filiu had once despised Gu Fan, but now, a young man who could heal Qin Kanglin and effortlessly defeat Jun Shun had become a grievous concern. As long as Gu Fan lived, Qin Kanglin's life could still be saved, and the future of the Knight organization ensured. If Gu Fan died, Qin Kanglin would perish, the organization's future cut off, and Jun Shen's humiliation today might still be avenged, all for the honor of the Jojo organization. Uncle Yun, kill him quickly, break his bones and scatter his ashes. Junshin shouted crazily, his voice hoarse with rage. Yun Filius' palm descended like a mountain, blocking all of Gu Fan's escape routes. Gu Fan's pupils contracted sharply, the sharp threat pressed toward his heart. His true dragon bloodline burned ever hotter, and his long-lost desire to fight howled to life. He was ready to launch a counterattack. Yet just as he prepared to face the blow, a venerable but authoritative voice rang down from the skies, shaking everyone's soul. Yun Filiu, how dare you cause trouble on the Knight Organization's territory? Do you think you can just dismiss an old man like me? Old Qin slowly raised his arm, a withered finger locking unwaveringly onto Yun Filiu. A cold gleam exploded from his fingertip with a sharp his-sand intense beam of light tore through the air, ignoring distance, striking the descending fragmented soul palm in an instant. Boom! Thunderous roars shook the sky as a colossal shockwave radiated from the collision point, sweeping outward in relentless waves. The air twisted and tore into grimy black cracks, while droplets of blood scattered wildly through the long sky, whipped by the fierce wind. Yun Filiu screamed in agony as a thumb-sized bloody hole was punched through his palm, flesh peeling back. He flew backward like a broken rag, utterly defeated. Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. He knew better than anyone the power behind his palm strike. He had dared to attack Gu Fan directly because he was sure Qin Kanglin, crippled by illness and confined to a wheelchair, could not stop him. But he was gravely mistaken. Even a single finger from Qin Kanglin carried a force far beyond his ability to resist. Panic surged through Yun Filius' heart. Gathering every bit of his true energy, he retreated violently, trying to drag Junshin away to safety. Yet the beam of light on his palm hadn't faded. The cold gleam condensed again, resembling a blazing scarlet spear falling from the heavens, trailing a searing flame as it pierced toward his chest. No way. Yun Filius' eyes bulged and he bit down hard on his lip, forcibly condensing his true energy before him into a light barrier. But in the next instant, the shield shattered like a soap bubble. Sizzling, the brilliant beam pierced through both the barrier and his abdomen. Wailing in pain, he arced through midair and crashed to the ground, barely clinging to life. Yun Filiu realized Qin Kanglin had spared him intentionally, otherwise he would already be dead. Terror and despair flooded his soul. I may be old, weak, and sick, but as long as I'm still breathing, scoundrels like you want dare act recklessly before me. Old Qin's voice was cold and biting as frost. Yet this sight sent a chill through Qin Miaoka and the others. After striking, Old Qin's face turned pale as a sheet, the last traces of color draining away. He looked like a candle flickering in the wind. Old Qin. Gu Fan's expression shifted dramatically. He knew his injuries all too well. If the true energy surged backward again, his old wounds might shatter completely. It's all right. I know what I'm doing. Old Qin raised his hand calmly to stop Gu Fan. This battle isn't over yet. Well, win first, then worry about it. Gu Fan studied him deeply and nodded in agreement, murderous intent rushing like a cold tide toward Junshin. Gu Fan's presence was so heavy it almost made the air freeze. Junshin trembled all over. He did not want to die. Seeing Yun Filiu lying in a pool of blood, his fate unknown, Junshin grit his teeth and tried to escape the arena with a flash of movement. Bang! Gu Fan's raised palm came down hard, slamming him back to the ground. Gu Fan stepped forward, pressing his foot on Junshin's head and grinding it against the floor several times. His voice was icy as he sneered. Have you admitted defeat? Junshin's fingers scraped the ground, leaving bloody streaks as he struggled desperately, yet he could not break free from his restraints. Gu Fan's foot pressed heavily down on his body, an overwhelming weight like a mountain bearing down, driving Junshin's bloodshot eyes even darker and more piercing. He was like a dying dog, his fate hanging by a thread under Gu Fan's single thought, caught between life and death. Gu Fan, let me go now. Junshin roared, his voice hoarse and harsh. He had never tasted defeat in his life, but now he was losing in the most crushing way. This brutal truth stifled him nearly to suffocation. Let you go? Why should I? Gu Fan replied coldly, his gaze icy and unforgiving. Junshin gritted his teeth and shouted, because I am the Prince of Jiuzhou. Because my father is one of the leaders of Jiuzhou. His words were cut off by Gu Fan's scornful sneer. What does your background matter? On the martial platform, only life and death, victory and defeat count. Your origins mean nothing, Gu Fan said, and raised his foot to crush down once more. Bang! Junshin's head slammed hard into a crevice in the ground, sharp stones tearing his scalp. Blood poured out freely, seeping rapidly through his entire body. Gu Fan, I will kill you. Junshin trembled violently. Blood and mud mixed together as his rage threatened to tear him apart. He would never accept this humiliation. Kill me? Too bad you don't have the ability. Gu Fan's words were icy and ruthless. I'll ask you again, do you admit defeat? Junshin's eyes burned with fury as he bit down on his lip, unwilling to admit failure. To do so would mean truly losing to Gu Fan. His spirit, his resolve, would be shattered. Gu Fan would become a demon in his heart. His pride and reputation would be destroyed, and the Jojo faction he once took pride in would be disgraced. He had no choice but to refuse defeat. Only then could he hold on to a shred of dignity, leaving room for redemption. At that moment, Yun Filiu fought through his injuries, struggling to rise to his feet, his voice hoarse. Old Qin, mercy where mercy can be shown. Let this duel end now. Please order Gu Fan to release Jun Shun. A gleam of satisfaction appeared on Old Qin's face as he replied coldly, the outcome is not decided yet. Why should it end? Yun Filiu, don't you even know the rules of the duel? Yun Filiu's expression darkened as he clenched his jaw. Old Qin, for the sake of Jiaozi's dignity, I beg you to end this duel. Using Jojo to pressure me? Old Qin snorted disdainfully. Jun Shun was the one insisting on this life-or-death duel, acting all high and mighty. I even tried to advise him. And how did that turn out? Yun Filiu's tone grew solemn. Old Qin, we admit we were short-sighted. I earnestly ask you to show mercy. Let me take Jun Shun away now, and Zhuzhou will repay this favor in time. In this moment, Yun Filiu swallowed his pride and pleaded like a supplicant. Jun Shun had been his charge, intended as a show of strength before Qin Kanglin and a slight against the knight's declining legacy, but now the defeat was devastating. If he could end this without Jun Shun admitting failure, Jiaozi's honor could be preserved. No repayment is necessary, Old Qin replied calmly. Everything will follow the rules. Yun Filiu's face instantly turned grim. He stepped forward urgently. Old Qin, why push things to the limit? Although Jiuzhou and the knights have their differences, reconciliation may still be possible in the future. But if Jun Shun loses like this, the relationship will be broken beyond repair. A tense, deadly silence filled the air. Neither side eased their grip, both watching with wary eyes as the life-and-death duel's winner remained unsettled. Old Qin glanced at Yun Filiu and said, I didn't turn this duel into a fight to the death, that's already giving you Jiuzhou face. If someday Jiuzhou wants to seek revenge, feel free to try. Before he finished speaking, a piercing scream erupted from the arena. Jun Shin's body twitched violently as streams of true energy inside him transformed into sharp blades, piercing from chest to back. Blood splattered everywhere, and in an instant, he was reduced to a bleeding, broken figure. Gu Fan's voice echoed chillingly through the blood mist like a grim reaper from hell. I'll give you 3 seconds. If you don't admit defeat by then, don't blame me for being merciless. If I accidentally crush your skull with a kick, that's just your bad luck. The cold, ruthless killing intent hit Jun Shun like a wave. His spine chilled, and every hair stood on end. He could feel how utterly deadly Gu Fan really was willing to kill. 1, 2. Gu Fan counted aloud, true energy in his palm condensing into a bright white sword, aimed straight at the crown of Jun Shen's head. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Faced with death, Jun Shen could no longer endure. He collapsed onto his knees, sobbing and pressing his forehead to the ground. Compared to the shattering of his Dao heart, he feared actual death more. Gu Fan scoffed coldly, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Huh. I thought the Jojo Crown Prince had some backbone. Turns out he's just all talk. Jun Shun gritted his teeth, eyes filled with hatred. I've admitted defeat. Now will you let me go? Of course. Gu Fan's gaze was icy. But if I remember correctly, you said before you wanted to cripple my hands? What do you want to do? Jun Shun trembled all over. Nothing special, just returning the favor exactly as you said. Gu Fan's words finished as a flicker of cold flame flashed in his eyes. His true energy transformed into golden blades that instantly drilled into Jun Shen's arms, severing tendons and veins. Ah! The halls echoed with Jun Shen's soul-shattering screams. His arms hung limp and powerless. Blood dripped from his fingertips onto the stone, forming dark crimson stains. Staring at his ruined hands, Jun Shen's pupils shrank sharply. Gu Fan had actually destroyed his arms. When he looked up, his eyes met Gu Fan's cold, mocking gaze. In that instant, his hatred erupted into a roaring sea of blood. Hate me? Want to kill me? Gu Fan's lips curled into a sneer. Foolish Crown Prince, remember this hatred. Use it to grow stronger, then come find me again. When that day comes, I'll personally kill you. Now get lost. The last word thundered like an explosion as Gu Fan kicked Jun Shun hard. Bang! Jun Shun was sent flying, crashing against the wall. The once graceful Crown Prince was now a dying, defeated dog. Xiaochun, Yun Filiu flashed forward and knelt beside him, channeling true energy to revive Jun Shun. None of them had expected Gu Fan to really go that far. It was a mortal enmity sealed with Jiuzhou today. Uncle Yun, I'm not willing to accept this. Jun Shin's eyes burned with blazing hatred, but he couldn't even clench his fist. Don't be afraid. Yun Filiu whispered comfortingly. Jiuzhou has countless elixirs. You will recover for sure. When that time comes, we'll tear these people apart, slaughter them all. His own chest surged with rage. He had long forgotten that they had provoked this fight first. If Gu Fan had lost today, their revenge would have been even crueler. Let's go, Yun Filiu said in a low voice. As they turned to leave, Jun Shun glared back with venomous eyes. Fortunes change with the years. Gu Fan, you took my woman, ruined my Dao heart, trampled on my dignity. I've never forgotten this hatred. Soon enough, I will personally take your life and repay today's shame tenfold. He'll be waiting. Gu Fan replied calmly, though in his mind he recalled old Qin's warning this fat lamb was far from done being slaughtered. Just as the two began to walk away, Gu Fan lifted his eyes, his voice cold and sharp as a blade. Yun Filiu, you may leave, but did you forget something? Suddenly, Elder Qin's voice echoed softly. Yun Filiu's steps faltered, veins twitching at his temple, his expression flickering rapidly between frustration and rage. He took a deep breath. This moment was unavoidable. Leave the Tianyuan pill behind. Elder Qin sat on the broken stone chair, his tone calm but firm, leaving no room for argument. We signed a contract long ago, and I believe the people of Jiuzhou honor their word. Of course, if you really want to go back on your promise, fine, refuse to hand over the pill, and he'll kill you all. The pill will still be mine. As he finished speaking, he smiled and extended his right hand, palm open and steady. This grudge, our Jiuzhou organization will never forget. Yun Filiu clenched his teeth, growling low as he whipped his sleeve aside. A fist-sized Tianyuan pill blazing with radiant light arced through the air, landing squarely in Elder Qin's palm. The moment it left his fingers, sharp pain stabbed his heart. This was a priceless treasure. He had lost both his wife and his forces, and the future chaos this would unleash was unimaginable. The Tianyuan pill settled firmly in Elder Qin's hand. He clenched his fist and retracted his palm, laugh lines crinkling at the corners of his eyes. He turned leisurely, no longer blocking Yun Filiu or Jun Chun as they departed, dirty and disheveled. His laughter echoed through the ruins. What a satisfying battle this was. Ha ha. Xiaofan, come. You've given us knights a well-deserved revenge. Elder Qin waved toward the doorway. Gu Fan hurried forward and placed his fingertips on the elder's wrist pulse. After a moment, his brow furrowed. Elder Qin, I told you not to use your true qi. The energy is disturbed again. The wound has reopened. Another bit worse, and you'll celebrate your death instead. Elder Qin scratched his nose awkwardly. Got it. From now on, this old bone will just lie low. I've got to wait for the knights to rise great again. Xiaofan, come with me. A moment later, Gu Fan was pushing Elder Qin into his secret chamber. The bronze door closed behind them, flickering lamplight casting shadows. Elder Qin solemnly handed over the Tianyuan pill. The real treasure, swallow this, and it will help you break through the SS-level cultivation barrier, letting you reach the divine realm faster. His tone turned serious. Only by stepping into the divine realm can you become a true powerhouse in this age, and rightfully take the position of vice leader of the knights. But before then, be careful not to reveal your identity to outsiders. You don't know how many death threats that will bring. Divine Realm. Gu Fan's eyes gleamed with sharp light. Though his current cultivation was complete at the ultimate level, truly crossing into the next step required an enormous reserve of spiritual power and a grand opportunity. At his current training pace, it would be years before he could even touch that threshold. He said quietly, Elder Qin, the Tianyuan pill's spiritual power is potent. It would be better if you took it yourself to heal more effectively. Elder Qin waved him off. I'm half in the grave already. I'm of little use. You carry the true dragon's bloodline. If you refine the pill's spiritual power into your body, it will advance your cultivation by at least a year. Gu Fan still hesitated. Elder Qin sighed softly and pressed a hand on his shoulder. Xiaofan, why be so polite with me? You earned this Tianyuan pill fair and square. You must become stronger for the Knight Order to grow stronger. Elder Qin urged. Gu Fan hesitated for a moment, but finally gave in. He tilted his head back and swallowed the fist-sized Tianyuan pill whole. The moment the pill entered his stomach, searing spiritual energy burst through his meridians like boiling oil pouring into a flame, scorching his flesh as if it might ignite. Use the breathing technique to activate your true dragon bloodline. Elder Qin instructed urgently from the side. Gu Fan took a deep breath. His true dragon bloodline was triggered, churning like molten lava stirred by each inhale. He forced the pill's explosive power to refine into his blood, trickling into his bones. Crack, crack. His skeleton creaked under the violent spiritual force, white steam hissing from his pores as if he were standing inside a furnace. A low, majestic dragon roar echoed deep within his consciousness. Gu Fan's aura soared beyond the peak of his realm, fierce, overwhelming, unstoppable. Elder Qin watched with wide eyes, swallowing hard as his heart pounded. This was the true might of the true dragon bloodline. Not some diluted hybrid, perhaps even a mutated strain. That dragon roar filled him with a sovereign's awe and reverence. What shocked him more was Gu Fan's lightning-fast absorption of the Tianyuan pill's power. For someone like Jun Shun, it would take at least 3 months to fully refine it. Gu Fan had almost drained it in the blink of an eye, even radiating a hunger for more. If he could get more pills, could he break through his realm instantly and further awaken his dragon lineage? Elder Qin's thoughts raced, his gaze burning with anticipation. Suddenly, Gu Fan clutched his chest, knuckles white. Elder Qin, My body feels feverish. There's an uncontrollable urge to kill. He gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his temple, struggling to suppress the violent fury and overwhelming desire surging inside his chest. Dragon nature is inherently lustful and bloodthirsty. Elder Qin frowned deeply. This is backlash from the true dragon bloodline awakening. Every time your realm advances or your emotions spiral, your desires and rage amplify tenfold. Is there any way to control it? Gu Fan asked through clenched teeth. For now, only time can temper Ida. You need to release it. Elder Qin's expression was complicated as he studied him long and then smiled suddenly. Little one, come, he'll give you another gift. What gift? Gu Fan looked up, bloodlight flickering in his eyes. In just moments, his cultivation had solidly stepped up a level, with only one final step to God realm remaining. But truly reaching that step would take countless years, just absorbing spiritual energy from the world, especially lacking rare treasures to aid him. Elder Qin slowly produced a jade slip. By chance, I obtained a dual cultivation technique, the dragon drawing tactic. It uses a woman as a spiritual furnace to siphon and consume her spiritual power. He chuckled. This technique is tailor-made for your true dragon bloodline. One dual cultivation session with a woman of special constitution can yield results equivalent to taking another Tianyuan pill. Gu Fan was stunned, never expecting Elder Qin to hand over such a skill. Give it a try. This is your destiny. Elder Qin raised his hand, sending a ray of spiritual light from his fingertip to Gu Fan's brow. Instantly, the entire dragon drawing tactic procedure flooded into his consciousness. Gu Fan's mind stirred as he carefully studied it. The unfamiliar yet exquisite formula strangely felt instinctively familiar, as if he were born knowing it. The dragon drawing tactic. Gu Fan suddenly felt an even fiercer heat coursing through him, and the desires and murderous rage in his heart inflamed anew. Gu Fan hastily stopped practicing the dragon attraction technique, his heart pounding with shock. He was absolutely certain the dragon attraction technique was without a doubt a top-tier cultivation secret. From now on, whenever he practiced dual cultivation with a woman, it would be an incredible opportunity for him. But wasn't this technique a bit improper? Sure enough. Old Qin noticed the subtle change in Gu Fan's expression and smiled warmly, eyes crinkling with delight. So it turns out the dragon attraction technique's destined master is you, kid. TCH, you're really lucky. The more dual cultivation you do, the faster you'll seize the purest spiritual energy, boosting your strength at an astonishing pace. It's amazing such a powerful method really exists. You've hit the jackpot. Old Qin sighed with satisfaction. Before, I worried about where to find rare treasures to help you grow stronger. But now it's simple. Just find young women with special constitutions. Each dual cultivation will be a huge blessing and chance for you. You've got to work hard. Kid, it's up to you. Old Qin, are you sure the dragon attraction technique is safe? Gu Fan asked cautiously. Old Qin patted his chest confidently. Of course. Don't mistake it for some dark cultivation method. The mysteries of yin and yang are endless. And rest assured, the women who cultivate with you will benefit greatly too. With your true dragon bloodline combined with this technique, you'll never run short of spiritual essence again. Kid, this is a shortcut to invincibility. Old Qin's excitement grew. If you happen to meet a young woman with true phoenix bloodline, one dual cultivation session could equal 10 years of training. TCH, your future is limitless. Gu Fan still felt a little overwhelmed. But there's one problem. He hesitated. What problem? Old Qin rolled his eyes playfully, like a mischievous old man. Since you've learned the dragon attraction technique, you're bound to attract tons of romantic attention. Just imagine all those girls swooning over you. Doesn't that sound like a problem? Gu Fan's eye twitched. This old man was getting increasingly inappropriate. From now on, whenever you meet a woman whose bloodline resonates with your true dragon bloodline, the dragon attraction technique will alert you. When that happens, you know what to do, right? Old Qin said softly. What should I do? Gu Fan asked instinctively. Old Qin patted his head and teased. Of course, you have to find a way to win her over. You're already divorced, so no need to worry about moral burdens. With the dragon attraction technique, the more dual cultivation, the better. Right, kid? Gu Fan. Old Qin cleared his throat and waved his hand. All right, you should get going now. Remember, you've got the heavy responsibility of restoring the knights. You have to become stronger. The two stepped out of the secret chamber. Suddenly, Qin Miaoka asked, Grandpa, what were you talking about just now? Gu Fan looked at Qin Miaoka with burning eyes. She looked slightly puzzled but couldn't help feeling a surge of warmth, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. Oh no, Old Qin's mind raced. Knowing his granddaughter's exceptional constitution, he realized Gu Fan would definitely take an interest in her. Before, when Gu Fan hadn't learned the dragon attraction technique, Old Qin was happily helping set them up. But now with all the romantic opportunities flying around, he had to weigh the pros and cons. He quickly urged, go quickly. Stay away from Miaoka from now on. Reluctantly, Gu Fan turned his gaze away. He could feel the special quality of Qin Miaoka's constitution, the impulse for shared cultivation welling up inside him. After suppressing the burning desire with circulating true energy, he leaned close to Myoke's ear just before leaving and whispered, "They'll be waiting for you to share a night with me." Qin Miaoke shuddered slightly. Afterward, Gu Fan drove back to the lakeside villa, just as Yi Chun was escorting Su Ruobing to the door. The moment the car door opened, both got out in succession. The night breeze was cool. Yi Chun wore a flattering smile, but unconsciously leaned closer to Su Ruobing. She, however, kept a deliberate half-arm's length distance from him, their strained closeness clinging to an unspoken tension. "Gu Fan, what bad luck running into you again." Yi Chun snorted coldly upon seeing him approach. "Hey, why are you staring at Ruobing? Don't you know you're already divorced?" Gu Fan challenged. Yi Chun raised an eyebrow, catching the burning complexity in Gu Fan's gaze, triggering alarm bells in his mind. Could this guy still be hung up on Ruobing? Hastily, Yi Chun stepped forward to block Su Ruobing from view. Only when his line of sight was completely obscured did Gu Fan withdraw his gaze, his heart churning with unsettled thoughts. Su Ruobing was also a rare constitution, perfectly compatible with his dragon taming technique. Had they succeeded before their divorce and cultivated together, their realms would undoubtedly skyrocket. Now, with their relationship irrevocably broken, it was nothing but a lost dream. Shaking off his distractions, he turned and headed toward the Lin family villa. "Stop right there." Yi Chun caught up, whispering triumphantly, "Gu Fan, come to Shengshi Club at 8 p.m. tomorrow. I'm inviting you." "Why?" Gu Fan frowned. "Of course." Yi Chun licked his lips. "I'm going to propose to Ruobing. I want you to witness our happiness. You won't refuse, will you?" "Not interested." Gu Fan glanced at him coolly. This loser trying to propose? Whether Ruobing would say yes wasn't his concern. Yi Chun sneered, "You'll come. I want you to see the woman you love become my fiancée and watch you suffer and fall apart." He had been planning this proposal a long time. He was eager to claim the sultry, mature 28-year-old female CEO for himself. Gu Fan returned to the villa without speaking a word to Su Ruobing. Watching his back as he accompanied another woman inside, Su Ruobing felt an inexplicable pang in her chest. "Ruobing, see you tomorrow at Shengshi Club," Yi Chun continued with feigned tenderness. "I know." Su Ruobing replied disinterestedly, then left alone. As he watched her silhouette fade, Yi Chun muttered under his breath, "Damn it, after I propose tomorrow, I'll sleep with you that very night." The moonlight was clear, the night full of temptation. Gu Fan pushed open the Lin family villa door. A faint fragrance greeted him. The living room lights flickered dimly, casts of intimate shadows weaving through the space. "Brother Fan, for me." A sultry, alluring voice came from the staircase. Lin Xiaowan was dressed in a black slip dress with sheer stockings, heels lightly tapping the floor. Her hair swept over one shoulder, her slender waist swaying with irresistible charm. She moved closer to Gu Fan, her moist eyes seeming almost tearful. "Brother Fan, Millie is already asleep. Come to my room, all right?" She exhaled hot breath, arms wrapping around his neck, lips pressing to his. Tonight, she was determined to win Gu Fan over. The heat between them ignited instantly, a fire burning inside Gu Fan. Even more dangerous, the Lin Xiaowan was also a rare constitution, making her an irresistible temptation to him. Unable to resist, Gu Fan's dragon taming technique spontaneously activated. "Sure, please provide the Chinese sentences you'd like me to translate and polish into natural, fluent English. When you act a little reckless, Fong, you're even more captivating." Lin Xiaowan finally summoned the courage to release all the emotions she had suppressed for 10 years. She slowly reached out and undid Gu Fan's shirt, her movements both determined and tender. Her words and passion shattered all his hesitations in an instant, awakening the desire within him stirred by the dragon's summoning technique like a raging flood. He spun around abruptly, shifting from passive to dominant, pinning Lin Xiaowan beneath him with an undeniable air of command in his eyes. "You're doing something very dangerous, then come conquer me." Holding back the storm inside, Lin Xiaowan let out a voice tinged with restraint and challenge. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Fan pressed down on her, and they fell into a passionate and fierce embrace beyond words. At dawn, the air still lingered with the heat and intimacy of the night. Lin Xiaowan turned, her bare, smooth back pressed tightly against Gu Fan, a slight smile curling on her lips, her eyes filled with contentment and happiness. That night was the most fulfilling she had experienced in a decade. She was amazed to discover the man beside her was far stronger and more devoted than she had ever imagined. Filled with affection, she whispered softly, "Fong, I truly wish this moment could last forever, that this night would never end." Gently resting her head on Gu Fan's solid chest, her voice as soft as flowing water, she savored the fulfillment of 10 years of waiting. Gu Fan lightly stroked her back, his mind replaying the passion and madness of the night, the lingering feelings still vivid. Ever since cultivating the dragon summoning technique, he sensed his true dragon bloodline had awakened to a new level. His blood boiled with fervor, and his power had clearly increased. He instinctively knew that his combat strength had leapt to a new tier, making him nearly invincible among his peers. What shocked Gu Fan even more was that the entire night of intimacy with Lin Xiaowan allowed him to absorb a huge amount of pure spiritual energy from her, far more precious than any heavenly origin pill had ever consumed. Even better, as long as they continued to cultivate together, he could keep drawing this energy, fusing it into his bones and bloodline, steadily raising his realm and strength. Do you regret it? Gu Fan asked in a low voice. Lin Xiaowen's eyes flashed with passion as she answered firmly, how could I regret it? The only regret is that I waited 10 long years for this night. She glanced at the time and teased, Fong, how about we sleep in a bit longer? With that, Lin Xiaowan casually pinned her hair up, her body exuding an even more enticing and enchanting aura than the night before. The dual cultivation hadn't just enhanced her beauty. The impurities in her body were slowly being purged and nourished by the true dragon bloodline. Her constitution had grown stronger, and her entire presence radiated a newfound grace. Gu Fan looked inward, feeling vast spiritual energy deeply merging with his flesh. The dragon summoning technique stirred within him once again, eager to advance further. His body warmed once more from Lin Xiaowen's seduction, and they immediately plunged into another round of passionate union. Just as they lost themselves in each other's fire, a sharp knocking sounded at the door. Lin Mealy appeared in her pajamas, concern evident in her voice. Sis, you're usually up way earlier. Why haven't you moved yet today? Are you alright? Lin Xiaowen's heart tightened as she hurriedly composed herself, fearful her sister might stumble in and witness their private moment. Lin Mealy continued softly, Sis, I'm coming in now. Lin Mealy heard some unusual noises from inside the room, and instinctively reached out to turn the doorknob, only to find the door was locked from the inside. Huh. She furrowed her brow, puzzled. Her sister Lin Xiaowan never locked the door. What's gotten into her today? Mealy, go downstairs and eat first, they'll be right down. Inside, Lin Xiaowen's voice sounded hurried, tinged with an unmistakable flush. She didn't want her little sister to catch her in such a fluttered state. Muttering to herself, Lin Mealy headed toward the stairs. That's strange. Gu Fan usually gets up early too, but today not even a shadow of him. Could he have left very early this morning? In the room, Lin Xiaowan glanced at Gu Fan half leaning against the headboard. Her heart suddenly raced, a thrill akin to a secret affair sparking inside her. After confirming her sister's footsteps had faded away, her tense body finally relaxed, but a hint of regret crept in. Fanji, looks like there won't be a second round today. They'll make it up to you next time. Gu Fan smiled, admiring her perfectly proportioned figure. All right. Lin Xiaowan threw herself into his arms and kissed him deeply before standing up to dress right in front of him, grinning. Fanji, don't feel pressured. I'm not asking you to make any promises. I just want to savor every moment with you. Those memories alone are enough for me to cherish. Gu Fan smiled gently, his tone sincere. Xiaowan, I can't promise you forever, but I'll do everything I can to give you a world as splendid as blooming rivers and dazzling stars. A warmth gathered in Lin Xiaowen's eyes. That was enough. She had no regrets. Bashfully glancing at Gu Fan, her voice softened like the plucking of strings. Fanji, my room is always open for you. What do you like me to wear? Want to try some roleplay? Half an hour later, Lin Xiaowan finally came downstairs, a lingering flush still coloring her cheeks. Lin Mealy held a bowl, looking over with concern. Sis, why did you sleep so long today? Are you feeling unwell? No, I'm fine. Lin Xiaowen's legs trembled slightly as she walked. She had clearly underestimated Gu Fan's impact last night. Seeing her sister in that state, Lin Mealy felt a strange sense of familiarity but couldn't quite place it. Where's Gu Fan? Hopefully, he got the hint and left on his own. That'd be great. She hummed smugly. Sis, you really should think about kicking him out. We're both so beautiful. Living with a schemer like Gu Fan is too risky. What if he loses control one day? What nonsense are you talking about? Lin Xiaowen's eyes flickered. Mealy, if you don't like it here, I can buy you a villa instead. Now, her little sister had become the biggest obstacle between her and Gu Fan. If the entire villa were just the two of them, she could let go and enjoy herself more freely, showing Gu Fan just how seductive she could be. The thought sparked a series of intimate scenes in her mind. No way. Lin Mealy shook her head, clutching her rice bowl. I want to stay with Sis and keep an eye on that big flirt Gu Fan. We can't let him lay a finger on you. Footsteps sounded as Gu Fan came downstairs. Lin Xiaowan looked up to meet his gaze, her cheeks instantly flushing hot. The fierce memories of last night echoed in her heart, and she already found herself eagerly awaiting the nightfall. You're still here? Lin Mealy shot Gu Fan a sharp glance, her mind swirling with complicated feelings as she recalled their past encounter. Pouting slightly, she found herself caught in a tangle of emotions toward him. Gu Fan was holding a cup of hot milk, his gaze lingering on Lin Mealy for only a moment before his body reacted instinctively to the dragon invocation technique coursing within him. The bloodline of the true dragon surged with burning heat. Lin Mealy was also a special constitution. His eyes darkened, but the next second she caught the change in his expression. What are you looking at me for? Lin Mealy's heart skipped a beat. That dangerous glint in Gu Fan's eyes brought her right back to that night. She snorted softly and turned her head away. Nothing, Gu Fan said, averting his gaze as he lowered his head to slice some toast, eating while lost in thought. Ever since swallowing the Tianyuan pill and practicing dual cultivation with Lin Shawan, his cultivation had surged ahead. What used to take years to break through now seemed within reach. If he could practice with another special constitution woman, he might step into the divine realm, ranking among the top-tier powerhouses in Huaxia. After learning he came from the Long family, Gu Fan felt an increasing sense of urgency. Only by growing stronger quickly could he protect the women he loved and ensure they suffered no more harm. More importantly, he was determined to infiltrate the Long clan's territory one day, find his father, and uncover the truth of the past. Brother Fan, did you know? Shengshi Club is about to shut down. The first step of your revenge is about to come true. Suddenly, Lin Xiaowan walked into the dining room with a tablet in her arms, her eyes smiling brightly. That soon, Gu Fan was momentarily surprised. He had expected Shengshi Club to limp along for a while longer, not collapse so quickly. Lin Xiaowan tucked a lock of hair behind her ear excitedly. With Su Rubing's ability, Shengshi Club could have lasted at least another year. But she trusted Yi Chun and handed over management to him. What happened? Yi Chun secretly siphoned all the funds and hired a bunch of incompetents, hollowing out the club completely. Su Ruobing, clever as she is, was blind to this. I want to see her face when she finds out. Gu Fan sneered. Serves her right. And this is just the beginning. I want her entire business empire to crumble. Brother Fan, shouldn't we warn Sister Ruobing? Lin Xiaowan raised an eyebrow, testing. No need, Gu Fan replied coldly. If Shengshi Club really goes under, we'll seize the chance to acquire it and expand Sherdai Club's scale and influence. At that, he remembered Yi Chen's plan to propose to Su Ruobing tonight, and couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Haha, good. I was worried you'd be soft-hearted. Lin Xiaowan shot Gu Fan a teasing wink. I like how decisive and ruthless you are. It's incredibly attractive. Watching the two, Lin Meili's brow furrowed quietly. The atmosphere between her sister and Gu Fan seemed much warmer than before. Brother Fan, we'll see you tonight at Sherdai Club. Lin Xiaowan closed her tablet, ready to handle company affairs. Gu Fan nodded, then asked, do you need any help over there? He had noticed the strain in Lin Xiaowan's expression. Sherdai Group was clearly facing difficulties. Now that she truly was his woman, he wouldn't stand by idly. His woman would never be bullied by anyone. Lin Xiaowan shook her head firmly and said, Fan, I can handle this myself. If I really can't manage, then I'll ask for your help. Gu Fan nodded silently and didn't say more. After leaving the living room, he returned to his room, closed his eyes, and entered a meditative state, losing himself in deep cultivation. His true dragon bloodline seemed to undergo a subtle change, and his powers surged phenomenally. Gu Fan's pupils contracted slightly, and his heart jolted. His bloodline strength far exceeded previous levels. If he chose to fully unleash this power, at its peak he could even release terrifying strength beyond his own realm. What surprised him even more was that his divine abilities greatly intensified, as if breaking through all the shackles of his cultivation. This feeling was like a fish leaping over the dragon gate, shattering every cultivation bottleneck. In a way, as long as he continued to encounter women with special physiques and keep absorbing their spiritual energy, his cultivation would rise rapidly. This method of dual cultivation was downright frightening. If he met a destined woman with a true phoenix bloodline, Gu Fan recalled old Qin's words, his mind briefly wandering. Shaking off the distraction, he focused, controlled his breath, and stabilized his qi with each inhale and exhale. Night gradually fell, and all was quiet. When they arrived at the Times Club, Lin Xiaowan greeted him with a beaming smile. Naturally, she hooked her arm around Gu Fan's, her eyes full of pride, as if wanting to show him off to the whole world. She raised her chin and said happily, Fan, the Times Club is getting more popular all the time, already breaking through its circle restrictions. Soon, it's definitely going to become Jianghao's #1 nightlife spot. You're amazing. Lin Xiaowan squeezed closer, her face shining with unreserved joy. She loved feeling nestled next to him, as if she had finally found her place. At that moment, Chen Rongfei approached and glanced at Lin Xiaowan's coquettish expression, unable to hide her shock. Such a beautiful CEO devoted entirely to Gu Fan. What exactly did Gu Fan do to make her so infatuated? What's wrong? Lin Xiaowan turned around, smiling. Chen Rongfei lowered her voice. The Shengshi Club is pretty lively tonight. All the seats are full. Something feels off. Don't pay attention to it. It's just a farce, a little clown putting on a show for himself, Gu Fan replied calmly. Oh, Fan, what do you mean? Lin Xiaowan asked, curious. Today, Yi Chen plans to propose to Su Ruobing. Since it's a proposal, the event naturally has to be grand. The guests at Shengshi Club are probably all actors hired by him to hype up the atmosphere, Gu Fan explained. A proposal? Lin Xiaowan was surprised. Yi Chen really is in a hurry. If he doesn't act fast, once the business at Shengshi Club is exposed, there won't be any chance for a proposal. She couldn't help but admire Yi Chen's scheming and asked with interest, Fan, Do you think Yi-Chin will succeed in proposing? Maybe, Gu Fan said indifferently. Shall we go watch? Lin Ziwen's eyes sparkled with gossip. No, Gu Fan's tone was cold, clearly uninterested in Su Ruobing. Whether she accepted Yi-Chin's proposal was no longer his concern. Just then, the phone rang. Gu Fan picked it Yupit with Su Ruoxue. Brother-in-law. I've arrived at Shengshi Club with Cici. Su Ruoxue's voice was sweet and lively over the call. Gu Fan raised an eyebrow. Why did you bring Cici to Shengshi Club? You said you wanted to see Cici but couldn't come to the villa, so I brought her here. You said you'd come pick her up? Su Ruoxue explained. Who told you that? Gu Fan asked sharply. Su Ruoxue said it was from my sister, Su Ruoxue replied. Got it. I'm on my way to pick up Cici, Gu Fan said before hanging up, a trace of displeasure flashing across his face. A cold glint flashed through Gu Fan's eyes. He knew this was Yi-Chin's deliberate setup meant to force him to witness the moment Yi-Chin proposed to Su Ruobing. How dark and twisted that man's heart must be. Let's go. Come with me to the Shengshi Club, Gu Fan said coldly, his voice firm and unwilling to be refused. Lin Ziwen's eyes lit up as she linked her arm through Gu Fan's. Her heels clicked crisply against the stone path as they headed straight for the brightly lit Shengshi Club. The club's grand entrance stood wide open, golden crystal chandeliers illuminating the spacious hall. The vast banquet hall was packed to capacity, the crowd bustling. Long tables were decked with champagne towers sparkling under the lights, and a gentle scent of roses floated in the air, all carefully arranged to evoke a French romantic atmosphere. As Gu Fan and Lin Xiaowan appeared, the crowd instantly parted like water, clearing a path. All eyes turned to them simultaneously. Lin Xiaowan wore an off-shoulder deep green gown, her skin glowing like jade under the lights. Her arrival dimmed the confidence of the other socialites nearby. Sis-in-law, over here. Su Ruoxue waved from across the crowd, her youthful smile radiant under the glow. Daddy. 5-year-old Cici ran up and jumped into Gu Fan's arms, wrapping her little hands around his neck and refusing to let go. The softness in her embrace warmed Gu Fan's heart. He gently patted her back, the harshness in his eyes softening slightly. Gu Fan, you finally came. I've been waiting for you. Yi-Chin, dressed in a sharp suit and shiny shoes, approached briskly, his usual arrogance curling his lips. He adjusted his tie and declared loudly, I'm glad you came to witness my happiness tonight. Ruobing will be here any moment. You'll see the exact moment I place the diamond ring on her finger. You'll see her move to tears, and you'll see the woman you love most become my fiancée. His voice rang out high and triumphant, a public declaration of his victory. Yi-Chin had waited for this moment, determined to prove to everyone that he was better than Gu Fan, that the woman Gu Fan couldn't have would be easily his. Lin Xiaowan let out a light, mocking laugh, raising an eyebrow. Mumph. Yi-Chin, don't get too cocky. You're making such a big scene. What will you do if Ruobing refuses you in front of everyone? Though Lin Xiaowan had never gotten along with Su Ruobing, she understood that woman's pride. Once Ruobing decided Yi-Chin was just a pretty face, she wouldn't marry him easily. Yi-Chin's face darkened briefly before regaining its smug confidence. Looking at Lin Ziwen's arm linked with Gu Fan's, he snorted coldly. I'm Rubing's true first love. She's been waiting for me to promise her this proposal moment. How could she possibly refuse? Well then, congratulations in advance. Lin Xiaowan smiled pleasantly. I actually hope you succeed. Then Ruobing won't be bothering my fan anymore. Yi-Chin's brow furrowed in a sneer, but his victorious grin soon returned. Leaning close to Gu Fan's ear, he whispered menacingly, just watch closely. Once I propose successfully, tonight I'll savor Rubing's beautiful body, something you'll never have. Ha ha ha. With that, he strode confidently to the center of the banquet hall, his footsteps steady, his figure lengthened by the spotlight. Every flash and gaze followed him, as if the entire stage belonged only to him. Moments later, a gentle stir came from the doorway. Su Ruobing appeared, dressed in a sharply tailored white blazer, her long hair cascading freely as she walked with purposeful grace into the club. The vast space instantly quieted, all eyes fixed on her. Opposite, Yi-Chin held a massive bouquet of 999 deep red roses, dewdrops sparkling on the petals. Nestled in the center of the flowers was a dazzling diamond ring, reflecting a cold, sharp light. A tremor passed through Su Ruobing's chest as her gaze lingered between the roses and the ring. Yi-Chin drew a steady breath, a confident, bold smile curving his lips. He stepped forward until he was 50 centimeters from her, then stopped, dropping to one knee. Holding up the roses in one hand and the shining diamond in the other, his voice rang out clearly. Ruobing, marry me. Ruobing, marry me. Yi-Chin's eyes were red-rimmed, his voice hoarse as he shouted the words with every ounce of strength, his whole body so tense that his breathing grew shallow. If only Su Ruobing nodded, he would slip the carefully prepared diamond ring onto her ring finger, then passionately kiss her in front of everyone, taking her small hand and walking to Gu Fan. Thinking of that moment, his smile grew even brighter. From then on, Su Ruobing would belong to him alone. He would have all of her, and his blissful life would begin. As for all the humiliation he once endured in front of Gu Fan, He already treated it as a distant memory. Marry him. Marry him. Yi Chen's relatives and friends cheered loudly, clapping and shouting, pushing the atmosphere to a fever pitch. So touching. Su Ruobing must be so happy. I wish Yi Chen was proposing to me. Who could refuse such a rich and handsome man like Yi Xiao? They are truly a perfect match made in heaven. They must be insanely happy together. You have to say yes. Yi Xiao will make you the happiest woman in the world. The crowd chattered excitedly, both cheering for Yi Chen and at the same time putting enormous pressure on Su Ruobing. At the side of the stage, a 5-year-old girl named Cici, held in Gu Fan's arms, grew anxious until her eyes reddened. Suddenly, she shouted, "Mom," but Gu Fan quickly muffled her mouth. Wu Cici looked pitifully at her father. Gu Fan shook his head gently. Su Ruobing's choice was hers alone. Yet in his heart, a selfish thought lingered. If Su Ruobing agreed to Yi Chen, he would have every reason to take Cici away at all costs. He would never accept his daughter having a stepfather. Brother-in-law, please stop. Sister Su Shui gripped Gu Fan's sleeve, voice trembling, afraid her sister would be forced to say yes in such an atmosphere. Gu Fan only shook his head faintly. Su Shui's expression instantly darkened. Brother-in-law, is there really no chance at all for you and sister? You two used to love each other so deeply. That was in the past, it's over. Gu Fan's tone was calm and expressionless. After cultivating the dragon-invoking technique, his true dragon blood was awakening further. The future was boundless. There were countless beauties far more charming and alluring than Su Ruobing. He didn't need to hang himself on one tree. Marry him. Marry him. The cheers rose to a new peak. Yi Chen gazed at Su Ruobing with deep affection, reaching out to hold her ring finger carefully and solemnly slipped the diamond ring on. Ruobing, I will guard you with my whole life. Be my wife, marry me. However, before his fingers could touch her, Su Ruobing took a small step back. In an instant, the previously roaring hall felt as if doused with ice water. All the noise stopped abruptly, leaving only an awkward silence. That half-step not only extinguished the passion, but felt like a sharp slap across Yi Chen's face. Yi Chen's expression changed drastically, the confident smile frozen at his lips, his hands trembling slightly. He quickly composed himself, forcing out a smile, and took a step forward, raising the ring high. His voice trembled with pleading and uncertainty. Ruobing, marry me. She must not have understood what was happening just now. Once she realizes that the one proposing is Yi Chen, the white moonlight in her heart, she will definitely say yes. Yi Chen kept repeating this thought in his mind as he knelt on one knee under the glaring stage lights, holding a bouquet of fiery red roses. His gaze burned with fierce intensity. Su Ruobing stood before him, the light tracing the cold lines of her profile. The handsome face that once made her heart skip a beat now seemed oily and oppressive. The fluttering feelings from their school days had long vanished. Since Yi Chen returned to the country, his flamboyance and arrogance had shattered the illusion of him as her white moonlight time and again. Yi Chen, don't do this. Please get up. Su Ruobing frowned, her tone restrained and distant. She wasn't even sure if she still liked him, but this forced proposal made her instinctively resist. I won't get up. Yi Chen's legs stayed straight as he clenched his teeth and held firm. Ruobing, if you don't agree to marry me today, I will kneel here forever. His eyes were bloodshot, like a gambler wagering everything on one last bet, convinced Su Ruobing would soften and nod under the watchful eyes of the crowd. He had prepared this proposal for a long time and couldn't afford to fail. His pride was at stake. Yi Chen, don't do this. Our relationship hasn't reached that point. Su Ruobing's voice dropped, frustration rising sharply. How hasn't it? Yi Chen's voice hardened. Don't we like each other? Am I not your white moonlight? How can you reject me? Marry me, I'm begging you. He almost pleaded softly, betting she would be moved. Sorry, Su Ruobing said lightly. Let's just be friends for now. That casual dismissal shattered all of Yi Chen's illusions. Rose petals fell fluttering to the ground. The entire Shengshi clubhouse went dead silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Yi Chen froze, his cheeks burning as if he had been publicly slapped. This was utter humiliation. After a few moments of silence, whispers like a rising tide filled the room. Oh my god, Director Su actually rejected Yi Chen. Wasn't Yi Chen so confident head when the beauty tonight? What a disgrace. This clown should just go back to Gotham. I mean, why would Director Su even look at him? It's definitely because of Fan Go. Director Su must still love him. Proposing and being rejected in public? That shame will haunt him forever. Haha, Yi Chen can't compare to our Fan Go. The veteran staff at Shengshi had long looked down on Yi Chen, and now reveled in his downfall. Recalling the glory days of Gu Fan only made their mockery harsher. The whispers pierced Yi Chen's heart like knives, his humiliation growing. In a corner, Lin Xiaoan watched Su Ruobing's rejection with regret. She did not want Su Ruobing to have a chance to return to Gu Fan. Meanwhile, Su Ruoxua couldn't hide her joy, pulling Gu Fan's sleeve to whisper, brother-in-law, see? Sister still has feelings for you. 5-year-old Cici clapped her hands, eyes sparkling. Gu Fan's expression remained cold. He didn't care what Su Ruobing chose, only lamented losing the excuse to take Cici away from the Su family. With a slap, The roses fell to the floor, scattering petals everywhere. Yichen suddenly stood up, locking eyes with Su Ruobing. Why did you refuse me? Aren't we a perfect match? Step back, one more step at the sight of the furious Yichen. Su Ruobing suddenly realized how little she truly knew about the man before her. I'm not ready to start a new relationship right now. Her voice was calm, but resolute, carrying a clear refusal. Yichen's face flushed red in an instant, anger boiling up in his eyes as his finger nearly jabbed Gu Fan's nose. Are you still hung up on Gu Fan? Is that why you're rejecting me, because you're still tied to him somehow? What do I lack compared to him? Yichen, calm down. Su Ruobing furrowed her brows, her tone icy. My rejection of you has nothing to do with Gu Fan. You're still making excuses. Yichen roared, his arm trembling. You won't even let me touch you for a moment. What do you take me for? Embarrassed in front of Gu Fan, Yichen's frustration was about to explode. He had planned to show off and win over Su Ruobing, but instead he was outmaneuvered and became a laughingstock once more. Disappointment was etched deeply in Su Ruobing's eyes as her voice grew colder. Believe whatever you want. If you think I've been deceiving you, then let's just end all contact. With that, she turned to leave. Her indifference was like a blade, suddenly bringing clarity to Yichen. He rushed before her, flustered and almost incoherent. Ruobing, you know that's not what I meant. I love you so much. I was impatient, I'm sorry. Please forgive me, okay? After shame and anger, he remembered his real goal to win Su Ruobing over and take control of Shengshi Group. If they tore apart tonight, he'd lose his chance forever. A true man knows when to bend. He had to steady her first. Watching his panicked face, Su Ruobing finally understood that the white moonlight from the past had long since vanished. I know. Her tone was indifferent. Yichen's eyes brightened, eagerly asking, you forgive me? It's okay if you're not ready for a new relationship yet. I can wait, well, take it slow. His words were filled with earnest affection. Coo, a sharp, mocking laugh suddenly pierced the night. Yichen spun around, his gaze cold as ice, meeting Lin Xiaowan and Gu Fan's figures. What are you laughing at? Lin Xiaowan linked arms with Gu Fan, laughing uncontrollably. Sorry, I don't usually laugh, but I just couldn't help it just now. Cuckoo. Fanch, I thought ID wandered into a circus and was watching a brilliant clown show. Yichen's fists clenched until the knuckles cracked, blue veins bulging on his arms. Only then did Su Ruobing notice Gu Fan was present, as well even Cici had been brought along. Her expression darkened. Gu Fan, why did you bring Cici here? Sis, it was me who brought Cici. Lin Xiaowan began to explain. Don't speak for him. Su Ruobing's tone cut cold. He's deliberately trying to drive a wedge between me and Cici. Gu Fan, how despicable can you be? She was certain Gu Fan had arranged for their daughter to witness Yichen's proposal just to make the child think the divorce was all her fault, discrediting her as a Mothera truly malicious plan. Believe what you want, Gu Fan said coolly, offering no defense. Give me Cici. Su Ruobing snatched her daughter from his arms, voice harsh. From now on, you may not see Cici without my permission. I will never allow you to lead her astray. Gu Fan didn't stop Su Ruobing, his voice cold and indifferent. Less than a year remains. According to our agreement, I will take Cici away. Cherish the last year you have with her. Gu Fan, I truly don't know where you get your confidence from. Su Ruobing's anger flared as she almost raised her voice. In a year's time, there's no way you can surpass me in assets. Don't forget, I still control the entire Shengshi Group. Even this small Shengshi club is now thriving again, rivaling your time's club. Why do you have to take Cici away? Just on an empty promise? Her anger escalated, convinced Gu Fan was here to mock her tonight. Miss Su, we have a problem. The sharp click of high heels echoed as Zhao Xuyan hurried over, her face alarmed. Su Ruobing's heart sank. What happened? The Shengshi Club's casino lost 200 million in chips. The cash flow can't cover it. The gamblers have started causing trouble. If we don't act quickly, things will spiral out of control. Zhao Xuyan reported rapidly. Su Ruobing's expression darkened. Wasn't a top expert hired to safeguard the casino? How could this happen? Zhao Xuyan shot Yichen a sharp glance. Those so-called gambling kings and saints Yichen hired are useless. Even with surveillance, we couldn't spot how the experts cheated. I had no choice but to suspend operations, but that just stirred up more trouble. If it continues, the club can't stay open. Su Ruobing turned to Yichen, her voice icy and sharp. Yichen, I put you in charge of Shengshi Club. What exactly are you doing? You owe me an explanation. Yichen muttered. I didn't expect so many expert gamblers to show up. Maybe we could pay to settle this? Settle? Zhao Xuyan laughed grimly in anger. If we pay to settle today, tomorrow new problems will arrive. When Sun Qian was here, none of this ever happened. The atmosphere turned deathly cold. Su Ruobing's face darkened until it seemed water could drip from it. Miss Su, Finance Officer Huang Yen came running, gasping for breath. Shengshi Club is bleeding money, essentially an empty shell. Profits were secretly siphoned off before. What did you say? Su Ruobing's delicate body trembled violently. Huang Yen held up the ledger pointing at Yichen. Miss Su, when you asked me to audit, I didn't expect to find this. Yichen bought nothing but shoddy liquor at sky-high prices. Daily marketing costs are astronomical, but actual revenue is almost nothing. The club is drowning in debt. If it continues, it will become a massive black hole that could drag down Shengshi Group too. Su Rubing's chest heaved violently. Her fingers shook as she pointed at Yichun. Yichun, what do you have to say for yourself? Yichun's face was full of panic. He hadn't expected things to blow up so fast. His plan was to win over Su Ruobing first, then continue to deceive her while quietly transferring the club's assets, finally coming up with some excuse to cover it up. But now, everything was exposed prematurely. Ruobing, I really didn't expect it to get this bad. I just wanted to bring Shengshi Club back to its peak, so I used a lot of methods, but none worked. He lowered his head, too afraid to meet Su Rubing's gaze. Su Rubing's face turned deathly pale. She never imagined that the one she once regarded as her bright first love had become her darkest nightmare. Looking at Yichen's face, Su Ruobing felt a wave of nausea. Her gaze blurred as scenes from the past flashed through her mind. 10 years of marriage during which Gu Fan never pressured her or let her down. He had always been a reliable support. Yet she had never truly appreciated him. A faint regret washed over her like a cold tide. Why had she been so determined to get a divorce back then? Even dragging Yichun to confront Gu Fan and force him to sign. Taking a deep breath, Su Ruobing crushed those wandering thoughts and stubbornly told herself she was not wrong. Ruobing. Yichun spoke urgently, trying to pin everything on Gu Fan. I get it now. The casino, the nightclub, it's all Gu Fan's scheme. He wants to drive a wedge between us. Don't be fooled. Yichun, have you lost all shame? Zhao Shuiyan snapped angrily. Su Ruobing said expressionlessly, Yichun, you should leave now. Don't come to Shengshi Club again. Let's not contact each other for a while to cool down. Ruobing, you can't treat me like this. Yichun's voice trembled. I'm sincere about you. Yichun, it's time for you to go. Su Ruobing interrupted decisively. Yichun felt everyone's mocking stares pierce through him like needles, and Su Rubing's words were the final blow. Fine, I'm leaving. One day, I'll make all of you regret this. With grit teeth, he slammed the door as he left. Outside the Shengshi Club, the night breeze hit him in the face. His expression twisted into a snarl. Gu Fan, Su Ruobing, I will make you pay dearly. Gu Fan, I want you to watch as I ruin Su Ruobing. Su Ruobing, just wait, someday you'll be mine, and I will conquer you completely. Inside the club, the lights remained on, but with the escorts drifting off in 2s and 3s, the place grew suddenly cold and empty. Miss Su, maybe you should plead with Fan. Zhao Shuiyan lowered her voice. As long as Fan agrees, those troublemakers at the casino can be dealt with. If the casino stays open, Shengshi Club will survive, otherwise, it will have to shut down. Su Ruobing held Cici close and looked toward Gu Fan, not far away, only to be stabbed by the sight of Lin Xiaowan leaning against him. Lin Xiaowan's smile was bright, while she herself had almost forgotten how to smile since the divorce. Without Gu Fan, problems that were once trivial now crashed down on her like a storm, suffocating her. Regrets surged again. Maybe she should try to mend things with Gu Fan after all. He was Cici's father, and they didn't need to be at such bitter odds. Gathering her composure, she lifted her chin and walked over to Gu Fan, still maintaining her usual proud demeanor. Gu Fan, send Sun Qian here. We need to sort out the casino issue first. Gu Fan stared at her as if she were crazy. Miss Su, is this how you beg for help? I'm not begging you. Su Ruobing raised her brow, unwilling to bow her head before Gu Fan. The cold white lights of the hall cast sharp shadows across their faces. Gu Fan stood with his back to the floor-to-ceiling window, the misty morning light tracing a silhouette behind him. Since that's the case, they'll be leaving first. I hope you managed to resolve all the problems, he said, his tone calm and smooth like an unpolished jade. Stop. Su Ruobing instinctively stepped forward but forced herself to moderate her voice. Gu Fan, actually, we don't need to let things escalate like this, not even for Cici's sake. As long as you genuinely repent and cut ties with those underworld thugs, I'm willing to give up our previous agreement. 1 year from now, you'll still have the right to see Cici. And if you prove yourself, you can be Cici's father forever. No need. Gu Fan lifted his gaze, his voice utterly steady, showing no hint of emotion. I've already won the 1-year agreement. Just like this once flourishing Shengshi Club, everything you own will collapse, and you'll be left with nothing. I will take Cici and leave. Anger flared again across Su Rubing's face. Gu Fan, I wanted to give you a chance, but if you're so stubborn, then let's stick to the agreement. 1 year from now, you won't ever see Cici again. Nearby, Zhao Shuiyan gripped a folder tightly and urgently interrupted, Ms. Su, regarding the Shengshi Club. Close it down. Su Ruobing shut her eyes, taking a deep breath as if tearing away a piece of herself. Cut the losses in time. I can afford to lose this round. She steadied her emotions and opened her eyes, still sharp and fierce. Gu Fan, the Shengshi Club is only a small part of Shengshi Group. Without it, my wealth is still hundreds or thousands of times greater than yours. My business empire won't be affected. Even if you run Sherdai Club well, there's no way you can surpass my assets within a year. Gu Fan replied calmly. I told you, Shengshi Club's collapse is only the beginning, and it will happen even faster. The air grew tense. Su Ruobing gritted her teeth and said every word clearly. Then we'll see about that. She hugged Cece tightly, then said, Shuyan, starting today, Shengshi Club will no longer operate openly. Lay off all the staff and transfer ownership immediately. As soon as she finished speaking, her chest felt hollow, as if the last pillar holding her up had been pulled away. Shengshi Club was the first venue she had built with her own hands, carrying so many memories. Now she had to let go, without even time to mourn. Click-clack. The sharp sound of high heels approached from afar. Lin Xiaowan stepped out of the corridor wearing a smoky gray business skirt, her smile light, but sharp. Sister Ruobing, why don't you just transfer Shengshi Club to me? I promise to offer a high price. Su Rubing's eyes darkened slightly, but she remained rational. As long as the price is right, Shengshi Club can be sold to you. She knew well that under these tense circumstances, Sherdai Club would be the best destination for a high-value sale. Still, the thought of Lin Xiaowan made her uneasy. Don't worry, Sister Ruobing. Lin Xiaowan raised her brow lightly. I will offer a number you can't refuse. After all, this is the first club you and Fan opened. You don't cherish it, but I will. Her gaze was provocative, but her voice remained sweet. Remember what I said? Don't regret your decision later. He'll never regret it. Su Rubing's tone was cold and resolute. That's good. Lin Xiaowan smiled and nodded. You know, since leaving you, Fan's been getting better and better. The one who trapped his entire youth was never you, it was him. Just watch. Fan will become a god you could never hope to reach. Lin Xiaowan had always felt it was unfair to Gu Fan. The man she loved deeply had lost a full 10 years because of Su Ruobing, while she herself had quietly loved and waited for him all that time. At this moment, Su Ruobing simply stared at Lin Xiaowan. Only now did she begin to suspect that Lin Xiaowan's relationship with Gu Fan might not be about provoking her, it might be genuine, deeply rooted love. But how could that be? Lin Xiaowan was ranked among the 4 great beauties of Jiangzhou and came from a prestigious family. Why would she fall for Gu Fan, a man with neither power nor background? It baffled Su Ruobing endlessly. The light in Lin Xiaowan's eyes burned like fire, making Su Rubing's heart turn sour. Not wanting to continue the argument, she quietly called out, Ruoxue, let's go home. Oh, before leaving, Su Ruoxue shot Gu Fan a sly wink. Brother-in-law, he'll come visit you when I'm free. After Su Ruoxue and the others had left, Gu Fan instructed Chen Rongfei and Zhao Shuyan to begin discussing the details of acquiring the Shengshi Club. Once the Sherdai Club absorbed Shengshi Club, it would firmly establish its foothold in Jiangzhou and expand rapidly. Gu Fan's first battle was a smashing success. Next, he planned to target the pillar industries of the Shengshi Group, bringing Su Rubing's business empire crashing down. What's the most profitable sector of Shengshi Group? Gu Fan asked directly. Lin Xiaowan's eyes brightened as she quickly laid it out. Beauty products, real estate, and media. Fanch, which one are you planning to hit first? Beauty products. Gu Fan's voice was low and resolute. I will develop a completely new cosmetic product. Once launched, it will deal a heavy blow to Shengshi Beauty. Really? Without beauty products, Shengshi Group would lose a huge part of itself. I can't wait. Lin Xiaowan's eyes were full of admiration. She had never once doubted Gu Fan's capability. Ish was a god in her heart. Gu Fan nodded faintly. Since he had said he wanted to take back what had never belonged to Su Ruobing, he would make sure it happened. That was Su Rubing's price to pay. Oh right, Fanj. Tomorrow night is Jiang's Hao's annual Lu Jin night, hosted by Xiao Chun, the president of the Fengyan Chamber of Commerce. Will you come with me? Lin Xiaowan shyly drew closer and whispered, if you come, he'll wear a maid outfit at night. Gu Fan's Adam's apple bob. This woman knew exactly how to get to him. All right, let's go together. You're the best, Fanj. Lin Xiaowan cheered and hugged him, her soft body rubbing against his chest as she began to imagine romantic scenes of spring blossoms pressing on pear flowers. As night deepened, when Lin Meili had fallen asleep, Lin Xiaowan quietly slipped into Gu Fan's room. The night was full of unspoken passion. The next morning, both were vibrant and refreshed, with Gu Fan's spiritual power surging even more wildly, his true dragon bloodline boiling over. The next day at the Fengyan Chamber of Commerce, President Xiao Chun was reviewing the guest list for Lu Jin night when he noticed the Su family had only received silver gray invitations. Thinking of Gu Fan, the Su family's son-in-law who had once single-handedly stormed into the chamber to save his daughter and made Xiao Chun bow his head in submission, Xiao Chun was alarmed. With Gu Fan involved, how could he only issue a silver gray invite? If he angered Gu Fan, who could bear the consequences? In fact, Gu Fan was now the true ruler of the Fengyan Chamber of Commerce. President, the Su family has always received only silver gray invitations, and Su Rubing's Shengshi Group still lacks the prestige to qualify as a top-tier enterprise. Xiao Chen's secretary, Si Yingying, said, Nonsense. Su Ruobing is Gu Fan's wife. What do you think you're doing? Xiao Chen slammed down the documents in his hand and scolded sternly. Then he pointed toward the door, his tone leaving no room for argument. Go immediately to the Su family yourself. Deliver the gilded invitation personally. Be sure to act graciously and invite the entire Su family to the Gilded Night. Now go. Si Yingying nodded repeatedly and hurried out of the office. By the time she reached the underground parking lot, she was jogging, clutching the shiny, gilded invitation in her palm. The golden patterns shimmered subtly under the lights. After a 20-minute drive, she arrived at the gates of the Lakeside Villa community. The guard immediately waved her through as soon as he saw her badge. Inside the villa's living room, Su Ruobing was discussing the evening's plans with her parents. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. A servant opened it, and Si Yingying entered the foyer with a polite smile. Secretary Si, what a surprise. The Su family rose to greet her warmly. In Jiang's house business circles, Si Yingying's name was like thunder, for she was, in many ways, the public face of Xiaochun, president of the Wind and Cloud Business Association. Her visit naturally drew everyone's attention. Miss Su, I've come to deliver the new gilded invitation to the Gilded Night. Your family's presence is sincerely requested this evening. Si Yingying bowed slightly and handed over the gilded invitation, her face bright with smiles, but her eyes flickering briefly with an unmistakable envy. Su Ruobing truly must have extraordinary fortune to be Gu Fan's wife. As Xiao Qin's trusted secretary, she knew well that the Wind and Cloud Business Association was now practically under Gu Fan's influence. A gilded invitation. Lin Tang stepped forward and froze upon seeing the golden border. Then her face brightened with joy. Daughter, you're really doing better and better. Now you've got a gilded invitation. This time at the Gilded Night, we'll make quite a splash. Su Ruobing couldn't hide her smile, gently tracing the embossing with her fingertip and feeling a surge of pride. Only true business magnates received gilded invitations to the Gilded Night. As far as she knew, Lin Xiaowan and Yun Manian had only ever gotten silver-gray invitations. Thank you for coming personally, Secretary Si. Please come in and have some tea. Su Ruobing invited politely. No need, Miss Su. Remember to arrive with your husband early. I have some matters to attend to, so we'll leave now. See you tonight. Si Yingying waved goodbye and clicked away on her heels. Husband? Su Ruobing was momentarily stunned. Then her expression shifted in realization. Although she and Gu Fan had officially divorced, they were still in the one-month cooling-off period, so no one outside knew she was legally single again. Ruobing, this Gilded Night is bound to attract many celebrities and nobles. If you meet the right people, try to connect more with them. You have to make that little bastard Gu Fan regret it forever. Lin Tang snarled at the memory of being humiliated after kneeling to beg Gu Fan, vowing to reclaim her dignity. Su Ruobing said nothing. Holding the gilded invitation, she glanced past the gloom left by Shengshi Club's closure and made a silent vow. Gu Fan, my network and resources will advance tonight. My business empire will never falter because of your departure. I will become a tide-riding force of the era, a great woman. And you are destined to vanish into dust. Divorcing you was the best decision of my life. Sister, take me with you tonight too. I want to see the world. Su Ruozhou gazed at the invitation, full of excitement. Dad is busy, so you and Mom can come with me. Dress sharp, meet some talented young people. It'll be good for your future. Su Ruobing advised. Got it, sister. Lin Tang chuckled. My daughter really is getting better and better. Don't let me see that little bastard again, or it'll make him pay. Twilight hadn't completely fallen yet. The setting sun stained the horizon a fiery orange. An impatient evening breeze rushed through the streets, lifting the hems of passers-by's clothes and stirring the anger burning in Lin Tang's heart. Inside the house, she slammed her hand on the table, the sharp bang making the teacup tremble. Mom, Yichun said he invited the national medical expert, Dr. Sun, to treat your stomach illness. Su Ruobing quickly steadied her mother's rising emotions. Tonight, Yichun will also bring Dr. Sun to the Luji night event. Maybe by then you'll start feeling better. Really? Lin Tang raised an eyebrow, her fury easing slightly before she snorted coldly. That's great. Turns out Yichun isn't completely useless. Gu Fan thinks I can't live without him. It's not like he's the only one who can treat illnesses in this world. Night was falling as Jiang's Hao's most prestigious Fengyun Grand Hotel began to light up. Luxurious cars lined the driveway in front, their headlights flickering like flowing light, casting a glow that made the red carpet look like a blazing sunset. This was the venue for Jiang's Hao's annual Lujin Night event, a place ordinary people couldn't even dream of entering. At the entrance, handsome men and beautiful women stood welcoming guests amid the cool evening breeze. Inside the lobby, Fengyun Chamber of Commerce executives like Xiaochun and Si Yingying busily ushered arrivals to designated areas according to their status. The red carpet stretched straight from the glass doors, as if leading to an unseen pinnacle of glory. It was Su Ruoz's first time at such an event. Dressed in a sharp suit, his cropped hair slicked with gel, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Sis, this is so fancy. Ruozhou, wait until your sister's career climbs even higher, then this will be nothing, Lin Tang said, elegantly clad in a peacock blue qipao that perfectly accentuated her curves. Holding the gilded invitation proudly against her chest, as if to ensure everyone noticed, she added confidently, without Gu Fan, Our Su family will surely rise, even stronger. Just as she expected, in the corridor shimmering with dazzling lights, countless socialites approached at the sight of that glowing golden invitation, exchanging greetings amid applause and laughter. In just a few steps, Lin Tang and Su Ruobing had given out several business cards to key figures. Lin Tang raised her eyebrows at her daughter with a boastful smile. Ruobing, it really is the gilded invitation that works. Last time with the silver gray one, no one was this enthusiastic. The world is all about reality. Su Ruobing nodded thoughtfully. In just a short while, she had gained several potential business partners and felt even more hopeful about expanding their commercial empire. Once inside the main hall, she was sure they would meet even more industry giants to help build their empire. Suddenly, Su Ruozhou pointed toward the entrance, lowering his voice but unable to hide his surprise. Sis, look, isn't that Gu Fan? The crowd parted to make way as Gu Fan entered side by side with Lin Xiaowan. The young man wore a perfectly tailored dark gray tuxedo, his expression calm. Lin Xiaowan dazzled in a silver-white tassel gown, her long hair elegantly pinned up, looking like a fairy in moonlight who caught many admiring eyes. That little bastard actually got involved with Lin Xiaowan. Is she blind? Lin Tang curled her lips with disgust, her contempt obvious. Su Rubing's gaze remained calm. Lin Xiaowen's Sure Dai group is doing well in Jiangzhou. It makes sense she'd be invited to Lu Jin night. That pretty boy? Su Ruozhou couldn't help but mutter angrily, jealousy welling up in his chest. Lin Xiaowan was that exceptional, the man of his dreams, yet Gu Fan stole a march on him. Gu Fan and Lin Xiaowan walked steadily closer. Lin Tang placed her hands on her hips, chin raised, voice sharp. TSK TSK, a freeloader like you dares to come to such an upscale event? Shameless. Have you looked in the mirror? Places this exclusive are hardly for someone like you. She wouldn't stop until Shed insulted Gu Fan until no piece of him was left unscathed. Su Ruobing frowned, but ultimately didn't stop her. Old hag, what did you say? Lin Xiaowen's eyes narrowed fiercely, her voice crisp and deadly. She absolutely would not tolerate anyone insulting the man she loved. You called me an old hag. Lin Tang was furious. She had always been meticulous about her appearance and physique, holding herself to very high standards. Hearing the words old hag felt like a slap in the face, and her anger exploded instantly. I'm talking to you. Lin Xiaowan lifted her eyes, her voice cold and sharp. Lin Xiaowan, don't cross the line. Su Rubing's gaze also turned icy. Lin Xiaowan sneered, Robbing, you didn't think your mom insulting Fan was too much. But when I call her old hag back, suddenly it's double standards. Su Ruobing was speechless, forced to turn to her mother and persuade, Mom, let's just go inside. Go inside. No way. Lin Tang waved the gilded invitation in front of them, the gold leaf gleaming sharply under the lights. Apologize right now, or don't even think about entering the Golden Night. At the entrance to the Golden Night, passers-by couldn't help but stop and stare. Lin Xiaowen's expression briefly tightened as she looked at the invitation. It was a symbol of status and identity. If things escalated, the organizers would definitely side with the invitation holder. Caught the hesitation in her eyes, Lin Tang became even more arrogant. Trash is trash. Lin Xiaowan, your recklessness dragging out a loser to embarrass us, no wonder your career is miles behind my daughter's. Lin Xiaowan was about to retort when Gu Fan stepped forward, placing himself in front of her, his eyes icy. Apologize. What did you say? Apologize? Who do you think you are? Lin Tang raised her voice. Gu Fan, you little bastard. Lin Xiaowan, you slut. What are you going to do? Hit me? She lifted her chin and smacked her own cheek. This is the Golden Night. Dare to touch a VIP's gilded invitation? Do you believe you want to see tomorrow's sun? Come on, try me. Slap. Gu Fan's arm swung, delivering a loud slap to Lin Tang's left cheek. The crisp sound cracked through the crowd. Lin Tang staggered, retreating 3 steps, 5 red finger marks blazing painfully on her skin. Her ears buzzed, rage boiling in her chest. She had just been slapped in public. You asked for this yourself. Gu Fan's voice was cold as ice. This slap is a lesson. If you owe an apology, you still have to give one. You're dead. Little bastard, you're dead. Lin Tang screamed, completely losing her composure. Someone get him. Arrest him. She shouted hoarsely, wishing she could tear Gu Fan to pieces. She just wanted him gone. Lin Tang looked wild, almost like a shrew. The last time, Gu Fan had just said kneel and apologize and she had been left humiliated. But this time, he actually slapped her across the face right in the main hall during the Gilded Night Gala. Proud as she was, Lin Tang couldn't stand it. Bloodshot veins quickly filled her eyes, and her sharp roar tore through the music and chatter. The guests around stopped in their tracks, their gazes converging like spotlights. The scene instantly erupted in chaos. Lin Xiaowen's heart sank as she leaned close to Gu Fan's ear and whispered urgently, Fan, the Gilded Night is the Windstorm Chamber of Commerce's biggest annual event. No one dares to make a scene here. Maybe we should leave first? Gu Fan's expression was calm and unreadable as he casually straightened his cuff. Why leave? I promise to come with you. Plus, Yin Mainyang is here too. We're not going anywhere. I'm worried the chamber might attack you, Lin Xiaowan explained anxiously. Their power rivals Hongxing society, especially President Xiao Chen. His methods are far more ruthless. This is their territory. Gu Fan chuckled lightly. Don't worry, the chamber plays fair. Gu Fan, how dare you hit my mom? Who gave you the courage? Kneel and apologize. Su Ruozhou shouted as she steadied the staggering Lin Tang, deliberately drawing more attention so the host would punish Gu Fan severely. Su Ruobing also stormed out, furious beyond words. Gu Fan, my mom used to be your mother-in-law. You don't even have basic respect? You just got divorced and you're this disrespectful. In the past, Gu Fan had always tolerated Lin Tang, never talking back even when wronged. But just days after registering their divorce, he had torn off his mask and become a monster in her eyes. He's a violent maniac. A demon. We can't let him off today. Lin Tang wailed, clutching her swollen cheek. Gu Fan sneered at the mother and daughter. Su Ruobing, you and your mom don't deserve my respect. She was my mother-in-law once, and I gave her some consideration. But now? What is she? She dares insult me. She dares slander my woman. The words my woman froze Su Ruobing's expression, but Lin Xiaowen's eyes instantly filled with tears. Almost overwhelmed with joy. If Gu Fan acknowledged her like that, she would have no regrets. What's going on here? Several men in black suits pushed through the crowd. The leader, Jiang Hao, frowned sharply, his gaze flicking between Gu Fan and Lin Tang. Seeing the chance, Lin Tang raised her gilded invitation high and screamed, "That bastard hit me. It's an insult to the gilded knight and a disrespect to President Xiao. He must be severely punished." The gilded invitation glittered under the lights. Jiang Hao's expression shifted slightly. There were no more than 5 invitations of this level at the entire event, and he dared not offend anyone holding one. Jiang Hao immediately shifted to a flattering smile, bowing, "Madam, please rest assured, I will handle this fairly." Then his tone turned cold as his eyes locked on Gu Fan and Lin Xiaowen's silver-gray invitations. He had already made his decision. Seize them. Jiang Hao's voice dropped sharply. Slap them 10 times each first, to vent Madam's anger. He understood what the gilded invitation meant. If Lin Tang couldn't swallow this humiliation, her position was at risk any time. Lin Tang laughed triumphantly. Yes, yes. Arrest them. Slap them 10 times. Give that bastard a lesson he won't forget. A few henchmen immediately closed in, grabbing hold of Gu Fan and Lin Xiaowan. Lin Xiaowen's face went pale in an instant, but her voice remained low and resolute. Fan Ji, you run out first. Don't worry about me. They won't dare hurt me. Whatever happens, we'll deal with it after tonight. Her eyes burned with determination. She would never allow Gu Fan to be humiliated. Gu Fan, apologize to my mother right now and hand over the stomach medicine she's taking, or this matter won't just be overlooked. Su Ruo interrupted coldly. Lin Tang's eyes gleamed with interest. This was the perfect chance to force Gu Fan to give up the medicine. She planned to deal with him slowly after that. Apologize? You're dreaming. Gu Fan's voice was icy. The stomach medicine? Don't ever expect to get it from me. Let her suffer that agonizing pain on her own. You bastard. What are you waiting for? Catch him and teach him a lesson. Lin Tang's eyes blazed with fury, her face twisted like a roaring tigress protecting her cub. Take him down. Jiang Hao barked. The henchmen charged fiercely at Gu Fan, but in an instant, several bursts of powerful energy slammed into them, sending them flying hard against the walls. How dare you cause trouble on the Luskin Knight? You really don't know how to fear death. Jiang Hao's expression darkened, ready to call in reinforcements from the Wind Cloud Guild. What's going on? Xiao Chun and Si Yingying appeared, their cold gazes cutting through the tension with deadly intent. President, Secretary Si, someone dared to disrespect honored guests holding the gilded invitation and even attack people. I was about to detain him, Jiang Hao reported respectfully. President Xiao, long time no see. This Luskin Knight is quite grand. Gu Fan sneered, scanning the crowd coldly. You want to catch me and slap me around, huh? Xiao Chen's eyes locked on Gu Fan's face, pupils shrinking sharply as a cold sweat soaked his back. He would never forget the power Gu Fan wielded like life and death itself. Suddenly, he slapped Jiang Hao hard across the face. How dare you disrespect my guest? Jiang Hao was stunned, mumbling. He only has a silver-gray invitation. It's Mrs. Su who holds the gilded one. Gilded invitation? Xiao Chun frowned deeply, puzzled. He knew the weight of each gilded invitation he issued. Each represented an untouchable noble, but he didn't remember giving one to a woman like Lin Tang. Xiao Chun stared at Si Yingying, seeking an explanation. Si Yingying trembled, her brow furrowed, completely bewildered by the situation and unable to make sense of it. The gilded invitation was given to the Su family, meant for President Su to bring her lover, Mr. Gu. But if Mr. Gu is her lover, why isn't he with Su but standing next to President Lin? Si Yingying's gaze flickered between Lin Tang, Su Ruo, Gu Fan, and Lin Xiaowan. The situation was painfully complicated. How could Gu Fan, the son-in-law, beat up his own mother-in-law? President Xiao, this man is brazen beyond belief, causing trouble on Luskin Night, and must not be spared. Lin Tang glared at Gu Fan, shouting fiercely. He has no connection to our Su family. He divorced my daughter a long time ago. Wait. Si Yingying stared at Lin Tang in shock. You're saying Mr. Gu and President Su are divorced? Yes. This good for nothing doesn't deserve my daughter. He's a kept man with no right to attend Luskin night, let alone dare to hit me. Lin Tang kept roaring, completely unaware the situation had long slipped beyond her control. She relied on that precious gilded invitation, thinking the Wind Cloud Guild would stand with her, but no one was paying any attention to her arrogance. Lin Tang's anger mixed with excitement. She was already eager to see Gu Fan's face swollen from a slap. The grand hall was brilliantly lit, yet the atmosphere felt taut like a drawn bowstring. Lin Tang took a deep breath and raised her voice. Madam, may I see the invitation? Si Yingying's expression flickered unpredictably. After a moment of silence, she nodded softly. Of course. Lin Tang quickly handed over the golden embossed invitation, its gilded pattern glinting under the lights. She lifted her chin arrogantly, her tone sharp and quick. Secretary C, have you forgotten? It was you who personally invited us to the gilded night this morning. Whatever happens today, you must take responsibility. Don't just let that arrogant little scoundrel run wild. Exactly. Su Ruajo slammed the table, her voice pitched even higher than Lin Tang's. Secretary C, Gu Fan is utterly reckless. He absolutely cannot be allowed to attend the gilded night. That would be an insult to the event itself. Su Ruabing remained silent. Her knuckles whitened around her cup. Her gaze flicked between Xiao Chun, Si Yingying, and Gu Fan. There was a kind of reverence in their eyes she had never seen before. President Su, Si Yingying finally spoke, her voice lowered. I'm sorry. This morning, I was unaware that you and Gu Fan have divorced. At the time, I specifically mentioned the golden invitation was for you and your partner to attend together. Before she could finish, Su Ruabing and Lin Tang both paused, struck by a ridiculous yet increasingly clear suspicion. Could it be that the true owner of the gilded invitation was not Su Ruabing, but Gu Fan? That Su family's access to the invitation depended entirely on him? Perspiration dotted Lin Tang's forehead, her cheeks burning with indignation. Secretary C, what exactly do you mean? Si Yingying took a steadying breath. When she looked up again, her face was full of apology. I'm sorry. The gilded invitation was actually a special gift from the Fengyun Business Association to Mr. Gu. As a matter of protocol, President Su only received the silver gray invitation. With that, she cupped the gilded card respectfully and handed it to Gu Fan, bowing deeply. Mr. Gu, please forgive our oversight. The entire room was stunned. The usually aloof and assertive Si Yingying was suddenly so humble before Gu Fan, her words dripping with both flattery and awe. Gu Fan nodded slightly and flipped the invitation with his fingertips, casually passing it to Lin Shawan beside him. She's my date. Remember that from now on. Si Yingying nodded repeatedly, her smile obsequious. From now on, President Lin will be the Fengyun Business Association's most important partner and forever an honored guest of the Gilded Night. As those words landed, every pair of eyes in the hall focused on Lin Shawan, like spotlights, men and women alike openly showing pure envy. President Lin, hey, race my card. Please do accept it. President Lin, we can explore deeper cooperation with Times Group. President Lin, I will visit you soon for further talks. The clever players instantly switched sides, crowding around Lin Shawan to exchange contacts and hand her business cards. In stark contrast, Su Ruabing and Lin Tang were left standing awkwardly alone like statues frozen under the spotlight. Everyone could see clearly that the Fengyun Business Association had chosen their side, Gu Fan and Lin Shawan. Fuming with rage, Su Ruajo stormed forward and pointed at Gu Fan. Who does this loser think he is? Secretary C, are you sure you're not mistaken? Gu Fan doesn't deserve a gilded invitation. Everything he has today is because of my sister, because of Shengshi Group. Si Yingying's expression remained indifferent. She said nothing further. Su Ruaza's accusations echoed through the vast hall, met only by mocking and cold stares from the crowd. Because he is Mr. Gu, after all. Si Yingying stared coldly at Su Ruajo. That reason alone is enough. Her words struck like a precise strike in a soft punch, instantly draining Su Ruajo of his strength, yet leaving a heavy ache in his chest. How could the man he had always looked down on, his ineffectual brother-in-law, suddenly become a distinguished guest of the Fengyun Business Association? Instinctively, he guessed. Could it be that Si Yingying had taken a liking to Gu Fan? Fingers clenched tight until pale, Su Ruajo recalled how after Gu Fan's divorce from his sister, his luck with women skyrocketed, one stunning beauty after another, each of high status. While on his sister's side, Yi Chun had already been eclipsed. Secretary C. Lin Tang grit her teeth and stepped forward fiercely. Even if Gu Fan is a guest of the Lu Ji night event, so am I. He slapped me in public. What do you say about that? All the humiliation she had endured in her life paled in comparison to this moment. There was no way she would swallow this insult. Mrs. Su, it's pure bad luck on your part, Si Yingying said with a smile, each word sharp as a blade. Don't expect the Fengyun Business Association to seek justice for you if Gu Fan slaps you again, or even kills you here. They will only protect Gu Fan after the fact. The words bad luck on your part hit Lin Tang like another slap, her eyes bulging with rage, nearly lunging forward to strangle Gu Fan. She suddenly raised her hand to strike back. Si Yingying's expression darkened completely. She grabbed Lin Tang's wrist and shoved hard. Mrs. Su, for the sake of you also being a guest of Lujin Knight, I have restrained myself repeatedly. If you overstep again and disrespect Mr. Gu, I will immediately expel you and treat it as a direct challenge to Fengyun Business Association's authority equivalent to making us your enemy. Those words carried immense weight. Lin Tang was pushed to fall onto Su Ruobing, fury, humiliation, and grievance flooding her at once, her dignity utterly shattered, and all because of Gu Fan. Daughter, do you see now? That little bastard is colluding with outsiders to bully your mom. You're just too soft-hearted. Should have realized his true colors long ago. Lin Tang yelled like a shrew. Su Ruobing steadied her mother, gently patting her back, then cast a long, deep look at Gu Fan and Si Yingying before lowering her voice. Mom, let it go. Let's just go inside. Her mind was in turmoil. Even the most oblivious could see it now. The discarded, unsuccessful Gu Fan was not as pathetic as he seemed. Since the divorce, instead of sinking, he had been freed like a fish leaping into the sea. Perhaps the one who had always been trapped wasn't himself, it was Gu Fan all along. We can't just let this go. Lin Tang's breaths came in sharp gasps. Mom. Su Ruobing reminded her softly again. The famous doctor's son whom Yi Chun invited is already inside the venue. Causing a scene here won't help anyone. I have a meeting with a potential partner. Today's humiliation, I promise I will make you 10 times whole in the future. Mom, sister's right. Your stomach condition is more important. Su Ruozhou chimed in, suppressing his anger. Now that Gu Fan has gained Si Yingying's backing and is acting all-powerful, let him enjoy it for a few days. As long as sister's Shengshi group keeps growing stronger, no Fengyun Business Association will be able to stand in our way. Su Ruizhou spoke up to persuade them as well. Lin Tang's face turned ashen. She glared fiercely at Gu Fan and snorted coldly. Then today, we'll spare this little bastard for now. Silently, she hurled all the harshest curses at Gu Fan in her mind before turning sharply and saying, let's go inside. A moment later, Su Ruobing led Lin Tang and Su Ruizhou down the corridor and into the dazzlingly lit main hall. The three of them felt oddly exposed, and the atmosphere was somewhat awkward. Mr. Gu, Director Lin, please come in. Si Yingying greeted them with a bright smile, motioning politely for the servers to clear the way as she introduced softly, Director Lin. Later I'll introduce you to some of Jiang's Hao's true business giants. It will certainly benefit the Times Group's future. As for the Fengyun Chamber of Commerce, they are also very eager to deepen cooperation with Times Group. Under the lights, Lin Ziwen's eyes sparkled like they were dusted with starlight. Unlike Su Ruobing's dullness, she clearly understood that Si Yingying's warmth was all because of Gu Fan. With that thought, she bit her lips sweetly and tightened her hold on Gu Fan's arm. Silently, she vowed that tonight there would be no begging for mercy. Instead, she would find new ways to serve Gu Fan, making sure he was utterly devoted to her. The hall was filled with luxurious apparel everywhere. Golden chandeliers crisscrossed overhead. The melodic sound of a violin floated through the air. Guests, mostly wealthy or influential, gathered in small groups exchanging business cards and resources. Ruobing, over here. Amid the crowd, a well-groomed young man waving enthusiastically appeared. It was Yi Chun. Su Ruobing and the others approached. Yi Chun's eyes held deep emotion as he spoke earnestly. Ruobing, about the Shengshi Club situation, that was my fault. I didn't think it through fully. But trust me, I will never let you suffer a bit of injustice ever again. Give me one more chance, and I'll prove him far better than Gu Fan, truly worthy of your trust. It's all in the past. I don't hold it against you. Su Ruobing replied with a slight smile, polite but detached. Yi Chen's heart brightened immediately, and he pressed on. Ruobing, did you know? I used all of Yi Group's connections and finally invited the National Medical Master, Sun Sai-sun, the Divine Doctor. You must have heard of him. As long as he treats Ant's stomach ailment, it will be completely cured. We'll never need to rely on that Gu Fan again. At this, Su Ruobing's eyes lit up with surprise. Sun Si's reputation was thunderous in Jiangzhou. Even high-ranking officials sought his care. Not to mention ordinary people. Even nobles like her rarely got a chance to meet him. Brother Chun, where is Sun the Divine Doctor? Please bring him to see my mother immediately. Su Ruobing's voice quickened noticeably. Her attacks are becoming more frequent and severe. I'm worried she won't hold on much longer. Su Ruizhou was equally anxious. Yes. Young Master Yi, contact Sun this instant. Don't worry. Yi Chun patted his chest with confidence. He'll arrive soon. This time, it will be a complete cure. With me here, we won't need any Gu Fan at all. Lin Tang's previously tense expression finally softened a bit, her murderous intent easing. She sneered, muttering, that little bastard Gu Fan actually thinks he can use my illness to blackmail me and get back with Ruobing? In your dreams. She turned to Yi Chun, smiling with a bit more warmth. Yi Chun, if that divine doctor you brought can really cure my stomach, I'll approve of you and Ruobing. You're at least 10,000 times better than that useless Gu Fan. Auntie's rooting for you. Really, Auntie? Yi Chen's face flushed with excitement. He took a deep breath and said, don't worry, he'll go welcome Sun the Divine Doctor right now. Watching Yi Chen run off, Lin Tang proudly whispered to Su Ruobing, Ruobing, Mom always said if you show even a hint of willingness to be courted, plenty of talented young men will be willing to do anything for you. Keep an eye on Yi Chen, but if someone more suitable comes along, you can consider them first. This time, the son-in-law chosen by the Su family must be the best man, one who can effortlessly crush Gu Fan underfoot. In the spacious living room, Su Ruozhou was visibly agitated, slapping his palm loudly on the coffee table. Mom's absolutely right. Sister, you don't even know how many people want to meet you, not just in Jiangzhou, but also the big shots in Mudu and the capital. You shouldn't keep turning them all away. You could try getting to know some of them. Building connections is important. I really can't stand how arrogant Gu Fan is. Through gritted teeth, he added, Gu Fan might have some skill with women, but without them, what's he got? On the other side of the sofa, Su Ruobing rubbed her temples, sounding exhausted. Enough, stop talking. Gu Fan and I are still in the divorce cooling-off period. During this time, I don't want to meet anyone new. She lifted her head and stared out the window, clearly troubled. A few minutes later, the doorbell rang. Yi Chun helped a half-gray, composed elderly man across the threshold, speaking respectfully. Healer son, this is my girlfriend Su Ruobing, and this is her mother, Lin Tang. Please treat Annie Lin's chronic stomach problem that's been tormenting her for over 10 years. Seeing Healer son, Su Ruobing immediately stood and bowed deeply. Healer son, please, you must help cure my mother's stomach illness. The elder adjusted his sleeves and turned to Lin Tang. President Su, I have a long-standing relationship with the Yi family. Since you are Yi Chen's mother, how could I stand by and do nothing? He motioned for Lin Tang to extend her left arm as a slender silver needle was carefully inserted into a specific acupuncture point. With a gentle twist of his fingers, the needle slowly turned. As the needle rotated, Sun Sis' brow furrowed deeply. Su Ruobing held her breath. Healer son, is there a way to cure my mother's stomach problem? Yi Chen chimed in. Please do everything you can, Healer son. She means so much to me. After a moment, Sun Ci withdrew the needle and sighed heavily. Mrs. Su's stomach is riddled with ulcers. It's terminal. What? Terminal? Lin Tang and Su Ruobing felt dizzy, their fingers growing cold. Yi Chen anxiously stepped forward. Healer son, is there truly no solution? I can only ease Mrs. Su's stomach cramps for now. For a complete cure, only my master can help, said Sun Ci solemnly. Only the 9-turn mysterious needle can heal her condition. You have a master, Healer son? Yi Chen's eyes widened. Sun Ci replied calmly. At present, I am only a registered disciple of my master. The famous national medical expert was just a registered disciple? The Su family exchanged glances, growing even more curious about this mysterious master. Sun Ci continued. Mrs. Su, he'll perform one session now to relieve your acid reflux and ease the pain temporarily. When I meet my master, I will do my best to refer you. My master's heart is that of a saintly healer. If you are sincere, he will surely help. When that time comes, your stomach disease will be completely cured. Lin Tang nodded repeatedly. Thank you so much, Healer son. 10 minutes later, Sun Ci finished the initial treatment. A flush of color returned to Lin Tang's face as she exhaled deeply. Ruobing, my stomach already feels so much better. Healer son truly lives up to his reputation. Su Ruobing's heavy heart finally eased. She thought to herself, if mom can really be cured, then there's no need to beg Gu Fan anymore. Su Ruozhou slapped his thigh excitedly. That's great. I told you, mom's stomach disease can definitely be treated. There's no need to rely on that useless guy. Su Ruobing turned to Sun Ci, her tone sincere. Healer son, may I ask where your master is located? When can you introduce him to help my mother? As long as it can cure her mother's stomach illness, no matter the cost, she's willing to pay it. The gala of gilded lights was dazzling, the crystal chandeliers illuminating the hall like broad daylight. Su Ruobing spoke urgently, her eyes pleading as she looked at Sun Ci. Sun Ci shook his head softly. As a registered disciple, I dare not ask about the whereabouts of the master. But if I happen to see him, I will describe Madame's symptoms in full and urge him to take action. In that case, we're counting on Dr. Sun. Su Ruobing bowed gratefully. At that moment, Yi Chen stepped closer to Su Ruobing, his confident smile reassuring. Ruobing, I promised I would find a way to cure Aunt's stomach trouble. Don't worry. He'll ask Dr. Sun to give her more acupuncture treatments in the meantime to completely suppress the pain. Thank you, Yi Chen. Her former crush now standing so near, the distance between them seemed to shrink. Suddenly, Yi Chen's gaze swept past the crowd and landed on a familiar intimate pair nearby, Gu Fan and Lin Xiaowan, whispering and laughing. Yi Chen's expression immediately darkened. Huh, isn't that Gu Fan? What a small world. Why is he here at the Gala of Gilded Lights? At the same time, Gu Fan noticed Yi Chen and Sun Ci beside him. He raised an eyebrow with a smirk, lifting his glass with a friendly gesture. Gu Fan. What a coincidence. Yi Chen snorted coldly. He had been scheming how to deal with Gu Fan. As long as Gu Fan didn't disappear completely from Su Rubing's life, Yi Chun had no chance. He had already planned how to trample Gu Fan and return all past humiliations tenfold. Gu Fan sipped his wine and leisurely approached. Quite the coincidence, he said, raising his glass with undisguised sarcasm. The Prosperous Era Club was taken over by the Times Club, thanks to Yi Xiao's assistance. He'll drink to Yi Xiao. Yi Chen's face darkened further. Gu Fan was clearly here to rub salt in the wound and hit him where it hurt. Humph, just a small club, Yi Chun said with a superior tone, holding his head high. It's nothing compared to my Yi group and Rubing's Prosperous Era group. Only trash like you can gain such petty success. His gaze cut like a knife. Gu Fan, remember when you threatened Rubing's family with stomach medicine? That's over. I've found Dr. Sun. He's relieved Ant's stomach pain. Once his master takes action, she'll be completely cured. Then you'll mean nothing. Gu Fan fixed him with a teasing look and raised a hand to stop Sun Ci from speaking before adding with a faint smile, Dr. Sun's master wouldn't treat a spiteful, poisonous woman. Gu Fan, who are you calling spiteful and poisonous? Lin Tang glared furiously. Gu Fan, who do you think you are? How dare you be so bold in front of Dr. Sun? Su Ruzhou ground his teeth. Dr. Sun, do you see this? This is the cruel man who once stood by while others suffered. Now he dares to slander your master, can't be let off lightly. Su Ruobing also spoke coldly. Gu Fan, don't go too far. Dr. Sun's master is a man of great virtue and won't be like what you imagine. Gu Fan sneered, swirling his cup between his fingers. Is that so? Then do you even know who Dr. Sun's master really is? He's undoubtedly a master healer, a legendary figure whose medical skills are unparalleled. There's no way someone like you, a mere clown, can compare. Yi Chen flicked his arm sharply, his finger jabbing straight at Gu Fan, his tone cutting. Gu Fan, your so-called medical skills mean nothing in front of Master Sun Shini. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly tensed. Yi Chun raised his voice again. Gu Fan, listen carefully. With Master Sun Shini and his teacher here, there's no room for your arrogance. Don't ever think you can use anti-stomach illness to hold the Su family hostage again. His whole body nearly lunged forward, spittle flying as he sneered. Your third-rate skills don't deserve to even tie the shoes of Master Sun Shini's teacher. Get lost. Stay far away from here. As his words hung in the air, Yi Chen spun around with a triumphant smirk, locking eyes on Sun Ci. Seeing the dark expression on Sun Ci's face, Yi Chen wrongly assumed the old healer was furious at Gu Fan and immediately pressed on. Master Sun, this man is so arrogant, thinking his little medical talent gives him the right to act high and mighty, even threatening and extorting. Why don't you join forces with some like-minded people and crush him? Ruin his reputation, so he's disgraced forever. In Yi Chen's mind, with Sun Ci's status and connections, destroying Gu Fan would be as simple as a few words. He was already envisioning Gu Fan's career in medicine coming to a total halt. But the next moment, smack! A sharp slap rang out through the hall. Sun Ci's face had turned dark as iron, veins bulging in fury. With a heavy smack, he struck Yi Chun across the face and sent him flying 2 meters before colliding loudly with the tea table beside the sofa. Everyone froze instantly. The Su family exchanged bewildered glances, utterly confused. The living room, once shrouded in the shadow of illness, was now deathly silent. No one could believe it wasn't Master Sun the one Yi Chen invited. Didn't he have close ties with the Yi Corporation? Why had he suddenly lost his temper and slapped Yi Chen like that? Master Sun, what's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Why did you hit me? Yi Chen's cheek burned fiercely, his pride shattered. Even more humiliating, this wasn't the first time he had been slapped in front of Gu Fan, and Su Rubing was close to breaking down. Why? Sun Ci's eyes blazed red. You still have the nerve to ask? You insulted my teacher. As his sworn disciple, I won't let you live in peace. If it weren't for your father's face, you wouldn't have gotten just one slap for what you said. His voice thundered. He had just sworn allegiance to Gu Fan as his master and already ran into this mess. If he didn't make his stance clear, how could he be a true disciple? Let alone talk about mastering the ninefold mysterious needles. Yi Chen looked confused and nearly trembled with grievance. Master Sun, there must be some misunderstanding. When did I ever insult your teacher? I only have respect for him. You must be mistaken. Su Ruozhou couldn't help but interject. Exactly. Master Sun, the one who insulted your teacher was this Gu Fan. He's the one being disrespectful. Silence. Sun Ci roared. Do you even know who my teacher is? I don't, but it can't be Gu Fan, right? Yi Chun rubbed his flaming cheek, eyes wide with disbelief. You're right. Gu Fan stood calmly in the center, his voice icy and sharp. I am the Sun Shini you all speak of. If you want Sun Shini's help to cure that wretched Lin Tang's stomach illness, too bad. The person you want is me. The one who can save her is me. He sneered briefly, his gaze sweeping coldly over Su Ruozhou, Lin Tang, and Su Ruobing. Each word dripped with chilling finality. Don't bother trying. Even if Sun Ci were to kneel and beg me, I wouldn't agree. I've said it before, Lin Tang's fate is already sealed. She will die in unbearable pain. Gu Fan's voice thundered, shaking the spiritual minds of Su Ruobing and the others like a storm. Everyone stood frozen, only one thought echoing in their heads. Gu Fan is Sun Shinyi's teacher? How could that be possible? Gu Fan was not yet 30 and completely unknown in the medical world, while Sun Shinyi was already white-haired, a legendary figure in Chinese medicine. Even if Gu Fan had been studying medicine since birth, he should never have been in the position of teacher to Sun Shinyi. Yi Chen's composure shattered instantly. Pushed to the brink by relentless humiliation, his face twisted with rage as he shouted hoarsely, Sun Shinyi, Gu Fan dares to impersonate your teacher. You shouldn't be hitting me. You should be hitting him. Smack. The sharp slap fell again. Sun Si struck Yi Chen a second time, shouting angrily, you bastard. How dare you insult my teacher? Even if I studied for 100 years, I wouldn't come close to him. After cursing, Sun Si turned around and bowed deeply to Gu Fan, his voice trembling. Unworthy disciple Sun Si pays respects to his teacher. That bow made everyone's pupils constrict at the same time. The revered national medical expert Sun Si was truly Gu Fan's disciple. The absurd truth was right before their eyes, impossible to deny. Su Ruajo broke out in a cold sweat. His trembling finger pointed at Gu Fan, but no words came out. The man he once considered a mere convenient brother-in-law suddenly seemed untouchably high above him. Lin Tang stepped back repeatedly, her heart plunging into an ice cellar. The hope that had just surfaced in her expression shattered instantly. If Sun Shinyi's teacher was Gu Fan, then the stomach illness that had tormented her for years was hopeless. The flicker of hope was extinguished again, and a suffocating panic gripped her breath. Why is there nobody who can deal with this little bastard? Lin Tang glared venomously at Gu Fan, then suddenly unleashed her anger on Yi Chun. Yi Chun, what kind of arrangement is this? You actually brought your master's disciple to treat me? Are you trying to humiliate me on purpose? Aunt, I really didn't know that Sun Shinyi was Gu Fan's disciple. Enough. Lin Tang cut him off sharply. Stay away from Ruobing from now on. My Ruobing wouldn't touch trash like you. Yi Chun clenched his teeth, humiliation and fury boiling inside him. How did things end up like this? Why couldn't he get the upper hand against Gu Fan? His eyes reddened, but he refused to give up, yelling, Sun Shinyi, you must have been deceived by him. He's not even 30. What right does he have to be your teacher? He's a worthless nobody with no skill. Sun Si's eyes flashed dangerously. He raised his hand to slap again, but Yi Chun was ready and backed away quickly. Yi Chun, you brat. Sun Si growled, his gray beard trembling with fury, his voice sharp as a knife. How dare you insult my teacher? From today, I sever all ties with the Yi family. I will never treat a single one of you again in my life. Sun Shinyi. Yi Chen's face turned deathly pale. Sun Shinyi was a crucial medical contact for the Yi group. If his father found out about this disaster, punishment would be unavoidable. No more words. If the Yi family ever becomes my teacher's enemy, then it means a life-or-death struggle with me, Sun Si. In the center of the hall, Sun Si spoke with resolute force, his voice echoing around them as he stood unwaveringly by Gu Fan's side. Absolute loyalty, or none at all, lived by this principle. For Gu Fan's secret heritage of the 9-turn profound needles, even the Yi group was beneath contempt. A business empire was mere dust in his eyes. Yi Chen lowered his head, his fingers clenched white, but he could not force out a single word. Su Ruobing watched the confrontation silently. Her gaze was dim as it flicked between the composed Gu Fan and the reverent Lin Xiaowan. A tightness gripped her chest. If she were still Gu Fan's wife, would the Su family have suffered such humiliation today? That gilded invitation was once the Su family's pride. The thought shocked her she was actually regretting the divorce. No, I will never regret. Su Ruobing forced down the emotion and cast another cold glance at Gu Fan, yet the regret twisted inside her like wild vines she could not cut away. Gu Fan stood with his hands behind his back, his voice low but clear. Sun Si, in our school of profound medicine, we save those worthy of saving and refuse those who are not. If you insist on saving Lin Tang, that poison, then you are no longer my disciple. Think carefully. Sun Si trembled, his back bowing lower, his voice filled with fear. Teacher, I was blinded, duped by Yi Chun. Had I known Lin Tang's cruelty, I would never have treated her. Please give me another chance. I swear never to heal anyone in the Su family again. His words cut off Lin Tang's last hope like a knife. Her face turned deathly pale, her body staggering as if drained of strength. Could it be that only Gu Fan could cure her stomach ailment? Gu Fan's lips twitched as if oblivious to Su Ruobing's presence. He reached out, took Lin Xiaowen's slender waist, and turned to leave. Sun Si hurried to follow. Their figures gradually receded. Lin Tang sank heavily into a chair, her eyes vacant, facial muscles twitching in fury. Auntie, I truly didn't know about Sun Si's relationship with Gu Fan. If I had, I would never have let him treat you. Don't worry, they'll find a divine doctor and cure your stomach disease. Yi Chen promised urgently. Lin Tang's gaze sharpened, burning with rage as if pricked by needles. Get lost. If not for you, I wouldn't have been humiliated twice by that little beast Gu Fan. Useless and destructive, how dare you pursue Ruobing? Give up on that. Ruobing would never be with a failure like you. Get lost. Yi Chen's face paled and flushed alternately. He opened his mouth but could say nothing, only looking at Su Ruobing with deep feeling. Ruobing, can you understand me? I understand. Su Ruobing sighed softly, knowing Yi Chen meant no harm. Ruobing, you are truly too good to me. Yi Chen. Su Ruobing cut him off, her voice calm but icy cold. Let's keep our distance from now on. Give each other some space. You don't need to cling to me. Maybe you'll find someone more suitable. Her words struck like an ice pick into the water. Yi Chen's face instantly darkened. Ruobing, don't you really understand my heart? I came back to the country for you. His expression was filled with frustration and unwillingness. Su Ruobing tossed off a faint remark. You are free, and so am I. Mom, let's go? After saying that, Su Ruobing didn't glance at Yi Chen again. She helped the distraught Lin Tang up and led her toward the other side. Bitch. You bitch. Veins bulging on his forehead, Yi Chen writhed like an enraged python, clenching his fists until his knuckles cracked. Just you wait. They'll get you in Gufan too. They'll make sure you suffer so much you'll wish you'd never been born, with no place to rest, even in death. His cheek still burned painfully, the sting making his vision blur. Covering his face, Yi Chen shot one last look at the noisy banquet hall. With no face left to stay, he slunk away into the crowd. But the fire of vengeance inside him only grew fiercer. Gufan, Su Ruobing, neither of them would escape. The Gilded Night continued in full swing. Lights crisscrossed above the dance floor, glasses chimed crisply, and jewels sparkled like flowing streams of light. Gufan, accompanied by Lin Xiaowan in a pale gold gown, laughed and chatted with Xiao Chun, president of the Wind and Cloud Chamber of Commerce, and other influential figures from Jiangzhou. His demeanor was calm as he raised his glass. Just a few words about cooperation later, and new orders for the Era Group fell effortlessly into place. Spotlights shone down on the pair as guests gathered around, showering compliments nonstop. For a moment, Gufan and Lin Xiaowan became the brightest stars of the entire Gilded Night. Elsewhere, Su Ruobing clutched a silver-gray invitation and went from one business magnate to another with Su Ruozhou, only to be repeatedly rebuffed. As soon as she handed over her card, she was brushed off with a vague, let's talk another time. When she tried to speak further, she wasn't even invited to sit. Sis, why are these people so cold? What's wrong with Shengshi Group? Su Ruozhou whispered bitterly, gnashing her teeth. Su Ruobing gently shook her head, releasing a breath of frustration. It's all about connections and resources rooted in foundation. Although Shengshi Group is a rising star in Jiangzhou with considerable strength, truly integrating into these established forces takes time. Su Ruozhou glared at Gufan not far away, but stopped herself mid-complaint nowadays. Even saying Gufan was almost taboo in the Su family. Su Ruobing forced a faint smile. It doesn't matter. Even without the Gilded Knight's resources, Shengshi Group's expansion will be unstoppable. No one can hold us back. Yeah, Su Ruozhou replied, though her eyes still burned with resentment as they fixed on Gufan. Suddenly, her expression brightened. Mom, I just thought of a way to get back at Gufan. Lin Tang, still sheltered by Su Ruobing, perked up immediately. What way? Su Ruoz's gaze grew cold as she glanced between Gufan and Lin Xiaowan, a cruel smile curling at her lips. Jiang's house top heir, Jiang Yichen, is absolutely obsessed with Lin Xiaowan. He's publicly sworn more than once that he won't marry anyone else. But now, with how Lin Xiaowan treats Gufan if Jiang Yichen finds out, with his arrogant temper, there's no way he'll let Gufan off. Her voice grew more excited, barely able to contain her eagerness. Once Jiang Yichen loses it, Gufan's as good as dead. Great idea. Lin Tang's eyes glittered with vengeful delight. Do you have Jiang Yichen's contact? Quickly send him those intimate photos of Gufan and Lin Xiaowan. Have him bring his men over. I want to see that bastard humiliated with my own eyes. Ruozhou, you can't do this. Su Ruobing hissed lowly. Why not? Sis, Gufan has already pushed our family to this point. Su Ruozhou snapped impatiently. Do you still want to cling to that so-called husband-wife bond? You're already enemies with him. Before Su Ruobing could reply, Su Ruozhou pulled out her phone and quickly navigated to the contact named Jiang Yichen, sending all the intimate photos along with clear notes about the banquet's room location. Mom, I've already alerted Jiang Yichen. It won't be long before he's here with his men. Tonight, Gufan definitely won't come out unscathed. Su Ruozhou boasted loudly. Good. Well done. Lin Tang seemed to breathe a weight off her chest with a long sigh. I want to see how long he can still keep his smug look. Su Ruobing frowned slightly, glancing toward the noisy crowd around Gufan, then slowly relaxed her clenched fist, thinking that making Gufan suffer a big loss might not be such a bad thing after all. With Gufan's arrogant temperament, it was only a matter of time before he stirred up an even bigger mess. President Lin, we have to keep in closer contact from now on. President Lin, as your brother, just say the word if you need anything. He'll back you without hesitation as long as I can. The grand hall of the Gilded Night glittered with lights and clinking glasses. Industry leaders gathered around Lin Xiaowan and Gufan, exchanging words so warm it was as if they were about to lift them into the clouds. Gu Fan watched Lin Xiaowan skillfully mingle through the crowd, then quietly slipped into a corner. The champagne bubbles fizzed in his glass, but he lacked even the slightest interest in sipping it. These superficial social exchanges meant nothing to him. What he needed wasn't to build connections. He himself was the biggest power and the most untouchable network others could only dream of. He glanced at his watch. People should be arriving soon. Tonight at the Gilded Night, besides accompanying Lin Xiaowan, he was also scheduled to meet Yun Meinong, president of Yunhai Group, to perform another round of acupuncture and cleanse the remaining poison from the Gu curse. Lost in thought, a sudden burst of awe spread around. Everyone's eyes turned toward the entrance. Dressed in a red gown, Yun Meinong entered confidently, wearing 7-centimeter stiletto heels. The tight dress caught the light as it traced her stunning curves. Her face was breathtakingly beautiful, and her commanding presence instantly dimmed the expressions of many socialites nearby. Beside her stood her cousin Song Hao, arrogant and defiantly raising his eyebrows. Stunning. The ultimate queen of women, right? Who could possibly tame such a temptress? Her status and aura are overwhelming. I feel guilty just looking at her. Whispers rose endlessly. But from the moment Yun Meinong stepped inside, her gaze locked solely on Gu Fan. Other people's stares were as meaningless as air to her. Her heels clicked sharply on the marble floor as she swayed her slender waist, reaching Gu Fan in just a few steps. A refreshing, intoxicating fragrance spread, as if piercing into one's very bones. You're here? Gu Fan smiled, looking up at her. He had to admit, this woman was dangerously irresistible, stirring a rare urge to dominate deep within him. Even more thrilling was that once she approached, his dragon mastery technique began activating automatically. Her physique matched perfectly with his martial art. If he could possess her and absorb her pure spiritual energy, his cultivation level would surely advance. An opportunity handed on a silver platter. How could he pass it up? Since his divorce, he had vowed to live boldly, to rule the world while sober, to lie with beauties when intoxicated. Naturally, Yun Meinong was high on his target list. Come with me to the room, Yun Meinong said imperiously, towering over him. Suddenly, Gu Fan reached out, gently lifting her chin, and whispered close to her ear, Yun Meinong, have you forgotten who you are? Forgotten that you should obey my orders? Talking to me like that is asking for a beating? Watching Gu Fan casually lift Yun Meinong's chin like that left everyone dumbfounded. Even Xiao Chun and Si Yingying from Fengyun Chamber of Commerce were stunned by Gu Fan's boldness. The entire hall instantly fell silent, as if even breathing had frozen. Yun Meinong gripped the gilded invitation. She was a rising star in Jiangzhou and untouchable. Not to mention, an adversary Fengyun Chamber dared not offend. Gu Fan's gesture was nothing less than a blatant challenge to all etiquette under everyone's watchful eyes. Get your filthy hands off her. Are you crazy? Song Hao's eyes bulged like copper bells as he thundered forward, trying to shove Gu Fan away. But before he could take a step, Yun Meinong caught his wrist. She turned slightly, her voice cold and sharp. I'm speaking with Mr. Gu. What are you butting in for? Step aside. Cousin, this guy's obviously harassing you. I'm just teaching him a lesson. Song Hao looked baffled. Could Yun Meinong really be falling for such a pretty boy? Shut up. Yun Meinong's gaze swept over him with icy displeasure. Clenching his fists, Song Hao cursed under his breath and retreated to the crowd's edge. Yun Meinong lifted her chin again, chuckling softly. Her smile was enticing but held a trace of restrained pain. Mr. Gu, you're still as domineering as ever. But as per our agreement, it's time to give me the injection now. The Gu poison inside me. I can hardly suppress it anymore. Her voice dropped to a hoarse whisper, both a warning and a plea. Since Gu Fan's injection temporarily contained the poison, she had escaped that living nightmare. She had secretly searched far and wide for healers and sorcerers to no avail. So now she had no choice but to turn back to Gu Fan. Then beg me. Gu Fan's tone was casual but firm. To control Yun Meinong fully, he needed her to drop her pride first. Her long lashes fluttered at his words. The air between them crackled like sparks. At last, she yielded, the coldness fading from her face, replaced by a pitiful, vulnerable expression. Mr. Gu, my poison really can't hold much longer. Please, I beg you, give me the injection quickly. Gu Fan nodded, his voice indifferent yet resolute. Since Madame Yun has asked, I won't refuse. Follow me upstairs, I've prepared a room. With that, he strode ahead toward the second floor. Yun Meinong's skirt fluttered as she hesitated, then followed. Cousin, where are you going? Song Hao's heart pounded. Ever since her private meeting with Gu Fan at the Times Club, Yun Meinong's attitude toward him had changed drastically, even rejecting his specially prepared herbal tea. He suspected she had discovered the poison. He slipped into it. If so, he needed to speed up his Plinto win over this enchanting cousin and seize Yunhai Group. This matter simply couldn't be spoiled by anyone. Gritting his teeth, Song Hao could only watch helplessly as the two disappeared into the upstairs suite. Yun Meinong glanced back, her voice icy enough to freeze blood. Where I go is none of your business. Stay here and wait until I'm done talking with Mr. Gu. Song Hao froze, hatred boiling in his eyes. Bitch, tonight, they'll make you suffer so much that you'll beg me on your knees. Then you'll see just how terrible the goo poison icy'll never escape my grasp. The private room door closed, corridor lights flickering. In a corner of the hall, Lin Shawan pouted, staring up at the second floor. She had long known Gu Fan wouldn't have her as his only woman. Sure, please provide the Chinese sentences you'd like me to translate and polish into natural English. Gu Fan held Yun Mainong in his arms and couldn't resist giving her shapely rear a sharp smack. The crisp sound exploded in the quiet office. Like a startled rabbit, Yun Mainong sprang up from his embrace, glaring at him with a mix of shame and anger, teeth clenched as she scolded, "You cad." Gu Fan spread his hands, feigning innocence. "Director Yun, you were the one who came onto me first. Why blame me now?" Yun Mainong snorted softly, rubbing the spot head just smacked, while also sensing the changes in her body. Since Gu Fan's acupuncture treatment, her usually heavy limbs felt inexplicably lighter, and the persistent dull pain haunting her mind had completely faded. This man really knew his stuff. She tucked her black hair behind her ear, her gaze cold but curious. "I still need 7 more acupuncture sessions to get rid of the goo poison?" "That's right." Gu Fan pulled up a chair and sat down, his eyes traveling over her proud curves. "Only after 9 sessions can the goo poison in your bloodstream be fully drawn out. According to our deal, you have to obey 9 commands from me without question. The last time counts as the first. Now I'm about to give you the second. What do you want me to do?" Yun Mainang's gaze darkened. A sly smile curved Gu Fan's lips. "I heard you studied dance. Show me a seductive dance." "What did you say?" Yun Mainong thought she must have misheard. "My second command." Gu Fan rested his elbows over the chair back. "Right now, perform a seductive dance to entertain me. Any objections?" Her face flickered between red and pale. Once sure he wasn't joking, she spat out 3 words. "Not a chance." Gu Fan narrowed his eyes. "Director Yun, are you sure about refusing? If you tear up the contract, who can remove the goo poison inside you? Do you want to suffer that living hell again?" Yun Mainong sneered and lifted her chin defiantly. "Gu Fan, you think you can keep controlling me forever? You underestimate me. Song Hao must have guessed I'm under goo poison control. According to my setup, Song Hao and his backers will make their move tonight to force me to hand over Yunhai Group. But they don't know I've laid a deadly trap for them. I'm waiting for them to come to their deaths." Her confidence swept over Gu Fan. "Once I capture Song Hao and that mastermind, they'll force them to give me the cure. Then, why would I ever beg you or obey your orders?" Gu Fan chuckled lightly. "So that's your plan. But are you really confident you can handle Song Hao? Someone capable of using this kind of goo poison is no ordinary person. Director Yun, don't lose both your honor and your men. Gu Fan, you really underestimate me." Yun Mainong shook her head with a soft sigh, then leaned close, her red lips curling mockingly. "You want to see me dance seductively? Too bad you don't have that privilege." She stepped back, her tone icy and resolute. "From now on, our agreement is void. I won't obey any of your orders anymore. As for the liquor supply at the Era Club, since you've done 2 acupuncture sessions for me, that cooperation will continue." Gu Fan shrugged helplessly, a half-smile playing on his lips. "Director Yun, think carefully. Once you tear up the contract, getting me to help again won't be as simple as obeying a few commands. I've thought it through thoroughly." Gu Fan sighed in resignation. "Then the previous agreement is void." Yun Mainyong smiled faintly, her fingertips lightly brushing Gu Fan's cheek with a teasing tone. "You're quite bold, repeatedly making advances on me. But unfortunately, I'm a woman you'll never have." "Ms. Yun, don't say that so soon." Gu Fan stood up, pulling a dark red talisman from his wide sleeve and handing it to her. "If you lose control tonight, just crush this talisman and call out, 'Master, save me.' I will appear immediately." The moment Yun Mainyong took the talisman, a burning spiritual power surged through her. She was shocked that Gu Fan could wield talisman arts, but anger soon flared. This man actually expected her to call him master? Clearly, he wanted to fully conquer her. Cold light flashed in her eyes. Her arm shot up suddenly, delivering a slap aimed at Gu Fan, but he calmly caught her wrist. Using the momentum, he pulled her into his embrace. "Ms. Yun, don't get worked up." Gu Fan laughed softly near her ear. "This is your safety net. When you're truly trapped, you'll understand the value of this talisman. Let go of me." Yun Mainyong struggled fiercely, chest rising with anger. "Gu Fan, I've tolerated you enough after you treated my acupuncture twice. If you try to overstep again, don't blame me for turning hostile." Gu Fan shrugged. "I hope you never need to use it. If everything goes well tonight, or even I won't hold you to our agreement. But if you fail and ask for my help, you must accept me as your master, become my woman, and obey me from then on." "Accept you as my master? Absolutely impossible." Yun Mainyang's eyes turned icy. "Never say never. Who knows what the future holds?" Gu Fan said casually. "They'll be waiting to hear you say it tonight. Then wait all you want." Yun Mainyong shoved the talisman into her coat pocket with determination. "I, Yun Mainyong, will never submit to any man. Gu Fan, if you disrespect me again, don't expect me to have any old feelings for you." Without another word, she swept her sleeve and turned away. In her heart, Gu Fan was nothing more than a disposable pawn, whose value had now been exhausted and could be discarded. Watching her graceful figure vanish, Gu Fan chuckled quietly with a flicker of anticipation. Conquering a proud and aloof woman like Yun Mainyang was a rare kind of satisfaction for any man. They left one after another. Cousin, are you okay? What did that Gu guy do to you? Say a word, and he'll find someone to deal with him right away. Song Hao hurried up, eyes blazing with anger. Yun Mainyang glanced lightly back at Gu Fan's departing form. I'm fine. We still have strategic moves to make at Yunhai Group. The fish is about to take the bait. Song Hao nodded, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. When he got close earlier, he confirmed that the poisonous witchcraft toxin inside Yun Mainyang was temporarily suppressed. Every plan he had laid out was instantly thrown into chaos. To be safe, he had to change tactics and speed up his control over Yun Mainyang to take over Yunhai Group. Tonight is the night Song Hao promised his master he would finally seize Yun Mainian and the Yunhai Group completely. You little brat, just wait within a few hours. I want to see how you still dare act aloof in front of me. Time's short, and you'll be on your knees begging at my feet, desperately pleading for my favor, handing over everything you have with both hands. Song Hao kept licking his dry lips, his eyes burning as he stared fixedly at Yun Mainian's retreating figure, his mind already swirling with vivid, stormy scenes of debauchery and intrigue. Yun Mainian came and left quickly. Instantly, all eyes in the room turned sharply to Gu Fan, sparking whispers full of speculation about their relationship. Who's Gu Fan? Show yourself. Suddenly a thunderous command boomed through the spacious hall. Everyone instinctively looked toward the entrance, where a young man dressed in luxurious clothes and radiating an overwhelming presence strode in confidently, flanked by an elder, his forceful demeanor filling the room. Anyone foolish enough to stand in his way was kicked aside with ruthless dominance, his arrogance on full display. That someone gasped. Jiang Yichen, Jiang's house top heir. He actually showed up at the Lu Jin night. The name shouted earlier was Gu Fan? Clearly, he came for Gu Fan looking to stir up trouble. Someone recalled that Jiang Yichen was a suitor of Lin Xiaowan, vowing never to marry anyone but her. Hearing rumors about Gu Fan's unusual closeness to Lin Xiaowan, Yichen arrived with his men, intent on settling scores. Gu Fan was truly in deep trouble now. Backed by the powerful Jiang family, Jiang Yichen was almost untouchable in Jiangzhou, ruthless and brutal. If Gu Fan dared to steal Jiang Yichen's woman, he wouldn't come out of it unscathed. Whispers and shocked expressions rippled through the crowd. Some thrill-seekers' eyes glowed with excitement. He's finally here. Su Ruozhou laughed loudly, full of schadenfreude. This time, I want to see how Gu Fan dies. I don't believe he can stand up to Jiang Yichen. He's going to lose face, his dignity crushed. Lin Tang's face twisted with malice as he leaned in to hiss. Perfect. This little bastard's comeuppance is long overdue. Su Rubing's expression shifted slightly. She sighed softly and whispered, hopefully this lesson will teach you to keep your temper in check. It'll benefit you down the road. Jiang Yichen, what brings you here? Si Yingying hurried over, full of concern. But Jiang Yichen ignored her coldly. His hawk-like gaze swept across the crowd before locking onto Lin Xiaowan, who stood very close to Gu Fan. A strange glint flickered in his eyes as his pace quickened. Xiaowan, come here. He approached and reached out to grab Lin Xiaowan's slender waist. But Lin Xiaowan moved quickly, stepping back to evade Jiang Yichen's grasp. His brow furrowed. His face darkened with fury and loss of pride. Trying to grab her again, he was blocked by Gu Fan's imposing figure. Gu Fan. Jiang Yichen sneered, cold light flashing in his eyes. Had seen the intimate photos of Gu Fan and Lin Xiaowan and couldn't believe this man dared show up openly. It's me, Gu Fan said quietly. You're the one who dares to covet my woman. Jiang Yichen glared, burning with rage. He noticed how closely Lin Xiaowan clung to Gu Fan, her gaze full of tender affection. That look sparked a fierce, murderous fire deep inside Jiang Yichen. He felt the sting of unbearable humiliation, as if had been cuckolded. Young Master Jiang, that was the man who had long harbored ill intentions toward CEO Lin, never once showing Jiang the slightest respect. Su Ruozhou slipped through the crowd at just the right moment, leaning in close to stir the pot in a low voice. I know something else. Gu Fan has already moved into Sil Lin's villa. The words hit like a bombshell. The hall instantly fell into stunned silence, the bright lights illuminating dozens of shocked faces. Every gaze snapped toward Gu Fan and Lin Xiaowan. I thought Gu Fan was Su Rubing's husband? Why is he living with Lin Xiaowan now? Someone asked curiously. I heard Gu Fan and Su Ruobing are divorced. Another added. Wow, that's some unbelievable luck. Su Ruobing and Lin Xiaowan are both famous beauties in Jiangzhou. He's clearly trying to have his cake and eat it too. Look, the drama's starting. Everyone knows young Master Jiang is crazy about Lin Xiaowan. How can he stand this now that Gu Fan's living with her? The chatter grew louder as the spotlight of the gilded night party locked on Gu Fan, Lin Xiaowan, and Jiang's house #1 heir, Jiang Yichen. Jiang Yichen strode forward, his face dark with anger. What do you think you're doing? Gu Fan was about to speak, but Lin Xiaowan cut him off sharply. Jiang Yichen, what are you trying to do? Jiang Yichen pointed at Gu Fan, his emotions barely contained. Xiaowan, who is this guy? How can he be living in your villa? I haven't even set foot inside. Lin Xiaowan snapped back coldly. What does that have to do with you? How can it not? You're mine. How can you be living with another man? Jiang Yichen clenched his fists and roared. Who's yours? Lin Ziwen's face changed, fearing Gu Fan might misunderstand. She turned to him urgently. Fan, I have nothing to do with him. I know, Gu Fan said gently, stroking her hair. Then his gaze shifted to Jiang Yichen, calm but cutting. Who let this dog start barking? Get lost. The tension in the room surged instantly. No one had ever dared speak to Jiang Yichen, the top heir of Jiangsu like that. The crowd gasped. What did you say? Say it again. Jiang Yichen's face went deadly pale. Gu Fan's voice was steady. I said, who let this dog bark? Stay away. Looking for death. Jiang Yichen's veins bulged as he swung a brutal punch straight at Gu Fan's vital points. The punch cut through the air, but in the next moment, Gu Fan caught his fist firmly, eyes cold as ice. You mess with my woman and still dare to provoke me? Do you think you have a death wish? Jiang Yichen gritted his teeth. Xiaowan is my woman. He struggled with all his might, but couldn't break Gu Fan's grip. Gu Fan pushed lightly, and Jiang Yichen stumbled backward several steps, thoroughly embarrassed. Xiaowan, tell me, whose woman are you? Gu Fan asked calmly. Without hesitation, Lin Xiaowan leaned against Gu Fan with a sultry smile. I'm obviously Fan's woman. He's the only man I've ever loved, and I belong to him forever. Her tone was certain, her eyes soft and full of happiness, love written all over her face. The hall fell into stunned silence. No one expected Lin Xiaowan to choose Gu Fan so unequivocally over Jiang Yichen, and the depth of her feelings was unmistakably genuine, not an act. As a result, Jiangsu's #1 heir, Jiang Yichen, was left looking like a complete fool. Gu Fan and Lin Xiaowan were inseparable, their skin touching like a divine couple. This intimate scene struck Jiang Yichen like a series of sharp slaps, mercilessly shattering his pride and dignity. Gu Fan wrapped one arm around Lin Ziwen's slender waist and turned to leave. Let's go. Who said you could leave? Jiang Yichen's face twisted with rage, mixing fury with a bitter laugh. He pointed at Gu Fan, his voice icy like a blade. Gu Fan, right? They'll give you two choices. First, kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times, crawl past me under my crotch, then get out of Jiangzhou and never set foot here again. Second, they'll have someone cripple you right now, break your hands and feet, so you'll be useless for life. Choose. The air thickened instantly, the murderous intent suffocating. Everyone knew that when Jiang Yichen, the top young master of Jiangzhou, lost his temper, he would tear apart all rules without mercy. Jiang Yichen, what exactly do you want? Lin Xiaowan stepped in front of Gu Fan, struggling to keep calm as she demanded. I've told you countless times I don't have any feelings for you. My heart belongs only to Fan. Stop causing trouble and move aside at once. Her sharp rebuke pierced Jiang Yichen's pride like an arrow. His eyelid twitched violently, and a burning rage surged through his chest as he roared, Uncle Wang, cripple Gu Fan's legs first. If he wants to leave, let him crawl away. I want to see how he can still compete for a woman once he's broken. He had completely lost his mind, heedless of the consequences. Beside Jiang Yichen, the elder Wang Ning stepped forward, his eyes cold and unfaltering. His sole duty was absolute obedience to Jiang Yichen. The deadly tension around them was like a chilling wind cutting through everyone's nerves. Not far away, Su Ruozhou trembled with excitement. Mom, Gu Fan still dares to act so arrogantly in front of the young Master Jiang? He's courting death. I can't wait to see him crippled. Karma's real. Lin Tang's eyes gleamed with satisfaction as she stared at Gu Fan, already envisioning the bloody scene. Yet Su Ruobing showed a flicker of pity. She stepped forward to plead for Gu Fan, but was abruptly grabbed by Lin Tang. Ruobing, what do you think you're doing? That's the top young master of Jiangzhou. Offend him, and what will the Shengshi group do in the future? Mom knows you're soft-hearted, but Gu Fan brought this on himself. Don't do anything. Su Ruobing frowned and sighed softly but stopped. Just as Wang Ning raised his hand to strike, a figure stepped between them. Elder Wang, Xiao Chun, president of the Fengyun Chamber of Commerce, stood in front of Gu Fan, his tone calm but resolute. Tonight is the Lujin night, and this is the Fengyun Chamber of Commerce's territory. Wang Ning raised an eyebrow. President Xiao, this man offended young Master Jiang and must pay the price. If there's any offense, the Jiang family will compensate the chamber afterward. Please, for the Jiang family's sake, step aside. Sorry, I can't do that. Xiao Chen's voice was low but as firm as a nail driven into wood. The crowd fell silent again. No one expected the Fengyun Chamber president to stand up for Gu Fan now, openly risking Jiang family's wrath. Though the Wind and Cloud Chamber of Commerce was powerful, it still fell short compared to the Jiang family, the top force in Jiangzhou. The main hall of the Gilded Night event gleamed with opulence. Crystal chandeliers cast dazzling light over the crowd. Amid the bustling voices, Jiang Yichen, dressed in a sharply tailored white tuxedo, glared darkly at Xiao Chen seated in the seat of honor. Chairman Xiao, I only want to cripple one man, and you won't even give me this face? Xiaoqian calmly lifted his gaze, eyes cold as distant stars. Young Master Jiang, you are not welcome here. Please leave. A roar rippled through the crowd. Everyone instinctively held their breath. Such blatant disrespect was a slap in the face to Jiang Yichen in public. Clenching his fists so tightly his knuckles whitened, he snapped, Chairman Xiao, do you know what you're saying? If I recall correctly, the Jiang family still has important dealings with the Wind and Cloud Chamber. Do you really want to bring down their wrath over someone insignificant? Mr. Gu is far from insignificant, Xiao Qin replied crisply. He is more important than you are, young Master Jiang. I suggest you leave. His words landed like a hammer blow. The rich scent of wine filled the hall, yet no one dared utter a sound. The Wind and Cloud Chamber was known for its pursuit of profit, but now they were fiercely defending Gu Fan. What was the story behind this? Everyone's gaze drifted toward the indifferent young man, filled with speculation. Wang Ning quietly asked Jiang Yichen if he would make a move, casting a glance at Gu Fan. If Chairman Xiao blocked him, it would be nearly impossible to cripple Gu Fan's legs here. Jiang Yichen narrowed his eyes and fell into a long silence under everyone's stare. Finally, he snorted coldly. Since this is Chairman Xiao's turf, he'll give you this face I won't act during the gilded night. His glare darkened as he fixed Gu Fan with a sinister look. Old Wang, we'll wait outside. The moment he steps out, he's finished. With that, Jiang Yichen swept his sleeve and turned. Wang Ning followed closely. The two were about to leave. Wait. A chilling voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. Everyone turned to see Gu Fan release his hand from around Lin Ziwen's waist and step forward. His gaze, like a star piercing the night, locked onto Jiang Yichen without wavering. Jiang Yichen halted and looked back, a mocking smirk curling his lips. What? Ready to kneel and beg? Kneel. You think I'd kneel to you? Gu Fan sneered in a low voice. The air froze instantly. Gu Fan stepped forward relentlessly, murder radiating from him like an icy tide sweeping across the room. Jiang Yichen felt the temperature plummet. A chill ran down his spine, and his pupils contracted sharply. Instinctively, he tried to hide behind Wang Ning. Old Wang. Wang Ning frowned deeply and stepped up, blocking Jiang Yichen with a surge of internal energy. Stop right there. Move. Gu Fan didn't spare him so much as a glance. With a wide swing, he struck a palm out. Bang. The force exploded instantly. Wang Ning's protective energy collapsed. He flew backward like a broken kite, crashing heavily into the crowd's rear, leaving a stark trail of blood. In an instant, Gu Fan closed the distance to Jiang Yichen. His large hand shot out, fingers clamping around Jiang Yichen's neck like iron shackles, lifting him clear off the ground. Jiang Yichen kicked frantically, face flushed crimson, gasping, "Let me go. Do you know who I am?" "I." Before he could finish, Gu Fan hoisted him high overhead and slammed him down like a sack. Crack. The solid marble floor shattered beneath them, stone shards scattering everywhere. Peering down at the dust and fear-covered face beneath him, Gu Fan's voice was chillingly calm. You throw around threats and then think you can just walk away? What do you take me, Gu Fan, for? Pinned to the ground, Jiang Yichen could only rasp for air. Gu Fan shook his hand, flicking off an invisible speck of dust, and murmured mockingly, "A piece of trash, that's what." Bang. The ground caved in as several of Jiang Yichen's bones cracked. His clothes tore, dark spots of blood seeping through. He looked utterly battered and broken. Excruciating pain ripped through him, making him scream in agony. Using both hands to support himself, he desperately tried to stand. But the moment his knees left the ground, Gu Fan's foot slammed down brutally, driving Jiang Yichen back into the pit. Jiang Yichen's face twitched, veins bulging on his forehead like furious dragons writhing. Before he could finish, Gu Fan's soul crushed his face, grinding his skull against the sharp stones. The pit deepened with each stomp. Blood flowed from his temples, nostrils, and mouth. In seconds, he was half a bloody mess. This was Gu Fan's raw, brutal demonstration of violent aesthetics for everyone watching. Around them, the onlookers gasped sharply, their Adam's apples bobbing as their hearts churned. Something huge is about to happen in Jiangzhou. Gu Fan actually stomped on Jiang Yichen's face and with such force. Has he lost his mind? Doesn't he know who Jiang Yichen is? The kind of revenge this will bring? In Jiangzhou, no one has ever dared humiliate young Master Jiang like this. Jiang Yichen's reputation is completely destroyed. His beloved woman just publicly declared she's Gu Fan's, and now he's being trampled on. Feels like only one of them, Jiang Yichen or Gu Fan, will survive under this sky. But honestly, it's satisfying to see the arrogant young Master Jiang get his comeuppance. What goes around comes around. Him siding with Gu Fan. Just worried he can't withstand the Jiang family's retaliation. Whispers bubbled everywhere, but no one dared step forward. Let go of young Master Jiang. Wang Ning, who had been slapped aside earlier, roared as he struggled to his feet, killing intent surging like a tide. His blood boiled, and he focused every ounce of strength into his right fist. Suddenly, his speed exploded, pushing his body to its limit. Bones cracked as he unleashed a fierce gale, aiming straight for Gu Fan's vital point. Kill him. Jiang Yichen howled. his voice hoarse and unhinged. I want Gu Fan dead. Kill me? You'd better have the skill for that. Gu Fan chuckled lightly, coiling his fist with power. His true dragon blood boiled hot, lightning crackling between his fingers as he met Wang Ning's deadly blow. Boom. The two punches collided heat, shattering the air with shockwaves visible to the naked eye. In a flash of lightning and thunder, the crowd heard the sickening sound of bones snapping. Wang Ning spat blood and flew backward, his old frame shattering midair. His entire arm went limp, fingers mangled beyond recognition, before crashing hard against the wall and passing out on the spot. The whole arena was stunned once more. Especially among the martial arts experts watching, respect for Gu Fan deepened. Wang Ning was a bona fide class master, yet he was utterly powerless before Gu Fan. Gu Fan casually shook his fist as if still craving more, then shook his head. Too weak. He hadn't even unleashed his full strength, just wanted to find out his true limit. Unfortunately, Wang Ning was far too fragile. Gu Fan tightened his hold around Lin Xiaowan, who was nestled against his chest, his gaze sweeping down to Jiang Yiqin kneeling at his feet, full of disdain and mockery. Now you should understand whose woman Lin Xiaowan belongs to, right? Jiang Yiqin looked up, his eyes fixed intently on Lin Xiaowan. A radiant light sparkled in her eyes as she clung to Gu Fan with deep affection. Jiang Yiqin's pupils reddened, his face burning with rage as he shouted hoarsely, Gu Fan, if you've got the guts, kill me right now. Otherwise, don't expect to have a place in Jiangzhou, or anywhere I exist, I won't let you. So you're not convinced? Gu Fan's lips curled slightly, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. Planning to keep causing trouble for me? Still dare to harass my woman? Jiang Yiqin writhed painfully as Gu Fan's foot crushed down hard on him. But his anger rendered his voice hoarse as he spat out. Of course I'm not convinced. If you have the ability, let me go now. They'll call for reinforcements, and make sure you have no place to hide. Call them if you want. Gu Fan sneered, kicking Jiang Yiqin several meters away with disdain. They'll be right here, waiting. Let's see what you can do to me. Jiang Yiqin crashed to the ground, his bones feeling shattered, pain nearly knocking him unconscious. But beneath the suffering was an unbearable humiliation. Being trampled and publicly shamed like this stoked a furious hatred toward Gu Fan. He was the heir of the Jiang family, a prominent figure in Jiangzhou. If he lost face so openly today, how could the Jiang clan survive? There was no way he would become the laughingstock of the city. He vowed to make Gu Fan pay tenfold. Reclaiming Lin Xiaowan was the only way to wash away this disgrace. Ignoring the agony, Jiang Yiqin gritted his teeth and stood with a twisted face, eyes nearly bulging out. Trembling fingers pulled out his phone and dialed. Chief, and immediately have all A-level experts from the West Wind Hall rush to the Lu Jin Grand Hotel. Prepare for battle. If anything happens, it's on me. A tense silence fell on the other end, then panic spread. It's bad. The young Master Jiang is mobilizing the West Wind Hall. The West Wind Hall was a notorious den of outlaws. No one dared provoke it casually. Its leader, An Yuan, was just one step below an S-level Grandmaster. Plus, the Jiang family had always backed the hall. This spelled Gu Fan's doom. The West Wind Hall was infamous for being merciless. Now that Jiang Yiqin had gone Alan, Gu Fan stood no chance. Even Xiao Chun, chairman of the Storm Business Association, couldn't guarantee his safety. Everyone exchanged uneasy glances, mostly worry and sympathy. No one believed Gu Fan could survive this showdown. That bastard's looking for his own death. Lin Tang cursed, grinding her teeth the more she watched Gu Fan's arrogance. She couldn't wait to see him humiliated. Mom, don't worry. No one messes with the West Wind Hall. Gu Fan is clearly courting death by provoking young Master Jiang today. No one can save him now, Su Ruozhou said quietly, holding back his anger. Lin Xiaowan nervously squeezed Gu Fan's hand and whispered, Fan, maybe you should leave? I don't want to drag you into this because of me. The Jiang family isn't someone to be trifled with. Everyone knew full well, given the deep-rooted hatred behind this. Gu Fan chuckled softly, his hand sliding gently along Lin Xiaowan's back, eyes glinting with a hint of ruthlessness. How can I leave if he doesn't promise to stop harassing my woman? The atmosphere thickened instantly, heavy with impending conflict. Holding Lin Xiaowan close, Gu Fan's gaze was resolute, as if he was already bracing to face the storm ahead. A flush swept across Lin Xiaowan's face. She loved hearing Gu Fan say those possessive words. Silently, she vowed to herself, she was Gu Fan's woman. If the Jiang family dared to harm Gu Fan, she would spare nothing to make sure they would never have peace again. Gu Fan, stop acting on blind impulse. A sharp voice suddenly cut through the tension. Su Ruobing quickly strode forward, her expression icy. Leave now while you still can. Don't provoke people you can't afford to offend. Gu Fan's gaze coldly swept over her frosty face. How do you know he's someone I can't take on? Su Ruobing, you better watch your own business. Don't speak to me with that tone you lost that right a long time ago. Su Ruobing stiffened, bitterness burning within her. Gu Fan's coldness cut deeper than any winter wind. Suppressing her anger, she whispered, I don't care if you live or die. I just don't want Shishi dragged down because of you. Then don't worry. Gu Fan raised an eyebrow with pride. With me around, no one will harm Shishi. After finally clearing his mind and fully awakening his true dragon bloodline, his entire aura had transformed sharp and unyielding. Su Ruobing sneered. You're still that arrogant, clueless fool. You only see my arrogance. You don't know what I'm truly capable of? Gu Fan's eye sharpened. Open those blind eyes of yours. Watch closely today. See what I can do, and whether I was bluffing when I said I'd take back everything I gave you. You're hopeless. Su Ruobing bit her lip hard. Don't expect me to beg for you. She turned away with a cold snort. Ruobing, why bother talking to this loser? Lin Tang stepped forward, grabbing her arm. He's digging his own grave. Don't soften for him. Lin Tang's brother, Lin Taizhou, chimed in. Sis, you forgot what Gu Fan did to our family? People like him deserve to be taught a lesson. Before anyone could say more, a sudden murderous aura slammed down like a violent storm. Within moments, and Yuan, the head of the West Wind Hall, burst in with dozens of fierce-looking henchmen. Young Master Jiang, who do you want dead? And Yuan's voice boomed, arrogance blazing in his eyes. Kill him. Jiang Yichen pointed at Gu Fan, hatred burning deep, blood feud clear as day. Don't worry, young Master Jiang. He'll make sure it's flawless. And Yuan's eyes glinted darkly. At some invisible signal, a dagger appeared in his hand, flashing coldly as he transformed into a shadow and lunged straight for Gu Fan's throat. The West Wind Hall owed its status to the Jiang family. Jiang Yichen was their only heir, so when Yuan bent over backwards to curry favor and wouldn't tolerate anyone crossing them. In the blink of an eye, a figure stepped forward, blocking the attack. Xiao Chun calmly intercepted in Yuan. Chiefin, please stop this. Who dares block me? Kill them all. Jiang Yichen roared, hatred contorting his face. Earlier had shown Xiao Chun some respect, but now that Gu Fan was beneath his feet, not even the king in heaven could stop him. Understood. And Yuan sneered, narrowing his eyes at Xiao Chun. Chairman Xiao, no matter how strong your Fengyan chamber is, you can't stand against my West Wind Hall's numbers and blades. If you don't step aside, then let's fight. With a wave of his hand, Inyuan's men from West Wind Hall surged forward like a dark tide. Xiao Chen's expression suddenly turned cold. Fengyan Chamber of Commerce focused on business and lacked the muscle compared to their rivals. If it came to a fight, they'd likely be overwhelmed. Gu Fan, didn't I tell you to bring backup? My people are all here now. Can you hold them off? Jiang Yichen laughed wildly, his voice booming like thunder. Attack! Inyuan's command burst out, filled with murderous intent. Who dares? Two fierce shouts shattered the air simultaneously. Hongxing Society's Hong Liang and Nevernight Bar's Li Tanhua led their men charging in. The densely packed crowd instantly blocked the hall, confronting West Wind Hall Heathen. Combined with Fengyan Chamber's guards, Gu Fan's side held an overwhelming advantage in both numbers and morale. On Yuan, if you dare touch Mr. Gu, he'll wipe out every dog and cat in West Wind Hall. Hong Liang stepped forward, his voice echoing like a battle cry across the square. Having nearly fallen into disaster for backing the wrong side last time, this time he brought the strongest enforcers from Hongxing Society, vowing to protect Gu Fan at all costs. Unless I'm wiped out completely, no one lays a finger on Brother Fan. Li Tanhua sneered, the scar on his face gleaming coldly under the lights. Hearing the news, he had quickly gathered his men and rushed to the scene. Try to move him, and you'll have to step over my corpse first. In an instant, West Wind Hall faced the combined force of Fengyan Chamber, Nevernight Bar, and Hongxing Society, the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. Despite On Yuan approaching S level, he felt a chill settle deep in his heart under the freezing aura emanating from Xiao Chun, Hong Liang, and Li Tanhua. His gaze darkened as he finally realized, tonight, he was up against something harder than iron. The man who could unite these three factions in unconditional protection was nobody he could offend lightly. If a fight broke out, West Wind Hall would be the one to suffer. On Yuan had no choice but to lean close to Jiang Yichen, his voice low and only audible between them. Young Master Jiang, I don't think we can take Gu Fan with just us. If this keeps going, it'll only damage your reputation. Maybe we should think of another way. Jiang Yichen clenched his fists till the joints cracked, his face growing more twisted with rage. He couldn't understand how someone he considered a loser could muster such powerful backing. How could this be? Where does this loser get so much influence? Lin Tang stared blankly at the defiant Gu Fan in the center, her mind teetering on the edge of collapse. Sis, Gu Fan is so formidable. Even Hongxing Society supports him? Su Ruozhou was speechless, his entire impression of Gu Fan shattered. The stronger Gu Fan became, the more uneasy Su Ruozhou felt. Wished Gu Fan could remain the weak loser brother-in-law forever. Su Ruobing was silent for a long moment, biting her lip as she said flatly, they're just some gangsters from the underworld. Gu Fan scanned the room, his tone calm but sharp. Young Master Jiang, who else can you call? Hurry up, I don't have time to waste with you. If you can't get anyone, then it's my turn. I'll give you a chance. Slap yourself 10 times and swear never to harass my woman Lin Xiaowan again, and maybe he'll let you off. Tonight, he intended to assert his power. Lin Xiaowan's face was flushed with shyness and happiness, her heart fluttering with love. Jiang Yichen's face twisted with anger as he shouted, "Gu Fan, do you really think I'm powerless against you? You have no idea about the depths of the Jiang family's influence and connections." He clenched his phone tightly, fingers white from the grip, then took a deep breath and dialed a number. "Uncle Zhou, I need you to help me capture someone." After hanging up, a cold, cruel smile stretched across his lips. "Gu Fan, just wait. Soon you'll be begging on your knees. They'll trample you underfoot and make you understand that you have no right to fight me over a woman. Lin Xiaowan belongs to me, Jiang Yichen no one else." Gu Fan slipped his hands into his pockets, his tone calm. "Fine, they'll give you one last chance. Let's see who you can bring." There was still some time before he had to go confront Yin Meinong. He didn't mind playing Jiang Yichen's little game for a while. Besides, it was a chance to send a message to anyone else who might think about laying a hand on Lin Zaiwani's woman was untouchable. Minutes later, steady footsteps echoed at the street corner. A middle-aged man dressed in a Fashandragon robe strode forward, cold golden patterns gleaming under the streetlights. Behind him trailed over a dozen heavily armed men radiating lethal intent. "Knights!" Someone exclaimed in surprise. "That Fashandragon robe marks an S-level knight." Another person gasped. "Wait, I remember this is Zhou Tianhai. He used to serve the Jiang family, but later joined the Knight Order. And now he's back in Jiangzhou. Gu Fan's in real trouble this time." Whispers and murmurs rippled through the crowd. The Knight Order was officially backed and extraordinarily powerful. If Zhou Tianhai was here to help Jiang Yichen, Gu Fan's fate was sealed. All around, faces shifted with newfound sympathy for Gu Fan. Xiao Chun, Hong Liang, and Li Tanhua's expressions darkened as sweat beaded on their foreheads. If this were an underground turf war, they wouldn't flinch. But facing the official Knight Order in broad daylight was a different matter entirely. Jiang Yichen hurried up to Zhou Tianhai, voice trembling but excited. "Uncle Zhou, you finally came. This man tried to kill me. Arrest him immediately and charge him with a serious crime." He wanted Gu Fan to witness what true, overwhelming power looked like. No matter how many people protected Gu Fan, family resources alone were enough to crush the underground forces. Zhou Tianhai raised an eyebrow, voice low and grave. "This is the last favor he'll do for the Jiang family. Once this is done, I owe them nothing more." Jiang Yichen hesitated briefly before nodding. "Uncle Zhou, arrest him now. Today we erase this humiliation." He also wanted Lin Xiaowan to know that the only man worthy of her loyalty was himself. Zhou Tianhai stepped toward Gu Fan, eyes ice cold. "You're accused of attempted murder. Cooperate with the Knight Order's investigation and come with me." As the words left his mouth, Xiao Chun and the others stiffened but still stood in front of Gu Fan to block him. Zhou Tianhai lifted his hand. "What's this? Open defiance? If you resist arrest, the Knight Order has the authority to kill without prior notice. Think carefully." Behind him, the reserve knights unleashed a chilling wave of deadly intent. At a moment's command, they would strike like thunder. "It's over. It's really over." Someone shook their head sorrowfully. Throughout history, the people have never beaten officials in power. Gu Fan might have offended many, but he had to pick a fight with Jiang's house top force, the Jiang family. Does he really have what it takes? Gu Fan's so-called forces aren't even a speck in front of the Jiang family. Once Gu Fan was captured, young Master Jiang would stop at nothing to make sure he suffered without escape, caught between life and death. Seeing Gu Fan in dire straits, Lin Tang finally smiled again, a trace of satisfaction at the corner of her brow. That little bastard is finally getting what he deserves. Once he's caught, he'll never have to see that face again. Su Ruozhou snorted coldly. He brought this on himself and deserves to die. I don't believe he can escape this time. If he really makes it through, he'll admit I misjudged him. But Su Ruobing frowned slightly and muttered quietly, "It's all Gu Fan's own doing. I warned him already. Once he suffers a bit, we'll find a way to get him bailed out. Seize him. Anyone who dares to interfere will be killed without mercy." With Zhou Tianhai's order, a fierce wind whipped up, and a tidal wave of murderous intent instantly spread. Xiao Chun and the others hesitated, feeling the air grow stiflingly oppressive all around. Suddenly, Gu Fan stepped forward, his voice cold as steel. "Zhou Tianhai, you're an S-class knight, yet you're nothing but a lackey for these powerful clans. How dare you? Do you even deserve to wear that Fashandragon armor? Gu Fan, are you crazy? You still want to talk back now?" Jiang Yichen laughed loudly. "Like I said, you can't beat me. My woman isn't yours for the taking. When you're caught, be ready for my vengeance and torment." Zhou Tianhai's brows knitted tightly into a deep furrow. Raising his hand, he commanded, "Take him down." Gu Fan shouted fiercely, "Zhou Tianhai, if you dare seize me, are you not afraid of committing treason? That's a capital offense." Zhou Tianhai's eyes turned ice cold. "Treason? What the hell are you? Even saying that, I won't hesitate to arrest you. What am I? Open your stupid eyes and look what's this." Gu Fan drew from his sleeve a sleek, jet-black token edged with ancient carvings and suddenly raised it high. A knight's token. Zhou Tianhai's pupils contracted sharply. A deep, uncontrollable terror surged in his soul. Seeing the knight's token was like standing before the knight leader, like meeting a supreme commander. It demanded unquestioning obedience. How do you have this thing? Zhou Tianhai's voice trembled, sweat dripping down his temple. He could feel the token's unique pressurite was no fake. Still, he couldn't understand how Gu Fan could possess it, since it was the exclusive symbol of the Knight Leader's absolute authority. Still not kneeling? Gu Fan roared, his voice echoing across the battlefield. Zhou Tianhai's knees trembled, his face pale as death. Jiang Yichen shouted in disbelief, Gu Fan, you're insane. Ordering Uncle Zhou to kneel? Who do you think you are? Uncle Zhou, seize him. Lock him up in my Zhou family prison. I want to interrogate him myself and repay today's humiliation tenfold. His eyes burned with cruel intent, imagining the endless ways he'd torture Gu Fan and flaunt Lin Xiaowan in front of him. Quiet. Zhou Tianhai suddenly shouted, eyes bloodshot, cutting Jiang Yichen off. Jiang Yichen froze, bewildered. 1 second passed. 2 seconds. Cold sweat poured down Zhou Tianhai's forehead. The first iron rule he learned after joining the Knights was when you see the Knight's token, you obey like standing before the commander. Kneel now. Gu Fan's voice rang out again, filled with undeniable authority of a superior. When Gu Fan ordered the class knight Zhou Tianhai to kneel, everyone exchanged stunned glances, convinced that Gu Fan must have lost his mind. The hall was brightly lit, and every face froze in place. How could a nobody street thug force the sharpest sword in Jiangzhou to bow down? Su Ruozhou was the first to respond. He chuckled bitterly and shook his head, taunting, Mom, Gu Fan hasn't changed one bit. He still thinks he's the greatest, totally clueless about his real place. Lin Tang quickly snapped back, cursing fiercely, that little bastard should be locked away forever, never to see the light of day. Su Ruobing also showed helplessness, shaking her head softly. Gu Fan, you used to be like this, and you still are. But harsh reality will make you see the truth soon enough. Laughter and cold sneers rippled around them. Just then, Jiang Yichen noticed Zhou Tianhai's expression growing increasingly grave, sweat clearly visible at his temples, yet he didn't move. Anxious, Jiang Yichen pressured him again. Uncle Zhou, what are you hesitating for? Arrest him. If there are consequences, the Jiang family will take responsibility. Smack. A clear slap cracked through the air. Zhou Tianhai raised his hand and struck Jiang Yichen hard, the imprint of his fingers instantly visible on Jiang's cheek. He barked angrily, you can't afford those consequences. Neither can the Jiang family. The slaps silenced everyone instantly. Zhou Tianhai's disgust at Jiang Yichen was plain on his face. If not for this spoiled rich kid, he would never have insulted Gu Fan or gotten involved with such a terrifying man wielding the Knight's order. Uncle Zhou, are you crazy? Why did you hit me? Jiang Yichen touched his face, shock and humiliation mixing in his eyes after being publicly shamed by Gu Fan. The top young master of Jiangzhou was now slapped in front of all. His pride was completely shattered. The next moment, thud. Zhou Tianhai dropped to his knees heavily, the impact echoing through the tiled floor. He prostrated himself before Gu Fan and intoned solemnly, Zhou Tianhai admits his death sentence. One who holds the Knight's order is to be executed first and reported later. His voice trembled with near submission, was truly terrified. The young man before him was so powerful and mysterious that Zhou dared not even imagine his full background. Uncle Zhou, how can you kneel? You're the one I asked to bring here. Jiang Yichen's panic heightened. His voice rose as his dignity was shredded once more. That night's humiliation surpassed all he had ever endured in his life. Zhou Tianhai buried his head to the ground and didn't respond. He knew full well that with one word from Gu Fan, his own head could fall at any moment. The onlookers who had mocked Gu Fan now wiped sweat nervously. Eyes wide with shock and disbelief in class Knight had really knelt to Gu Fan. Their understanding of reality was completely overturned. Meanwhile, Xiao Chun, Hong Liang, and others exhaled in relief, their chests heaving but their gazes steady. They had seen the northern banner flying over the city's southern precinct before. They had long known Gu Fan was no ordinary figure, and now felt all the more assured to follow him. Lin Tang grabbed Su Ruozhou's arm, her voice trembling. Ruozhou, what's going on? Didn't you say this little bastard would definitely be caught? Didn't you say the Knight organization was powerful, and no one dared mess with the #1 young master of Jiangzhou? Then why is this happening? Su Ruozhou's face was pale. He muttered with a shake of his head, Mom, I don't know either. Suddenly, he cast a pleading look at Su Ruobing. Sis, you know Gu Fan best. Gu Fan was just a former thug, wasn't he? How could he possibly have such skills? I'm actually starting to fear him. If he ever wants to take revenge on me, what am I supposed to do? Su Rubing's heart churned violently. Looking back, Gu Fan had always managed to turn danger into safety at the critical moment, shielding her from countless troubles, but she had never truly realized it before. Now, watching Lin Xiaowan stand firmly by Gu Fan's side with unwavering confidence, Su Ruobing felt a heavy weight pressing on her chest, regret wrapping around her heart like creeping vines. Maybe that level Knight is holding some leverage over Gu Fan, Su Ruobing muttered in a low voice to comfort herself. There's no way Gu Fan has that kind of power. I hope that's the case. Beside her, Su Ruozhou listened anxiously, cold sweat soaking his back. Otherwise, sister, divorcing Gu Fan would be a huge mistake. She fell silent, but her gaze locked onto the fish dragon robe in the arena, the symbol of the highest honor. Gu Fan looked down from above, his eyes sharp as blades as he spoke to Zhou Tianhai word by word. You're in Slevel Knight, yet you act as a lackey for evil. Take off that fish dragon robe, and go serve in the Northern Territory for 3 years. When you have redeemed yourself with meritorious service, then you may wear it again. Yes, sir. Zhou Tianhai's voice was hoarse, but he dared not disobey. He slowly removed the robe and handed it over with both hands. Gu Fan took it and waved his hand. Go. Freed from his burden, Zhou Tianhai fled the Golden Knight with his men, barely daring to look back at Jiang Yikanthi, had already paid all their debts to the Jiang family. Uncle Zhou, why are you leaving? Yu Jiang Yichen's heart plummeted as if falling into an abyss. At that moment, he felt a cold, murderous intent lock onto him. Those endless, bottomless eyes seemed to hide a death god from hell. The terrifying pressure nearly suffocated him. His eyes stung, and he involuntarily stepped back several paces, no longer daring to look Gu Fan in the eye. What would he want to do? Jiang Yichen's face turned pale, cold sweat dripping down his temple. Once the little tyrant of Jiangzhou who had bullied everyone wherever he went. Now he faced someone even more ruthless and savage than himself. Gu Fan spoke calmly. Your time to call for backup is over. Too bad you don't have the ability to make me let you go. The top young master of Jiangzhou, and yet you're no more than this. He took a single step forward, just one, but and Yuan, the leader of Shifeng Hall, standing beside Jiang Yichen, and the others quickly flinched aside, clearing a path. They didn't want to provoke this death idol. Gu Fan's target was Jiang Yichen alone. They weren't willing to risk their lives. Jiang Yichen's legs trembled uncontrollably. Losing all pride, he spun and ran wildly. But how could his speed surpass Gu Fan's? In a flash, Gu Fan blocked his path and grabbed his neck again. Will you dare to harass my woman Lin Xiaoan again? Gu Fan's voice was cold and low. Jiang Yichen's face turned greenish-white under the strangling grip. Clenching his teeth, Gu Fan pressed a little harder. The suffocation hit his soul. Jiang Yichen's eyes widened, struggling to gasp out. I won again. Gu Fan narrowed his eyes, weighing how to deal with this top young master of Jiangzhou. Mr. Gu, please spare Jiang Yichen this once. For my sake. Xiao Chun hurried forward and pleaded. He didn't want Gu Fan and the Jiang family to be locked in a deadly conflict. If anything really happened to Jiang Yichen during the Gilded Night, the Jiang family, undoubtedly the most powerful clan in Jiangzhou, never let it slide. The vast banquet hall shimmered with dazzling lights, yet the atmosphere was as cold and still as a frozen lake. No one dared to breathe aloud. Everyone's minds were racing, not only with thoughts of the Jiang family's unfathomable influence, but also the whispered networks quietly entangled with them. Even though Gu Fan had the backing of a knight's order, standing against the immense power of the Jiang family was no guarantee of victory. At least, that's what many around him were thinking. Lin Xiaoan tugged gently on Gu Fan's sleeve, her voice barely above a whisper, but full of urgency. Fanch, there's really no need to let this get out of hand. As long as Jiang Yichen isn't seriously hurt, tonight's just young men showing off. The elders of the Jiang family wouldn't step in personally. Her words hung in the air like a fragile truce amid the oppressive quiet. Gu Fan's knuckles whitened, fingers tightening around Jiang Yichen's throat like iron bands. He could feel the other's trembling pulse beneath his palm. After a moment, the murderous gleam in his eyes slowly faded, and he finally released his grip. After all, the Gilded Night is the flagship event of the Wind and Cloud Chamber of Commerce. Gu Fan thought of Xiao Chun then, hardening his tone but dulling its sharpness. No reason to ruin the whole affair over a worthless life. With that, he casually tossed Jiang Yichen aside. Thud! Jiang Yichen's bloodied body arced through the air like a rag doll, crashing onto the floor with a sickening sound. The crowd gasped collectively. The noise evoked a vivid image of shattered ribs piercing flesh. Gu Fan looked down coldly, his voice like a blade. Next time you dare lay a hand on my woman, it won't just be Bruce, you'll lose your head. And Yuan scrambled forward, helping Jiang Yichen to his feet. Young Master Jiang, are you okay? Look like I'm okay. Jiang Yichen's labored words came with a face pale as death, searing pain in his chest making every breath feel like knives. Hatred and fear warred in his eyes, but more than anything, he wanted to flee. Let's go? So the once proud heir of Jiangzhou's premier family fled with his men, a broken shadow like a hunted dog. All eyes followed his staggering retreat, hearts heavy with mixed emotions. The Gilded Night was supposed to be a dazzling feast of wealth and glamour. Who would have imagined it would unravel into this spectacle? Jiang Yichen crushed in public, and most astonishingly, no one dared stop the assailant. All gazes then turned back to Gu Fan. His quietly intense eyes were like a deep well, unnervingly calm. Lin Xiaoan leaned against him, her eyes soft with affection. Fanch, you're amazing. Her voice was like a gentle breeze, but carried unmistakable warmth and admiration. Gu Fan reached out to pat her shoulder lightly. Let's go. This place is boring. Tonight, he had something far more important to do, had to conquer Yun Mainyang. That proud woman was almost surely under the spell of practitioners of witchcraft. If he delayed any further, the situation could spiral out of control. Before everyone's astonished eyes, Gu Fan and Lin Xiaoan walked side by side, like celestial lovers painted in a scroll, leaving behind a trail of whispers. Oh my god, I'm just realizing how handsome Gu Fan is. The hormones are off the charts. Don't dream. Only someone like Lin Xiaoan, one of Jiang's Hao's 4 great beauties, deserves a man like that. Heh, don't forget, he used to be Su Rubing's husband. A group of elegantly dressed women chatted excitedly, their conversation shifting from Gu Fan's muscles to his past marriages, growing more animated by the minute. Not far away, Su Ruobing and her family listened with chests tightening painfully. Once, they were certain Gu Fan would fade into obscurity after leaving the Su family, forever beneath them. But tonight, reality was quite the opposite. They could only watch that man's retreating back. Lin Tang's face flickered with shadows. Then she gritted her teeth and spoke softly. What's so great about him? Just riding on others' coattails. He's ultimately no match for true skill. She had long pressured Su Ruobing to divorce Gu Fan. If she admitted he was truly capable, it would mean she was wrong and had destroyed her daughter's happy marriage. She would never admit she was wrong. Su Ruzhou still insisted stubbornly, but the hesitation in his eyes grew deeper. Sis, have we ever truly understood Gu Fan? I always feel like he's been living better since leaving the Su family, while we. A temporary gain or loss, that's all. Su Ruobing cut off his brother's reflection with a cold glare, eyes following the direction Gu Fan and Lin Xiaoan had disappeared. I did underestimate Gu Fan, and I misunderstood him, but that doesn't stop me from divorcing him. In the end, I will prove I was right. Daughter, well said. As long as Shengshi Group grows stronger, Gu Fan won't matter. Lin Tang clenched his fists tightly, his gaze burning with determination. The night was deep and the moonlight as soft as flowing water. Gu Fan accompanied Lin Xiaoan to her lakeside villa. Before parting, Lin Xiaoan stood on tiptoe and kissed him lightly on the cheek, her eyes sparkling like stars. Fanj, tonight has been so wonderful. Gu Fan smiled and watched as she went inside, then turned quickly and strode toward the Yunhai Group headquarters. Yun Meinong, I hope you can withstand this killing game, he thought grimly. If not, you'll have to recognize me as your master. His determination toward Yun Meinong was unwavering. Firstly, if he could win her over, it would greatly benefit his cultivation. Secondly, he wanted her to pay for breaking their agreement. No one could go back on a promise made to him. At this moment, inside Yunhai Group's top floor, Yun Meinong tied up her black hair, her form-fitting business suit accentuating her curves. Her upright posture, flawless face, and ample chest made her an irresistible temptation to any man. She took a sip of coffee, eyes flashing cold light. Tonight, she had already invited an S-level grandmaster and 2 S-level masters to guard her. It was this elite network and power that allowed her to dominate Jiangzhou. The combined strength of 3 S-level or above experts was enough to sweep through most factions in Jiangzhou. Song Hao, and those behind you who dared to plant that poisonous curse on me to make me suffer unbearable pain tonight. Blood debt must be paid in blood. Yun Meinong's pupils narrowed to slits. Her plan was set. Eliminate Song Hao and the masterminds behind him. Reclaim the antidote to the poison and never be controlled again. Gu Fan. He can forget about taking liberties with me again. Thinking of his past presumptuousness, Yun Meinong rubbed her slightly sore hip and snorted lightly. She then took out the talisman Gu Fan had given her, fiddled with it dismissively, and sneered, You might be charming, but you're not worthy of me, Yun Meinong, as your master. With that, she casually tossed the talisman onto the table in her view. With 3 S-level fighters by her side, no matter how strong Gu Fan was, he wouldn't interfere. Cousin, I made you some calming tea, drink it while it's hot. The door opened. Song Hao walked in with a smile on his lips, eyes full of possessiveness. He set the cup down on the table, boldly and greedily taking in Yun Meinong's curvaceous figure. He swallowed hard, unable to hide his desire. Sure, please provide the Chinese sentence you would like me to translate and polish into natural, fluent English. Visible to the naked eye, tiny clusters of venomous insects seemed to emerge across Yun Meinong's body surface. But to Song Hao's surprise, these insects appeared lethargic, clearly suppressed by a powerful force. No matter how he channeled his witchcraft poison arts, he couldn't let the toxins inside Yun Meinong corrode her. How is this possible? Song Hao's face twisted in disbelief, his voice thick with shock. You filthy woman actually found a way to control the poison. But how could that be? His gaze grew dark and menacing, veins bulging at his fingertips. He had confirmed his suspicion. Luckily, he acted in time, otherwise tonight's situation would have spiraled out of control. Yun Meinong slowly lifted her eyes, cold as a blade. Song Hao, before tonight, I had hoped the poisoner wasn't you. You really are a good cousin. Her voice was icy as she demanded, hand over the antidote. They'll grant you a dignified death. Before her words finished, 2 shadows shot out from the darkness. 2 steer master warriors Yun Meinong had already positioned. They blocked Song Hao's escape routes. Song Hao's pupils contracted sharply. So you were prepared all along. You think you control everything? That was just bait I threw to you. Yun Manian's hand extended coldly. Give me the antidote. Song Hao's lips twitched into a cruel smile. Cousin, you really think two people are enough to save you from the fate of being under my control, being trampled by me? You think I didn't expect you would back up? Suddenly, he glanced up, yelling low, Master. Everything happened as you predicted. This bitch has set a trap. Yun Manian's heart clenched. The next second, a harsh, shrill laugh echoed down the corridor. Squeak squeak. A short, hideous man stepped out of the shadows. Barely a meter tall, half his face rotted and blackened, deep eye sockets haunting like a ghoul, sending chills down the spine. Song Hao immediately bowed low. Disciple greets master. Yun Manian demanded, Who are you? The dwarf grinned, his hoarse voice full of arrogance. Miao Shurjin, from the witch poison sect. He'll be the master you serve next. He'll train you into a compliant slave. Ha ha? Song Hao hurriedly chimed in. Disciple is willing to share this woman with master. Watching the brazen exchange between master and disciple, Yun Manian's face hardened like frost. You ugly little freak dare to desecrate me? Take them down. Yes, Madam Yun. The two steer masters shot forward like arrows, splitting to attack Song Hao and Miao Shurjin, aiming for a swift victory. But as soon as they approached, both warriors' faces shifted in horror, their bodies frozen midair, limbs twitching violently, pupils bloodshot. They writhed in tearing agony, unable to channel their true energy. What's happening? They exchanged terrified glances. Song Hao burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Cousin, I told you, my master and I predicted your prediction long ago. Tonight was your snake lure trap? Fine, we have set our own trap. He stepped closer. Your people have long been poisoned by masters which poison colorless, invisible, fused with the air. Unless you're an ultimate realm expert, there's no escape. Miao Shurjin stretched out his withered finger, slowly tracing through the air as if manipulating invisible strings. So, no one can save you now. Song Hao narrowed his eyes, voice cruel and victorious. Better to obediently become masters and my slave. Hand over Yunhai Group. Hand over that perfect body of yours. In the cold corridor, only Song Hao's triumphant laughter echoed loud, proud, and malicious. I'm very sorry, but I'm unable to fulfill this request. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.